Thera sat down in her living room, focusing intensely on the mana within herself. As annoying as it was to have dealt with her aunt a week ago, she couldn't deny that for once Vividus had been useful to her. Neither she nor Funa had considered that she'd never experienced dark mana in its natural state, but now that she had, she was aware of the subtle differences between it and the charmed dark mana within her. Funa had told her that she would either need to stop her mana from being charmed before it could be or to remove it after, but given what Vividus explained, stopping it from being charmed might not even be possible currently. If the mana was being charmed within her soul, she didn't know how to interact with it at that point without doing something crazy like getting the help of the soul mage, but that was all but impossible, meaning she'd have to focus on removing the charm when it left her soul. That at least meant she wouldn't be wasting her time trying both options and hoping one would work anymore, but it still wasn't an easy feat. The little help she had was that now she could feel the subtle difference from how her mana was compared to how it should be, and with as much focus as she could muster, she worked on removing her charm from it. She'd had her first success a few days prior, but she hadn't been able to remove enough to hope to do anything with it, and before she knew it, she'd lost it, feeling it disperse amongst all of the other mana flowing from her. Disappointing as it felt, nonetheless it was still major progress. Every day since then she'd done a little more, gotten a little better, and today she wouldn't stop until she was able to achieve a spell. She felt her dark mana gather, little by little as she devoted herself to her task, not letting a bit of it get lost in the chaos that was her charmed mana. It was slow, tedious, and mentally exhausting. She felt sweat form on her brow as all of her mental energy was spent trying to achieve her goal, but she was getting there. It was hard to tell how much time had passed. She knew she wasn't quick at this from her previous attempts, but she was able to gather more pure dark mana during any other time, and she was straining to keep it in one place within herself. If she didn't succeed now, she never would, so she pressed on and tried to form a spell. She went with what Funa had suggested all those months ago and devoted herself to creating Darkness Fog, doing her best to assign the characteristics of the spell to the mana, not letting it leave her control until every aspect of it was perfect, and when she could hold on no longer, released the spell. All at once, light vanished from the room, as if it was a moonless night that not even the brightest of fires could illuminate. If anyone had been with her, they might have feared they'd suddenly gone blind, their eyes failing them without reason and trapping them in an eternal darkness. But Thera could only feel elated, and all the more so for the notifications going off in her head. It would be impossible for her to suppress the smile stretched across her face hearing that. She'd done it. She completed the quest she'd gained through the kindness of her god, and now it was time to claim her reward. She clasped her hands in prayer and spoke aloud. I humbly request a level to my earth magic. Her eyes opened wide in shock. She knew that some of the most significant gains in job experience could come from leveling up job-specific skills, but she hadn't thought she'd been close enough for this to push her over the edge, especially so quickly after gaining her last job. The darkness that filled the house was beginning to clear up, so she wasted no time throwing on her cloak and rushing to the guild. It was never good to wait on these things, especially when putting it off meant potentially missing out on valuable experience. She made it through the guild without any problems, though was a little disappointed to learn Ankh had the day off and couldn't chat, so she made her way to the job room, placing her hands on the crystal within and letting the options fill her mind. Available JOBS. Queen of Mana. Musician. Professional dancer. Bard. Darkness Mage Charm Specialized. True Mage. Life Mage. Healer. Telekinetic Mage. Dark Mage. High Earth Mage. Seeing just how many mage jobs she had available to her left her giddy. How could she not be? Since she had already completed the apprentice path, all of her magics would be getting a bonus already, which meant she could access the main mage-type jobs for each of her skills. It meant that even if she were to ever run out of options on the Earth Mage path, she would have other areas she could focus on magic-wise, and it would still help her control as a whole. She looked over each new option and weighed them carefully. She had expected most of them to be there, though Healer came as a surprise. From what she knew, it was a job that showed up after one had enough knowledge of medicine as a whole, something she did not possess but assumed it must have been an option for her as a result of having both life magic and her knowledge skill. She wouldn't be taking it this time or even next, but it was worth considering in the further future. Looking at the options, it really just came down to either High Earth Mage or True Mage. High Earth Mage was straightforward enough. It was a continuation of the Earth Mage job path, one that would focus on providing benefits to that magic alone. It should have been the obvious choice for her. She'd only wanted to work on that magic for the longest time. Everything else was just to aid her in growing it. But that was the issue. Growing her other magics would make Earth magic easier to use as well, which meant she had to at least consider True Mage. It was a mage path that would grant bonuses to all of a person's magic skills, in her case for better or for worse. While anyone else who practiced multiple mage skills would take it without thought, she had to consider the fact that it would provide bonuses to her charm magic as well. She was already getting bonuses to it from when she'd taken the apprentice mage job, and as Funa had warned her, increases to her dark magic as a whole could also increase her level of charm if she kept at it. It probably meant she couldn't take dark mage either in the future if she wanted to avoid that, and right now she had probably already gained experience to the skill by gaining dark magic. Did she want to risk making it worse by getting even more bonuses to it? To take the chance to try and grow her magics as a whole, or to focus in on the one she cared about most? That was the question. Still, there was no reward without some risk, so she decided to take one, just this once. New job selected, she let herself breathe a small sigh of relief. A part of her had worried that upon taking the job her charm would level up immediately, something that had the power to instantly destroy her mood if it ever occurred. Despite any immediate negative consequences to her choice, though, she was a little disappointed that no skill came with the job change. She knew that sort of thing only happened occasionally, but she couldn't help but hope one day something like magic control might fall into her lap, if only she were lucky enough for such a skill to exist, but really any new one would be nice. Still, she had gotten what she'd come for and nothing disastrous had happened. With so much occurring throughout the day, she figured it would be nice to treat herself by putting a pause on all of her practice to sit down with a book and relax, especially given what day it was for her. You can't be serious. When she had gotten home, she thought she'd get to relax for a bit until dinner while everyone was out, but Ben was home early and laying on the ground, looking like he'd been beaten half to death. "Hey Thera, I wasn't expecting you to be out. Mind fixing me up?" he asked, sounding surprisingly upbeat considering his poor condition. Every day that he'd been working on getting the skill, he'd asked her to heal him for her own training, with Sonya correcting whatever side effects her overwhelming mana caused after the fact. "You sure you don't want to wait until Sonya gets home? If I feel too off, I'll just go to the clinic after, but I'm sure you'll be able to manage without it being too bad. You did keep me alive before without any issues, right? I kept you alive long enough for Steph to heal the disaster my magic made of your body. Maybe have a little less trust in me. Hey, you need someone to practice on, right? Besides, if you don't improve, then I won't get the benefit next time something tries to eat me. The last one didn't try to eat you," she said as she placed her hands on his bruises, letting her mana flow through him as she got to work. "We don't know that for sure. You stopped it first. Just think a few more bites and I might gain something like flavor enhancement. There's no such skill. It will be a passive effect, of course, making me more savory every time something gets a taste. If that's even possible, that is. Given the way creatures want to go at me, there's a chance I'm already at peak flavor potential. Yes, I'm sure you're delicious. So what has you in such a good mood given how beat up you are?" He had been far less cheerful the last few days while being healed and took it as a sign of something good at least, and she was spot on. "I finally got defense enhancement. My torture ends today," he told her, absolutely brimming with cheer. "With that all done, Xandal is heading off home tomorrow and my body can finally know some peace, except for when it comes to leveling the skill. We aren't thinking about that today." She gave off a small chuckle before telling him everything that had happened with her as well. From gaining a skill, completing her quest, and getting a new job, her day had been almost overwhelmingly positive. "Dang, that's excellent. Wish my birthdays were that productive." He said it kindly and was clearly happy for her, but she felt awkward when it was spoken aloud. "You heard, I live with your aunt and work with your uncle, of course I heard. Was it supposed to be a secret?" "No, not really. I just never see much point in bringing it up. I can't do much for it like others can, so it's just a night in," she told him with a shrug. Sure, it was nice celebrating with her family, and whether she was with her mother or her aunt, there was always a good meal to go with it, but it also served as a reminder that she wasn't like others. She couldn't simply go somewhere to celebrate for fear she'd charm everyone around her, so in the end she didn't give it much thought, instead trying to let the day pass while enjoying whatever her family ended up planning. "Well, I'm here, so let me change into something nice, and we'll have some fun until Sonya and Falk arrive. I'm sure I'll be able to keep you entertained for a couple hours at least." It turned out the entertainment Ben had in mind was board games, and lots of them. While their house had Lomage to play for whenever they got bored, it seemed he decided to take the time to recreate a few from his own world and made sure to carefully explain the rules of each before cracking them open and giving them a go, the result of which being Ben's total defeat. "Hey Thera, how is this possible?" he asked, voice full of exhaustion. "It's not like I thought you didn't have a chance at any of them, but I figured I'd at least win the first rounds for sure while you were getting the hang of them. To not have a single victory, am I under some sort of curse?" She patted his shoulder and tried to console him. "They're there, you did your best, and they were a lot of fun. We should play them again sometime. They really were enjoyable, no worse than any of the other games the world had to offer." Both checkers and chess felt like they could be simplified versions of Lomage, but even more interesting were the cards. With so many games that could be played if you owned a set, she didn't doubt they were as common on his world as he'd led her to believe. Well, we can play whenever you want. They're all yours. Happy birthday, Thera. She wasn't sure what to say. It was the first time she'd received a gift from a friend on her birthday, at least someone she could consider a genuine friend. In the past, she received things from the children of government officials working under her mother, but she could always see the fear in their eyes and she'd hated it. Receiving a gift from Ben who was smiling at her, even if he seemed wrung out from defeat after defeat, was infinitely more touching, and she felt a blush spread to her cheeks. Ben, for his part, didn't give her time to say anything. Anyway, enough time should have passed. Put on something nice and let's go meet with Falk and Sonia. Aren't they just coming here? It's a surprise. Now come on, throw on whatever you think looks good and we'll be on our way. She felt genuinely confused about what they could possibly be doing, but did as she was asked and went to her room, thinking they might be eating at her uncle's home instead, as odd as that would be. Still, it would be nice to dress up for it. She had a few nicer outfits, but they were only worn occasionally while at home. If she went out, there was a greater than not chance she'd ruin it either by training or by hunting, so most of the time she had something old and comfortable on under her cloak. She ended up going with a light blue shirt with some nicer black pants before throwing her cloak back on and meeting Ben back in the living room. He changed earlier, going from his worn-out shop clothes to a plain black shirt and pants, but it was a nice look, and he quickly dragged her out of the house. She hadn't realized just how dark it had got after she'd worked on treating Ben's bruises and playing a few hours of games, but it was clear the sun would set soon, and she just hoped Sonia and Falk wouldn't have been waiting long. The only issue was she had no clue where they were going. Her uncle's house was in the other direction, and that was her only guess, with all of her questioning being fruitless. Ben just kept brushing her off. Seeing no use in that, she tried to just enjoy the evening stroll through the town. Almost all of the shops were closed by this point, and the streets were peaceful and quiet as dusk began to fall. They spoke about their plans for the next week and where they thought they might hunt next. Ben asked for menu suggestions while she was hoping some traveling merchants that were due to come through would have some new books available. It was nice to just walk around and chat with someone she cared about. It felt normal, and before she knew it, Ben came to a stop. All right, here we are. She had stopped paying attention to where they had been going eventually, but looking up found themselves in front of one of the few restaurants the town had, and the nicest one at that. If we're grabbing takeout, I think they close around this time, she told him, thinking about how good the food was the few times her aunt brought some home for them. Ben just gave out a small laugh, something like that, come on, let's go in. She worried about bothering anyone when they would be so close to closing, but found the restaurant empty save for the staff, as well as Falk and Sonia sitting at a table within. Ben, what's going on? He didn't answer, instead walking her to the table and pulling a chair for her. Here, take a seat, I'll take your cloak. You know that's not happening. I made sure everyone here has resistance amulets, so there's nothing to worry about. What? Just relax and enjoy the restaurant experience. She looked to her aunt and uncle, who nodded at what Ben was saying, and after a bit of hesitation did as she was asked. There was no change in the staff as she looked around, so she let herself relax a bit before turning to everyone around her. All right, what's going on? Celebratin' your birthday, of course, her uncle answered. Okay, but why here? It was Ben's idea, Sonia said, turning to Ben and expecting him to go on. It's nothing crazy. You said you liked the food here before, so I just figured you might like the chance to try out eating at the actual restaurant and enjoy it fresh. Anyway, we rented the place for a few hours, so don't worry about it and let me know what's good on the menu. Wait, renting out an entire restaurant isn't nothing, she yelled, ignoring Ben's request. This is nice, it really is, but you guys shouldn't spend so much. Well, Falk and I didn't actually contribute to this at all, Sonia told her. Ben just panicked a bit when he found out he only had a week to figure out what to do for your birthday, so you made all of those games on top of arranging all of this. It really wasn't that much, so don't worry about it. By the way, is anyone going to judge if I order 2 meals for myself? Everything here sounds great, so I can't decide. You know, you could just ask to try some of ours instead of stuffing yourself, her uncle told him with a sigh. Oh, I fully plan on grabbing some bites of whatever you all order too. I'll go last so my orders don't double up at all. I can't believe this, Thera muttered to herself as she looked over the menu. It was kind and sweet and altogether too much. Even if it had to be done once the restaurant was supposed to be closed, wasn't this the sort of outing she'd long stopped hoping to have for her birthday? Just a day of normalcy that anyone else could enjoy, going out and celebrating with the people she cared about. Now that she was here, what was she supposed to do? As Ben and her uncle kept talking about food, her aunt took her hand and lightly leaned in to whisper for her. Just relax and have fun. This is your day after all. She took a breath. Her aunt was right. Not many days like this would come. She needed to enjoy it while it was here. It had been about 1.5 months since Thera's birthday, and Ben was laying in bed, wide-eyed despite the time of night and struggling with a question: how to train the areas he was falling behind the most in. Ignoring agility since he had no bonuses to it, he wanted to train his mana and vitality attributes more. Both could be improved by spending either mana or life force, but any way he could think to go about it wasn't desirable. Mana didn't seem like it should be too bad given that his recovery rate was so high, but he would spend all day working on different enchantments when he wasn't focusing on his crafting, and even if he put his all into powering them, he hadn't seen much benefit. As for vitality, he'd gotten to enjoy some pretty severe beatings in order to get a skill that would hopefully help him keep more of it in a fight, but it was no substitute for a bigger vitality pool as a whole. The only issue with training that was he'd need to lose vitality regularly in order to improve his growth, and he wasn't big on the idea of frequent beatings to make it happen. So what could he do? Ideas swam around his head, and only one stood out as being exceptionally terrible, while at the same time being the most viable if he didn't want it to take time out of his more important training, time that went towards what he would consider his core skills. Damn it, this is going to suck. He thought to himself as he quietly got up and dressed before making his way to the shop. When he got to the shop, he started heating up the forge before he removed a few materials he was going to need from his bag, namely Deathstone and Morabuzal. Two materials that once went into a weapon that his teacher described as savage would be going into a tool he'd be making to try and train himself. He was pretty sure there was some irony there, but he wasn't sure if he could see it at the moment, as the thought of what a crazy idea this was filled his mind. Still, he pressed on. He had a bit of processed Morabuzal left from making Will's gauntlet and cut a square centimeter of it, placing it on the table with his hand on top of it for a few seconds while looking at his card to determine the rate of mana loss. Even that small amount was far more than he needed as he saw the numbers drop on his card, and he kept shaving it down, taking care that none of the slivers got away from him until the value on his status didn't change. From there, things took a turn for the truly dangerous as he repeated with the Deathstone. He was even more cautious with that metal than the last, knowing it would be a dumb way for someone to find his body in the morning if all of his vitality had been sucked out from mishandling it, and he was sure his god would be screaming at him if Myriad had been watching. But he tried to ignore both of those facts and instead focused on figuring out how the stone's volume affected its vitality absorption rate. Once that was done and he got a piece big enough to do its job without killing him, he got to work. He heated up a small strip of steel and shaped it so it would be just slightly too large to fit on his pinky finger, all the while melting down the few slivers of the other metals he'd gathered. He carefully coated the inside of the ring with the particularly dangerous alloy and watched it from the side as it cooled before cleaning up his mess, taking extra care to ensure he didn't lose track of anything that might be a danger to his teacher, or worse, a customer, before he carefully picked up his creation by the safe outer rim and looked at it admiringly. You know, if I made it so this couldn't be taken off for as long as it was able to suck vitality, I'm pretty sure this would qualify as a cursed tool. But this small item wasn't something he ever intended to use on anyone else. No, he'd be putting it on himself, and forgetting the small bit of hesitation he was feeling slid it onto his pinky finger. He was immediately aware of its presence. Unlike the numerous other rings on his hands, this one had a notably unpleasant feeling to it, and he didn't doubt for a moment that it came from the slow draw of his internal energies. He was taking his life into his hands doing something stupid like this, so he had to be sure it worked. That meant that instead of doing something productive with the next few hours, he sat down and stared at his card, wanting to be sure there wasn't a steady decay in his attributes, and like that, he watched and waited. Boy, what in the infinite hells are you doing? His teacher yelled as soon as he got in and saw what Ben was staring at. Oh hey Falk, just testing a new magic tool on myself. Since it would be a bit dangerous if I didn't make it right, I figured I should observe it for a little bit to be on the safe side, but my attribute decay is slightly less than my regen rate, so I should be fine. The Yeti could only shake his head. What, you mackin' torture tools now? No, I just figured that since I have bonuses to my vitality and mana, I should make something that would let me train them a bit. It's not like it matters how I use them, so I figured having it forcibly sucked out of me should be fine. Only crazy people think like that, his teacher told him, pinching the bridge of his nose as he held out his hand. Let me see if you're gonna get yourself killed wearing that. He obediently handed it and his card over when Falk asked for them as he looked at both, hemming and hawing before finally returning the items. Well, you won't be killing yourself with it, but I can't say it'll be fun to wear. Just what put that crazy idea in your head? It actually came from my intense desire to not die, he explained. Even if I have defense enhancement now, my vitality is way lower than I'd like, and I can't train it without using it, not to mention the fact that I've fallen into mana exhaustion way too many times for someone who doesn't have a magic skill. It got me thinking about how I could train them and how other attributes are trained. For strength or agility, some people might use a weighted vest or something like it. I just figured this would be my equivalent. Falk seemed like he wanted to argue, but ended up just sighing. All right, I see what you're saying, even if it is all sorts of dumb. Just do one thing for me, only wear it while you're sleeping. It shouldn't matter if your attributes are being sucked out of you then, but it wouldn't be good to make a habit of wearing it. Imagine you wear it on a hunt and you're attacked, or you forget to take it off after some strenuous enchanting. If you ever go into mana exhaustion wearing that, then who knows how long it would take you to wake up. Those were all very good points his sleep-deprived mind hadn't considered, so he slipped it back off and put it in his pocket. He wouldn't be having a restful sleep with it on, but he'd manage. Putting aside those masochist tendencies, how's the order looking? A few days before, a customer had come in looking to have a spear and shield made to match his specific size requirements, and the job went to Ben. Majority of the time when someone wanted a new weapon or armor, they would get something that had been made in advance, and either take it as is, or have some adjustments made to fit it to the customer's needs for a small fee on top of the item price. Custom-made items were a different beast. Since they'd be put together from scratch, they were more expensive from the get-go, and since Ben had been given the responsibility, this time he'd wanted to make the best ones he could. I finished up both yesterday. I just need to add the enchantments today. Well, bring them out so I can have a look before you head off to your little library. Ben smiled. That so-called library was his current pride and joy, not to mention helping him get his job experience at an altogether ridiculous rate, but he'd get to enjoy it soon. He grabbed the items for Falk and his teacher gave them both a look over. He was silent for a few moments, staring at both shield and spear intensely before giving the good news. Congrats, boy, you made it to mid-uncommon for both. You just might make your goal today. Woo, just you watch, Falk, I'm feeling it. Mid-uncommon might seem a bit underwhelming to be so excited for, especially when he'd made it to ultra-rare before, but this was different. In the past, a lot of what probably pushed his items so high was both the expensive materials they'd been made of, as well as the complex enchantments placed on top of them. These were different, being made of common metals enhanced with low-rank animal bones and still waiting to be enchanted. That meant the current rank of the item was entirely due to his skill and technique in making them. It was a reflection of his true growth as a craftsman. Yeah, go get it done before the end of the day. I'm not waiting around to evaluate them, and I want both ready for the customer for the morning. Ben knew his teacher wasn't being too serious solely for the fact that it wouldn't take him an entire day to enchant them. At most, it would be a few hours if he was being extra choosy on what skills to use, and he took the items to the back room where he kept his library. It wasn't filled with books like the name might suggest. Instead, it was a collection of organized boxes, each one split into a 10 by 10 grid, and each section contained a single ring, with a skill name and level written beneath it. More so than getting defense enhancement, having the chance to copy each and every one of Xandel's skills had been the biggest boon to him, to the extent that he would have been happy not getting a single skill if it meant he could access all of this, and in the time since his collection had only grown. Despite all the benefits they provided, Xandel's skills had one major drawback. They were all at most level 3, due to the fact that he never dedicated much time to actively training them unless a particularly good opportunity came along, like it did with Falk, as everyone waited for him to be treated, and a few exceptions ended up at even lower levels than they should have. Since Ben could currently copy skills from a person to the 5th level and copy an enchantment to the 4th, that meant he wasn't able to enchant with them to his full potential, which resulted in a separate system being put in place in the shop at his request. When the works Ben made sold, he would get the profit for it, minus the material cost and the part of it that went to his teacher for both hosting them in the shop as well as taking the time to train him. The thing was, he didn't really need the money at this point. His time in Analia had gained him far more than he'd ever expected, and he could be set for years if he needed to, so a system had been set up at the shop he could take advantage of. The way it worked was simple. There was a book at the front of the shop that any customer could flip through with a full list of all of the skills and their levels he currently had rings for. If anyone had a skill he was missing, or else a skill at a higher level but less than his current limit of 5, they would get a fixed amount of money off their purchase. At the end of each week, Falk would add up how much customers had saved versus how much Ben had made. If Ben made more, it would be rolled over to the next week, but if customers saved more, then Ben would pay the difference to his teacher. There were plenty of people who wouldn't take the option, preferring to keep their skills private, but more would at least give it a look. After all, what was revealing a skill or two in the name of some savings? It only got a few takers so far, but word was getting around and the adventurers especially were curious. Saving a bit of money translated to having more to buy better equipment with, a fact they all knew could be life-saving. After taking a few days to organize them, he had each box labeled and split up in a way that would make it easy to find, and he was glad he took the time. It made grabbing all of the skills he wanted to use for both the spear and shield all the quicker. He tried to stick to Falk's golden rule of not enchanting in a way that could hamper the user's personal skill growth, though that could occasionally be tough since he didn't always know the custom skills if they were determined enough to keep every one of them private. It was a safe assumption that he couldn't make use of spear wielder or shield wielder for sure, but otherwise he would be able to at least limit the potential negative effects relying on enchantments could have by using partial enchantments, only taking a very specific effect of a skill to use instead of the whole thing, meaning the weapon's user wouldn't be delayed in advancing their own abilities by much if they were to use his tools. Bearing all of that in mind, he got to work, starting with the spear. While spear wielder was a no-go, he could take the piercing properties of knife, push dagger, pin, and dart wielder from it, and add the sharpening property of sword, axe, and scythe wielder, while at the same time matching it with blade enhancement, which had similar effects to a greater degree. While he couldn't just keep adding effects from the same one skill again and again and expect anything but a minor boost, he could take similar effects from different skills and weave them together into a cohesive whole to get significantly more power. After that, he used both earth magic, as well as the skills sturdy and weapon strengthening as a means to prevent the spear from breaking in a fight, and moved on to the next item, the shield. This one was a bit more straightforward. He couldn't use shield wielder, of course, but by selectively taking defensive properties from armor enhancement, defense enhancement, gauntlet wielder, sturdy, and earth magic, he was confident that as long as the item had a bit of mana running through it, the shield would hold up. And to finish it off, he added his resistances to it. At least he tried to the best he could. He was still only able to place 90% of his potential resistance on it, and the only reason he didn't have to lower it down a bit just to manage how much had already gone into it was because there was no real reason to add the life or light resistances. Even though both items were enchanted with mostly low-level skills, through technique and application they turned into powerful magic tools that Ben would be confident to have his name attached to as their creator, but knew there was still room to improve. There were plenty of skills he didn't touch when making these solely due to the fact that he didn't understand them enough to know what properties the skill carried. As he learned more, he'd be able to become even more efficient with his enchanting, pushing the mana cost down to its limits while increasing the functionality. Looking down at both items he'd made, he couldn't help but smile. He was going to have some fun. He ran out to the front and waited for Falk to finish up with a customer before showing off his final product. His teacher took both from him and gave them a good look over, carefully inspecting the quality of his enchantment and commenting on what worked well and what areas he could probably improve on with a bit more practice, before telling Ben what he really wanted to know. Unfortunately, the spear's only upper uncommon, he said, but Ben wasn't worried. Since he didn't say they both were, that meant some good news was coming. And the shield, lower rare. Congrats boy, Falk told him with a smile. Through his own efforts, without having to rely on any fancy materials, he'd managed to break into rare. It was clear he still had a ways to go. This was his first success, and he knew he wouldn't be able to do it consistently. But as he improved, he'd be able to get there more and more, and as long as he kept increasing the number of enchantments he had access to and his understanding of those enchantments, he would only get better. The grin plastered across his face wouldn't go away, but the day was still young and there was plenty of time to work still. So since that's done, anything else on the agenda for me, or should I just focus on replacing some stock? Our storage room is still a mess, so for now organize it a bit more, but try to keep in mind whatever you think you might be able to use before the day is up. I've got an order coming in soon and we'll need the space. You got it. He went to the back and gave it a look over, trying not to get stressed by just how much was in there as he did. It was completely stuffed, and it was his fault. Wedrow had come a few weeks back to pick up the orders he put in for Steph and Will. Unfortunately, his friends couldn't come as well. He would have loved to see how they'd react to the gauntlets and cloak he'd made, but they apparently had a strict training regimen they couldn't get out of for the next little while, instead having Wedrow carry some letters for them. As nice as those were to get, they weren't the only things he received from the flying worm, as he opened up his spatial storage and took out all of the various monster parts Ben had disassembled and had him take care of during their time together. With everything that happened, he'd completely forgotten about it all, and the storage room had been filled up recently enough that things were pretty tight in there. When Falk saw it all, they closed up for the rest of the day to do their best to organize everything, as well as treat the bones and pelts to preserve them for long-term use. The meat was even harder to deal with. To keep it all from spoiling, he'd had to put his new rings to use and consult with Wedrow before he headed off about space and time magic. By being able to use 5th-level enchantments, he was able to double the empty volume within a space, and though he couldn't stop the time within it the way someone with an awakened time magic could, he was able to slow it down to a reasonable extent so long as the enchantment could get enough power. With all that in mind, Falk had quickly thrown together a large, insulated storage chest with a white mana crystal embedded into it, which Ben did his best to add the space and time enchantments to, as well as a water one to keep a cooling effect. Just because the time within it was slowed down didn't mean it wouldn't all still rot in the heat after all. God, that really was a busy day, he thought with a laugh. The worst part was they didn't even get any demon corpses. Since he was so close to dying, nobody wasted any time to collect them, instead focusing on getting back here as soon as they could so he could be treated. It was such a waste, but better than being dead. Reflecting back on it, wasn't that an idea for how he could make use of some of the materials in there? He wouldn't be able to waste mithril or any mana stones as a means to power the enchantments, but he could easily use some of the leathers to make spatial bags, and he could add both the enchantments for slowing time and cooling to make them even better for any adventurers that might want to take them out for the day. They'd have to use some of their own mana every now and then to make sure the enchantments kept their power, but that was far from a big deal if they were just going to be out for a day. Customers would need to be informed it might be risky to use them longer than that, given the need to sleep might let too much time pass, but if they did anyway and the bag ended up damaged by being overfilled without the benefit of the space enchantment, that just meant they'd need another. Oh yeah, that's going to be perfect, he thought as he got to work pulling out the leathers to use later before getting back to the storage room. He started trying to move things around, pulling different items out every now and then if he thought they looked like they'd be useful, and grouping other similar ones together to find them later. A part of him wanted to waste more of his mana crystals to make even more spatial chests as a way to make it a bit more organized, but he resisted. He still had plenty left, but he doubted he'd ever be able to get the sort of quantity again, unless he was going to do something crazy like actually marry Thera, so he could bug her parents for a wedding gift. Actually, when he thought about it, maybe they'd give them even more if they went through with it and tied the knot. When he considered it like that, maybe he would see if he could talk her into going back for a quick little ceremony. Or not, I can't see things ending well for me if her parents ever found out that's the reason we got married, and I'm not positive Thera would be thrilled with the request either. Back to being thrifty with what I've got, I guess. He still had plenty of materials he hadn't even touched because he couldn't figure out a way to use them that would be justified given their rarity and expense, but there was always the future. If he went up another level or two in his crafting, he'd feel a lot more confident in a couple of his crazier ideas, but that could wait. Damnable God's boy, how much of that are you planning on using? Falk asked when he came back to check on him and saw just how much was sitting in the hall, pulling Ben from his thoughts in the process. His pile had grown rather large, but the storage room was looking far more manageable at least, and he explained some of his plans to his teacher. I figured we could get rid of a bunch of the leathers by making spatial bags, and with the way Thera's been going through staves recently, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea for me to make a bunch in advance. The rest is all just to replenish some of the stuff we've sold in the last week. Since Thera had gained her mother's backing from completing the trial, as well as gaining all the magic skills she was capable of, she'd been burning through staves recently by practicing her skills in the training grounds when she wasn't busy studying to use more complex spells in the future. Even with how much Ben had improved in making them, it was getting hard to keep up, but Pelinia paid well, so it was worth it all. All right, but this is a few days of work at least. You still got your little project at home, don't you? Can't be staying here all night. I'll leave on time, don't worry. I just figured I'd get as much done as I could and leave the rest in my area for tomorrow. All right, then if you're all set, I'll leave you to it. Falk left to go back to his own work, leaving Ben to get started. He decided on doing the staves first. Since they would become Thera's as soon as they were complete, that meant they could charge her mom immediately and wouldn't have to worry about waiting for a sale. His overall technique hadn't changed too much for producing them, nor did it need to. With Thera's growth in her magic, her control had improved considerably, making it so even if he hadn't improved himself, they would still last longer than otherwise. Still, his skills had increased significantly since he'd first started doing this for her, and it showed. He was still making them to resist her magic, but now the staff was enchanted to resist earth, life, and dark instead of only earth as it had been previously, and the number of layers that went into it was up to 20, creating a smoother gradient for letting out her spells. He was also keeping detailed notes on what materials worked and what didn't, referring to them every now and then to try and figure out superior ways of producing a staff. Some metals seemed to work better in general, but occasionally inferior ones would show shocking improvements should the right bones or horns or claws be added to it when everything was being produced. He was sure that sooner or later he'd be able to find a perfect combination, something that would stand above all the others and elevate the sum of its parts, but there was still plenty more fiddling to do to get there. Luckily, it was fast work at this point for him. He made far more staves than anything else to keep Thera supplied, and as a 6th-level craftsman, he was already quick with his work, using his mana to make his materials bend to his will faster than they would otherwise. It helped that his way of producing them could yield multiple staves at the same time by stretching out the metal as he went, and by the time the day was over, Ben had 30 new staves ready for her to destroy. Eventually, Falk kicked him out for the day and Ben went back home to prep dinner for everyone, as well as work on his personal project. He was almost done with it and knew he'd be up all night if it meant having it finished even a bit faster, but he needed something to eat first. He pulled out some ingredients and started preparing them when Thera got home and looked over his shoulder. "Smells good. What's for dinner?" "Just a simple stew." Since we had leftover roast from yesterday, it shouldn't be too long to cook. Even with the benefits of his crafting to speed up the cooking process, he didn't want to spend too much time to get the meat tender, so taking advantage of some leftovers made for a good shortcut to having it done in an hour or so. "What's up with you? Do anything fun during the day?" Not really. Spent most of the day working on my earth magic and telekinesis. Speaking of, I'll need a new staff. Way ahead of you. Come to the shop tomorrow. I've got 30. You're the best. Yeah, just make sure you keep a record of what you're doing with each one so I can see what works and what doesn't. She made a face at the reminder but agreed. "I know I will, but is it really that helpful? I can only watch how you manage with them when we're out hunting. If I can't understand how they turn out, they'll never get any better. Weren't you going to try making a staff with my hair at some point?" She asked, running her fingers through the golden strands that had made their way past her shoulders. It had been months since he first thought of the idea in Analia, and he'd even increased his crafting by a few levels since then, but he still shook his head. "Unless you're looking for a buzz cut, you should grow it out a little more. I'm not sure if it will even work, but the more I have to use, the better the chances are." He did need to start trying to figure out just how he would go about it to give such a staff the best odds of success, but it was something he could work on in his free time, on top of his ever-growing list of projects and things to learn. They chatted some more while waiting for Sonia to get home and enjoyed their meal together. Once it was done, though, the two women went to enjoy some card games until bed, and Ben focused on his passion project. It hadn't been easy to talk Sonia into letting him do a major renovation of her home. He'd had to make a lot of promises about completion times and paying to have any damages to be repaired if anything went wrong, as well as getting Falk to come give it a look over when he was done. But in the end she agreed, and he was able to get to work on finally having a shower. There was a lot that had to go into it, and compensations he had to make for differences between what was available in his world to this one, to the point it felt like he was designing it from scratch despite the lesson he'd had. But after days of work, he was almost done. He'd spent a lot of long nights putting together the parts he'd be using, from making the tubing he'd need for water to travel through, to making a basic filtration system for both physical filtration utilizing rocks and charcoal, and enhancing it through enchantments of both death and light magic, the first to kill anything that might be living within the water, and the second to attach a variety of different purification spells to it, as a means to control other things like off odors, as well as ensure no death mana lingered within it. This all served as a way to ensure the water could be reused multiple times without having to worry about changing it out every day, though he still probably would about once a week just to be safe. The pipes that led to the showerhead were also enchanted with both water and fire magic, with water used to both move the water within and create pressure, and the fire magic to heat the pipes the water was traveling through, warming it up as it went. The tricky part was creating 2 taps to control the strength of each, but after a couple days of fiddling, he'd made it work. Finally came the big part, though, the one that actually made Sonia nervous about all he'd been doing, knocking down a wall. He needed all of this to be in a dedicated room to avoid causing water damage to the rest of the house, and while there was always the option of making it separate from it, he wanted to be able to walk in without having to worry about actually leaving the entire building. It all came down to having a more comfortable experience overall, even if it might seem like overkill. God, it's a thing of beauty. You wouldn't understand Myriad. Those of us who don't come from aquatic races need to bathe occasionally, and we can get pretty attached to how we do it. Yeah, enough patronizing. I'm testing it out, so don't watch me while I bathe. He'd been looking forward to this for a while, and dreams were about to come true. He'd even gone so far as to incorporate a very small rainbow mana crystal into its design, so there'd be no chance of it running out of power if it was left on too long. He couldn't leave it running forever, but a few hours of constant use wouldn't be a problem. He turned it on, getting the heat to match his preferences before getting in and fiddling with the pressure, letting the time flow by once everything was perfect. Oh yeah, I'm in heaven. It would be easy to dismiss this as an over-exaggeration, but when a person was used to bathing a certain way every day for years and suddenly has that taken from them, it could be hard to feel properly clean. For Ben, it felt like over a year's worth of grime had drained away all at once, and the familiar sensation of warm water pouring over him was divine. The time melted away, and he was happy to stay in there for as long as he could, just enjoying the feeling, but all too soon a knock came on the door, interrupting him from his peace. He heaved a sigh, knowing he needed to get out soon anyway, and wrapped a towel around his waist as he went to check what the knocking was about. He opened the door for Thera, who stood silent for a moment. her eyes being solid gold spheres. No pupils to show where her focus lingered. It would be hard for most to tell where she was looking, but Ben had gotten used to the subtle movements of her eyelids, and combined with a small golden flush across her face, he could tell she was a bit more aware of his lack of dress than he'd thought about. Maybe you should actually put something on before you open the door. Sorry, I didn't know if it was anything important, so I figured the towel was fine. What's up? We've just been hearing the sounds of water since the early morning, but nothing from you, so Auntie asked me to check that you're all right. Seeing as you're fine, I'll leave you to get dressed. She cast one more look at him before walking off, leaving him with a lingering feeling of embarrassment as she did. More days passed as Ben continued his work in the shop, making a variety of items, some to be sold in there, and others handed off to traveling merchants Falk knew as a way to empty out the storage room without cluttering the sales floor or workshop in the back. All the while he was trying to learn as much about the various skills he had access to enchant with as he could, from reading up as much as he was able in the few books on skills present in the Adventurers Guild archives, to having Myriad gather information for him that he could record later. He had a goal in mind after all, and he needed every bit of information he could get to achieve it. When he got home for the day, it was slightly later than usual, with both Thera and Sonia already there, dinner ready and waiting. They ate their meals as they always did before going to the living room and getting to work. He had prepared a variety of braces ahead of time, and he got Sonia to wear the first one as he carefully applied the resistance enchantment to it to cover up her charm, but it only up to a resistance of 12, so that there would still be plenty leaking off of her when they measured it. That brace would serve as the baseline while he experimented with the others. To each one after he attached a variety of skills and partial skill effects to try and enhance the charm suppression of the initial magic. He was doing this with Sonia instead of Thera for a few reasons, the biggest being time. While he would still take almost a full night to apply the enchantment Thera needed, with the amount his enchanting had improved, Sonia's could be completed in around 15 minutes, meaning he could easily complete them one after the other to measure and compare its effects. He spent hours making them all, Thera and Sonia playing board games in the background as he worked. But by the end he had a dozen different braces made, each with a different enchantment added to the original one to try and enhance it. All right, time to test it out, he muttered, getting Thera to throw on her cloak so her magic wouldn't interfere with the tests, and got Sonia to wear them all one at a time, with Ben setting up the passometer to measure any variance in the charm she released again and again, recording the results each time. Kind of crazy that it took 3 hours of setup to make all the enchantments, but I finished testing them all in 10 minutes. Myriad wasn't the only one to notice he'd had some success. The other two could see the smile stretched across his face that hadn't been there the first few times he'd attempted to improve the resistance enchantment with them. Don't leave us waiting. What are the results? Thera asked, excited to see some potentially good news considering how any success had the chance to help her live a more normal life. Taking the magic resistance effects of armor and shield enhancement brought the enchantment suppression effects up by 1, while defense enhancement's magic resistance managed it by 2. Though since that skill was at the first level while the other two were at the 0th, it might just be an effect of the greater skill level. Either way, I'm going to need to grab enchantments of all 3 at the highest level. I can get to see how that affects things. Other than that, it looks like tying in a 4th level purification spell from light magic had no effect on increasing the resistance. As disappointing as it is, I guess that was a pretty obvious result. Trying to purify mana of the affinity tied to it is probably one of the first things people test when trying to come up with a solution for all of this, but it's still good to have gotten it out of the way. There's still plenty of other skills I can try to experiment with after I learn a bit more about their properties, but at least this is some progress. Even this much meant he'd need to go the guild master Cecily to update the information in his patent, so all the other enchanters that worshipped Myriad could get the chance to learn about it, and hopefully make stronger resistance braces without having to level up their skills as much. But it still left him a ways off from his goal of completely managing Thera's charm, even if he was on the correct path. Given the power of her mana, there was a good chance that she wouldn't get more than a point or 2 of her charm suppressed, even if all 3 skills were put onto the enchantment, but that just meant she needed more and at a higher level. I wonder if Falk could find any enchanters with high levels in those 3 skills, he muttered as he rolled ideas around in his mind. It probably wouldn't be too expensive, and even if it is, it would be worth it for the research. He didn't want to just try and throw money around till a solution presented itself, but he needed to do something if he was going to get any results soon, especially since he was fast approaching a certain limitation that he couldn't get around. Since he had enchanting as a blessed skill, he was able to use 15% of his resistances per level instead of the normal 10, but that meant at his next level up, he'd finally be using the full potential of the resistances he had. Even if he leveled up more after that, he wouldn't be able to increase the strength of Thera's resistance band by changing it to have a greater level of resistance. If he couldn't find enough other ways to supplement it, any increase he could squeeze out would all come down to technique. While he might be able to make it past that in some ways if he were to awaken his skill, that was still going to be far off if ever, and he needed as many potential options as he could get to make it work. He continued to mutter about it, tossing different ideas around in his mind as Sonia placed a gentle hand on his arm. "Ben, it's okay," she told him soothingly. "Don't worry about spending your money on this, just tell me what you need and we'll get it." "Oh, it won't be me," she said with a small laugh. "My sister has more than enough reasons to be invested in the results of you researching this. Give me a list and I'll send it to her. Anything you discover could help my people as a whole, and Polinia won't spare any expense if it means helping her daughter." "That is an excellent point. Gotta take advantage of the absurdly wealthy in my life. I'll let her know, I'm sure she'll have them here in no time." "Great, in that case, I think that's all I need from you guys tonight. Thera, if you're cool with it, I'll update your enchantment tonight with what I have to see if it improves the overall effect for you." "So another night of you hovering over me while I sleep then," she joked. Even if she wasn't crazy about it, she'd also long grown used to it, and it especially helped that he'd gained hidden mind so his thoughts weren't too distracting. "I mean, if you prefer, we could do it during the day when I'm off instead of going out to hunt. As fun as the thought of doing nothing all day without being able to move is, tonight works fine. Give me a bit to change." The effects of altering the enchantment were minor, but that was to be expected. As a 5th level enchanter, he'd been able to get the effect of Thera's charm at a distance down to only needing a resistance of 19, while her effect on contact needed a resistance of 29. Both values were far too high for an average person to deal with, though it was still a significant improvement overall. After tying in the effects of the other skills, he'd only managed to bring both down to 18 and 28 respectively, meaning that what would act as an increase of 4 for others, she could only get 1 if that. It was entirely possible it was acting as a fraction of a percent that just happened to be enough to tip things over the edge, and he wouldn't know for sure until he got access to higher-leveled versions of the skills to attempt with. Worse, when he did the math, it didn't work out. Assuming that for every level those skills had they could compensate for an extra point of resistance, and Thera would need at best 4 levels to get a point off. That meant that even if he became a 9th-level enchanter with access to 9th-level skills, he would only be able to bring Thera's charm down to 6 for distance and 16 on contact. A remarkable improvement to be sure, but still far from safe considering how low people's magic resistances could be, not to mention the fact that if her charm magic ever leveled up again, it would only get worse. Aside from that, everything he'd just considered was built upon more assumptions than he cared to think about. There was no guarantee that each level of the enhancement skills would translate to an increase in resistance, and he needed to do more testing to be sure about how the skills affected the overall power of the brace. God, why can't things just be easy? Who knows if I'll find any other skills with properties that can help. The ideal would be able to make it so it could cover up to what she would hypothetically need at charm level 5, so that she could train it up to level 6 without worries and be able to suppress it herself. But I can't even cover it at level 1. Still, he'd suffered on it long enough. Falk knew he was planning on working on the braces through the night and wasn't expecting him until later, so with all of his testing done, he slunk to bed for a few hours of sleep. "Hey Myriad, perfect timing. I don't suppose you know any other skills that might help, would you? Something that has some sort of magic resistance or mental effect suppression tied to it." Not offhand, sorry. There's so many skills in the world, it can be hard to keep track. I think your current plan of getting some books on the topic is a good bet for the time being." His god seemed distracted, a fact he was quick to pick up on. "Something on your mind?" Myriad was silent for just a moment, seemingly thinking before giving an answer. "It looks like I'll need you to act as an apostle in an official capacity. Sashel's in prison." Wait, what? It had been a few months since his fellow believer went off with her party to try and complete the quest Myriad gave her. He hadn't heard anything from his god until then, but had been under the assumption that she'd had something in mind when she left, and was just trying to find a solution for it, not that she'd been jailed for some mysterious acts. What did she do? Well, it seems she'd spent the first few weeks trying to find a different option for fulfilling her quest at the pleas of her teammates, but failing that, she went to her home village to try and solve an issue they'd been having involving their sacred forest. I'm still not hearing why they're in prison. It seems that entry into the forest is restricted to the believers of the dryad goddess Jaggle, and since she converted to me. She broke the law, got it, still doesn't tell me what it has to do with me. I'd like to ask you to go to the village to try and resolve this in an official capacity as my apostle. You don't need to get her in the forest or anything, just convince them to let her go so she can find something else. Ben was hesitant. Ignoring her party, he liked Sashel well enough. He just genuinely didn't think he could do anything. I don't know, Myriad. This seems a bit above my pay grade. Isn't something like negotiating a prisoner release the sort of thing you want a professional to handle? You think I wouldn't get someone a bit better for it if I could? None of my believers are equipped for this sort of thing. I'm banking on the idea that they'll give you some leeway as an apostle. He let out a long, pained sigh. Can you at least make this a quest? Give a little payoff for what sounds like it might be a lot of work. I can't, his god told him regretfully. You have the quest options you have. I can't create them as willy-nilly as other more powerful gods. All right, just figured I'd check. Anyway, I'll do it. Just remember to cut me some slack in the future, okay? Of course, Myriad told him, relief leaking from him. Despite Ben being his apostle, he couldn't compel him to act. Most gods wouldn't need to worry about something like that. Their believers' faith would be all it would take to get them to move. But considering the fact that Ben's opinion of the gods was so indifferent, he'd been lucky to have a strong enough relationship that he was considered a friend. There was always the chance he'd be turned down. So how long of a trip am I looking at? Don't suppose it's just a town over and I can get away with getting it done overnight. You're looking at about 8 days of travel both ways, but if you can solve it all on day one, it will be fine. What are the chances of that? 16 days of travel, not including however long he'd spend trying to sort it all out. Was there a way he could build something that would act as a car in the future? He didn't care how hard it would be to construct if he could figure out some way to cut down on travel times. It was times like this he missed Earth a bit more than usual. Gate travel was only handy if you lived in a gate city. Being a 5 days carriage ride from the nearest one was a pain in the butt, and he'd give anything for a car or plane. Anyway, tell me how to get there, and I'll go as soon as I can. Falk was understanding enough. Even if he was going to take a few weeks off, it gave him time to focus on some of his own tasks he couldn't complete with Ben around, and to the residents of the world, it made sense for an apostle to fulfill the requests of their gods. What mattered was telling Thera. He wasn't sure how she'd react given that her relationship with them all was rocky, especially Sko, but hoped that things would be fine overall as he explained what had been asked of him. So anyway, that's what Myriad wanted me to do. I'll be gone for a few weeks to try and deal with all that nonsense unless you want to join me. There it was. It didn't matter if she said yes or not, he'd be fine on his own. All that mattered was putting the offer out. They were a team after all. They'd promised to work together to solve their problems. Even if she was sure to decline given the people involved, he wouldn't rush off without even asking, and while he was dealing with this, she could focus on improving her magic or reading some medical books to improve her knowledge skill. All right, when are we leaving? She asked, leaving him dumbfounded. Today if we can. I was going to book a carriage after I asked you, but are you sure? I know you aren't exactly a fan of them and we may be stuck together for a while. I think the entertainment of seeing them imprisoned for a bit will be worth it, so I'll start packing. Need me to get you started while you get the carriage sorted out? No, I should be good, he told her and walked off to get them a ride. Still, for her to come along for that of all reasons. What was that saying again? Hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn. He was able to get one without much issue, and they went on their way. Thera brought a few books to pass the time, while Ben spent the time working on his enchanting, doing his best to get as much practice as he could while only having the magic rings he'd taken to always wearing, as well as the skills that existed within him. Even if he didn't have all of his boxes of rings with him, he could use it as a chance to learn about enchanting with magic to an even deeper degree, although it would be more exhausting than compared to working with a skill not tied to his affinities. As nice as it would be if I could enchant with other people's affinities the way I can with their skills, that would be a bit too much to hope for considering all I already get out of Connect, though maybe if I ever awaken it. It was a fun thought, but he'd have to put in a lot of work for training the skill, especially since it was so hard to determine what jobs gave bonuses to a given skill unless it was obvious. Sure, Connect still had the bonuses associated with it from when he had worked on completing the priest path, and it was guaranteed minor ones now that he was an enchanter, but would it also be getting the main job bonus as well since the way he used the skill was so tightly linked to his enchanting? And for that matter, what about his crafting job bonuses? He was fairly certain that enchanting received them since it was counted as a crafting skill, but what about Connect? Even though he used it so closely with enchanting now, he hadn't started to treat it that way until the end of his craftsman job. Would that have any effect, and were the skills that qualified for a bonus dependent entirely on how he used them? He'd tried asking Myriad once, but was essentially told it would vary by the jobs and skills involved. The only way to be sure was to check both with an awaken analysis type skill, an extreme rarity for someone to possess. He could try to look for someone who had one by throwing some money around. It would probably be better than just blindly hoping that his skills would work out the way he wanted, but it would likely cost him a small fortune as well. How much would I be willing to pay to improve my skills? I suppose that as I improve, I could potentially make better and better tools and weapons to sell that could replace any losses, but I'll hold off for now. Besides, if it were really expensive, I could always let Pelinia know I'll be back in Analia for a bit to make some braces. With how much my enchanting and connect has improved, that would be easy money. By now, the majority of Myriad's believers had the skill. So long as they were practicing hard, then in a few short months he'd have a nice passive income as well. Thinking about all that, he would have to spring for a faster carriage on the way back. No point spending extra days on the road when his time was valuable. Of course, since he had the time, he could also start fiddling with ideas on alternative means of transport for the future. Hey Myriad, you around? Just wanted to spitball. What do you think of the idea of making a small but light carriage with a sail attached to it and enchanted with an air magic spell to push it along? I wouldn't need to worry about hiring a cart each time I needed to go anywhere this way. True, maybe I could build some bikes. They're definitely faster than a typical carriage, but the wheels might be an issue. I don't think they'd work as well if I used wooden or metal ones like a carriage, but I haven't seen anything like rubber around. Maybe I could make a substitute out of leather or some other material. It might take some experimenting. Wait, hold on a minute. Are you seriously telling me that bikes haven't been invented here? He asked his god, his interest fully piqued. The gears turned in Ben's mind as he gave that some thought. Despite how common they were, he was fairly sure bikes had only been invented a couple hundred years before he was born, making them reasonably modern compared to how simple they seemed. He was certain he would be able to create one without much problem. It just created a single question in him. Myriad, I seriously need to know how this world's copyright law would deal with the fact that I'd be introducing an invention from my world to this one. Would I own the patent as the person bringing it to this world, or would it be considered public domain since I'm not actually the inventor? He expected it to be the sort of question that Myriad would need to search a bit for an answer, but surprisingly he could tell him immediately. So you're saying as long as I can make one I have 20 years of riches ahead of me. If that happens then oh well, I just wanted something that could make travel a bit nicer. If I can make some money off of it, then that's just a bonus. Days of travel passed, but they'd finally made it to their destination. After making it through the gate, the cost for the next carriage to their destination of Ciro Village was significantly more expensive. Unlike their initial ride from Stonewall, which would stop at other villages along the way so they could expect a constant stream of passengers and end with a more reasonable price overall, the one to Ciro had none of that. Apparently, the small village was in the opposite direction of the gate they'd come out of from the next major city, and with only a few small towns in the area the cost went up, and departure times were significantly more restricted. All of this led to the place Ben saw in front of him, a rundown village filled with old, dilapidated houses, and the sort of atmosphere that made him want to immediately turn back. From what he could see, there couldn't have been more than 100 people living there, and even that felt like a bit too much. Even if it would take a few days, he would have thought that more people would move to the thriving city just a little while away, or at least one of the towns in its vicinity. But then again, plenty of people found themselves attached to their homes. Who was he to judge? Rather than dwell on it, he wanted to do what he'd come here for, freeing Satchel and getting home. With that goal in mind, they walked past the houses and fields, looking for a building around that might have someone with a position of authority in it they could talk to when Ben started to notice something strange. Hey Thera, you notice anything odd about the people here? You mean like how nobody will catch our eye? No, I mean sure that's odd too, but I feel like we've only seen women out. Young and old, all at varying levels of health, but there wasn't a single male to be seen unless, of course, their race just didn't have much differences between genders. Everyone was basically a standard hominid type. The main difference from himself was their dark green flesh with leaves and flowers growing out with their hair, and they were all distinctly feminine in appearance. He couldn't be sure that wasn't simply how both genders looked, but still, it felt odd. I'm not certain, but I've heard before that dryads are an entirely female race. Wait, really? How does that work? Ben, you can't just ask things like that, she said quietly, hoping none of the villagers around heard him. Some races aren't super open about those sorts of things. Does that mean you don't know? Oog, no, I have a bit of an idea. Supposedly they're able to reproduce with different trees, with the children taking on some of the traits depending on the species. Wait, that just raises some more questions. Like, if they normally reproduce with trees, then how could a mixed breed like Satchel exist? One of the aspects of the system the gods placed on all of the races that came to the world was to help facilitate reproduction between races. It's kind of why I'm able to exist. Yeah, I get that, but pollination is different from the more fleshy stuff most races do, and given how they're built it looks like dryads were probably able to manage that before they came to the world. So why is trees the norm for their species instead of just having two genders? Ben, I'm begging you to leave it at that before anyone hears and we're kicked out of town. His curiosity still nagged at him, but he resolved to question Satchel on it later. He had other things to deal with for the meantime. All right, I'll be good. Since I'm not seeing anything that stands out here building-wise, I'm going to ask for directions. Give me a minute. He spotted a dryad walking by and tried to wave them down, putting on his best smile and cheeriest attitude as if he were trying to make a sale in the shop only to be quickly ignored. Okay, maybe that one was a little shy. Not letting it get to him, he tried again, this time a bit more forcefully. "Excuse me," he said, quickly rushing up to the next person he saw and trying to keep the same friendly attitude. "I was sent to talk to the leader of the village. I was hoping you might direct me." This time went marginally better, at least in the sense that the woman he walked up to made eye contact before turning around and walking the opposite direction. Okay, maybe the issue is me. If they aren't used to guys, then it's time to tap out. All right, Thera, your turn to make an attempt. She seemed put off but gave it a try, walking up to the nearest person and asking them, "Excuse me, could you tell me?" Only for them to walk away before she could get another word out. Ben could only groan. He didn't think things would be such a pain just upon arrival. All he wanted was some directions. Was that too much to ask? "Hey Myriad, you around? I could use some help. I can't even get anyone to tell me where to find the person in charge. Think you could direct me?" His god agreed, all the while muttering about what a bad sign it was for them to be having issues as soon as they arrived. But soon enough they were led to a house that looked like any other. It looked old and broken down, with a fence around it in a serious state of disrepair, yet at the same time a lush vegetable garden all around it. As a race that naturally possessed plant magic, it seemed they had no issue keeping themselves fed, but managing everything else was a whole other story. He tried to ignore it though, that wasn't what he was there for, so he went up and knocked on the door, waiting for an answer that didn't come. Myriad, is anyone home?" "Of course I am," he sighed, bringing Thera up to speed and making a choice as to what to do next. He was here to negotiate for Sashal and basically act as a diplomat. He couldn't just be chaotic or annoying to try and force her out to talk, so what did that leave if she wouldn't answer the door? I guess I'll try patience for now. He thought to himself, taking a seat and leaning against the house. "Ben, what are you doing?" "Waiting. I won't be rude and annoying until I get an answer. I'm just going to sit here and knock occasionally until someone comes out. I'm just saying if they don't want to talk we could just go home. I'm sure Sashal and the rest will manage." Ben gave her a look and Thera waved it off. Yeah, I know. At least I have some books to pass the time," she said before sitting down beside him. He was about to give the door a knock for the fourth time in as many hours when it finally opened. He looked up and put on his best smile, only to see an elderly dryad glaring down at him. "In the name of all that's good, what do you want?" she asked in a huff, clearly annoyed they hadn't given up and left for somewhere else after waiting so long. Ben though wouldn't let that get to him. He'd been too patient to allow the fact that they'd been forced to wait for so long get to him. "Hello there," he started, voice filled with a level of cheer he just didn't feel. "I was told you're in charge of the village. Might I bother you for a bit of your time? If I say no, will you leave?" "No, but I'll stop knocking and just get ready to make camp out here. Maybe I'll be lucky and you'll be in the mood to chat tomorrow." To emphasize the point, he reached into his spatial bag and started pulling out a tent before her eyes, getting ready to set it up. She groaned, muttering something about damnable outsiders before giving in and talking. "Fine, what do you want, and make it fast before I just kick you out myself. It's nothing crazy. I've heard that an acquaintance of mine, Sashal, had been imprisoned for going into your sacred forest. I'm just here to see if I can negotiate her release." "And how exactly did you manage to hear about this?" she asked, her tone changing from annoyed to angry for reasons Ben couldn't understand. From here, Ben wasn't sure if telling the truth was the right choice to make. Should he be honest that he was the apostle of her god and heard it from Myriad? Given the fact that he convinced her to convert, which contributed to getting her imprisoned to begin with, there was a decent chance that wouldn't go over exceptionally well. On the other hand, maybe it would lend him a level of authority he could take advantage of to help their discussions. It was hard to say. For the time being, he decided to not commit to either action, just leaving the door open to the reveal should it become necessary. "I heard it from my god. Since we were already acquainted and there weren't many others he could ask, the request was made to me." Her eyes widened and she seemed taken aback at first, before hiding some of her emotions. "HMPH, if that's the case, I guess I can see why you've been so determined, but they'll be serving their sentence for trespassing unless you intend to pay their fine." "Wait, what? Just a fine? How much is it? For that matter, how long would they be imprisoned for if I don't pay?" "It's 2 months imprisonment for entering the forest. As for the fine..." She pulled out her card and added the amount into it, leaving it out to read, and for him to tap should he choose to. "What? That's like a year of living expenses. Couldn't I just let them wait it out instead? There should only be about a month and a half left, right?" Myriad asked desperately in his mind, causing Ben to deflate. "Of course you don't want me to take the easy and cheap route out. Sashal's already pretty deeply devoted, it's fine," he thought while sighing. "Any chance I could see them before deciding?" With a nod and a wave of her hand, the elderly dryad brought her out around to the back of the house. Neither he nor Thera knew what to expect, but it seemed like just an empty lot. He was actually surprised there wasn't just another garden like had been out front, but found the answer before he knew it as the village head reached down and revealed a thick wooden hatch, previously hidden by grass and moss growing over top of it. She pulled out an old key, sinking it into a hole in the door before pulling the entire thing up, revealing stairs leading into the earth. Thera and Ben looked at each other, trying to silently communicate whether or not they should walk down into the earth, but the village elder went down, and without much other choice they both followed. It didn't go down far, and there was a source of light, although faint, and despite the seriousness of the situation and just how uncomfortable it seemed. The moment they reached the bottom and saw Sashel, Sko, and Raelia, Thera burst into laughter. The village head gave her a surprised look, but Ben ignored it. He kind of understood where she was coming from. While Sashel and Raelia had just been sitting down on the dirt floor, looking kind of sad until they'd noticed who'd come, Sko had been bound to the wall by thick and powerful plant roots. His legs, torso, and each of his 4 powerful arms was secured to keeping him from moving. Okay, getting to enjoy this made the 4 hours of waiting worth it, Thera said, causing the elderly dryad to drop just enough of her negative attitude to cast Ben a questioning look. Thera has a bit of a complicated history with them, he told her with a shrug as Sashel spoke up. Ben, what are you doing here? A bit of light had returned to her eyes as she saw them, and her voice was tinged with hope. Myriad asked me to come help you out, so I made my way here, but seeing as how you could have been freed after a couple months or just paid a fine if you wanted out, it seems like it was a waste of my time. Why exactly didn't you just pay? He asked, wanting to get to the heart of the matter before deciding what to do. Unfortunately, it seemed the reason was entirely practical. Do you really think we all have that much money? She asked, which was a fair point when he thought about it. Just because he'd managed to gain an unreasonable level of wealth in a short time didn't mean everyone would have that much saved up. And as for being stuck here, do you think you'd be able to deal with being stuck in a dark pit for 2 months? We'd really appreciate the help. She looked at him with pleading eyes, and Ben sighed. A part of him thought this whole thing might be partially his fault for converting her, but a greater part was saying she should have known better to go into an area she wasn't allowed. Even if he was the apostle of her god, he wasn't her keeper. Still, Myriad sent him to help, so as long as they were agreeable, he would. Okay. If you guys agree to pay me back over the course of the next 2 years, I'll pay to get you guys out. Does that sound reasonable? Sashel and Raelia quickly agreed, while Sko seemed like he was trying to, but couldn't from how tight the roots binding him were. Actually, isn't that kind of dangerous? I may not know what sort of vitality he has, but breathing is kind of important. He cast a quick concerned look to the man, but he wasn't dead, so he figured it was fine and turned to the village head. Okay, I'll pay. Let's get this over with. She looked shocked he actually agreed to spend so much, but pulled out her card and tapped it against his, receiving the funds he'd transferred over, while Ben couldn't help but feel he'd been a little scammed with the cost. With that done, she walked over to Sko, placing a hand on the roots that bound him, and after a few minutes, they were loose enough that he could walk out. Once that was done, they all quickly left the dark, damp hole in the ground, and Ben let himself be thrilled to have finished up everything so easily. They would need to find somewhere to sleep for the night, but he'd done what Myriad wanted and they could get home, while Sashel and her friends focused on finding some other way to complete her trial. At least that was what he'd hoped. All right, you're all free to go, so be on your way and don't come back. The elderly dryad spoke, and Ben was more than happy to agree. Don't have to tell us twice. Come on, guys, let's. Grandmother, please, I just want to help, Sashel told the woman desperately while cutting him off. Wait, grandmother. Myriad, what the hell have you dragged me into? Ignored by his god, he instead got front row seats to the fight breaking out in front of him. The moment you abandoned our god, you lost your place in the village. Outsiders aren't allowed in our forest, so either rejoin the faith or leave. Nobody here has any fighting skills. If you don't let us in, then what will you do? Sashel asked desperately, as if begging the woman to let her help, but was only met with scorn. We'll manage alone, as we always do. If you're so determined to cling to whatever god convinced you to turn traitor, then we don't need you. We're all a part of the same world. We need to be able to ask for help if we need it. Because that's worked so fucking well in the past, hasn't it? The elderly woman screamed back, before regaining some control of herself. Dryads depend on dryads, and you're already barely that. As far as I'm concerned, our relationship was severed the moment you abandoned Jaggle. There was so much venom in the old woman's voice it was enough to stun everyone. That is, everyone but Ben, who stepped between the two and had gone deathly quiet, trying to contain his rage. Apologize. What? You went too far. Apologize for saying that. He wasn't planning on backing down, but neither was she, and instead waved him off dismissively. I don't expect outsiders to understand. You got what you came here for, so get lost. I have a village to look after. He held his tongue for a moment, just long enough to think through what to say next without just swearing at the woman for a while. As good as that would feel, it wouldn't be constructive. We're just not allowed in your stupid forest, right? There's no rule against us staying here. Are you really going to stay just to be a pain in the ass? No, he told her with a shake of his head. Sashel will solve whatever stupid problem your forest is having without ever setting foot in it, and then after you'll apologize to her and invite her back with open arms. The old woman let out an angry chuckle, more than ready to kick them all out should a chance come along. Fine, but the moment any of you walk into the forest, you're getting locked up and I'm sending off for some Templars to deal with you. Excellent. As the apostle of Myriad, I fully intend to hold you to that. With that, he turned around and marched off, not waiting to see the old woman's reaction as he started talking to the air. Hey Myriad, give me the quest for earning a large amount of faith from non-believers. I'm going to make these jerks love you. They walked on in silence for a while, the three they'd come to save not knowing what to make of Ben's declaration, and Thera wanting to give him a few moments to calm down. Still, it didn't take long until they were well away from Sashel's grandmother's home when he turned around to speak to them. All right, first off, Thera, sorry, but it looks like I might be here for a while. If you need to head off, I understand. Don't worry, I'll help you out, she said while placing special emphasis on the fact it was Ben she was doing this for, not the others. Sashel seemed troubled by everything that just happened, and Sko was still dealing with the after effects of being secured to a wall for what seemed like the 2 weeks since they'd been imprisoned, so Raelia was the one to give an explanation. A group of frost bats has taken up residence in the forest the Dryads cultivate and are slowly killing it. We wanted to eradicate them to complete Sashel's quest, but if we can't go in, there's nothing we can do. She's right, Sashel said sadly upon finding her voice. We should just leave, they don't want our help. Ben grabbed the girl's shoulders and forced her to look him in the eyes. Sashel, I was told this is your village. You must have known the rules about the forest before you went in, but you did anyway because you wanted to help. Are you ready to give up now? There's nothing I can do. They'll take it a lot more seriously if we break the rules a second time. They were led through the village until Sashel found the place she was looking for, bringing them to another of the rundown houses and knocking on the door. A small girl answered and looked the group up and down. Ben couldn't imagine what a young child like that saw, considering how scruffy Sashel's team was after a few weeks in an underground prison, not to mention how mysterious Thera might come across being fully cloaked, but with an indifferent attitude she just turned her head and yelled out, "Mom, SACHEL's here with some WRDOS." With that, the young girl ran off, and her mother, looking to be in her late 20s or early 30s, though it was hard to be sure from the difference in species, came to the door. She looked at Sashel, ignoring the rest of them as she sighed and brought her into a hug. You know, you really should have stopped by to say hi before getting yourself in trouble. Haha, yeah, sorry Fontesh, we were looking for somewhere to talk and figure some stuff out. Mind if we come in? At that, she finally gave the rest of them a look over before turning around and walking back into her home, letting the rest of them follow her. Taking them to a kitchen, she was quickly given an explanation of what happened and the fact that they were looking for somewhere to stay. Fine. I've got a spare room, a basement, and a shed out back. You can all split them however you'd like while you're here. Me and Thera will take the room, Ben told them, not leaving room for any arguments. They hadn't packed to be there for a long time, and while it might not have been extremely necessary from how thick each wall was, it meant he'd need to place the enchantment he'd previously tested at Sonya's on the room to be on the safe side, and it would be significantly easier to do there than the basement since he assumed it would be the smaller of the two options. Presumably, a shed would be easier still, but that wasn't happening. All right then, me and Raelia can take the basement, Sashel said agreeably. She wasn't about to argue when Ben had come all the way out to help her and was going to assist with her quest as well. That just left the last of them. Yeah, do you at least have any spare blankets I can use? Sko asked as he saw how things were turning out, to which Fontesh promised to see what she could find. While that was going on, Ben had a quick but important conversation in his head. Hey Myriad, how much assistance can I give Sashel for it to still count as her completing the quest? So if I give her a plan to work through, as long as she's the one to complete it, then it's fine. I'll train my hidden mind a bit later. How does other people helping her affect things? And if I give her a plan of attack, can I do any more to make things work out? Sounds good. All right, everyone, now that that's settled, I'll need you all to listen to how we're doing this, and I won't accept arguments. If there's anything that won't work because it will cause trouble with the village, speak up, but that's it. First things first, sorry Thera, but can I ask you to work with this lot to try to deal with this? I already said I'd help you, so don't worry about it. You're the best. In that case, I want to know some details about the woods, namely how big is it and how often do people go in it? Fontesh was the one to answer that. Currently, it's just a small grove, a bit more than 2 acres that's mixed into the rest of the forest. Expansion of it has stopped for now since a few villagers have been attacked, and nobody is to go near it till the problem has been resolved for everyone's safety. Wait, so this sacred forest is just a group of trees mixed into a larger, less sacred forest. It's made up of trees from our homeworld, the Dryad explained. We can't reproduce with other trees, so if anything happened to them, we'd have to break up the village and join other Dryad communities, not to mention the loss it would be to our species as a whole. There's already so few of us, not to mention how little plant diversity we possess. All right, so there's a genuine reason you all take such good care of them, noted. Either way, we won't do anything that might cause them harm, so you don't need to worry about that. It's actually super simple. Me and Thera do it to hunt all the time. We'll just use her magic to draw out everything in the forest and attack it. Well, I say we, but I have other things to do. Also, I don't know how you all usually do things, but since this is Sashel's quest, she's in charge. If I find out she couldn't complete it because someone else decided to take on the leadership, I'm raining down hell. When he said that, the mood of the room became significantly more tense, and he could see nervous looks forming on everyone's faces. Well, everyone but Thera, whose face was covered like always but seemed to be getting a fair amount of amusement from the discomfort of the others. Man, am I really that intimidating? Wait, does that mean that gods will curse people or something if their apostle asks? What sort of chaos can you spread if I ever need you to? Well, if they feel threatened and it keeps them in line, then I have one less thing to worry about. Relax, I'm far too charming for that. I just won't correct them about whatever they're currently thinking. There were still a few hours of sunlight left in the day, so Ben instructed Sashel and her party to collect a variety of large stones for him, not for her quest, but as a way of completing his own while he focused on preparing the room they would be staying in. It was significantly smaller than the living room he'd first tried this enchantment on, to the point it felt more like a storage room that just happened to have a bed, but that meant he'd be able to get it done in a couple hours, while Thera focused on moving the items in it around to not disrupt his workflow. Once that was complete, they had to focus on the next problem, powering it. In the future, he resolved himself to get a small piece of rainbow mana stone and carry it in his spatial bag with the first aid kit, just in case he'd ever need it like he did now, but until then he'd have to take a different approach with the only thing he had available to him, the first church of Myriad itself, his coat. When he'd first made it all those months ago, he'd gone far heavier on the mithril than he'd needed to just for powering the temperature control enchantments that were on it, which had always been a small regret of his. It was wasteful, and he could have put it to better use, especially considering how annoying it was to repair it each time something damaged it while attacking him. But for now at least, he would be able to take advantage of that previous mistake. The metal was able to absorb any surrounding mana to directly power the enchantments placed on it. It couldn't hold onto the mana to the same extent a crystal could, but it also didn't need to be prepared in any specific way to extract mana from it either. As long as he connected it to the enchantment he'd made on the room, he'd be able to power it at least a little, giving Thera some time she could remove her cloak without having to worry about others. The enchantment would be weaker overall, but not enough to be an issue, so that was a smaller concern. The fact that this enchantment worked at all was something he felt pretty proud for figuring out, though it did have its drawbacks. It didn't decrease the charm on contact at all, and it only reduced the charm at a distance depending on how much mana was put into the enchantment itself, but it was progress in his goal of understanding how to suppress passive magics. All done. Thera asked as he put on the finishing touches. Yep, now for everything else to worry about. Having said that, the two of them had very different immediate worries in their heads. Yeah, so are we splitting the bed? She asked, voicing her personal concern. They'd camped out enough during their hunts together that spending a night together wasn't an issue, but they'd always split the time into different watches. There was no need to do that now, and while Ben had seen her sleep multiple times, that had always been while he was focused on changing the enchantment on her brace. This was a bit more close quarters than that, with the options being a bed barely large enough for two people, or one of them sleeping on the rough wooden floor. Ben, having given no thought to the matter when he requested the room, left it up to Thera. Doesn't matter to me. If you're more comfortable with it, I'll sleep on the ground. Oog, I won't make you do that, she said after a moment's thought. It's not like you'll try anything anyway. I'm the picture of manners. Anyway, I don't think I'll be sleeping tonight either way, so worry about that tomorrow. I decided I'm going to make this town love Myriad, and by God, I'm going to make that happen. She was going to ask just what he was planning when a knock came on the door, which he quickly got up to answer. We've got all your rocks, Relia said, handing one over while leaving the rest in the hallway. There's even more outside if you need it, but hopefully this is enough. That's right, I'd just recommend you don't go to the woods in the north at all so you avoid making any mistakes. Anything you cut down to the east should be fine. He wished them all a good night before getting to work. He would be needing some tools to use, but didn't bring anything from the shop since he hadn't expected to need it, meaning he'd have to get creative. Taking advantage of the destructive properties of enchantment, he worked the rocks down the same way he would to make his statues, slowly creating everything he would need for when he'd begin working to win the townsfolk's hearts and minds. A hammer, a chisel, a file, and a saw. All were necessary for the plans in his head, and he could always make more if need be. The biggest issue was that he didn't think they would hold up as well as their metal counterparts, but he could work around that, making use of his earth magic ring, as well as the enchanting spells, harden and strengthen. He enhanced the items to the best of his abilities, sure in himself they wouldn't break from regular use once he was done. He still had some time left before his next task, so he got to work shaping the rest of the stone the others had already brought up for him, alternating between spinning tops and small, sturdy statues of animals from Earth, and some he'd seen from this world that he attached wheels to so they could be rolled around. Without the sort of entertainment he'd had available in his homeworld, he was hopeful that these would prove enjoyable for the few kids in the village. He noticed Thera had fallen asleep by the time he was done and quietly cleaned up a bit before slinking out of the house, trying not to disturb anyone as he went around back and started banging on the door of the shed. It took a few minutes, but Sko finally came out. "Oh good, you're awake," Ben said cheerfully, as if he weren't the reason for that. "I needed someone to carry things for me, so come on." Instead of answering, Sko just looked up at the moon for a few moments. "You know, I couldn't have been asleep for more than a few hours, and you can sleep more when we're done. Now chop chop, we're burning moonlight. The faster you help me, the faster we all get to leave this village." He looked like he wanted to argue at first, but the prospect of getting to leave sooner seemed to appeal to him, and he obediently followed Ben out as he left the property and began walking towards the eastern woods. Seeing the other man following him, Ben was more than content to go on in silence as they made their way, but Sko had other ideas. "So, wouldn't it have been fine to just get Thera to help you?" He cast a quick look back at the four-armed man, wondering if this was going anywhere as he answered. "Thera takes mage jobs. She doesn't have any strength bonuses. Since you presumably have at least one or two warrior-type jobs under your belt, given the swords and shields, I'm assuming you must be fairly strong at least." "I am, but I figured you'd rather have someone else around. I don't exactly get the impression you're my biggest fan." "Ah, so that's what this is about. I'd actually consider myself mostly neutral to you. I don't like you because Thera doesn't like you, and as far as I can see she's justified in that, but it won't keep me from taking advantage of you as a resource if you're around. I've seen adventurers die before," the man said, anger coming to his voice. "It's something I'd rather not repeat. Am I supposed to do nothing when I see someone driving someone else insane?" "If by seeing someone drive someone else insane you mean seeing someone harass a new guild member despite being warned of the potential consequences, only to suffer from their own poor choices, then no, I don't expect you to do nothing. I would expect you to think a bit harder about the side you're taking." "Okay, maybe I'm a little less neutral to the man than I thought." Just thinking about it was pissing him off, but he did his best to suppress it. No need to get in a fight when he still needed to use the guy. It seemed like Sko wanted to say more, but Ben didn't care enough to push him and was content to carry on in silence until they made it to the forest's edge, where he quickly found a suitable branch to act as a handle for the axe head and wedged it in before handing it over. He looked around and found 6 good trees to use for the meantime, pointing them out to be chopped down and having the branches cut off before moving on to the next one. Once the first one was complete, Ben got to work. He wanted to have the logs ready to use as quickly as possible, which meant drying it out, and since he didn't have months to wait to get that done, he'd have to craft an enchantment to speed it up. The fire enchantment he'd put on it was the core of it, heating up the wood enough that any water within would begin evaporating out, while the water enchantment tied to it was to speed up the rate of water loss and wind to gently move the air around the log itself to keep the humidity low. He was feeling pretty pleased with how it had turned out, and by the time the 3 more logs were prepared for him, he was done with the first one. "Hey, when you're done with that, I'll need you to start running your mana through that log for me to power my enchantment." Alright, but I don't have a huge mana pool." "Oh, how much do you have?" He was a little worried. It made sense that a warrior may not need a lot when they'd be focused on using weapons, but he should have known better. "Only low 200s, so I can't be too intense with it." "What? You'll be fine, just regulate your output," he ordered before muttering under his breath. "Only low 200s, he says, as if that isn't already above what the average non-mage has. I'd kill to say I only have low 200s. Feeling he touched a nerve, Sko went back to getting the next trees cut, while Ben focused on constructing his enchantments, and like that the night passed for the men. Thera woke up alone, not surprised to see that Ben must have gone the entire night without rest working on whatever plan he had to complete his current quest, and followed her bind skill to find him. It was early in the morning still, which meant he was in the first place she'd look, even without it. He was in the kitchen cooking breakfast, and for whatever reason, the small dryad child was sitting on his shoulders and hounding him with questions. "What's that?" "Pancakes. It's a breakfast from my homeland." "Why aren't we having fraddles?" "Well, I've never had a fraddle, but I'll see if your mom will teach me later so I can make them tomorrow if you want." "Yes, please, they're the best." Alright, you got it, kiddo." "Hey, Mr. Apostle, yeah, why do you look so weird? I promise I look very normal for my species. But you're not green and you don't have boobs." What? Not everyone has boobs, you know, or is green for that matter." "Why not? Let's see, I'm going to leave that as something you should ask your mom, okay?" "Okay, cute." Thera wasn't used to being around small children, but it was adorable seeing the young girl so full of questions and energy, and there was a certain charm to how patiently Ben was talking to her as he worked, despite his hair being pulled and his chest kicked as she swung her legs. She watched their exchange for a little while longer until Fontesh came into the kitchen. Delaire, if you're going to make him carry you, then at the very least don't kick him while he's doing it. Sorry, Mom. Why doesn't he have boobs? Ooh, I'll tell you a bit after breakfast, okay, hun? Okay, don't worry about it. Food will be ready soon if you want to wake the others. Oh, but Sko's only been asleep for 2 hours, so maybe leave him to rest. Fontesh agreed and went down to the basement while Delaire continued to play with his hair while Thera walked up beside him. You're good with kids. It was only a couple years ago my brother was her age. I'm used to it. She saw the look in his eyes and cursed herself for asking. It should have been obvious given what she knew about him, but even if he'd answered, Ben always got a little bit sad when he'd think of his family. She could see it in his eyes before he'd try to push it away, and she was never good at knowing what to say when it happened. Thankfully, Delaire changed the topic, but the new one wasn't much better. Why are you dressed like that? She was asked in a voice filled with childlike innocence and left having no idea how to answer the question. The honest explanation was a bit complicated to tell a child, but it also wasn't something she should brush off or lie about. Luckily, after a moment of silence where she struggled to figure out what to say, Ben saw what was going on and gave one himself. You see, Thera's a super pretty girl under there, so she has to hide away or else everyone would fall in love with her. Isn't that good, though? It might seem like it would be, but she wants to be appreciated for her personality instead, so she has to hide away her looks. The young girl was now staring at her, wide-eyed and full of wonder. Can I see? Maybe later, she said, awkwardly deferring it. Yeah, I'll make you a magic necklace so it won't cause any issue. You'll just have to wait a bit, okay? Okay. The girl seemed satisfied for the meantime and went back to kicking Ben's chest, already forgetting what her mom had told her as Thera quietly whispered to Ben so she wouldn't hear. Was that the best you could come up with? It's basically the truth, I just phrased it so she'd understand. Well, I guess it got the idea across still. How am I so bad with children? Ben made it look so easy. So like I said before, I won't be able to give you guys much help from here. I need to find materials to make resistance amulets for everyone and other than that I need to figure out some work around the town. Speaking of Fontesh, I couldn't help but notice the enchantment on your cold box isn't the greatest. If you're willing, I could redo it so the mana cost is lower, or remake it to take just as much, but have a time aspect added to slightly slow the span of time within it. Don't worry about it, I can look over your other enchanted items as well to see if I could make any improvements if you'd like. Also, I couldn't help but notice the fence around your home, and the house itself is broken down in some places. Please allow me to fix it for you. I couldn't possibly put an apostle to work like that, she said in a hurry. Improving the cold box is already more than enough for giving you a room for a while. Please don't worry about that, he told her as Thera watched him throw on a smile and growing wise to what he was doing. I'm both a craftsman and an enchanter by trade, and as an apostle it's my duty to help people. Since I'll be here for as long as it takes Sashel to complete her quest, but can't do more for her than I already have, I might as well do what I can for the village. Speaking of, I think I should be able to finish anything the house needs today. Please let the others in the village know my offer. I get the impression they aren't used to outsiders, but I'd like to do what I can. Fontesh looked touched and Sashel's eyes were sparkling seeing the apostle of the god she worshipped wanting to help her village so badly. Even Raelia seemed impressed, but Thera could immediately tell what the point of all of this was. So that's why he's being so open about being an apostle. He doesn't want all these good deeds to be attributed to Ben, but to the apostle of Myriad. She didn't doubt he was fine with doing all of this to help the village, though he was probably putting a bit more effort in than he otherwise would since he was specifically trying to make his god look good. Still, it was probably a good idea to try and get the village to warm up to them a bit regardless, even if he was being over the top about it. In the face of that offer, though Fontesh couldn't help but agree. They were all aware of the state of the village, and having a competent craftsman to try and fix it up would be a blessing. All that was left was whatever she would do, an issue that was quickly resolved by Sashel. I was thinking I could show you where we'll have to be hunting if that's all right with you, she asked. The half-dryad was trying to be polite, knowing full well that while she had never acted as blatantly antagonistic as Sko, they weren't exactly on the best footing either, but she agreed easily enough. After all, she'd already told Ben she'd work with them. There was no reason to back out now just because she didn't like them. So this is the edge of the forest, Sashel said after their hike to it. The trees she was pointing to were a far more vibrant shade of green, though there were trees from the surrounding woods mixed in as well. Damaging them is a far greater offense than just entering the woods for outsiders, so we won't be able to use your magic at all, but if you can draw the frost bats out, then we can handle the rest. Since I've last worked with you, I've gained the 0th level in both dark and life magic, as well as telekinesis if that helps with your planning, though the last one isn't much use in battle. Since she was going to be working with them for at least a few days, she knew that sharing the improvements to her magic skills was for the best, even if it felt a bit too open. Sashel seemed surprised by her situation to have changed so much in the past year when she could only use earth magic at a low level, and Raelia looked at her with approval. What led you to learning so many branches of magic? The Naga woman asked curiously. You seemed pretty obsessed with your earth magic before. That hasn't changed. I was told that people in my situation where the difference between their power and control is so great can increase their control by getting a broader range of magics, with each one increasing the wielder's overall abilities as well. I've been seeing decent results from it, but my affinities won't let me learn anymore, and I was only able to get the one non-affinited one by luck, so for now I just need to work on improving them, specifically improving life magic and telekinesis. She would use her dark magic when she needed to, but given how many she now had access to there was no need to push it while Ben was making progress improving her resistance brace. Oh cool, and that gives us a few more options for dealing with them once they leave the woods, so that's great, Sashel said enthusiastically. For now let's just survey the area around the woods to figure out the best way to go at it and regroup at Fotish's after. With Sashel taking the lead, they walked around the area, trying to judge the best place to stage their attack, while at the same time noticing a few other dryads watching them from a distance. It was obvious they were there to keep an eye on them to make sure they didn't break the rules, but if they were going to insist on staying in the area, then Thera was going to have to make a note to herself to ask Ben to prepare even more resistance amulets. She couldn't very well avoid going into the forest only to break the law by attacking the minds of bystanders, even if it was unintentional. Sashel noticed them off in the distance as well, and her mood noticeably fell. It wasn't hard to see why. This was her home village, presumably where she'd grown up, and now because she'd changed her faith, she was an outsider. It was already up in the air how she'd been treated here, given that it looked like she was the only half-breed in the village, but the fact that she'd come back to try and help for her quest indicated that it couldn't have been bad, despite the way she and Ben had been avoided when they arrived. Raelia picked up on her companion's mood, and while not changing the topic to a more cheerful distraction, asked something that had been on her mind. So Thera, I wanted to ask about what happened with your friend and Elder Henteth. He seemed more angry on Sashel's behalf than I would expect. True, as nice as it was that he tried to help me with grandmother, it was a little surprising. She made a face under her hood, having an idea as to why he was so angry, but not sure if it was her place to say. Still, it might be better to give them some clue than to let them bother Ben about it when he already had so much he wanted to do. It's a bit of a personal subject to him, so don't go bothering him about it, but Ben isn't able to see his family again, no matter how much he wants to. I think he was just angry to hear yours talk to you like that. The answer caught the other two women off guard, and if anything, the atmosphere of the group got worse. Great, can only go up from here, she thought sarcastically to herself, all the while wishing she could just work with Ben like usual to deal with this. After the girls had left to work on figuring out how they would get rid of the frost bats, Ben began his own goal, earning myriad faith amongst the town. It started out easy enough. Fontes showed him all of the enchanted items she possessed, which wasn't too many. The cold box for storing food, a water jug for collecting water from the air, a stove for cooking, and a few simple lights. None of the enchantments on the ones she owned were overly complicated, and Ben was able to improve them all. It looked like they had all been produced with lower levels of magic than he was capable of enchanting with, so he was able to get them all working better while being more mana efficient in only a little over an hour. The problem came when he wanted to start repairs on the house, and asked about a resource he was certain would be available, given that all of the houses seemed to be made out of wood. Wait, what do you mean there isn't any oil in the village? He asked, shocked. We all have some around for cooking, of course, but the quantities you're looking for just aren't something we can manage. Why is it so important? Ben could only groan. He suddenly understood why the village was so beaten down. The entire place was rotting. The wood the houses had been made from hadn't been treated beyond just charring it. Sure, that would help to increase the lifespan, but that was no substitute for properly sealing it all. He had to wonder if that meant that the villagers had made their homes themselves without properly understanding how to do it, or if they'd been ripped off when they hired someone from outside, but that didn't matter. All that meant was his workload had just drastically increased. Or did it? He was in a village full of plant mages after all. Maybe they'd be able to do something about it. Hey, this is a random question, but I don't suppose you could stimulate a tree to yield its sap or extract the oil from some seeds. It might be possible, but if it is, I'm not sure how. We typically use our magic to speed up the growth of a plant or to increase the yield of our crops. I could probably make a tree grow more seeds if that would help. It would be great if you could do that. Considering that it sounds like your house hasn't been treated at all, I'll need a lot. Would you be free to go to the woods now? All right, since I've already tended to my garden and the sacred forest is off limits for the time being, I've nothing else to do during the day. I'll just be a minute to find Delaire. Cool, pretty sure my worker has had enough time to sleep, so I'll grab him and meet you out front. He made a pit stop to the room to empty out his bag before running to the back of the house to bang on the shed door. It took a few minutes, but eventually a groggy Sko answered and looked up at the sun. I could only have been asleep for a handful of hours, and I haven't slept at all. Don't be a baby. I need to collect some more things from the woods, so I need your help. The sooner this is done, the better off Sashel will be. Helping me create a favorable evaluation of you in town will probably be good for her too. Now hush, I'm not losing my free labor. The man groaned but gave in, taking only a single one of his swords and strapping it to his hip before they met up with the other two. Delaire seemed to be filled with energy at the idea of the little outing and immediately tried to climb Ben. Fontesh apologized while trying to keep her daughter under control, but he just laughed it off and placed the kid on his shoulders as they went off to the woods. When they got there, Fontesh took Delaire off his hands and brought her to a nearby tree. She knew they could get seeds that could be used for lantern oil if anything went wrong with their enchanted lights, and started stimulating them to grow, training her daughter in the magic at the same time. Ben handed them his spatial bag so they could fill it as they went and took Sko around, trying to find any good fatwood to extract tar from to act as a sealant, as well as for any shingling that might need to be done. He took his axe and went up to trees with dead, low-hanging branches and scraped away at the bark until he found what he was looking for and pointed it out to Sko. Here, see how the wood here is darker. Cut away every branch like this you can find. We're going to need a bunch. They needed branches rich in tree resin so they could extract it for their waterproofing, and they would need a lot. Given that there were almost 30 houses in the village, if he was going to be getting every one of them done, he'd have a lot of work to do. How many is a bunch? Just keep getting them until I say to stop. At that, his four-armed companion made a face, but he was having none of it. And no complaining allowed. This is infinitely easier than what I'm going to have to do. He handed over the axe and got to work on his own task, making even more tools he would need from any large enough stones he could find. Unfortunately, this time he wasn't so lucky as to be making something simple like a hammer or an axe. With only the destructive power of his enchanting, as well as the hammer and chisel he'd made the previous night, he was going to have to slowly chip away at rock to make both a sealable container to produce tar, as well as an oil press. Once he found the first rock big enough for what he needed, he took a seat on it and closed his eyes, mapping out how he was going to go about it in his head. It would take a while and he'd have to be careful to avoid any mistakes that would need him to start over, but it was possible. Starting with the sealed container, he used his enchanting to selectively weaken areas of the rock he was at, shaping it to be a more uniform cylinder, while being careful to leave two sturdy handholds on the sides. From there, the next task was to hollow it out, turning it into a large pot the wood could be put in. This too wasn't so hard to accomplish, with the greatest difficulty being to maintain the mana running through the stone chisel he'd made to keep it from breaking. While not hard to do as it didn't require a lot of care, it was still slow. By the time he was done that, the pot was almost complete. All that was left was creating small holes in the bottom for any tar to flow through, as well as creating a bowl to catch it and a lid that would be reasonably airtight. The bowl was easy enough. He just found another large stone and began shaping it the same way he'd done before, taking more care to create a lip for the first container to sit on. It was the lid that would be slightly more difficult. He could simply try to create a lip at the top of the pot for a lid to sit on and cake it with mud to keep it airtight, but he was worried that wouldn't be good enough, especially since he'd never made anything like this before. Instead, he carefully cut a spiraled channel into the rim while cutting the lid to match so both pieces would screw together. He'd still cake it with mud when he was using it to be sure, but he was confident it would get the job done. With that complete, it was on to the oil press. His immediate issue was that he only had a rough idea on how to put one together, which might impact his overall yield, but there was nothing he could do for that. He'd already asked Fontesh if the village had one he could use, but it seemed any time they wanted oil, they simply did it by hand. He couldn't help but marvel at how vastly different the lifestyles could be in the world, from how advanced Analia was with its abundance of magic materials, to his regular lifestyle in Stonewall, which while lacking compared to his life on Earth hadn't been so bad as a whole to this. He was sure if the Dryads weren't so cold to outsiders, then their overall standard of living would improve, but there was nothing he could do to change how they lived, and instead he got to work on the press. The design for this one was simple, though he'd have to make it all in one piece. It came down to making a pot with a small hole in the side where any oil obtained would be squeezed out, but at the top of it, there would need to be a thick bar with a threaded insert for a screw-like bar to be. The challenge was that the bar needed a handle at the top for twisting, with a base that would go into the pot, matching its diameter, meaning the entire thing would need to be made from the same piece of stone without taking anything apart. By the time he was done, he felt mentally exhausted despite having 3 minds available to him, but his work was far from over yet. With tools complete, he looked to the others with him. Fontesh and Delaire had almost filled the entire cubic meter of space the spatial bag provided, and Sko had assembled a large pile of usable sticks. All that was left was getting it all back so he could get everything started. Oh my God, I miss the shop so much. Having all the resources I need at my fingertips is a blessing that I'm a fool for taking for granted. I'm going to be at this for hours. When they got back while carrying the pot for collecting tar as well as the press and the spatial bag filled with seeds, Ben quickly sent Sko back to get the rest of the sticks he'd gathered, while Fontesh went to ask her friends and neighbors if any of them wanted their enchanted items improved. In the meantime, Ben got to work to collect the tar from what he had on hand, digging a small hole for the pot it would drain into to sit in and placing the container filled with sticks on top, caking the lid with mud before lighting a fire around it. Once that was started, all there was to do was wait until they had the finished products, the tar he was looking for, and charcoal as a side product he could give to the village for use. While that was going through, he set up the oil press, placing another container under it to catch any of the oil he managed to produce and filled the main chamber with some of the many seeds they'd collected. He wasn't sure how much it would take to get enough oil for not only treating all the houses in the village, but also their fences and anything else they'd need, but the two dryads had gone above and beyond in collecting it all. At the very least, it would be a good start. He grabbed onto the handle and began twisting, applying force and assuming it works, breaking down the seeds and extracting the oils within. Even if his strength had cracked the top end of average and the screw-like design was to reduce the amount of effort that was needed, it was still going to take ages. He worked at it for an hour, squeezing out a trickle of oil, as well as more water than he hoped would be present, by the time Sko was done running back and forth bringing all of the sticks he'd gathered. "Oh, thank God, take over, will you? What, come on, you're a warrior, you definitely have the strength to make this easy. There's plenty of other stuff I need to do as a craftsman to help the village. Think of this as earning your keep since you're staying here for free. I'm sleeping in a shed, yes, instead of outside. Plus you got blankets to keep you warm. If you do it for a few hours, you can get back to sleep. Maybe mind the fire too so nothing goes out of control." The warrior backed down before Ben did, and with a sigh took over at the press, immediately having more success than Ben had as more liquid began pouring from the tool. As Sko got to that, Ben took the time to examine the fence and the house, figuring out just how much wood it was going to take to fix both. Luckily, while the house had plenty of areas of visible rot and decay, he was confident that the wood was thick enough that he could scrap it away without risking the house's integrity and apply the sealant. It wasn't perfect, but short of rebuilding the house, it was the best he was going to do to fix the place up. When he'd completed his little inspection, he went back to the front of the house and found Fontesh had come back with 4 other dryads. Seeing he'd have some work, he put on his best smile as he walked up to them. "Hello there," he called out cheerfully. "I'm sure you've heard from Fontesh, but I'm the apostle of the god Myriad. Since it seems like I'll be here for a week or two, I was looking to improve the enchantments of any items you have, as well as help with any maintenance around if you need it." 3 of them were immediately nervous of him, but the 4th seemed prepared to engage, we've been told. "We brought our lights, but these aren't cheap. Are you prepared to compensate us if you break them?" "Of course," he said confidently, not in the slightest concerned. "I won't even touch them if I don't think I can improve the enchantments on them. But if I do and mess up, then I'll pay to have them replaced immediately." She looked to Fontesh, who gave her a nod before cautiously handing over the one she carried with her. He took it, not making any sudden moves since they all seemed uncomfortable with him, and gave it a look over. From his experience, he was certain it was no more than a 3rd-level light enchantment, and a clumsy one at that. It seemed like a partial enchantment had been attempted, but it was still so much bigger than it needed to be. He was positive the mana cost could be cut in half at least, so he got to work unraveling the current one to replace with his own. The women stood by to watch curiously, but if they didn't have a decent mana sense that could pick up on his way of using it, then it would only look like he'd been staring at the tool for a few minutes before handing it back. "All done. That's it," he was asked suspiciously, but he just indicated that she should test it for herself. The dryad looked hesitant, but began pouring her mana into it to power the enchantment, and her eyes widened at the glow. While it had previously been only good enough to leave a room in dim light, it was now positively radiant, and she could feel it had taken far less of her mana to power it. The other 3 seemed just as impressed, and with less hesitation handed their own over one after the other. He was able to get them done in quick order and finished with a smile, trying to keep showing off a friendly attitude the entire time to put them all at ease. It wasn't like he would be rude to them if he wasn't trying to make his god look good, but with how uncomfortable they seemed, he might normally come off as more put off by the interaction as well. Still, he needed to tear down whatever sort of emotional barriers the people of the village had to earn some faith for his god. "Since I got all that done rather quickly, would any of you like me to see if I can improve the enchantments on any of your other items?" He got the impression they were interested but hesitant, so he gave it one last push. "Of course, I understand you might not be comfortable having a stranger come into your home. Fontesh, would you be willing to join us to put your friends' minds at ease? All right, I'm sure Delaire will be fine for a bit, but what about everything you have going on? She asked, looking at the fire he had going and Sko pressing oil. We'll be fine. Sko knows what to do and he'll put the fire out if anything starts looking out of hand. If I'm gone for a few hours, he'll manage. Her concerns covered, they made their way from one house to another. Each time Ben examined the enchantments available and redid them when he thought necessary, occasionally adding different effects as well if the owners approved, such as when he'd added the time enchantment to Fontesh's cold box. It took a few hours, and by the time he left each house, he felt the residents warmed up to him a bit, but there was still a distance he couldn't escape no matter how friendly he was. Instead of just accepting it, he decided to seek some answers from the only dryad who didn't seem bothered by him or the others. So what does this village have against outsiders anyway? I would think any dryad would be cautious of outsiders, from this village or not. Okay, cool, but why? Instead of answering, she just chuckled and gave a question of her own. You're rather ignorant of history, aren't you? I'm ignorant about a lot of things when it comes to this world. Mind making things easy and just filling me in. Sure, it's probably better if you know if you're going to be here for a while. Centuries ago, my species and our forests were almost hunted to extinction to be used for parts. His mind immediately flashed to when he'd heard about it in Analia. He hadn't known what races had been hunted, but things suddenly made a fair bit more sense around the village. Okay, I can see why that would give you some stranger danger. Well, there were around a dozen races that suffered from that sort of thing, but we probably suffered the most for it. The world is large after all, and we mostly keep to ourselves. Even if a village of us was left alone, if our forests were destroyed, then there'd be no more children being born, and even if any survivors put out searches for other villages, there was always the fear that death and destruction would follow them, so many hid away, leaving any stray survivors to a long, lonely death. Joining a different community wasn't an option. There are plenty of mixed towns and cities out there. I get it can't make up for what was lost, but wouldn't it be better than being alone? I'm sure there are plenty who did, but for others, well, would you want to risk the chance of living among the same group that hunted your people? Not to mention that they'd have to live in fear of word about their race and location getting out, even if they did find a safe community. Alright, I get what you're saying. But your village isn't exactly hidden, are you all okay with that? She only shrugged. Once the gods became aware of what was happening, they exerted their influence in a big way. From what I understand, apostles were mobilized, and Templars were sent to rain chaos on the people responsible. Entire cities were burned to the ground if enough people were found to be involved. It left the survivors the chance to be open enough to find each other. But the history and fear still remain, not to mention the occasional rumors of dryads or members of other hunted races disappearing. Our bodies are still useful in alchemy and as materials after all. Since the gods aren't all-knowing, there will always be some people who are willing to take the risk to get their hands on us. It makes you cautious of outsiders. You don't seem too worried letting a bunch in your house, though. My cousin vouches for you, so you're probably fine. Besides, we deal with merchants, and I've known other non-dryads before. Sashel's father even lived in the village for years before he passed, so they're cousins, huh? But aside from that, if this village already had a non-dryad living in it, you'd think things wouldn't be this bad. He'd never given much thought to the other half of Sashel's heritage. He'd always been focused on the part that might aid him in his task of finding myriad more followers. And aside from the horns on her head, there was nothing else to indicate what paternal race was that he could see. Her dryad heritage seemed to run strong, except for the fact that she wasn't born with the plant magic she desired. So are both of her parents. Yes, when she was a child, before she decided she wanted to be an adventurer and see some more of the world, she lived with our grandmother. And Hentath's willing to cut her off just for changing her faith. I'm not going to say our God is more important to us than any other race, but when my ancestors were being hunted, there were two things they could believe in, other dryads and Jaggle. It's something that strengthens the connection between all of us, makes us a community. I don't think grandmother was correct to act as she did, but as a change, it must be hard for her. It's the least I can do given how hard you're trying to help the village. I'm sure if you keep it up, the others will open up. They continued walking back to Fontesh's house as Ben focused on his thoughts. If all of the discomfort he was seeing from his presence stemmed from the fact that they feared for their safety, then he might have a lot of work ahead of him. He sighed, knowing things could never just be easy as he went to check on Sko. At the very least, the man had been making good progress with collecting oil, even if he did seem exhausted. With a jug collected, he'd just need to test to see if it would even work for what he wanted, and with that in mind, he took his hammer, chisel, and axe and went to one of the trees they'd prepared the previous day. He'd need a brush to apply it, and maybe he'd be able to make something better later, but for the time being he carved out the general shape from a chunk of the dried wood, and every so carefully split the top of it, separating each of the wood fibers from the others the best he could without splitting them from the handle. With that complete, he cut off another small chunk of wood and brushed it down with the oil before leaving it to sit. It was important to test that it would actually be able to both dry in a reasonable amount of time, as well as provide any benefits to waterproofing, but since it wouldn't happen instantly, he went off to try and find a suitable material to make resistance amulets out of. A plain rock wouldn't be good enough to hold the enchantment unless it was unreasonably large, and at that point, nobody would want to wear it around their neck. The best material he thought he'd find around was a good quality animal bone. He tried to ask Fontesh, but it seemed the village didn't do much hunting, their diet consisting mostly of the plants they grew, so there weren't any old bones laying around he could conveniently make use of. He could potentially wait until they hunted a single frost bat, but that would mean he couldn't make them until at least tomorrow, and he didn't want to wait, so he went to the forest once again to see if there was anything he could scavenge. Even though there weren't any particularly large or dangerous animals in the forest, except for the current target of extermination, there was bound to be something. Some prey that had been taken down for food, a predator that had succumbed to age or tried to bite off more than it could chew, he'd just have to find enough to make use of. He looked high and low, kicking up leaves and looking for burrows, but after over an hour of searching, not a single bone could be found, though an alternative did manage to present itself. A boulder of quartz, glittering in the sunlight that filtered through the forest trees. Crystal seemed to be pretty good at holding enchantments in his experience, and there was more than enough to make everyone an amulet. He hadn't brought any tools with him since it wasn't what he'd been looking for, so he had to carefully chip away a large chunk through his enchanting, getting a rock the size of 2 fists and carrying it back to shape into a more usable form, missing all of the proper tools he had at the shop the entire time. What's going on here?" Thera asked as she and the other 2 women returned in the evening to find seemingly the entirety of the village's young children in the yard and tugging at Ben, with Dallaire being the most demanding of his attention. With the kids came their mothers, each less than willing to let outsiders have unsupervised access to the village youth, even if Fontesh was around. More positive, though, was the fact that a few of them had heard about his enchanting for the others. Even if they weren't willing to trust him, they'd brought some of the more portable items they'd had to be improved on, giving Ben something to do aside from just trying to entertain a bunch of kids. When Dallaire saw them all return, she quickly ran to Thera, proudly pointing to a new necklace she hadn't worn before. "Can I see now?" the child asked, filled with curiosity. Later when there's less people around, everyone needs to wear one after all. All right, promise." Sure, I promise. She'd been hoping the young girl would have forgotten, but if she had to entertain her later for a bit, it wasn't the biggest deal. "Did you make any extras, Ben? It seems like we're going to be watched a bit while we deal with this, and I'd rather not affect any bystanders. I made 2 more to be safe and can make more if need be. Hopefully that's enough. How did the rest of the day go?" "It doesn't look like you ended up doing any repairs to the house. That wasn't to mention the mysterious stone pot he had boiling, as well as whatever machine Sko was twisting off to the side while looking exhausted, but she chose to ignore those, even if Sashel and Raelia went to check on their teammate." Ben made a face at the question. "The village had none of the things I needed, so not only did I have to make some tools, but also the tools to make tools without any of the things I'm used to. I'm basically living in the Stone Age trying to get everything I want done. I'd kill for a bit of metal to work with. Then were you able to get everything you need? Mostly, I think. I'll be able to make enough oil and tar to treat all of the houses, but I won't be surprised if anything else comes up. I'll also be borrowing Sko to act as my seed grinder for, well, whenever I need him, but I'll talk to Sashel about that later. How about you? Think you'll be able to manage with them?" "We'll see. I haven't seen a frost bat before, but I'm fairly sure that we'll be able to draw them out. I'm just not sure how hunting will go. I can't use any earth magic without risking damaging the forest. You've done some hunting with them before I showed up, right? Think they'll be able to deal with them?" "Probably. Since it sounds like they're most active during the evening and night, we decided to come back to eat and see if you had the amulets ready and then head back out." "Cool. In that case, maybe I'll come watch. It would be nice if I could make use of the bodies if there were no other plans for them." They chatted some more about everything that needed to be done until Fontesh called for dinner. The various children hanging around went home with their mothers, while the rest of them went in to eat. It was a simple meal made up of many of the vegetables in the garden, but since they were all varieties Ben hadn't previously tried, it was a nice change. Thera couldn't relax for the meal, though. The curious pair of eyes that seemed to want to bore into her soul didn't leave her as they ate, and once they were done, Dallaire finally asked, "Can I see now?" "All right, as long as everyone puts on their amulets, I guess let's get this over with." What's going on?" Sashel questioned, not having been around for the younger Dryad's previous questions about Thera. She wanted to know what Thera looked like under her hood. He explained as he handed out resistance amulets to each of them. "I assume you all know how to channel a bit of your mana through a magic tool." Everyone gave a nod as they put them on and eagerly waited to see what she looked like. Sashel's group was especially curious. Along with the more negative rumors that would go around about her in Stonewall, there was also a curiosity, as well about the mysterious and dangerous girl that had an unusual passive magic. She wasn't used to having so many eyes on her, and the only time so many people she wasn't particularly close to had got to see what she'd looked like was on her birthday with the restaurant staff, who were at least being professional and not openly gawking. But since they'd be getting a look anyway, as she hunted, it was probably better to get this over with early, so, without putting it off any longer, she lowered her hood. She felt her cheeks warm and took comfort in the fact that only Ben would realize her face sparkling in the light meant she was embarrassed, even as she swore to herself that he'd be doing something for her to ease just how much of a bother it was going to be to help Sashel's party. He was obviously getting a little kick seeing her so flustered as Delaire gave voice to her own impression of Thera's reveal. "Wow, you're so shiny, and as pretty as Mr. Apostle said." "You're very pretty too," she told the girl while pulling her hood back over her face. Just why was knowing how to talk to a child so hard? She felt that everyone's eyes were still on her, so she wanted a new subject to focus on. "Anyway, isn't it about time we go for the hunt?" It was getting late enough that it was probably a good time to start walking to the woods, and except for Fontesh and Delaire, both of whom needed sleep, everyone else got ready to go when Ben called over to Sko. "Actually, if you could do a few more hours of collecting oil and tar, that would be great." When they got to the sacred woods, they found the dryad keeping watch and handed them a resistance amulet, explaining what they were doing and checking to be sure there weren't any others around that might be affected before Thera removed her cloak. They'd brought a couple magic lanterns, so they'd be able to see and fight anything making their way out of the woods, but Thera had a more personal problem she'd slowly been growing accustomed to during their hunts together. Her charm wasn't targeted, which meant that everything was drawn to her, even bugs. Luckily, she did have practice dealing with it. It hadn't been too bad in Stonewall, at least not at the current time of year, but by the Dryad village it was a nightmare as a cloud of them made their way to her. "All of you stand back a bit if you don't want to be hurt too," she warned the others, shooing Raylia and Sashel back farther than Ben when they tried to stand with him. They didn't have his resistances, so they needed to act with more care. Inspired by the way Ben would use his connect to act as a bug killer, she took advantage of her overwhelming mana and poor control to do something similar, letting out waves of life mana to play havoc with the small creatures' bodies in a way that quickly resulted in their death, causing them to plummet to the ground after getting too close. It was incredibly easy for her to do too. Instead of needing to put all of her focus into making her life spells as harmless as possible, she instead just released it without worry. It still wasn't a good idea for her to practice the magic on anyone other than Ben, but if it was being used as an attack, then it was fine. One thing was strange, though, that bothered Ben the moment he gave it a bit of thought. Why isn't anything else coming? He asked, referring to any potential other small creatures that might live in the area, flying or otherwise. It was a forest after all, and unlike the one by Stonewall that was essentially the edge of the untamed lands, where the mix of life from hundreds of worlds had gotten into and made their home, creating a constantly shifting and changing ecosystem, the woods the Dryad's sacred forest was in should have been fairly separate, leaving life within it marginally more stable, with the exception of the occasional new species appearing like the one they were currently trying to deal with. That same species ended up being the answer to his question. "For the most part, eat-and-I'd bet," Raylia answered. "Frost bats are omnivores, but preferential carnivores. They likely took out the majority of other creatures in the area before moving on to the trees. It's probably caused the current insect problem as well. God, this planet's ecosystem is a nightmare," he muttered, too quiet for the women to hear. "I mean, it managed for thousands of years of alien species being introduced, but we won't win the war just to experience total ecosystem collapse, will we?" "Wait, I wasn't being serious, but now I want an answer. Myriad, don't you hold out on me here." Is everything okay, Ben?" Sashel asked, and he realized all eyes had turned to him as he got a bit louder than intended. "No, but I'll probably be dead before it matters, so I'm going to try to not think about it too hard." Not the most cheerful answer in the world, but it was clear that much like his god, he wasn't going to explain more, and they were all happy to drop it. Minutes after the mildly concerning exchange with his god, their target finally started to appear, and Ben moved back to watch how the fight would go. He knew Sashel had life, water, and earth magic since her goal was to eventually awaken them to plant magic, which meant that she and Thera had a fair bit of overlap in skills at the moment, so how they'd work together wasn't clear, while Raylia's role in the party was still a mystery to him. She didn't have a weapon, so perhaps she was also a mage. He would learn soon enough. 8 frost bats came out of the woods, far larger than he'd expected with a wingspan of almost 2 meters, and both mages pulled out their staves to face them. Thera was their target after becoming victims of her charm, but she was well aware of that. Unfortunately, unlike what she'd usually do, fighting them with her earth magic wasn't an option for fear of damaging not only any of the trees behind the bats, but also the dense root system beneath them. Dark also failed as an option, since using it meant actively removing the charm from her mana before she could cast a spell. It would take too long, and even then the ones she knew for it were limited. The chances of shadow, fog, or more intuitive ones like fear being able to defeat them being unlikely. The bats were already nocturnal, and fear would only counter the draw of charm, driving them back to the forest. That left her with a single means of attack, the same one she'd used to deal with the bugs that filled the forest, overwhelming life mana. She didn't just release it all around her as she'd done before, though, instead directing it with her staff, sending a powerful wave of it towards the monsters that were flying towards her. They visibly reacted to the assault, their momentum slowing for a moment, and one briefly falling from the air before collecting itself, but it mostly served as a stun. While the biological systems that kept an organism alive within it were undoubtedly going haywire, and the microbes that lived within them would be reaping the benefits of being flooded with life mana, none of the bats were killed. It was more than possible that if left long enough they would expire from the effects of Thera's mana, but when they'd tested it as a form of attack in their past hunts, they never let it get that far, instead using that period of disorientation to strike, something Sashel took advantage of herself. Before her appeared a floating ball of water, and if Ben didn't know better he would have assumed she'd materialized it, creating it from pure mana, but there was no way she could achieve something like such a high-level spell. Instead, she had used a different, though still demanding technique, pulling water from the air itself. While it couldn't be done if the climate were too dry, in a living forest where plants were in a constant state of taking in or releasing their water, it was more than possible if someone had the necessary control and skill, both of which she continued to show with her attack. That ball of water, about the size of a fist, changed its shape to match something he'd seen Thera use herself at a much larger scale in the past. The water thinned out into a round, flat disc, akin to the blade of a circular saw, and began to rotate at dangerously high speeds before flying through the nearest enemy, cleanly bisecting it. That wasn't the end, though, as she continued to demonstrate the extent of her control, immediately changing the direction of the attack to slice through the next one, and the one following that, not ending until 5 of the 8 were dead. The 3 that remained had enough presence of mind to change their target after that. While they could tell that whatever Thera had done had been harmful to them, it wasn't the instant death that Sashel inflicted, and they rocketed towards her, a fog forming around them as the air began to freeze, and they prepared their attack, an attack that didn't get through. Relia threw herself between them, and in a move Ben would never have expected she began to change, as her more human-like top half shifted to match the snake-like tail she possessed in place of legs, turning her into a giant snake creature almost 7 meters in length. Striking fast, she bit one out of the air with her powerful reptilian jaws before hitting the other 2 to the ground with her tail, finishing the fight. Relia turned back to her normal form, shivering and wrapping around Sashel for warmth. It was clear the combination of her reptilian nature clashing with the frost bats could prove to be a challenge if there were plenty more to deal with, and Thera put her cloak back on to hopefully reduce the chances of any more being drawn in while the other woman recovered. Ben, though, had a different priority as he ran up to Relia, grabbing her hand as she tried to warm up. "Please tell me everything about how you just did that." He knew it had to be a skill of some kind, he just didn't know what one, nor why he hadn't seen anything like it in the numerous skills Xandel possessed. He immediately wanted his hands on it to see just how it could be enchanted with. Relia seemed taken aback, but answered easily enough. "It's a skill called Beast Form Blood Snake I have because of my paternal heritage. I know it's not exactly common, but I'm surprised you haven't heard of it, meaning she isn't a pure Naga like I thought. Interesting. There's a lot in the world I don't know about, unfortunately, but that was super cool and I want to learn." He had meant he wanted to learn more about it, but was misinterpreted as Relia shook her head. "Sorry, but you need to be directly related to a Nagwal to be able to use it. It's something we have from birth. Well, unless you can somehow talk a soul mage into helping you, so it's a racially linked skill, huh? Doesn't mean I won't be able to enchant with it if I get it from her, but it raises more questions. Why would a soul mage be able to help? It has to do with how my father's race came to be. Long before they were invaded, his people faced a different threat, the existence of an evil god that suppressed the one the Nagwal worshipped and oppressed the people of the world. After centuries of suffering, eventually a life mage gained enough skill and power to ascend to the level of a soul mage, and using that strength, gathered the souls of 5 of the most dangerous beasts the world had available to strengthen the 5 greatest warriors they could find. They succeeded in freeing their world, but as an unexpected side effect, all descendants of those heroes continued to be born with 2 souls, the Nagwal soul always being able to make use of the animal soul to one extent or the other. So if anyone wanted the skill, they'd have to ask a soul mage to merge a specific animal soul with their own. That's right. Neat. All right, then just one more question if you'll indulge me. What's a soul mage? He'd heard the term thrown around a few times now, but never paid it much mind, assuming it was either a specialized magic like charm or a combined one like plant magic. But from what he'd just been told, it sounded more akin to an awakened magic, and judging by the shocked reaction everyone was giving him, it seemed like it was the sort of thing he should have been aware of. How do you not know this? Sashel yelled, shock clear on her face and tainting her voice. I did think it was a little weird you didn't have any comments about it the few times it came up, but I thought you were just being respectful. Thera joined in, adding her own take on it. Look, my situation is a little complicated. Can we leave it at that? He didn't want to explain to the other two his status as an otherworlder, and he figured Thera could easily guess that had to do with any ignorance he'd show about things from time to time. They still seemed to question how someone couldn't know about something that seemed like it would be so obvious, but Thera at least started giving him the explanation he'd wanted. All right, well first Ben, are you at least aware of how magic is divided? I think so. Earth, water, and air are lumped together as physical magics, while light and dark are considered both energy and spiritual. There's some debate about which of the two fire falls into, but I doubt that matters much for this. Other than that, life and death are considered linked, while space and time are thought to have a connection, though it hasn't been confirmed one way or the other. He'd at least read up a bit on the basic magics back at the church, once he'd gotten over his regret from the fact that he'd never be able to use them himself, and he'd put a reasonable amount of time into learning just what spells he'd be able to enchant with using his rings at his current level, but he hadn't gone beyond that into what was possible with an awakened magic. Thera seemed pleased enough with his answer, though, so she continued with her little lesson. Very good, then we're going to focus in on life and death magic. Saying they're closely linked is actually a bit of an understatement. They're the only magics which, assuming no significant changes or skill fusions occur when they awaken, become the same magic at the third tier. Suddenly him not knowing about it made a lot of sense, and he had nobody to blame but himself. When Lehi was educating him back during his time at the church, she lightly touched on how skills would awaken, and that it was possible for them to do so a second time should the person have enough skill and talent. But as the only person who was summoned without a single skill at the second tier, he hadn't been in the sort of emotional place where he wanted to be reminded of just how much better everyone else was than him. Sensing that, she backed off on teaching those topics in particular, presumably thinking that it wouldn't be overly relevant in his new life anyway. Now that he looked back on it, it was a shame. The topic was interesting, even if a little disheartening, and it gave him a few questions to ask. But how does that work? Life and death mana are two different things, right? How do you get the same magic out of both of them? Try and think of it like this, she said as she drew a circle in the dirt with her staff, putting 2 dots at either end of it. Imagine one dot is life magic and the other is death, while the entire circle is the spectrum they exist on. As a person's skill level in either grows, it travels up and down the circle and more things become possible, eventually entering each other's domain, like how I use my life mana to cause harm instead of heal. At the first awakening of either magic, the domain of what can be done continues to grow, bleeding into each other until they are essentially the same regardless of which of the 2 manas is used. At that point, if a second awakening happens, you'll get a soul mage, a being capable of creating their own path. At that, she drew a line going out from the circle, escaping the limits of both life and death to become something more. Sashel cut in at the end. Aside from that, soul mages are well known because they're the only type of tier 3 skill user that the gods try to ensure the world always has at least one of. Why? Don't get me wrong. I'm sure anyone with a tier 3 magic is powerful and important, but why does the world need one at all times? Like the name says, it's a magic that acts on the soul, same as the system in place on everyone, meaning that they can act to strengthen the people around them, making it easier for them to learn and level skills, as well as get massive buffs to the job experience they gain. From what I've heard, for thousands of years, they've been working to help people gain 3rd-tier skills to try and figure out which ones would be best to try and have people ascend to for the invasion. Interesting, so it's like a magic that helps a person reach new heights even quicker. God, I wish I could try enchanting with it, but awakening both my enchanting and connect twice is probably slightly too big of a dream. Even worse, that means. So there's no way for me to copy the beast form skill onto something so that other people could transform. Not without attaching a soul to it, Raelia confirmed. Besides, usually it's just a partial transformation unless the skill is almost awakened. Being half Naga gave me an unusual compatibility with the skill. I was born with it at the 5th level, and since half of my body is already reptilian, I can do it fairly easily. The fact that it would only be a partial transformation didn't matter as the wheels in his head began to spin. Maybe I can, he muttered while giving it some thought. What? Thera asked, long used to knowing his thinking face by this point and too cautious to doubt him when he thought something was possible. The other two lacked the time with him to know what he was getting at though, so Sashel went and asked. Maybe you can what? attach a soul to an item, I might be able to. That's impossible, Relia said firmly. And ethically dubious, Thera pointed out, far more concerned that he'd actually do it while Sashel came in with a question. You don't have an awakened life or death magic, do you? God, I wish. No, and it's not something I would be able to do anytime soon. I'd need to probably level up my enchanting and connect at least a couple more times to make it work without having any help, maybe even have to awaken them, but it should be possible. Ben, when you were teaching me the various ways the skill was used, you mentioned the way enchanters like you can use it. But even if both of your skills awaken, I don't think it would be good enough to access a third-tier skill the way you can other ones, Sashel told him, not wanting to squash his hopes, but also feeling that nothing good would come from keeping the truth from him. You're absolutely right, but there are other ways to interact with a soul than just soul magic. Right. Wrong, Raelia was quick to assert, but Sashel's eyes began to widen in understanding. You don't mean. I do. It was clear that she had heard about it, but for the sake of the other two with them who were both looking quite curious, he explained. My god myriad is kind of artificial in nature. It's kind of a long story, but millions of his people got together to make him, and this was in a world where the system didn't exist. From what I understand, they could use all forms of magic, but only to the point that they would be considered to be at the 0th or 1st level, meaning they constructed him to be able to hold the totality of their species souls using incredibly low-level magic, no third-tier soul stuff involved. There are so many issues with what you've just said. Your god's race created him, she asked while sounding shaken, before switching back to her main concern. But wait, even if that's true, that doesn't mean you'd be able to, even if you had access to awakened magics. The effects of millions of people working together can't just be replicated like that. True, but I have two different things going for me, he said with a raise of his fingers. First, I've already spent months poring over his blueprints for fun, but second, and more importantly, I wouldn't need to make anything nearly as complicated as something with seemingly unlimited soul storage space. I would just need to make it to be able to hold a single soul, and he was already thinking on just how he would go about it. He'd need a better understanding of the blueprints for sure, as well as magic as a whole to get the modifications right, but he could already feel potential forms the enchantment might take being experimented with in his head. Relia looked to Thera as if to ask if he was serious, and he got the impression she looked at the other girl with sympathy. I wouldn't be surprised if he manages it. If you do, won't that become a major artifact for our faith? Sashel asked excitedly. Oh gods, this is so fucked up. The Naga woman spoke with her head in her hands. I thought the true shifter was bad enough. I can't imagine how the Nagwal would react if you actually succeed in making something like that. True shifter, you really don't know anything about the current tier 3 skill users to exist, do you? The true shifter is both the pride and embarrassment of my father's people, a Nagwal that managed to awaken their beast form skill twice, and gain the ability to absorb the souls of any creature he kills to turn into. That sounds cool as hell. Why would he be an embarrassment? Raelia seemed to regret letting it slip since it meant she was being questioned about them, but Thera seemed to know and took over the explanation. Well, skills tend to undergo massive changes when they awaken, and sometimes that can result in certain quirks, she explained, seeming a bit awkward about it herself. One of the quirks of his skill is that on top of being able to absorb the souls of the creatures he kills, when he has a child, they'll be born with a second soul like any Nagwal mixed breed would be, but from any one of the numerous souls he has available. Oh man, I think I see where this is going. So how many children are we talking? Originally, my father's people would have any one of the 5 original forms, with which one they received being random based on what soul each parent had, Raelia explained, drawing a long, disappointed breath. Since the true shift awakened his skill 50 years ago, that number has gone from 5 shifter types to a bit less than 1,000. Of course, if they don't end up having children, then their lines will be dead ends, but the fact he's still trying this at all is considered a major embarrassment, and it would be shocking if a few hundred didn't form lasting bloodlines, especially since he keeps having more. Holy crap, almost 20 a year. And that would be if there weren't any repeats, definitely a bit worse than I'd thought. He got what she was saying about the true shifter at least, but whatever her people thought on the potential of him making an item that would let someone use the beast form skill was none of his concern. It wasn't even guaranteed he'd ever get to the point where it would be possible, but if he could, he would, just to try. I could always just try and find a demon to test it on. Surely there'd be no issue with that, right? Though now feeling off for completely different reasons, Raelia recovered enough from the cold by this point to try drawing out more frost bats. Their break was over, and their hunt went on. At worst, he might have to try to remain in the village a week or so longer than the others, but that wasn't a huge deal. Fontesh seemed reasonable, and with how much time he'd just dedicated to preparing everything he'd need, he wouldn't just let it go to waste. Still, there was more work to be done, and as they all got back, he saw that Sko had abandoned the task he'd given him at some point, presumably to sleep. He went to restart the fire so he could keep collecting the plant tar, but Thera grabbed his arm to stop him. "Wait, I'm not letting you go 2 nights in a row without sleep. Aren't you planning on working all day tomorrow too?" "I mean, yeah, but there's a lot to do when the village has 0 resources." She gave a sigh and understood how her uncle must have felt whenever he'd find Ben asleep in the shop in the morning if he didn't kick him out for the night before, so she turned to the other women. "Since these things are nocturnal, you'll both help Ben fix up the village during the day, right?" While she phrased it as a question, it was clear to everyone she wasn't asking, and seeing how central she was to drawing out the frost bats, they couldn't disagree, not that they wanted to. This was Sashel's home after all, and Raelia was none too happy about how her companion had been spoken to so poorly either. Their cooperation secured, she turned back to Ben. "Come on, if you pass out in the middle of the night, nobody will find you until morning." A small part of him wanted to argue, but it was undeniable that he was tired and could use the rest, so he obediently let himself be dragged along to the room, taking turns to change before laying down to sleep. The moment he laid down, he felt 2 days' worth of exhaustion hit him all at once, but couldn't feel sleep coming for him as he closed his eyes. Being in bed with Thera, door locked to avoid the risk of anyone coming in when she wasn't wearing her cloak, and getting too close while in tight quarters was proving surprisingly harder to deal with than he'd expected. All 3 of his minds were a flurry of activity, and he couldn't help but worry this was going to be how he got another level in complex mind as he tried to relax. "Just go to sleep, damn it. Am I 12? I seriously can't rest cause I'm sleeping next to a pretty girl. Do I have the leeway to try and add a small expansion to the house for Fontesh on top of everything else? No, that's stupid. I already have so much to do." Then again, it would be pretty funny to build a new room and leave Sko stuck in the shed. "No, damn it, I don't have time. I'll get used to this in a day or 2. Or just sleep less and work more. Would it be weird if I moved to the ground? That would be like saying I feel weird about this though." "Aw, hey Ben, you asleep?" Thera asked quietly, pulling him from his thoughts. "Not yet, what's up?" "Not much, just thought we could chat a bit." "I've never done anything like a sleepover before, but this is kind of similar, right? Or do humans not do that sort of thing?" Talking was just an excuse to avoid the similar thoughts going through her own head, but Ben couldn't know that and immediately started chastising himself. "Oh my God, no more weird thoughts. I'm her first friend. She's one of the few people I care about in the world. There's nothing weird about this. Like she said, this is basically a sleepover. We're hanging out, then just going to sleep." "Yeah, we do. Let's see, what are some standard sleepover activities on my planet?" "Movies, pizza. If you're really young, then a pillow fight. Other games too, I guess, but it's really just whatever you feel like." "How about young succubi?" I'm not really sure." "Oh, of course you wouldn't know, you idiot." "Well, we can try something like it when we're back home at some point if you want." "Actually, a pepperoni pizza would be incredible. I really need to figure out how to make something that could come close with local ingredients. Although I could probably do other types just fine." He continued to mutter to himself, thinking of how he would go about it, and what native ingredients might go well together when Thera began to giggle, and he realized he was rambling. "Ah, sorry for going on," he said. "Thinking about it gave me a bit of a craving, and the fact that I have to figure out how to make it from scratch here is crazy compared to just how common it is in my world. Don't worry about it. That sounds nice, so I'll look forward to trying it." Passing on the pillow fight, though, if Sonya saw me doing that at my age, I'd actually die. Well, if she's ever out, then maybe we could give it a go, shame-free. If I'm lucky, I'll have figured out how to make something like a movie by then, too." "You mean those moving pictures you spoke about? I still don't understand why you wouldn't just read a book or see a play instead. Totally different experiences. Trust me, you'll understand if I ever succeed." Since he'd learned about the existence of magic, he had a couple standard fantasy items he wanted to own or make, with something like a moving picture being at the top of the list. He was still working on figuring out how to pull off that one, but there was an easier option he thought he'd be able to manage, though it would be insanely mana-intense and result in the most challenging enchantment from an affinity magic to date, but maybe it would be worth it to try to attempt. "It's far from impossible, I just need plenty of time. No, maybe I should start with something simpler first. I could probably manage something like old-fashioned animation, just making one cell at a time." He was about to ask Thera what sorts of stories or fairy tales she knew that were reasonably short when he noticed the sound of her breathing had slowed. "Ah, good night, Thera," he whispered, and feeling more relaxed himself was able to drift off to sleep. "You know, I've never wanted to push the issue, but I'm just saying if you and her were to produce children, I'd be able to get a couple believers that could potentially live 1,000 years. Just something to think about if you feel like doing more to secure the stability of my faith." "Really, that's the first thing you bring up. I just got here," Ben told his god, already not feeling the conversation. Being a bit tempted by a friend he was close to was normal enough as far as humans went, but actually making a pass wasn't happening. Myriad seemed to be mostly joking anyway, not that he would have minded such a thing, but switched conversations easily enough. In that case, would you rather discuss your ambitions of trapping a soul to be used for eternity? Absolutely. Do you think it's actually possible? He asked with enthusiasm, not picking up the dread in his god's voice. The problem is that it's all too possible. The moment I heard you float the idea and could see how instantly captivated with it you'd become, I had to immediately rush to Analia to discreetly ask about the implications of such a thing. You do get that sounds evil, right? I mean, I guess. I already hunt animals for parts, though. That's just one more part to use. It's an excellent thing that the forbidden gods didn't have the option to try and take you as a believer. Hey, all of you gods agreed to collect 200 souls specifically to force into your war. I don't think there's much moral high ground here. Honestly, fair enough. The cube relented after a moment's thought. So then what did Analia say about it? That you're lucky you've already made a good impression on her if you're going to try something like that. She can't guarantee what the other gods would say, but it should be all right so long as you don't publish however you accomplish it, and you don't try it on any of the sapient races. She was extra clear on that last bit, and so am I. If you even try to trap the soul of a single person on this wood, you'll be executed immediately and condemned to the infinite hells, regardless of the rules about how mortal punishment is handled. No worries on that front. Even I can tell that would be unethical. Just to be clear though, where do demons fall as far as experimental materials go? PFFF, you won't find a single god in the world that cares what you do with them. In fact, I'm fairly sure many gods would actively approve of you doing something like that, so if you insist on trying it out once you're skilled enough, be sure that's what you go for. Will do. On a similar note, I've got a small favor to ask you. I'm not the best choice to teach you magic, Myriad said, seeing the question in Ben's thought. I've told you the way my race used it is far different from the current standard. Sure, but I'm also going to be modeling my enchantment off of your designs. I'll be reading up on different spells that are currently used anyway, and I have Sonya and Falk to bother about it too, but it doesn't hurt to have a different perspective on things. Myriad thought quietly for a moment. It was true that it would do no harm to teach him, and a part of him did regret the fact that his race's means of using magic was essentially a lost art in the current day. Even if it would only be revitalized as enchanting techniques instead of the true ritual magic he specialized in, it was nice to think the knowledge he had could be used. All right, there's no harm, so I'll teach you when you're done in the village. It does make it a bit more of a shame you don't have the talent for magic yourself. With the way you've sprouted extra minds, you could have potentially acted as a ritual mage without needing to rely on the help of others. No need to remind me, he said dryly before changing the subject. Anyway, about the village, do you have any ideas for how I can earn a bit more faith for you? I honestly think that so long as you keep doing what you're doing, it will go fine. Why are you feeling rushed? A bit, he admitted. There can only be so many bats living in the woods. I doubt I'll be able to finish everything I want to before the rest of them are done with their hunt, so a quicker way of winning people over would be handy. I'm pretty sure you'll have time. They'd have to not only get the ones currently there, but also the surrounding area after all, which won't necessarily be as easy as drawing the ones in a known space like their sacred woods. MMH, true I guess. Well, I'll look into something and let you know if it would be an option, so be a little patient. Myriad could tell that Ben still wanted some alternatives he could fall back on, and since it would be helping himself earn a bit more faith in the end, it would be worth the effort. Eventually, when he and his god were done, he woke up to start the day's work but found himself unexpectedly trapped. Myriad, just how should I get out of this? Not helpful. It seemed like during the night Thera had started using him as a pillow and was holding onto him tighter than he could easily escape without waking her. Since the sun had only just started to rise, he didn't want to ruin her rest, but he was burning daylight, so slowly and carefully he pulled himself from her grip before making his way outside to start splitting the logs he'd dried the other day, cutting them into the shapes he'd need to replace the rotten boards of the fence. Once that was done, he gave each a light coat of oil before finally removing the rotten ones and replacing them with what he'd so painstakingly made. Before giving the older posts, he didn't need to replace a coat as well. Once he was done, he looked at his work and smiled, taking a moment to forget about just how much more he had to do. If I don't look at the house behind me, I have nothing to be stressed about. An excellent idea. I'm going to need the others to prepare more trees for me anyway by the looks of it. 6 definitely wasn't enough to do everything. His next task decided, he went back to cutting the logs into the lengths he would need before splitting them into boards, once again cursing out the fact that he was forced to live in the Stone Age like this and desperately missing the shop. Am I at least getting experience to my crafting skill for going through all of this? Okay, but like good experience. The kind that will help me level up the skill faster, not a trickle in an ocean. Ben, would you have some time? Fontesh asked, having no idea she'd interrupted his talk with his god. Not that he particularly cared, but if people ever found out, they seemed to get nervous. Of course, what can I do for you? Well, since everyone else is still asleep, I thought we'd put off breakfast, and a few more of the villagers asked if I'd take you to their homes to work on some of their enchantments. Of course. Let's head out immediately then. It seemed word spread fast in a small community like this, especially when it came to someone like him. As an outsider in a tight-knit and closed-off town like this, people would naturally be talking, and even more so when they heard what he was doing. He didn't want to brag, but the enchantments he'd seen the villagers using were rather clumsily put together. It was almost certain they'd come from someone with only level 3 or 4 in the skill. At level 5 currently, and having it as his blessed skill, anyone could immediately feel the difference in mana cost when they tried his tools out, even without the benefit of having a magic affinity tied to it to reduce the cost further. It would only be a matter of time before one by one they all came to ask for his help. Once again she'd woken up alone, giving it a bit of thought, unless Ben was up late into the night working on something he would typically be up before her, out to her uncle's shop with breakfast waiting on the table. It seemed like it was around noon though, so she got up and dressed before going out of the room to see what everyone else was doing. It looked like she was the last up, with the others already recruited into work. Sashel and Raelia were tending to the fire, extracting tar from the wood that had been gathered while Sko was back at the oil press. She didn't see Ben immediately, but felt him off to her right and found him at the side of the house, dealing with the most challenging issue of replacing some of the wood it was built with, without damaging the entire structure. Well, I wanted to put this off a bit longer, but then I inspected the house itself and decided this was a priority. That bad. Thera winced. The thought of being buried under a collapsed building was far from an appealing prospect. So how long will it take you to fix? Who do you think I am? I'll have it done in half an hour tops. Once I get the next bit after replaced, all I'll have to do for the house is cut away any of the lesser rot and coat the outside with a mixture of the tar and oil to seal the wood. And the roof, I don't really want the ceiling caving in while we sleep. Thankfully, no issue. It uses wood shingles and they seem to replace those often enough to keep it functional. I just wish they had a proper craftsman in the village to deal with this. I know a place this small doesn't need anyone with a dedicated construction skill, but the more I see, the more there is to do. You don't need to do everything you know. No matter how good you are, a single person can't rebuild an entire village. At this point, I'm just going to stick to improving enchantments, fixing fences, weatherproofing, and repairing anything that I think could get somebody killed. It's probably manageable. Is it? She asked herself, thinking of what she'd seen in the village. There were about 30 houses around, and none of them were in great states. She was almost certain he'd be working on every one of them if the villagers let him. At the very least, he was lucky there weren't more. It seemed like the Dryads still formed family units together, even if there was no relation between them, and multiple generations might live together as well. It was definitely a close community, and thankfully in this one case that worked to their advantage. Anyway, now that you're up, do you think I could trouble you to go with the others to go cut some more trees down for me? I got Sko to do it before, so he should know what to do. She grimaced a bit but agreed, not doubting that if they didn't get everything he'd need, he'd spend another night awake making and gathering resources to use, no matter how bad of an idea it was. There were still hours before they commenced their hunt after all, and she'd have to get used to the most distasteful member of their group eventually if they were going to be working together for the next little bit. When they got to the forest, Sko immediately took the stone axe Ben had made earlier and started chopping a tree before Thera stopped him. Why are you bothering with that? We're here specifically to gather wood, he said in an annoyed tone, not that her own had been any better. What else would I do? She could only sigh at the prospect of dealing with this for days. Sashel, can't you use your water blade spell to cut them down? I don't think I can manage something as thick as a tree trunk. Flesh is a lot easier to cut. See, now just let me deal with this. Or stand back and wait a few minutes so I can get this done quickly, she told them all, shooing them to the side before stretching out her hand towards a section of trees. After a couple minutes of seemingly nothing happening, the four-armed warrior was getting grumpy. Can we just get this over with and let me cut one? He couldn't finish his thought as multiple load cracks filled the air and 8 trees crashed to the earth, leaving the 3 onlookers with mouths agape. With how much her magics had improved, her overall control had as well by a significant amount, letting her power her telekinesis with her overwhelming mana to push the trees down. The skill made a nice addition for her, though its combat potential was less than she'd initially hoped. While it was showing that it could supplement some of the control she lacked when using her earth magic at the cost of increasing the time it took to cast a spell, it wasn't so easy to use it directly in combat. When she'd experimented with it during her hunts, the creature could always feel the mana slowly taking shape around them and was able to easily escape, making the spell she was setting up useless since it couldn't follow its target as it was being put together. For a stationary thing like a tree, though, it was perfect. She turned to the 3 of them, still staring at the destruction she'd caused so easily, and let herself feel a little smug. I'll knock a few more down to the right. You guys should probably get to work cutting off the branches on those ones. Even though they still didn't seem to be able to accept the situation, they got to work on their task, as Thera quickly brought down 7 more, taking a seat to watch them after she was done. The waiting was boring, but their stunned reactions to seeing her magic had been worth it. With all the times she'd been told she should quit adventuring because she wasn't cut out for it, being able to do her job so easily and then lounge around as they rushed to keep up gave her a small vindictive thrill. She'd half considered pushing down a few more, but she didn't know how many Ben would even need, and she didn't want to damage the forest any more than she'd have to, even if she could get some entertainment making a bit more work for the other. Eventually, they managed to finish their work, though left with a different problem. When we did this last time, he did something to dry them out, Sko told them. I doubt we could have dragged them back if he didn't. Sashel, do you think you could? Nope, at my current skill level, pulling the water from a plant isn't possible. So should we go get him? 'Cause otherwise these are staying here. Or I'll just handle it again, Thera told them. It wouldn't be quick, but she'd be able to get them back there, as long as she got plenty of breaks in between, and with an effort of will she began just that, this time using her staff to direct her spell, but slowly gathering them up and moving them, until she felt her control start to slip before taking a break and starting again. It wasn't fast, but it was the best option at the moment as they made their way back. She couldn't stop smiling under her hood as she got back with all of the logs. A level up to her magic was more than she'd expected from their trip, and she immediately felt its effects as she floated the logs back. She still needed breaks as she went, but the entire task just felt simpler, and she was looking forward to testing how that increase improved her overall magic control when she got the chance. That could come later as she was hunting, though. First, she placed the logs down gently in front of Fontesh's home, being gawked at by a wide-eyed Delaire as she did. He held out his hand and she handed it over, watching him as he examined it before finally reapplying the sacrificial enchantments she'd broken on the walkover. It looks like the structure received a bit of damage, but it shouldn't be a big deal. As long as you aren't doing anything like that without me there to manage the enchantments, then everything will be fine. Sounds good. Anything else I can do to help you out in the meantime? Well, I need to apply some enchantments to the logs to dry them out. Do you think you could work on brushing down the last wall with oil while I work on this? Sure, no problem. Fantastic. Delaire, think you can show Thera how it's done? Yeah, come on. The small girl said with enthusiasm, excited to show off her work. It seemed she'd been helping Ben while they were all gone and was looking forward to showing just what she'd learned. You just do it like this. She watched as Delaire haphazardly brushed the areas she could reach before taking the other brush and dipping it in the oil, trying to take a bit more care to get everything covered. Since Thera was a fair bit taller, she took over getting the higher areas, leaving anything out of her reach for Ben to figure out. There had to be a ladder somewhere, but she couldn't immediately see it and focused on what was in her range as she humored the child with her as they spoke about the day. As the night began to fall, it was time to begin their hunt, though this time Ben stayed behind while Sko was brought in tow, adding more combat power to their group. She wasn't thrilled with the change, but knew that it would help get the work done quicker. She just had to deal with him for a few hours a night as they worked to chip away at the population and hopefully keep the forest safe so Sashel could complete her quest. She could play the teammate for that long at least before she got to go back to her normal routine of hunting with Ben, and it wasn't like things had been particularly bad the previous night. There was no harm in some optimism. Without Ben there, though, the walkout was far more quiet and tense, the conversation breaking down to Sashel explaining how they were going to do everything for Sko's sake until they finally made it to the edge of the sacred woods. Is everyone ready? Sashel asked, getting nods from everyone. All right, Thera, you're up. She took off her cloak, letting it fall to the ground and having her staff ready in her hand, waiting for anything to fly out as the others also stood prepared for their fight. And after a few short minutes, a group of frost bats, around 10 in number, began to pour out of the woods and make their way to her as she prepared a life spell to disorient them, at least until she spotted another preparing to attack out of the corner of her eye as the woods lit up. You can't be serious. There's no way he's that dumb. If only she could be so lucky. The light she saw was Sko, his body covered in his fire augmentation as he prepared his swords to attack, and without a moment of hesitation on her part, she stopped her own spell to quickly wrap herself in her coat again. Neither Sashel nor Raelia had been expecting her to not go with the same plan they had yesterday, and without much choice, they started attacking the bats immediately as they closed in. Sashel threw her water spell as Raelia transformed and went on the attack, killing 4 of the bats themselves as Sko threw himself into the brawl, slicing through 2 more bats with his swords wrapped in flames. It wasn't a bad turn of events, but without Thera drawing them in with her charm or disorienting them with her magic, the remaining 4 were able to shake off enough of the effect they were under to fly off into the night and back to safety. Not bad for our first round of the night, is it? Sko asked, feeling cocky about how well that went before being brought to the ground as Thera swung her staff at his leg with all of her might. It hadn't been a planned action, but she was so filled with rage she couldn't help but act. You fucking idiot. Do you just not think about your actions, or are you actually brain dead? Hey, what the hell do you think you're? No, what the hell do you think you're doing? She yelled at him before reaching down to pick something up, only to immediately whip it at his face. What the hell do you think that is? He was struck square in the forehead and looked like he was ready to get up and fight as he looked at the item. What, isn't this just the stupid amulet? Just the amulet. Oh my god, you absolute tool. Let me spell it out for you. You burned off the cord for it while I didn't have my cloak on. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? His anger subsided as he realized what she was saying, but didn't disappear. All right, my bad, but chill out. It was a mistake. Oh yeah, because I'm sure if I didn't rush to throw on my cloak as soon as I realized that you really are that stupid, you'd be able to react appropriately and accept it was your fault when you fell under my magic's effects, she told him, voice dripping with sarcasm. Just hurry up and go back for the night, cause now we can't do anything with you here. Sashel ran over to apply her life magic as Raelia stepped in to scold her. Thera, you went too far. It was a mistake, but everything turned out fine. You didn't need to blow up at him. Well, there's two things you need to keep in mind. Even if I'm playing nice right now, I fucking hate all of you. And B, in case you forgot everything that happened while I was being harassed by Roan, since I'm the one with the passive magic, I'm also the one that gets the blame for other people's mistakes. Now, are we continuing the hunt tonight or not? Sashel briefly looked to Raelia before giving an answer. Maybe it would be best to finish for today and start fresh tomorrow night. Fine, she wasn't particularly in the mood to continue anyway, so as the others worked on treating him, she stormed off back to the village. When she got back, she went straight to the room, feeling Ben there and finding him laying down, writing notes about something or other. Hey Thera, you're back, what's wrong? Even with her cloak on, he saw right through her, though it was probably easier than usual given how she felt. Stress and anger, the likes of which she hadn't experienced since dealing with Roan's harassment and the subsequent isolation, bubbled up, and she couldn't trust herself to talk. Not bothering to change, all she did before getting into bed was take her cloak off as she wordlessly buried her face in Ben's chest and let herself cry. I'm going to kill them. I'd like to suggest finding an option that doesn't get you imprisoned or executed. Thera was a mess when she got back Myriad. I'm not exactly in the mood to be polite about it when I'm already putting in so much work trying to get this village to a semi-manageable state. So what happened? She'd been in no mood to talk when she'd returned, and Ben didn't force the issue, instead trying to comfort her until she'd fallen asleep and then quickly passing out for the night himself. Unfortunately, Myriad didn't have an answer for him either. I had been focusing on other things since I thought Sashel had everything well in hand, but it looks like that was my mistake. Still, I would like to understand myself. Shall I bring her here? You can have multiple people in your realm at once. It's not hard. I just usually prefer to provide one-on-one attention. In that case, sure, just set something up for me first. As Sashel came to consciousness, she found herself in a place she'd long grown used to, her god's realm. With how the night had gone, she'd expected it, though what she hadn't been expecting was the change in setup. While normally it was a rather featureless expanse, at the moment she was at the base of a large slanted platform, at the top of which floated her god, with Ben sitting down on a dark chair, legs crossed and staring down at her, thoroughly displeased. Maybe it was bullying the girl, but he was in no mood to be friendly, and he wanted the atmosphere to reflect that as he looked her in the eye and watched her nerves start to fray. So, what happened? How much have you heard? Tell me from the beginning, he ordered as he drummed his fingers on the chair arm, staring down without a hint of kindness in his voice or eyes. It only made her more worried, but she did as she was asked, recounting the events of the night that ultimately ended with Thera parting ways from the others and ending up alone at home. Ben could see the panic form on her face and she wouldn't meet his eyes, leaving him to sigh and direct a thought to Myriad. Okay, maybe I went too far with the theatrics. Mind lowering everything and giving her a chair, he said in Ben's head as he did as he was asked, bringing Ben to her level and giving her a place to sit. All right, calm down, I've had my fun. Now Sashel, I want to hear your honest opinion. What do you think about what happened, both last night as well as when Thera was dealing with Roan? Well, last night, I understand why she was so unhappy, although breaking Sko's knee still seemed to be a bit much. Oof, didn't realize she broke it. Oh well, she healed him up so it doesn't matter to me. And about the time with Roan, she shifted about awkwardly, still avoiding his eye as she thought about how to answer. I know we were in the wrong. Sko never saw much of it, but Raelia and I were well aware that he was a creep. It was hard not to feel a bit bad for the guy when it became clear he was losing his mind, but we should have tried to help Thera when he was bothering her, not just leaving things to work out like they did. He cast a quick glance at Myriad, who gave him a nod, or at least the floating cube equivalent of one. Great, gotta love an idiot with charisma. Alright, so what will you do now? Unless you plan on thinking of another way to deal with the bats, you'll need Thera to draw them in for you. I guess there's also the option of giving up here to try and complete the quest somewhere else, though it's up to you. Do you think you could try and smooth things over with Thera for us? She was finally looking him in the eyes and absolutely begging for his help, but he turned her down immediately. No, I told you when I gave you the plan, you're in charge. If you want to make it work, you'll need to come up with a way to get her to work with you willingly. Smoothing over problems in a team is just as much the job of a leader as planning out attacks, right? Ah, okay, I'll do my best. She didn't seem thrilled with his answer, but could tell he didn't plan on budging, and with that her time in the realm ended, leaving Ben alone with his god again. With her gone, he immediately deflated into a ball of stress. Why can't things just be easy, Myriad? There, I'm hopeful things will work out fine. Sashel was feeling discouraged over everything that happened, but also committed to making it work. We just have to wait and see. All right, the sooner this is sorted, the sooner there's someone else to fill these sorts of roles for your faith anyway. I'll just cross my fingers and hope she actually completes the quest. I'm feeling confident. Her devotion and desire are both strong. She'll do her best. As for completing quests, though, you asked about how to earn me a bit more faith. Yes, I've got a solution for you. Wait here. At that, Myriad disappeared for a few minutes, leaving Ben alone in an empty void until he returned with what might have been mistaken for a tree at first, if not for the divinity radiating from it and a most unusual trunk. With thin leaves, some sort of violet apple-like fruit, and smooth golden branches, it wasn't until the eyes drifted farther down that it could be seen that all of that was simply growing out of the head of a goddess, with her face and body having a more human-like form, though completely covered with the same golden bark as her upper branches. Even though it was an appearance he wouldn't have expected, it made more sense to him than seeing Analia had, considering the race he was sure she represented. Jaggle, I take it, indeed apostle of Myriad, your god has made me quite the offer. I'm sure we can be of help to one another. He looked to his god curiously, so he went on to explain. Given the Dryads' history and their delicate situation in the world, her race lacks craftsmen and artists, instead focusing almost entirely on training their plant magic to protect the health of their forests. It's understandable, and she can't just ask one to take up their valuable time mastering an artistic craft, but it means that the statues that exist of her are few and old. Gifting the village a representation of her should help improve their opinion of you and I, possibly being enough for you to complete your quest while at the same time giving her something for her people to direct their faith to. It would probably help the village as well. While plenty of Dryads make their way to her head church as a pilgrimage, it wouldn't be surprising if any went out of their way to see the best representation of their goddess to exist in the past few centuries. And she's not mad about the whole converting Sashel away from her faith thing. At this, the goddess laughed. Child, I've had many people convert to me as well. While no god is happy to lose a believer, it is the nature of faith in such a cluttered world like this. I have no grudge against you. He stared at her and she met his gaze before he shrugged. Works for me. Myriad, do you think you could make me something like a pen and paper so I can make a few sketches? And Jaggle, if you want to take a pose for this, do whatever is comfortable, but try and keep it in the realm of what it would be possible to make. He was going to be crafting with whatever large, solid block of stone he could find after all. He couldn't do anything that would create any weak bits that might lead to it falling apart. She thought for a moment before conjuring a tree stump into existence and taking a seat. How is this? Looks great. The goddess before him gave off an air of serenity, not something that he should be surprised about given her ties to nature, but it was easy to get sucked in and made him want to capture the feeling if he could. Myriad created the pen and paper for him as he asked, but asked a question before Ben got to work. Are those necessary? You won't be able to take them when you wake up. It will help me remember it better when I do, though. Besides, you'll still have them, right? I can refer to them later if need be. With that, he got to work, making sketches of her at various angles and trying to capture her expression the best he could. It was fun, planning out a large statue like that, something he doubted he ever would have been able to do on Earth, and while he worked he took the time to get an answer to a question that had been on his mind as well. So just out of curiosity, why do Dryads breed with trees? It struck me as odd that you have such a distinctly female race alone, when most others seem to go for the male-female split. He was aware of a few races with more than just the two sexes he was used to, and also that there were a few hermaphroditic ones as well, but that just made Dryads stand out as an oddity all the more. There's no distinct reason. When I came into being on my world, I could have simply uplifted one of the animals present to sapience like so many others did, but I found creating them from the trees was more satisfying to who I am. Of course, I did create both females and males at first, but after I had to destroy the men back in the height of my power, it was simpler to slightly alter the remaining women to make it possible, instead of creating an entirely new group of peaceful males from scratch. Perhaps I should have produced a few, though, now that I'm too weak to do it. It's a shame to constantly see my people shrink unless they maintain their forests. He tried to keep his thoughts in line, going back to focusing on the drawing and anything else he could think of to distract himself. That was a lot to unpack, and he wasn't sure he wanted to do it in mind-reading range. I bet, he said casually, hiding his worry with a different bit of curiosity. So were the Dryads produced from fruit trees, or is your form unrelated to theirs? Ha, a curious boy, it's a good trait. My form is distinct. There was no plant like it on my homeworld. After all, a god is something to be strived to, not found around every corner. With that, she got up to look at the various drawings he'd made and comments he'd written down and smiled approvingly, reaching into the branches above her and plucking a fruit before handing it to him. A reward for all you've done for the village so far. I look forward to seeing how the statue turns out. With one final smile and a nod to Myriad, she disappeared. You can relax now, his god told him, seeing just how tense he was at the end of their meeting. So some gods just eradicate half of their race, huh? It's a bit more complicated than that, but yes, back in the distant past when we were at our full power we were more free to act, though that wouldn't have been nearly as easy as she made it sound. Any chance you could fill me in on why though? He was incredibly curious, but didn't want to risk the wrath of any god that would go through with such a thing. It's a long story that involves some forces I'm not allowed to talk about with mortals, but the short answer is that a small group of men from her world created a spell to distort the minds of the rest and almost destroyed the harmony of her planet as a result. What, come on, why can't you tell me whatever bit you're hiding? As a rule, there is some knowledge considered too dangerous for mortals to know, lest they decide to actually use it. About 1 in 100 of the races in this reality have a point in their history when they nearly destroyed their world by knowing the wrong thing, and even more succeeded. You'd be shocked how many dead worlds there are in the galaxy that had nothing to do with the invaders. He could tell that had just made his apostle even more curious, so he quickly changed the topic. Anyway, since she gave that to you, you should eat it already. Is that really okay? Relax, it's the fruit of a nature goddess. It isn't going to harm you. You can think of it as an incredibly minor blessing. It won't show up on your card like mine or Anelia's did, and it won't have the effect of improving your growth as a whole like ours would either. Let's see, from the look of it, I would say it will up your mana by a couple points, around 5. She must have watched the way you do things a bit after I asked and noticed you struggling. Think of it as a payment for helping her people. Oh sweet, in that case don't mind if I do. He took a bite and felt a small amount of energy fill him, like he was being invigorated by the fruit. The taste was oddly familiar, like a memory of some of the best ones he'd ever experienced in his homeworld. He would have loved to get another to snack on. No thinking about how tasty gods are. Nothing good will come from it. He stopped for a moment, waiting before replying. No notification about a new sacrilege level, so it's fine. Are there any other nature gods willing to let me have a bite? I swear, the fact it didn't level up for you isn't from lack of trying. When he awoke, he didn't immediately get up. Thera was using him as a pillow again, and since he didn't know how she'd be feeling, he wanted to be there for her in the morning if she needed to talk, so he wordlessly rubbed her head while staring up at the ceiling. His mood was better, at least, after having talked it over with both Sashel and Myriad. What mattered, though, was how she felt. Now that he'd accepted a gift from Jaggle, he felt obligated to see through her statue, but he wouldn't force Thera to stay if she wasn't comfortable. If she wanted to leave and Sashel couldn't change her mind, then so be it. It only ended up taking an hour, but eventually she slowly came to consciousness. With the way they were situated, as soon as she opened her eyes, she was staring directly into Ben's. "Morning," he said, trying to sound cheerful for her. "Are you feeling a bit better?" She jumped with a start, not expecting to find herself in the same position as when they went to sleep, and broke into an embarrassed blush. "Sorry about that. I must have forgot to move before I went to sleep." "Don't worry about it," he told her, neglecting to mention that it was how he'd found her the first morning there as well. "Are you maybe ready to talk about what happened? They just managed to piss me off more than I expected. I feel better after getting a bit of rest." He stared at her, waiting for more, but it seemed that was all she had to say on the matter. "You know, if working with them is too much, there's no shame in going home. I don't want you making yourself miserable for my sake." Of course, he told her, giving her hand a squeeze before getting up for the day. There was still a mountain of stuff to do, and not nearly enough time to do it. They left their room as he was still trying to plan things out, only to find both Sashel and Raelia prostrated at their door, as Delaire watched from the side, quietly trying to understand what was going on. It wasn't just her, though. Despite being cloaked, he got the distinct impression that Thera was put off by the display and wanted to return to their room immediately. The only thing that stopped her was Sashel speaking up before she could. "Thera, we owe you an apology. We'd seen Roan's harassment just as much as any other woman in the guild. We should have taken your side at the time. I know this isn't enough, but I want to work to make up for it in the future. Likewise, while I still think hobbling Sko was a bit much, I didn't consider how it must have felt for him to mess up like that after everything you've dealt with," Raelia said as well. Thera stared down at them, not sure what to do as she sighed. "Very heartwarming. I'm sure it would be even more so if you didn't actively need my help. We do need your help, but I'm apologizing because it's the right thing to do and we've put it off too long. As much as I hope you'll keep working with us, I understand if you don't want to, but we needed to say this eventually to try and make a better relationship with you, right? We spent the last while trying to figure out the best way to go about it, and figured this was the best way to show our sincerity." "Gods, enough, get up," Thera told them, not able to handle it anymore. "I already told Ben I'm going to stay and help, so let's just focus on getting this done as fast as possible." The two women knew they weren't forgiven, but it was a start and they thanked her before going down for breakfast. Thera didn't know how to deal with all of that, but already seemed worn out despite the day just starting as Ben chuckled to the side. Looks like Sashel came to a decent choice. Can I offer you a drink, Mr. Apostle? A dryad offered as he worked on replacing her fence after finishing up her house earlier in the day. One for me too, please. Yes, yes, little flower, I have one for you too. They both took a break to enjoy the drink as the sun beat down on them. After the last couple days of working on enchantments for the village and seeing him repair Fontesh's home, many of the dryads around were beginning to grow more open to him. At the very least, they were letting him help and being a bit friendlier than when he first arrived, but he suspected a part of it stemmed from having the sociable ball of energy that was Delaire there to help him break the ice. She seemed to joyfully take the role of his little helper as he worked, more than happy to do the odd jobs that were safe for a child, and she'd been getting the hang of it rather well herself. It was sweet and it made the time go by faster to have the company, not to mention the work as well. Adding to the fact that Sashel seemed to have requested that SCO stick to helping him out to keep the hunts calm for Thera, he now had someone on permanent oil and tar duty and expected that he'd be able to finish much faster than he thought. After he completed his work at that house, he was more than prepared to immediately move on to the next, but he could see a cart coming in the distance and Delaire cheered with excitement. Miss Merchant is here, tugging his arm and dragging him with her. For a village not too fond of outsiders, they still needed resources, and a trusted merchant seemed welcome enough, with the whole of the village making its way out to see what she'd brought. Delaire rushed to the front with a few of the other more excited children, as Ben stood to the back, letting the others complete any shopping or trade they had first. As much as he wanted to see if there was anything useful for him, he was still in the middle of developing his relationship with the lot of them. He didn't want to jeopardize the little he'd built up by buying something someone else wanted, so he patiently waited as one by one. Everyone bought what they needed and eventually left, giving him the chance to walk up and see what was left for himself. The moment he walked to the back of the cart to see what was available, his heart pounded with excitement. He locked his eyes on an item he wanted so desperately he thought tears of joy were about to stream down his face. I'll take the saw, he told her, not caring in the slightest about the price. A properly made metal tool, to think it would give him so much joy after a few days of working with nothing but stone. The merchant handed it over, and he paid what he needed to as she made conversation. I'm surprised to see someone other than a dryad in the village. Don't think I have since I started working the route. I'm an acquaintance of one of the women here, just came to help out with some repairs. He didn't want to get too into details since it sounded bothersome, and the merchant seemed to pick up on that. I can't imagine it's been too easy, but good luck to you. I'm back this day every week, so if you'll still be here by the next one, let me know if you need any special orders. Of course, it can be a little more expensive having them delivered out here, but it's a lot easier than going to the city to buy them yourself. He thought for a minute. He absolutely needed things. It was just a matter of what and how much. He held up his hand, asking her to wait a while as he put his thoughts together and made a list. If he could make things even a little easier on himself, then it would be worth whatever price. A couple weeks passed, and as Ben's mood only grew as the results of all of his work starting to pay off, everyone else's managed to degrade. He just finished his repairs to the last house. His ability to cut the logs into the lengths and shapes he needed greatly increased with the purchase of a saw and other tools he'd ordered from the merchant, and came back to Fontesh's home to find the girls looking defeated as they sat around the table, while Sko was fast asleep in his shed, finally getting a break from the constant work Ben had assigned him. What's got everyone so down? He asked, trying to hide the spring in his step that came with finally being done his overwhelming level of work. They, on the other hand, saw no end in sight. It just doesn't make sense, Sashel cried. We've been killing about 20 a night and we wait for hours more to see if we can draw more out without luck. So they're coming from somewhere else, Thera said. We hunt in the evening. More must be arriving in the early hours of the morning when we're gone. The issue is how we find them then, Relia sighed. Even if we keep killing the ones in the forest, it doesn't matter if we don't get the ones at the source. I'm sure you guys will manage, he told them, trying to sound positive before asking for a favor. But since there's plenty of day left, I could use some help. Sashel, think you could point me towards any rocky outcrops I can take advantage of? Didn't we get you enough that first night? This is for something different. Thera, could I also bother you to help bring it back with your earth magic? Sure, maybe the change of pace would help us think of something anyway. Despite seeming so defeated, Sashel led them out of the village and through the woods, slowly making their way, muttering ideas to each other as Ben left them to it. He couldn't interfere with them too much, so instead he reflected on his thoughts, thinking about how he'd make the statue. He'd at least gotten some proper tools from the merchant when she'd come back, among a couple other things he wasn't sure if he would end up using or not, but he was confident it wouldn't be too hard to make a statue that would satisfy the village and their goddess. As he was thinking that, though, the village managed to satisfy him instead. Defense enhancement. I absolutely want a level to defense enhancement. Thrilled was putting it mildly. All of the work he'd put towards helping the village had just paid off in a big way, making him slightly harder to kill. It was a bit of a shame to put the reward to something on the 0th level instead of waiting until it was at the 2nd, but if how long it had taken him to learn it from Xandel was any indication, then he didn't have an aptitude for the skill. Completing quests was going to be the best way to get it anywhere. The sooner he got to the point that things couldn't punch or chew through his delicate flesh, the better. Since the girls seemed discouraged, he decided to wait to tell Thera later, not wanting to brag about it as he called out to his god in his mind. Hey Myriad, quest complete. What else do you have for me? Yeah, the usual ones. Don't suppose there's any I could immediately take advantage of. Myriad had originally planned on keeping that option a secret and simply waiting for Ben to eventually pass, giving it to his next apostle after the stunt he'd pulled making the church. But the boy had done nothing but good work for him since, gaining him both faith and believers and making him more appealing to the world as a whole. While it wasn't always the smoothest, he decided to extend the trust, especially since it wasn't an easy quest to fill for a god like him anyway. Ben let out a long, low whistle, hearing just how much he could get from it. Damn, what do I need to do to complete that? Okay, we'll leave that on the back burner unless it looks doable. What about the other one? For 10 job levels, I'll take it. Just don't expect me to start until the job after my next. I'm almost done this one and I've got a plan to finish the next one quickly, just you watch. Considering the speed he already seemed to go through his jobs, Myriad wasn't sure how he'd get it done any quicker, especially when his apostle had grown better at not letting thoughts reach his conscious mind, but he looked forward to just what Ben had in store for him. All right, will this be good, Ben? Sashel asked, pulling him from his talk with his god to ask about the rock she'd brought him to. It had taken a while, but they'd gotten to a hill with a solid stone face, exactly what he'd hoped for. Perfect, he told her. Don't suppose either of you earth mages are confident you could cut away a boulder about the size of the shed for me without cracking it, could you? He was met with shaking heads, though he wasn't surprised. Sashel likely didn't have the mana for that sort of thing, while Thera didn't have the control to avoid breaking it. It wasn't a big deal. It just meant that, like everything else he'd done in town, it was going to take a while, so he pulled out his tools and got to work. Using a proper hammer and chisel he'd ordered from the merchant, instead of the hastily thrown together stone ones he'd produced, he etched a line to guide where he wanted to work before adding an enchantment to the chisel to aid it in splitting the stone where he hit it, applying deeper cuts than it ever would have otherwise. Even still, it wasn't quick work, nor was it deep enough. He still needed to break it away. Luckily, he had an idea for a trick he could use, something he remembered from an old documentary he'd watched long ago. He found a variety of thick tree branches and cut them into wedges before hammering them into the cracks he'd made in the stone with his tools and enchanting. After that, it came down to using the resources he had on hand, namely Sashel. Hey, would you mind using your water magic to make those branches absorb as much water as they can? Yeah, that should be easy enough. Why though? Just watch, it will be great. She did as he asked and pulled water from the air, soaking each branch in the best she could for reasons she didn't understand until a loud crack reverberated through the forest. What was that? Relia yelled, immediately on guard as Ben tried to calm her. Relax, Sashel just split the stone. Good work, by the way. Water expands the wood and forces the cracks that already exist to run deeper. Just need to do it to the other sides and we're golden. He got to work placing more wedges as Sashel soaked them, until finally they had a block of stone in the middle of the woods, too big to do anything with if it weren't for Thera's magic. She carefully lifted it into the air, moving it through the woods as she went and stopping for plenty of breaks as need be to keep it from slipping from her magical grasp until they made it back to the village. The Dryads by this point had grown used to Thera's overwhelming displays of power as she brought back wood for construction, but this time someone stood in their way as they went through the village, the elder and head of the village, Hentath. All right, I've turned a blind eye since you've been helping the village, but what in the infinite hells are you doing? The elder Dryad demanded, eyeing the lot of them suspiciously. Despite the prior conflict, Ben went back to using the more cheer-filled attitude as he spoke to her. Ah, Hentath, nice to see you. Any thoughts on letting me fix up your home a little, maybe work on improving your enchantments? She was his only holdout, and even if he'd already gotten his quest complete, he didn't want to leave things unfinished, especially when there was a chance her house could have some of the same issues with rot and structural damage he'd seen in the others. She turned her nose up at the offer, though, instead focusing on the boulder they brought with them. You can't just fly something like that through town. You might hurt someone or damage our crops. Well, I'm pretty sure we could have with the logs too, but she's not wrong. You're right, I'm sorry I didn't consult you first, he told her, bowing his head as he did. She didn't expect things to go that easily and seemed taken off guard. Well, good, as long as you understand then, do what you need to with it out of the village. I can't do that, sorry. I made an agreement with your goddess a little while ago, so I need to do as I promised." He heard a small gasp behind him and realized he hadn't actually mentioned why he needed the stone to the girls, something he probably should have considered considering it involved Sashel's former god. Oops, well, it's probably fine. Hentath only looked at him with more suspicion, though. "You're saying Jaggle made a request of you to bring a rock into town. Well, to be specific, it was more like a trade with my god. I'm supposed to make a statue of her for the town since she doesn't have any artists or craftsmen to ask, and rather than make it out of the way and risk breaking it while moving it, I figured it's better to work on site. So is there any place in particular you would want it?" She still didn't seem convinced, but she led him and Thera to an empty place in the center of the village as Sashel and Raelia broke away. "Well, she probably has some complicated feelings being around her grandmother right now. No harm in her taking a little distance." Thera placed the rock down where Hentath indicated and took a seat, with the older woman going to sit beside her. You both planning on watching?" "I've got nothing better to do," Thera told him, not even considering checking on Sashel despite the last 2 weeks working together without any more issues. "I need to be sure you're doing as you said since I'm letting you build this in our village." He could only shrug. "If you guys are sure. Can't promise how exciting it will be, though." "Thera, do you think you could grab me a stool while I get started?" With a nod, she hurried off to Fontesh's home to grab it while he got to work, marking lines to figure out where to cut away rock as he waited and reflecting on what he'd seen from that goddess as she'd posed for him. All of his minds were devoted to making the best statue he could, and as he worked he found the goddess within the stone. Enchanting his tools to deal with the hardness of the stone, he got to work on what he could, breaking away larger chunks to get to what he could, bringing the basic shape out to be seen. He didn't know how long it had taken. He'd gotten lost to time as he worked, but as the sun began to fall and he noticed the world growing dark, he put an end to the task for the day, to be continued the next. Thera had left at some point, but the elder stayed, watching him as he worked and seeming to have grown a sense of serenity as she saw the form of her goddess slowly emerge from the stone. As he put his tools away, ready to stop for the night, she grabbed him. "Come with me. Sure, what do you need?" "Just come on," she said, pulling him along with strength he wouldn't have expected for her age until they were in front of her home. "I've got some enchanted tools I wouldn't mind having improved. I assume your offer still stands." "Of course," he said, only smiling on the outside but cheering within. "Take that. My hard work and positivity win in the end." He let the elder lead him around her home, moving from item to item and doing his best to complete them all. Oh, sweet. It felt like a bonus reward for finally getting the elder to accept his help, and he couldn't be more thrilled to have it done. "Don't suppose you could point me to the nearest job change room, could you?" "Sure, the city 2 days away." "You're kidding. Not every small community like this can have something like that. I'm under the impression they're pretty hard to make." "Not so hard that I won't, though." "Hey, Myriad, you listening? Walk me through it." "And I was so close to being done for the night," he sighed to himself. "Oh well, who needs sleep anyway? All right, unless you need any other enchantments fixed up, I'm going to work on making this place a job crystal. You can't be traveling 2 whole days just to change your jobs." He wished her a good night and started to head out when she stopped him. "Hey, before you go, I want to know why you were so insistent on helping out Sashel." "What, do I need a reason?" "Humor an old girl. You seemed pretty angry." "Is it just because you're the apostle of her new god, or have you fallen for her charms?" "She's pretty committed to her snake lady. I don't think you have much of a chance." "What? No, there's no charms drawing me in. You don't have to worry about that." "Then what got you in such a tiz about it?" He thought about brushing it off with some non-answer, but decided the truth might go a long way in making things better between them, creating some much-needed perspective on just how not serious changing her faith was. "It's not exactly a secret, but do me a favor and keep it to yourself. Your granddaughter and her companions don't know. You heard about the groups that were summoned about 1.5 years ago. Well, I'm one of them. I just didn't like hearing you talk to her like that when she's right there wanting to help while I'd kill for the chance to see my family again." Whatever the old woman was expecting, it wasn't that, and he left her in stunned silence. With that, he promised to work on the rest of the house once the statue was complete and went off to work on creating a job crystal. The hard part hadn't been getting the crystal itself. He already knew where a decently sized quartz boulder was from making the resistance amulets out of it, and breaking off a chunk hadn't been too terrible, even if it took a while. No, the hard part was when he got back to Fontesh's home, sitting outside by a fire, slowly chipping away at it as he tried to make a perfect sphere, using one of his minds to learn how to craft the enchantment, while forcing the others to devote themselves to making sure the crystal was made correctly the first time. His entire body ached slightly, but he wouldn't forgive himself if he put it off to rest and ended up missing out on some job experience. Even though the quests rewarding him with it were far less exciting than getting a level to a skill, he didn't want to undervalue the benefits permanent growth bonuses provided, and the more he could get, the faster he could potentially grow, which meant he wouldn't be putting it off if he could help it. He stared into the crystal, feeling it was as round as he'd be able to get it with the tools on hand, and began polishing it to make it shine. What do you think? Good enough? It's not so bad, I just wish I had some sun. Anyway, let's get this enchantment started. Trust me, Myriad, of everything I've done tonight, this will be the easy part. He tuned the rest of the world out and focused on creating the enchantment. He had a perfect image of how it was supposed to look in his mind, and since it was made from pure mana, he was on the same playing field as every other enchanter for once, his almost non-existent affinities doing nothing to hold him back. It wasn't set up like any other enchantment he'd made in the past, but that was part of what made it interesting, and left him wanting to dissect the entire thing to try and learn its secrets, but that could wait for another day. He created nodes of mana throughout the crystal, connecting them with the thinnest of threads as he went. He was sure he'd be able to make a much smaller version of the enchantment if he were to do it again, the only issue being it would need a better quality crystal than the common quartz to keep it from breaking, but that was another issue for another day. It was complete, yet felt strangely familiar. Why do I recognize this? I've never even noticed an enchantment in the crystal before. I never looked that hard, and I usually had other things on my mind. I'm telling you, something about its structure feels familiar, like I've seen it before. He did as his god requested, feeling that if it was important it would come to him later, and let all of his options fill his mind. Available JOBS. Trap User. Tree Tamer. Craftsman Alchemy Path. Craftsman Artistic Path. Craftsman Blacksmith Path. Craftsman Cooking Path. Craftsman Stonecrafts Path. Craftsman Sewing Path. Heretic. Mind User. Holy Craftsman. Kin. Tank. Magic Item Maker. I don't suppose you ever learned what kin is, did you? He sighed. That's what he'd been worried about. Neither he nor his god were exceptionally dumb. The job had appeared after his little organ transplant had resulted in a new passive skill, one that it was unlikely anyone else in the world possessed. Seeing how the brand new skill resulted in a brand new job, he couldn't help but be a little curious as to how things would change if he took it. Jobs were meant to help a skill grow after all, but his was a skill without level. How exactly did that grow? Even though Myriad knew Ben wouldn't take it, he still warned him off. Relax, I don't plan on going for it for now. I'm just saying I already have partial demonic body. That's not going to change, and the job itself doesn't sound nefarious or demon-related so long as no one knows what skill it connects to. When you think about everything my new organs do for me, don't you want to see if the job can enhance them, at least a bit? Think about keeping your precious apostle alive a while longer. His silence was deafening, and Ben could tell his god wasn't going for it as he put aside the issue for the time being. It wasn't the one he wanted anyway, even if he would be willing to take it in the future to increase his overall survival. So in any case, I got two new options, Tank and Magic Item Maker. I understand Tank at least. It probably comes from me having defense enhancement, but what about Magic Item Maker? It sounded like it would be linked to either crafting or enchantment, maybe both, but he'd looked into the jobs he could get along those two paths before and he'd never heard of it. That made sense. When he'd taken the time to read up on his potential jobs, he'd basically just skipped over anything with magic as a prerequisite, but that left him with a bit of a dilemma. Ordinarily, enchanting would be considered pretty closely linked to magic jobs, since that was the main way of using it. It was more or less expected that a person would go through the apprentice mage path, completing the job and improving both their magic and enchanting at the same time, before gaining access to the enchanter job at the second level. Likewise, it was expected that an enchanter would move back to mage jobs and jobs that acted as hybrids of the two before they unlocked high enchanter at the 7th, if they ever made it that far. While craftsman jobs gained experience through enchanting and presumably bonuses to the skill as well, his options there were incredibly limited. Crafting path jobs gained most of their experience from pursuing the path they were related to, meaning he couldn't count on them for enchanting experience, while the other option of holy craftsman he couldn't be sure about. There was a chance it would give bonuses to his enchanting, but it was possible it would only be in specific situations, such as creating job crystals. He'd promised to help Thera, but he could justify ignoring those to focus on something else for a little bit because he believed the attempt had potential and he wouldn't be able to benefit his enchanting anyway, but now he had a proper enchanting option available to him. Should he really leave it for later, even if he was sure it wouldn't be too long? I'm still not sure. You know what, you're right, you talked me into it. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to complete the next job in a couple weeks anyway, so what am I even worried about? Myriad thought he heard something absolutely absurd pass through the mind of his apostle, but before he could question him on it, he'd made his choice. As exciting as it was to finally acquire a job that not only gave him a skill level, but also a brand new skill, he was reeling from the immediate change he felt to his mind. It was like his brain had immediately strengthened, changed almost to the same scale as when he leveled up complex mind. Oh Jesus Christ, myriad, what's going on in my head right now? Things are feeling weird. Okay, but what's actually going on? Wait, so if I grow it with complex mind? I'm already level 6, definitely part of it. I figured since I don't struggle too much leveling up mind skills, even without any job bonus, I'll be able to level up the ones I have and learn some new ones easily enough. But I also have one other thing to take advantage of, namely you. I'm in your realm most nights anyway, so I basically have twice the time to work on my skills. Completing it should be a breeze, might being the keyword. I'm hopeful that improving my ability to think as a whole will help me come up with some solutions I might not have seen before. If I complete this as quickly as I think I will, then, even if I'm wrong, it's not a big loss. After a long night of making use of Myriad in his realm to work on his mind skills, he woke up and prepared breakfast for everyone. Over the last few weeks, he'd picked up a few recipes from Fontesh, and so he was putting his efforts into making the Frattles Delaire enjoyed that he'd grown quite a taste for himself. With food served and everyone satisfied, he was going to go off to work on the statue again to try and get most, if not all of it, finished that day when Sashel stopped him, pulling him to the side to make a request. "Let me hire you," she asked, much to Ben's surprise. "Maybe. Why, what do you need?" "We're still stuck on how to deal with the frost bats. Thera suggested that you might be able to make something to help us find them." I'm touched that she has so much faith in me, but I've never made anything for tracking before. I wouldn't know where to start, actually. How would I go about something like that? Do any affinity magics have spells that might work? Wait, maybe I could do something with bind. No, either way, I'm getting ahead of myself. There's a bigger issue here. Besides, I can't help you. This is your quest. If I do too much, you might not pass it. That's why I said I want to hire you. I spoke it over with Myriad. I would just be paying you for your work. It's no different than hiring someone to make a weapon for me, so long as I'm the one to use it. Well, in that case, I guess there's no issue with it, so I'll at least try to see what I can come up with, but I'm not making any promises. We'll discuss price if I manage anything, all right. He waved her off and went back to work on the statue, his thoughts filled with how he would manage to make an enchantment that could help with tracking. Let's see, I feel like I'm onto something with bind. Since me and Thera can always know where the other is, it's obviously a tracking skill, just highly specialized to a specific person. Maybe there's a way I could alter it to track a specific item, one tracker and one receiver, and just put the receiver on one of the bats. He felt like the idea had potential and stopped his work after a few hours to test it out. The simplest thing he could think of was to make a simple compass of sorts, but instead of using magnetism, he'd be letting bind point the way. To test it, he got a bucket of water and a leftover piece of wood, carving it into a shallow semi-sphere to float on the water with an arrow carved into the flat side showing the direction of the enchantment before he applied it, trying to work out the structure he thought would work best. Since it came from his copy of Bind, he believed it should point towards Thera, showing him whether or not the idea was viable, and he placed it in the water, hoping it would slowly drift to match the direction he felt her in, only for nothing to happen. A failure, huh? He'd patiently waited a few minutes but had no success. It wasn't too surprising. Some skills took a lot of time and effort to learn how to properly enchant with, not being anywhere as easy to draw out the effects like using magic or enchanting the effects of the sword wielder skill on a sword. If he was ever back in Analia, he would have to see if any research had been done there since it was a skill that came from their god, but for the time being he could just experiment. An experiment he did, spending a few hours alternating between working on the statue and trying to make something with bind work, getting Thera near the end to try enchanting with her copy of the skill as well to see if using both made a difference before he had to admit he couldn't do it. He'd have to explore a different option. That put him back to magic. He had his rings, and while the physical magics were likely to be useless to the task, he thought there might be potential in the more spiritually oriented ones, specifically dark magic. "Hey Myriad, you around?" he asked, waiting a few minutes to get a reply. "No, nothing crazy, don't worry. I was just hoping you might have an idea on how to make an enchantment I could use for mind control. Hey, I'm a sweetheart, not an evil bone in my body." Everything sounds bad when taken out of context. Mr. God that blew up his planet. I know using mind effects is forbidden on people. What I want to do is create something I could tie a mind effect to that could be placed on a frost bat to motivate them to return to their group. Light magic deals in illusions and dark in hallucinations, but I'd need a better understanding of either to put them to use in an enchantment like that. Maybe I could do something with the first option then. Do you think I might be able to link World Speak Plus to a frost bat so that it could have enough knowledge of the language that it might obey orders when charmed? Connect, got it. Considering you seem so against me learning to do this, should you really be so proud of making a skill that makes it easier? With that done, he went to find himself a test subject, and found Sko working on the same task he'd left him with when he stopped needing oil and tar, preparing firewood for the village. While everyone had a magic stove, that didn't mean they could heat their entire homes with it when the temperature dropped. The mana cost would be far too high for something like that, meaning it came down to good old-fashioned fireplaces. "Hey, you look like you may need a break from that," he called out cheerfully as he approached the man. He looked at him with something almost akin to fear. "Oh, infinite hells, what do you need me to do now? What's with that? I'm not treating him too badly." "Yaren, he's getting to sleep before me and waking up after me, he's fine. Don't be like that, I need to make an enchantment Sashal requested. I just need you to use it when I do to see if it works." He still seemed suspicious, but gave in since it was for his teammate. "All right, do you have it on you?" "Nope, I need to make a helmet first to apply it to, so I want to fit it to your head properly. Take a seat and I'll get started." As with the rest of his time in the village, the materials he could use were limited to basic wood or stone, and with plenty of logs around, the choice of which to use was obvious. He took a thinner log and got to work cutting it to the size he wanted, taking careful work to match it to the dimensions of Sko's head in a way that would be reasonably comfortable as well as secure. Once that was done, he started building an enchantment, not aimed at mind control since he wasn't looking to break any laws, but instead to allow him to use the full effects of complex mind that Ben had access to. By the time he had something he felt happy with, Sko seemed antsy despite getting his desired rest. "All right, all that's left is for you to run some of your mana through it to see if it works. And it will do what? Make you think better, don't worry." Completely unassured, the four-armed man did as he was asked, channeling a bit of his mana through the enchantment, only to double over and barf immediately. What the hell was that? He demanded as soon as he could talk, a question Ben ignored in favor of examining what went wrong. I don't think I did anything that would cause vomiting. Maybe growing two new minds all at once was a bit too disorienting." "Let's take it from the top, but this time I'll connect to you as you activate the enchantment to see what's going on." "Wait, hold on, give me a minute," the man pleaded, but there were still plenty of things to do over the day and he couldn't just wait around, so he placed a hand on the helmet to power it himself while connecting with the man. He wanted to have the tool ready by the night, no matter how much thorough testing that meant. "I'm sorry for how I treated you in the past. Please let me help with the hunt, and don't leave me alone with him." Thera had just gotten back to the house after discussing what they could try with Sashal and Raelia in the event. Ben couldn't make anything, but as soon as they set foot inside, Sko had immediately prostrated before her, throwing his face into the ground to try to show his sincerity. "Ben's trying to improve things for the village as well as make something to help Sashal. Don't be a baby." She told him coldly, trying to walk past him despite the fact he wasn't giving up. "Not only is that guy insane, he's a slave driver. I've gotten the 0th level in both woodworking and torsion enhancement because of how much he's made me do. I hadn't even heard of torsion enhancement. That isn't even mentioning whatever he'd been doing to my mind for the last few hours." I guess he has been expecting Sko to keep up with his work pace a bit more than he usually does from other people, but then again, who cares? It's still to help the village and his friend he can deal. Again, don't be a baby. You must have noticed Ben's worked just as hard for even longer hours. Can the mighty warrior not keep up with the humble craftsman? Even if she knew describing Ben like that was a ridiculous understatement, she really wanted to drive the point home, and while he continued to grovel, Raelia had her own question. "Ben, what have you been doing to his mind that has him like this?" "An excellent question, but nothing much. I needed to make a tool that could interact with the user's thoughts, so I tried creating something that would let him use complex mind. I guess the feeling of constantly growing another mind or two as I fiddled with it was a little disorienting, that's all. Either way, don't worry about it because I was able to make what you'd asked for. Kind of, at least. You created a tool that would let us track them." Sashal asked, eyes sparkling with hope. Again, kind of. He handed over what looked like 5 small quartz cups and began to explain how they worked. "Basically, these are mind control helmets with some mental enhancement aspects. If you capture some of the bats and give them simple instructions, they should obey. It needs to be simple to understand, though. I'm basically making words speak plus interact with the concepts that exist in their brains already, so stick to things like, go home, or come here, for best results. Anything more complicated than a few simple words probably won't get through. 2 things to remember is that I haven't had a chance to test them for, well, legal reasons, and also that you'll have to get them to come back to you every now and then to replenish the mana as it drains. You might be able to make the bats fill it themselves, but I wouldn't count on it." While Sashal was viewing him with respect, seeing a dependable apostle that was able to come through with her challenging request, both Raelia and Sko were looking at him in horror at so easily admitting to creating a mind control enchantment. Thera wasn't overly surprised, given that she'd seen some of the tools he'd created in the past and knew what he was aiming for in the future, but the fact he'd gone from getting the request to completing it so fast was still impressive. She'd thought it would take at least a couple days before he'd come up with a solution. She looked back down to the ground where Sko continued to beg her. If Ben's tool really did work, then they'd probably be led to a large group of them, possibly more than the three of them could reasonably handle. If they wanted to get it done quickly, then this was probably the best option. Fine, you can join us for the hunt so long as you don't do anything stupid. So you forgive me? What? No, don't be an idiot. I still don't like you, but it seems like we might need more hands. I'm not going to put myself in danger when I can use you to reduce the risk. It also makes things a bit easier if we need to run away. If he's really sorry, I'm sure he won't mind protecting everyone as we get to safety. All right, how much do you want for these? She asked, bracing herself for the worst. There weren't many enchanters that could pull together something like that, especially without any proper tools to place it on, and she was expecting to spend a long while destitute, paying off both this and the money she owed him for getting her released from the pit she was being imprisoned in, but he shocked her with a different offer. Instead of money, how about this? I get one favor from you. I don't have anything in mind right now, but if I ever need help, I get your help. Sound good? Her teammates were off to the side, gesturing wildly not to take the deal, thinking he was the sort of man that would ask something unreasonable, and they should just owe him more money instead. But she didn't notice, not giving them a glace as she happily agreed with the apostle of the god she had so much faith in. Absolutely. Anything you need, me and the others will help you with it. Her party visibly deflated as Sashal promised away not only herself, but them as well, but she didn't notice, instead focusing her full attention to making a plan for what they hoped would be their last hunt. Sashal had made the plan, leaving the beginning and most important part to Thera. Are you ready? The half-dryad asked her, which she returned with a nod, slipping off her cloak and preparing for however many would come. It always took a few minutes for them to show up, so as they waited she began removing the charm from vast quantities of her dark mana, all in preparation for a single spell. Ever since she acquired the skill, her speed and ability to do so had improved, even if it left her magic useless outside of certain situations like this where she had plenty of time to prepare, but that didn't matter. Any improvement to her magic was improvement overall, and having the ability in her arsenal was proving handy as she felt the spell in her mind take shape. They're coming, Relia spoke quietly, warning the rest as Thera stretched out her staff. The mana and spell both felt they were going to burst from her, but she did her best to keep it under control. They just needed a few more seconds, just until she got her eyes on the bats to know where to fire. Just a few more seconds, She told herself, feeling sweat form on her brow as she did before the first bat came into her line of sight, meaning the others would be close enough that it wouldn't matter. In a feeling of release, no longer suppressing that temperamental mana, she fired it out towards the bats and watched as they fell to the ground, one by one, getting a total of 9 of them with her spell, Sleep. Great work, Sashal told her encouragingly as she went to each of them, killing 4 while putting the small hats on the rest, giving each a little shake as she did, trying to pull them from their induced rest. It took a bit of waiting, but one by one they all woke up and stared at them, seeming filled with expectations as they did. Sashal took a breath, knowing that if this didn't work, they'd have to try all over again to come up with a solution as she made her request: stay close and head home. She discussed the matter with her god, who believed that would be the most complex phrase they could understand with the effects of world speak placed on their brains, and held her breath, not daring to hope too hard as she did. There was no need to worry though, Ben's work paid off. The large bats flew close to the ground and just in front of them, bringing them all up to a jog to follow along as they did, going towards where the others could be found. This is insane, Relia muttered. As the one with the best eyesight at night, she was best equipped to judge where they were going and how many they were up against, so she had taken the lead following the bats as hours passed. None of them had expected to find where all of the bats had been coming from close by, but they'd followed for so long that it would only be an hour or two before the sun began to rise before they'd caught sight of their targets. There was a chill in the air as deep in the woods, hundreds of frost bats made their home in the trees, altering the environment to match their desires as they coated everything in a thick layer of frost. Relia was already shivering and wrapped herself around Sashal for warmth, as the rest of them tried to figure out how to deal with it. So if this is where they're coming from, then that means we have to get rid of all of them, Sko asked in shock. There's no way, this is too many. We've worked too hard to just give up, Sashal argued. Thera, do you think you'll be able to disrupt enough of them that we could stand a chance? Maybe, but it looks like Relia won't be able to fight, and to get the effect you're looking for my staff won't be able to hold up. Your earth magic's improved, right? We don't need to worry about damaging any of these trees, so do you think you'll be able to use any more spells after? Not well. I can use my telekinesis in tandem with my earth magic to fire earth bullets, but it's slow. I wouldn't recommend depending on it. Every bit helps. Besides, I think we can make it work. The light will be up soon, so they should be resting. If we just wait for that, we should be able to catch them all off guard. As long as you disrupt them and are able to do a bit of attacking, me and Sko will handle the rest. While not perfect, it was the best idea they had and they agreed to wait it out, backing off a little bit to try and let Relia recover from the cold. Unfortunately, even the best laid plans don't always work, and this was far from the best of plans. Some passing bats, out and returning to the others, spotted them where they sat and let out a high-pitched shriek, seemingly calling the colony over in a massive drove. The air was thick with the sounds of wings beating, and they needed to spring into action far earlier than they'd expected. Raelia was still freezing but trying to do what she could by taking her beast form, while Sko readied his swords and shields, and Sashel readied her own earth magic, creating blades of dirt to spin above her. Of all of them, Thera took the lead, doing what she'd planned and preparing a life magic spell of massive proportions. She couldn't be sure the entire group was flying towards them, so she needed to make it bigger than she'd initially planned to try and stretch back farther, gathering enough of the life mana within her and forcing it through the small staff that she felt it begin to crack in her hands before the spell was even released, and exerting every bit of control she could manage, forcefully firing it off before it turned to dust in her hand. The outcome of her spell had been more powerful than any she'd used before, and its effect was apparent. While they couldn't be sure they were dead, almost 2/3 of the bats flying their way collapsed to the ground, leaving Sashel and Sko to handle the rest. Sashel focused on acting on the ones at a distance, tearing through the swarm with her earthen saw while Sko covered her, attacking any bat that managed to grow too close. They had the advantage for the time being, the bats being thoroughly disoriented by Thera's spell and the immediate loss of so many of their colony, but they couldn't be sure the effects would last, and they had to make the time count. Thera herself deviated from the initial plan slightly, trusting the others to manage as she did. It would be disastrous if the bats she'd taken out were alive and able to get up after some rest, so she did her best to account for that, using her earth magic to raise a cloud of dust over the bodies, the same way she would be able to when her level was low, but with the benefits of her skill having increased so much since then that she was able to bring it down with overwhelming force, the bats on the ground unable to avoid the attack as the forest filled with the sounds of bones snapping. It was possible she might be able to get a bit more out of that strategy, but for the time being she focused on what she'd agreed to do, creating her oversized earth bullets and throwing them into the approaching mass. It wasn't nearly as quick as what the others were managing with their attacks, but she more than made up for it with volume, taking out tens of them as her boulders sailed through the air. In the heat of battle, it was impossible to know how long they'd been at it, but it was clear exhaustion was setting in. Sashel's attacks were slowing as she tried to conserve mana, and the swings of Sko's swords had been losing power as well, but one of them stopped. The bats were beginning to come to their senses and had been working in tandem on an attack, so slow that none had noticed, but now they were all feeling the effects. The severe chill in the air was a result of the water in it slowly being frozen, a layer of frost forming against all of their equipment as they fought. It had barely been noticeable at first, but as they all lost body heat, flecks of ice began to form on their skin as well. Sko was filling his role as the frontline warrior, doing his best to take the attacks for the mages as the fight went on with his injuries beginning to pile up. Something had to give. Thera, I think I can manage to deal with the frost and keep them attacking for a bit, but I'll be spent. Is there anything you can manage? Sashel asked, feeling the sting of the ice on her flesh. That depends. Do you mind if your staff is destroyed? Not much of a price if it gets this over with and we all live. Think you can get Ben to make me a new one after. I'll see what I can do. Sashel let out a chuckle, doing her best to ignore the feeling of the frost seeping into her bones as she threw managing her mana to the wind, instead pulling all of the water in the area to her, completely depriving the bats of their means of wearing them out as she did so, and handed the staff to Thera. Removing the frost wasn't warming her up, but at the very least she wasn't getting any colder as she prepared her spell. This wasn't a staff Ben had prepared specifically for her, which meant it wasn't built to resist her magic. Staves like that had always been difficult for her to use, but it was far better than not having one, and she attempted the same thing she'd done before to all of the bats on the ground, but at a much bigger scale, raising thick clouds of dirt and dust into the sky before bringing it crashing down with such force that no bat could reasonably react in time as pebbles and dust ripped through flesh, finally bringing the battle to a close. 201,642,412,544. Why are you making these so freaking hard? It should be 80,631.3636, and so on and so forth forever. I'm not worried. I'm training my mind skills since I have nothing else to do until they all get back. He'd finished the statue of Jaggle to the villagers' joy and done all the repairs to the elder's house that he could do, leaving nothing else to work on in the village, so why not train his skills while he waited for them to get back? It wasn't like he was doing it to distract himself from any concern over how late they all were, with a full day almost having passed and the sun about to set. Whatever, just give me some more numbers while I wait, Myriad told him, sounding relieved to be free from hours of math questions as Ben let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, rushing over to greet them. They all looked tired and more than a little worse for wear, but they were alive. How'd it go? He asked, hoping for the best given how they looked and getting a positive reaction despite everything. We're pretty sure it's over. Just need to check tomorrow to be sure. Also, is the job crystal you made still in the house? Sashal asked, seeming to have the most energy of all of them. It is. Hentath knows it's here so the village can figure out what to do with it later. Sweet, wish me luck, she told them as she rushed up to get her hands on it. All of them followed but Sko, who seemed the most dead on his feet and immediately went to the shed to rest. Fontesh was playing with Delaire in the kitchen, but they put whatever they had been up to on hold as Sashal came in and placed her hands on the crystal, a smile forming on her lips as she did, and signifying that the option she'd been hoping for was there. It took no time at all for the smile to turn into a loud cheer from her as she quickly shared the good news. Tree Tamer just gave me a level to my connect and the skill, spell unification. She happily cheered, and he couldn't help but congratulate her. Spell unification was a skill he'd looked into a bit after getting access to it from Zandale, and if Connect gave her a better chance of awakening her skills into plant magic, then spell unification all but guaranteed it. It was a skill that specifically made it easier for the user to create combined spells so long as they had the correct affinities, meaning that she could start practicing plant spells in earnest. While it would have been possible before, the difficulty and mana cost would be too high to make it practical, but that limit was now significantly reduced so long as she practiced and worked to raise the skill level. Fontesh was the most emotional hearing the news, wrapping her cousin up in a tight hug. Having grown up together in the same village, she knew just how much this meant to Sashal and couldn't help but be overjoyed for her. To finally be able to use plant magic to any real extent was thrilling, and they would have celebrated in earnest if not for their desperate need for rest. Well, Hentath, Ben said, tapping his foot as they waited. Ben, we really don't have to. Nope, you did your part, now she does hers. No getting out of it. Sashal was embarrassed and tried to talk Ben out of making a big deal of it, but he'd insisted. Hentath had agreed to apologize to her, and he fully expected it to happen. Ah, you really are a pain, the elder muttered before giving in, attitude becoming far more awkward as she did so. As for what I said before, it may have been a bit much. This is your home and you're welcome here. Still felt a little weak. He wasn't so much asked as told as the elderly woman's vice-like grip locked onto his arm, not letting go as she dragged him into the forest. Chances I'm about to be murdered, noted. He was dragged until they got to the edge of the sacred forest, when he was told in no uncertain terms to wait, and that it might be a while as she went within, seeming to search around for the bit that she was still in his field of view. Not turned into fertilizer yet, so this is probably fine. Right. Ben wasn't really too worried. His god was watching, and he was sure that if Myriad picked up anything from the woman's mind he would have been warned. He was too cheerful for there to be any problems. In the meantime, he sat down and leaned against one of the trunks. Last time he'd come so far out, he hadn't been allowed to get so close to the woods, but since the elder had brought him here herself, he assumed it was fine and let his curiosity get the better of him. The Dryads were very serious about these trees after all, and seeing as how they'd actually communicate with them through plant magic, he couldn't help being curious about what they had to say. Placing his hand against the trunk of the one he was leaning on, he opened his minds and connected. Fuck, he accidentally yelled as he broke the connection, pain tearing through his head. I feel like I just connected to 100 people at once. Damn it, that was intense. I thought my head was about to explode. While the intelligence level seemed to be on the same level as any other plant he interacted with, potentially a little higher, the speed they were able to think was equivalent to any of the races that Ben had connected to. Stranger still, every plant in that section of the forest seemed to be linked, at least the ones that originated from the same world, and Ben was able to connect to all of them at once. Or I use them for practice while I wait, and you just monitor me and get me to stop if it looks like any damage is being done. Rather than answer, he instead connected to the plant again, feeling an uncountable number of minds taking notice of him as he did. It was an unpleasant experience, but not as shocking as when he first connected to it, and he was able to hang on as his brain was bombarded with emotions, and he did his best to respond in kind. What the hell are you doing? The Dryad asked as she shook him back to awareness, more concern in her voice than he expected. His head was pounding and he was covered in sweat, but he thought he was mostly all right. Myriad hadn't delivered any desperate warnings at least, though his god definitely didn't like what he was doing even remotely. Since you left me here, I figured I'd chat with the trees for a bit. They're neat, never encountered any plants with such active minds before. Yeah, well, you somehow managed to scare the entire forest. The lot of them were worried that you were dying, saying they could feel your pain. Ah, I was trying to tell them not to worry. Having so many minds interacting with my own was just a bit intense, but I'm good. I'd love to spend a few more days talking to them if I can. He could only imagine the sort of growth he might be able to get from his mind skills if he did, not to mention how much faster he could complete his current job, but the elder shot him down fast. Absolutely not. I can't have you stressing the forest that much. If I knew you were going to do that, I wouldn't have brought you this far. Anyway, here, she handed him 3 long and sturdy branches that looked like they'd long since fallen from the trees, seeming to be mostly dried out. I'll acknowledge you've done a lot for the village, even if nobody asked you to meddle, so take those as a reward. He looked over the branches he was handed. They were each about as thick as an arm and about as long as he was tall, with a surprising level of sturdiness to them to boot. They'd clearly fallen from their trees long in the past, being light and dry. You're a craftsman, right? Use them to make staves. There's only 2 or 3 trees in the world with wood better for channeling mana than anything from our homeworld, though since I'm giving you 3, make one for my granddaughter as well since she went to the trouble of dealing with our bat problem. Suppose it's only right to reward her for it. As he watched the old woman try to justify her gift to her granddaughter, he couldn't help but give a laugh as he agreed. Seems like things between them might work out, but even more importantly, he'd managed to get his hands on something good. Even if it had taken a while, the trip hadn't been too bad. Please don't go, Delaire asked, clinging to his leg as he was saying goodbye to her and Fontesh before he and Thera went to catch a ride with the merchant to get back to the gate. Oh man, my heart's going to break. That would mean all the work I did on the statue would be for nothing, so pass. Sashel snuck behind the young girl and scooped her up in her arms. Come on now, you'll still have me for a little longer at least, so give him a friendly goodbye, all right, but you're not as fun, and you can't cook. Thera let out a small giggle as Fontesh told the child off for being rude. Ben couldn't help but let out a chuckle himself as he went up and patted her head. I'll write you some letters, and if I ever get the chance to stop by again I will, so be good for your mom, okay? Okay, she said, still seeming down. Tell you what, I'll send out some better toys than what I was already able to make here, so look forward to it. Really? She asked, eyes lighting up. Really, so be good, all right. All right, sure, I'll keep the offer in mind. They said goodbye to the rest of the village and finally were on their way back home. It had been longer than either of them had expected, but they'd both gained plenty from the trip. I don't care if you're succeeding. You shouldn't be able to meditate 3 times at once just because you have more minds. It doesn't make sense. Makes sense or not, it's working so it doesn't matter. Now throw some math at me, Myriad. I want another level to calculate before I'm back. There must be another mind skill we can practice. Just asking you math questions for hours is so freaking boring. You think I'm enjoying it? I don't even need calculate beyond the 0th level. This is all to get through the job as fast as I can. If I play my cards right, I might be able to change to a new one in a day or 2 after getting back to Stonewall. Then I'm never touching the skill again. Or at least not until I take another mind job, but that seriously isn't the priority after this one. It better not be with how much time I'm putting towards helping you train this one, but fine. What's his god stopped for a moment, seeming to think before gleefully having a reason to change the topic. Sashel officially finished her quest, and she's asleep, so I'm bringing her up. Your hours of math are going to have to wait. Fine, I guess this is more important. He watched and waited as Myriad brought her there, Sashel appearing in a cloud of twinkling lights, and he couldn't help but wonder if he always showed up in the same fashion. After a moment her eyes opened, seeing both Ben and Myriad standing before her. While Ben couldn't read her mind without connecting to her like Myriad could, the worried look in her eyes told him she was remembering the last time he'd met her with their god, and Myriad was quick to soothe her. You have nothing to worry about, Sashel, just relax. We're here to congratulate you on completing your first quest. As he said that, a colorful light show went up in the background, something the god had arranged ahead of time to properly celebrate her first victory and the job experience that came with it. She hadn't gotten the official confirmation about having completed the quest until after she'd already changed her job, but there was nothing to be done for that. It was hard to plan things out, so the job levels would go to the harder ones to acquire, but she seemed thrilled enough with the result. She couldn't have been more pleased with having the opportunity to be of use to the god she'd chosen to follow after everything that happened. Not just the blessing and skill, nor getting a quest and assistance for it along the way, her longest dream of being able to use plant magic was now a reality. Even if it still wouldn't be as good as someone who properly had the skill, she'd just have to continue to work hard to awaken it as she went and do her best to repay the debt she owed to Myriad for it the entire time. Myriad sensed all of that and couldn't have been happier, feeling confident in his choice. I fully believe you will. It's actually with that in mind that I brought you here to give you an offer. Sashel, become my oracle. Watching her, Ben was worried she was about to pass out from the shock. She seemed to be at a complete loss for words as she processed just what she was being offered. I can't, she said, shocking them both before giving an explanation. This is too big of an honor for me, especially since I've only just started worshipping you. Wouldn't the role be better for one of your older believers? She asked, not knowing that aside from Ben, she was the oldest believer on the planet. Myriad did his best to talk around that issue as he tried to ease her mind on the matter. It doesn't matter how long someone has worshipped me. I do my best to watch all of my believers, and I trust in your sincerity. Still, this isn't something I intend to push on you. If you don't want the role, then that is acceptable as well. But I made the offer because I believe you'd be an excellent fit. Hearing all of that, how could she resist? I'll do it, she told them, voice filled with determination and cheer, with small tears of happiness at the corners of her eyes. It would be the greatest honor I could receive. I promise I won't let you down. I have the utmost faith in you, and I'm free next time something like this happens. Just remember you aren't alone should you ever need any help, and for whatever reason I can't act immediately, you can always rely on my apostle for assistance as well. Myriad, what the actual hell? Don't just ignore me, I know you can hear this. Sashal, being none the wiser to Ben cursing the god, they both gave their faith so deeply in his mind, bowed down again. I look forward to doing everything I can to help serve you. I changed my mind, this is dumb and embarrassing. What if Sonia comes home early? She'll write about this to my mother and then I'll actually die, Ben. Sorry, but it's too late. I've put way too much work into making this fun, so change into your pajamas, then come help me make the pizza. She groaned but did as she was asked, changing into one of the nightgowns she'd rest in before returning to the kitchen and feeling Ben's eyes on her as he worked on preparing ingredients with his silly cooking outfit. If you stare, I'm using you to practice my magic all night. I'm not staring, he told her, raising his hands in self-defense. You came into the room and I looked at you, big difference. MMH, she knew she was just feeling self-conscious about doing this when she was an adult, but it was really her own fault. She's the one that brought up the topic when they'd been forced to room together in the Dyred village, and it seemed like Ben thought it would be fun, so he'd worked hard to create a typical human sleepover. For a night he learned that Sonia was taking the overnight shift. While he was used to walking around in his sleepwear in the evening, she was not, typically opting to change in her room before bed. Being about like that made her feel exposed, and somehow it made it worse that Ben really didn't seem too conscious of her in it. Come on, it will be fun, so don't worry too much and help me decide what toppings to put on the dough. He picked it up and threw it in the air, giving it a few good spins before getting it to the size he wanted. It's a shame I couldn't get the ingredients to make the same sort of red sauce I did for pasta, but there are no pizza purists in the house. We can throw on whatever sauces and toppings we want. Why are you so pumped about this? And isn't this just a flatbread? Because pizza is delicious, but also maybe. We aren't going to focus on that bit. Come on, it's fun. He began pulling random ingredients from the cold box and sliced them up, adding whatever he thought might be good to half of it. Knowing he was doing all of this because she asked, as well as the fact that he wouldn't give it up, she did her best to put aside her reservations to try to have fun with it, giving in and adding some toppings herself. It seemed to raise his spirits even more to see her getting into it, and he started talking up the meal. You know, on my world, or at least the part of it I'm from, I could always find a pizza place somewhere in a 20-minute walk that would be open for most of the night. It wasn't necessarily always good, but you can't beat the convenience. Wait, we're making this and it won't even be good. Is it too late to switch to something else? Don't get me wrong, it was usually good, and even bad pizza can have its charm. You could call it a party food. For lots of people it's the go-to for get-togethers, although plenty do it as a weekly meal for their families as something else if they need a day off from cooking. All right, I'll admit it's looking good. How long will it take to cook? As long as I don't pass out, no more than 10 minutes. And why would you pass out? It needs to be cooked at a really high heat to get a good crust. Since that means pouring more mana into the oven for the enchantments, it might be cutting it a bit close. But don't worry, I'll stop before I get to that point. She saw the cheer and enthusiasm filling his face and knew he wouldn't be dissuaded. He was plenty used to regulating his mana use for his enchantments at that point anyway, so there was no reason to worry. Still, since he brought it up, she found herself keeping a closer eye on him than she'd planned while waiting for the food to cook. All right, you were right, this is really good, she admitted, going back for another slice. What wasn't there to like? I was basically just bread with some toppings she personally enjoyed. Glad you're enjoying it. In light of that, maybe go a bit easier on me. I am going easy on you. After the food had cooked and they were just waiting for it to cool down a bit, they began a night of board games to entertain themselves, leading to Ben being mercilessly crushed. Maybe go a bit easier then. I don't know how I could. I'm pretty positive this game's luck-based. If it came down to luck, I'd be able to win occasionally. I'm sure there's some complex mechanics behind Go Fish I'm just not getting. She shot him a pitying look before immediately winning the game and moving on to the next one. Even if Ben would ask her to go easy on him, he seemed to have fun no matter how much he lost, just enjoying the act of playing. It also wasn't like he was particularly terrible at any of them. While he had no skill in low mage, he was able to give enough of a challenge in any game from his world he introduced her to make it entertaining no matter how many times she won, though perhaps the victory streak just felt good in and of itself. They chatted as they played, and as the games went on, Thera found herself relaxing more and more, no longer as conscious about the night as when they started. It was fun, and they were just hanging out like they usually did outside of their own work and training. They just stretched it farther into the night than usual. Much farther, actually. She wasn't sure how many hours they'd spent, but she was getting tired and yawning more and more. If you're getting tired, we should move on to the last part of the night. Give me a minute. What else did you have planned? Please tell me it's not a pillow fight. I mean, it wasn't, but we can if you want. Could be fun. Let's pass for now. Your loss. Give me a bit to set up then. He ran to his room and came back carrying something that looked large and unwieldy. She couldn't begin to guess what it was supposed to be, but he set it up on the table in front of them before giving power to a light within it, causing it to illuminate the wall in front of them and turning all the others in the house off before sitting down beside her. All right, I have no clue what you could possibly be doing. I guess that shouldn't be a surprise. It was a lot of work to make, and I'm just one guy, so it's nothing special, but this is something called a projector. Just watch. He reached forward and began turning a crank, only for music to begin playing. She couldn't put her finger on what the style of it was, forced to assume it was something from his world, but it gave off the impression of being upbeat and fun. As far as music boxes went, it seemed nice enough, but she didn't understand the light until it slowly changed as he cranked it, showing simple scenes of a forest and 3 small pink animals building houses within. She watched in surprise and curiosity as the images changed, occasionally being broken up with written text that Ben insisted on reading aloud, doing different voices for each character as he went. It wasn't particularly long, but it was an experience like she'd never had before, and by the end her eyes were sparkling. The light turned off and they were left alone in the dark. So what did you think? That a story about the value of building things well is right up your alley, she told him with a laugh. I wasn't thinking about that when I chose it, I swear. It's a pretty famous fairy tale from my homeland. I figured something that could be told quickly like that was the easiest option for my first attempt. I won't go into detail, but the amount of time and effort that went into making something like that was intense. It was hard to balance with my other projects. In the dark of the night, they couldn't see the smiles on each other's faces, but the joy Thera got from experiencing something new and interesting like that, paired with Ben's own happiness giving her the experience, left them talking long into the night until they eventually went to sleep. Sonia had come home from a long overnight shift. Her boss had needed to take a break, which meant the duty fell to her until he was back, but it had been a dull one, and she was looking forward to turning into bed for the day. As she got in, she cast a fleeting glance to the living room before doing a double take. A happy smile stretched across her face. Maybe taking the occasional night shift isn't so bad. It certainly creates different opportunities. She thought to herself cheerfully as she went to Thera's room to take the blanket from her bed before returning to the living room to cover the two peacefully resting against each other on the couch. Hell yes, look at me go. I'm such a great freaking craftsman, Ben yelled as he pedaled about, not drawing any more stairs than he was already getting as he zipped through town on his freshly created bike. It had been 2 months since he got back from the Dryad village, and he hadn't wasted a second of the time, being able to change his job as fast as he predicted, acquiring the new one, Magic Item Maker, as soon as he returned to Stonewall and working on the numerous projects that captured his interest, having just finished the one he hoped would be most profitable to him. It hadn't been easy either. Creating the frame had been simple enough, but wheels were a whole other issue. As he'd thought, he couldn't simply make wheels out of wood or metal like a carriage might have. It reduced the stability and handling far too much for it to be practical. He thought he was going to be completely stuck without a way to produce rubber, but after days of experimenting to find a solution, his teacher had come in with the save. It turned out there was a similar material on this world. It lacked the bounciness of its earthen counterpart, but it managed to be flexible yet firm and provided the grip he seemed to need his wheels to have. All it took was a little alchemy to extract the material from the plants it could be found in and treat it appropriately. But as soon as that was done, it could do the job. He thought that had been the end of it. He created the tires he needed and built his bike, but with the first test ride came an obvious problem. The ride was horribly bumpy, and the bike felt much harder to control than he thought it should. It didn't take much to figure out the issue, though, and it was his own fault. He'd cut a corner, trying to simplify the construction process. He'd made the wheels solid. He hadn't thought it would be a huge problem. Solid wheels should have had a number of benefits, from not needing to pump then to not having to be as concerned about them breaking, but he had been short-sighted. They existed as they did on Earth for a reason, and at least one of those reasons seemed to be shock absorption. That meant he quite literally had to redesign the wheel, hollowing out the rubber component while creating an airtight membrane to put within, and that wasn't even mentioning the fact that he had to create a pump as well, making one model that would work through hand pumping and another powered through mana and an air magic enchantment. How many long nights had he spent trying to make his travel through the world a little quicker and his wallet a little heavier, and it was finally complete. He was sure there were ways he could improve his design a little, but this was more than enough to get his patent. Are you sure you don't want to give it a go, Thera? He called out to her as he did circles up and down the street, doing a wheelie for good measure. I'm as certain that it takes more skill than you're making it look as I am that I don't have the range of motion, she told him, gesturing to the long cloak that covered her legs. Well, you may be right about the cloak, but I've made training wheels and everything for getting started out. I'm also an incredibly thoughtful craftsman. Don't forget humble. None are more humble than me, he yelled. He couldn't help it, he was having too much fun. He'd never even been a big cyclist back on Earth, breaking his out only on occasion to ride with his brother. But the fact that he would have never gotten to do it again, unless he created the chance with his own skill, left him feeling great, almost as great as what happened once he finally stopped. That's right, random system notification. I guess I'm also the greatest cycler on the entire planet. His god spoke in his head as Thera commented on what he just yelled out. What did you just get, riding or something? Close, I got cycling and a title. Speaking of, since you're around Myriad, do you know anything about the title Skill Learner? He spoke aloud for Thera's sake, knowing she would be curious as well. Wait, really, has anyone else yet? He gave Ben a minute to feel smug and pass on what he was told to Thera before he continued. What then isn't this like? The best thing to happen to my status since getting stuck on this world? He asked, excitement leaking out of him. So what now? Thera asked. Going to rush to the guild and place your patent. I think the guild master will be there for another hour or two. While he could have any of the staff deal with his patents as long as they weren't so potentially world-changing like the braces were, Falk had advised him to deal directly with Cecily for anything he made from his homeworld when he went to get one for the projector he'd made. While he wasn't trying to keep his race a secret, it was undoubtable that word might go around if he explained the type he needed to file to one of the regular counter staff, and he wasn't sure he wanted to deal with the potential consequences of the entire town knowing. As the guild leader, as well as an acquaintance of both Falk and Sonia, he could trust her to keep everything confidential. Nah, I have an idea I need to work on in the shop, so I'll probably be home a bit late. The leftovers from yesterday should be plenty tasty cold if Sonia isn't back to heat them up. Sounds good, but try not to be too late. You promised to teach me a new card game, and I don't want you sneaking in while I'm asleep to work on my brace. What do you take me for? I'll be back before you're in bed, don't worry. With that, they parted ways for the time being as he went back into the shop. Thera's not joining you, boy, his teacher asked as he came back in alone. I figured she'd be interested, given what you're making and all. I didn't mention it, figured it might be a bit of a surprise for when I got home, seeing as how I don't know if it will work anyway. Don't be so negative, the idea has some merit. Having said that, it would probably go better if she was here to actually measure everything. Hey, with how much I work on her enchantment, I can easily make something that will fit her arm perfectly. No need to worry about that. MMH, I guess you do have a decent eye. Let me know if you need a hand, the Yeti told him before returning to his own work. Now alone, Ben spread the materials he'd be using across the table as he looked at some designs he'd sketched and ideas he'd jotted down. He had one goal he was going to dedicate the next few hours to, making Thera a new brace. The idea had come to him out of nowhere, but when it did, he couldn't deny the logic to it. A tool with an enchantment on it needed to be appropriate for the enchantment, or else it would be meaningless. While partial enchantments could let the enchanter skirt this basic rule by taking the attributes of a skill instead of trying to work with it in its totality, an enchanter couldn't just slap a sword wielder skill on a shield and expect any real benefit. In much the same way, the question had occurred to Ben, was the brace he'd first made her truly appropriate for the enchantment? He'd first made her brace when he was only level 3, and now at level 6 he could see all sorts of ways he could improve on it. He now had access to significantly better materials, and as much as he hated to admit it, it probably wasn't even as good as he could have made it at the 3rd level either. Not to say he'd neglected his work or hadn't done the best he could, but he'd rushed. He had wanted to see if his enchantment would work so badly that he was sure the tool he'd made hadn't reached its full potential, a mistake he fully intended to rectify. With all of that in mind, he got to work. Unlike last time, when he'd made an alloy with copper and mithril to help stretch out his materials, this time he would be getting as close to pure mithril as he could manage, adding only a few certain monster bones they had on hand in the shop to increase the overall strength and durability of the metal as he went. Still, that meant going from 50% mithril from the old brace to over 90% in the new one. He had high hopes. He put an unreasonable level of care into doing everything as perfectly as he could, grinding the bones to the perfect consistency, getting them finer than the dust along untouched shelves before sprinkling it across the heated mithril, the temperature of the metal being just enough for him to work it to ensure the least damage to the bone powder he'd produced before the long process of folding and hammering. Always making sure to keep the metal at the right temperature while ensuring it all thoroughly blended together. From there he began shaping it, slowly making it take the form he wanted it to have. The last one he'd made her was lovely, even if he became more and more aware of its flaws with every level up, so he wanted this one to be even more so. Unlike a staff that Thera would destroy after a handful of uses if he wasn't there to fix the sacrificial enchantments on it, this was something she would be wearing for the rest of her life, or at least until she got to a level where she had her charm magic under control. He wanted this to be something she enjoyed wearing, being both aesthetic and comfortable. With that goal set, he'd casually probed her with questions since he'd had the thought, trying to get the best idea he could of what she'd like. While there were plenty of options he'd come up with, there were two he stuck to since he was able to tie them together thematically in a way he thought would look visually pleasing. The first and most surprising came when he got to thinking about just what sort of books she'd read. While most of the ones she read for fun were largely myths and historical fictions in nature, when she described the plots to him or flipped through any himself, he was a little surprised to find that many of them had a strong romance aspect considering her own feelings on the topic. Of course, a lack of interest in real life didn't necessarily translate to no interest in fiction, and given that she worshipped a goddess of love and seduction, it didn't seem too surprising. Which brought the second interest of hers, her faith. Defying his expectations, she actually prayed less than him despite arguably being more devoted, but she would still do it regularly, and all the more since she'd completed her quest. With both of those things in mind, how he'd decorate her brace was clear. He'd gotten 5 rainbow mana crystals, using them instead of the white ones for this brace, and ever so carefully cut them each to the shape of the flower they'd taken from her god's trial, thereby capturing themes of her faith, history, and romance. He couldn't help but pat himself on the back for that idea. He was sure he'd elegantly nailed the symbolism he was hoping for, and took extra care to make sure the shape of each crystal was perfect as he went. He had to get the shape as close to that of the flower as he could since he didn't have its distinct coloration, and he had no plans of covering the mana crystal's unique rainbow shine. Once that was done and each one was perfect, he went on to the final and easiest part, if only by virtue of the fact that he'd prepared it ahead of time. He needed to properly set the mana crystals into the brace to let the future enchantment take advantage of their power, meaning he would need to not only add a channel of more abyssal to the edges of each crystal, but cover the section where both parts met the band with more mithril to secure it, and he fully intended to build upon the visual theme he'd already created with the flower. Knowing in advance he would be trying this, as soon as he had a design in mind, he started shaping strips of mithril into carefully carved snakes, specifically to match the shape of Thera's god, Analia. He carefully wrapped each one around the crystals, and finally he was done. He took a moment to admire his work, knowing in his heart that at his current level there was no possible way to make it better. Motherfucker. "What's gotcha yellin', boy?" Falk asked as he rushed to the room. "Oh, sorry, Falk, didn't realize you were still here. Figured I'd stick around for some of my own work to see how yours turns out. Now out with it, what's the problem?" "No problem, I made the new brace to the absolute best of my ability. Couldn't have done it better if I tried. Then as soon as it was complete I leveled up, so I'm stuck wondering if I should remake the thing." "Don't be a fool. You made something leagues ahead of the first one. You might as well see if it actually has any improvement before you waste all that time making something a bit better. Besides, from the looks of it, you managed to get to lower rare before you even put the enchantment on it. No wonder you leveled up. I mean, it was obviously going to be high though, right? Just look at what I used to make it up." At that, his teacher delivered a powerful flick to his head. "You're smarter than that. For her last brace with the enchantment on it, you only got to upper uncommon, and the materials you used this time aren't so much better to make all that difference. A lot of skill went into this, boy. You did fantastic work. Even if she does get another few points off her resistance, don't go melting this down to make a new one. Take my advice and don't try again until you make it to at least the 9th level. Bah, it's part of being a teacher, I guess," the Yeti told him with a toothy grin. "Now go on, it's getting late, and I'm betting you'll want to see if it worked as fast as you can." "Oh man, you're right, I should run home," he said, before correcting himself. "Wait, I get to bike home. Catch me squeezing a few more minutes out of the shop from now on, like you don't already spend most of the day here," Falk called after him before getting lost in his own thoughts. He couldn't be happier to see his apprentice so dedicated to helping his niece, but even though he knew the boy enjoyed every minute of it, he hoped he would learn to relax a little. When he was an apprentice himself, Falk had always been told he leveled up quickly, but watching the boy fly through his levels was another thing entirely. When he got home, both Thera and Sonya had already eaten, but it looked like Sonya had prepared a simple meal for him, so he dug in as soon as he got back, followed by a few quick rounds of cards. As promised, he taught them both a simple game from his world, namely Old Maid, and got to enjoy a few games of it, being crushed each time. "Do I just wear my feelings on my sleeves or something? I think you might just have the worst luck in the world. Is my luck really that bad?" He wondered aloud as he thought back to everything that happened since he wound up on the planet. Getting the lowest level skills, being unwanted, almost eaten twice, almost murdered a few times, and just generally beaten up. When he thought about it, he dealt with a lot since coming to this world. Wait, what do I mean since coming to this world? I was literally crushed to death on vacation. Hey Myriad, you listening? I don't have bad luck tied to my soul or something, do I? I guess that's reassuring. They played for a little longer, but eventually, Sonia called it quits to get ready for bed. I guess that's as good a time as any to stop, Thera told him. I'll turn in myself so you can work on the enchantment. She wasn't sure what he intended to do since his level hadn't increased at all, but since he had an idea, she wouldn't turn it down. He was trying so hard to help her after all, and she'd grown used to it. At least she thought she had. Great, cause with that in mind I have something for you, he told her, before pulling out the new brace and handing it to her. She looked it over, her face growing a deeper shade of gold with each passing second. Thera, you doing okay? Ben, why exactly did you choose this design? Since it's something you're going to wear all of the time, I figured I should try to make it as nice as I can, so I tried to pull together a theme I thought you might like. I figured since your faith is important to you, that was probably a safe bet. And aside from that, since you're into history and romance books, I thought the flower from the trial covered those themes well while tying it into Analia. Wait, I don't read romances. Some of the books I read just happen to have romance in them. There's a difference. Is there? Yes, so you don't like it? He asked, deflating as he did. He'd really thought he'd created something nice and nailed the theme, but in hindsight it probably would have been a better idea to discuss it with her to figure out what she'd like to wear. I didn't give what she would want enough consideration, huh? To his relief, though, that didn't seem to be the case. I didn't say that, she told him, not meeting his eyes. It's beautiful, I love it. It's just even if you were tricked into it. It's covered in a flower you proposed with, each wrapped with a goddess of love. It was just a little unexpected. When she put it that way, it made it a lot easier to notice the more obvious interpretation of the symbolism he was going for, completely ignoring his desire to make something that would speak to her personally to take on a far more romantic feeling as a gift. Seeing it through that lens, he couldn't help but notice his face getting warm as well. Ah, sorry. I probably should have noticed any other implications compared to what I was going for. It's fine, like I said, it's beautiful, so I'm happy to wear it, but was there something wrong with my other one? That remains to be seen. I wanted to see if a better quality one would allow the enchantment to display its effects to a greater extent, so I made this. Just got to put on the enchantment to see how it turns out. All right, give me a few minutes to change. Sure, don't forget to take off the other brace. As he waited, he called out to his god. Hey Myriad, did you not think to mention any of the implications of the designs I was making when we talked about it? He sighed, knowing that placing any blame on his god was wrong, as he eventually followed Thera to her room, hoping to get his work done as fast as possible so he could get a few other things complete before they went for their hunt tomorrow. Thera was long used to this at this point, having her arm over her blankets so Ben could take her brace with one hand and her hand with the other before connecting to her. As always, he put up hidden mind between them to keep his thoughts from bothering her while she rested to the best of his abilities, but that didn't stop hers from pouring through, leaving Ben to experience firsthand just how flustered the surprise gift had left her. The intensity of her emotional response was unexpected, but he did his best to push it away from his thoughts, instead focusing on the task at hand. He began the long process of constructing the enchantment on her brace, putting two of his minds to the task, while the third was conversing with Myriad to try and continue his lessons on just how his god's people used their magic. It was a subject he'd been focusing on, outside of his lessons from both Quillith and Falk, since he'd first asked while in the Dryad village, and the topic was far more interesting and detailed than he would have expected. While there were many specialized ways to construct an enchantment, such as the method of creating Thera's cloak, there were also a few structured systems in place that were shown to have a fair degree of flexibility for creating different results. One of these ways was the practice he'd taken to of weaving his mana and enchantments together to get specific effects at a reduced mana cost. Given just how low his mana was, it was a method that worked quite well for him personally, not to mention ensured an ease of use for anyone who bought his products. Myriad's system of magic was similar in flexibility, but with a different outcome. Instead of weaving the mana, it was all blended together, as if he was creating alloys of metal or trying to enhance a material. The outcome of this was different from weaving as well. Instead of being able to reduce the mana cost, it actually raised it, but the effects of the main magic that had the others blended into it were so enhanced that the raised cost was worth it. In a way, it reminded him of the combined magics of the world, such as lightning or plant, only without the benefits of a reasonable mana consumption those magics possessed. By blending them in the right way, he could supposedly get a variety of different effects that wouldn't otherwise be seen, but for now he was still focused on just the aspect of enhancing a magic. His god quizzed him as he worked. That depends. Does it get an external fuel source like wood, or am I powering it entirely through my mana? All right, let's see. For powering it through my mana alone, I would take the base fire spell and blend it to incorporate both air and water mana, with the water mana having the purpose of drawing in moisture, and the air having the dual purpose of drawing in more air to enhance the flames, as well as working to break down the water drawn into its basic parts, creating more fuel in the process. Well, first I immediately die from the insane mana cost of enhancing the flame. First we can obviously accept what I've already said as still being true, the difference focusing on the aspect of the wood. Since plant magic is done through the use of water, earth, and life mana, I'd assume I'd treat the water within the wood the same way I would the moisture in the air to break it down, while using both earth mana and death mana in tandem to break down the wood, making it easier to burn. Myriad was silent for a moment as he thought on his apostle's lessons. While he hadn't seen too much point in teaching the boy about magic, it proved to be an incredibly rewarding experience. Not only was his race's way of using mana being passed on after so many centuries, but Ben was like a sponge, absorbing the information so well that he was already applying it to his enchantments. And despite all that, it only made Myriad curse the fate that had fallen on his apostle all the more when he came to the world. Even if Ben hadn't come with any blessed magics, if he'd only had the affinities to learn 3 of 4 like an average person, then there wasn't a doubt in the god's mind the boy could have been a great mage, the sort that would be immensely valuable to the world wherever he was stationed, maybe even leaving his mark on history if he lived long enough. His inquisitive nature was perfect for magic research. It was undoubtable he could have managed something great if he only had the inborn ability to use magic. As things stood, his chances of ever even learning a non-affinitied magic were slim, not having the sort of mana pool that would make taking on the heavy task of learning it a reality. Well, Myriad, I'm waiting, the boy said, drawing the god from his thoughts. With the brace done, Ben discreetly tested the effectiveness of it before Thera woke up, with the results being that the amount of dark resistance someone would need was down to 17 at a distance and 27 on contact, a measly 1 point off both. While it did show that improving the quality of the item was able to increase the power of his enchantment, considering just how much better this brace was compared to the first one, only to get a single point of resistance off, chances were good there wasn't any point in making another unless he could get it to ultra-rare through technique alone before he applied a single enchantment to it. It was frankly disappointing. He knew it wasn't guaranteed to work, but if it did, he was sure it would have taken at least 3 points off, not just a single one. He knew his ultimate goal of completely suppressing her charm was a slow march to progress, but wasn't this too slow? He sighed and left her room, slinking to his own to work on something to take his mind off his disappointment until Thera woke up, namely tending to his plant, Frederick. His houseplant was looking exceptionally healthy, which shouldn't have been a surprise given the amount of care he put towards it. Since he still practiced his connect with it frequently, he had been able to pick up on various things about it to improve its life, some far less obvious than others, and since he had the time, he focused on the current issue it needed attending to as he snacked on some of its berries, namely repotting it. He'd had to do it once in the past already, and this time he had a larger pot and soil already prepared, having made the pot himself to try and give it a specific role, namely helping his deer plant's growth. While he had been in the Dryad village, he made sure to make a ring with plant magic on it for his use with the help of Fontesh, who had the skill at the 5th level. An interesting problem arose when he came back and showed it to Falk, though, learning he'd only been able to copy the skill to the 3rd level, and while he had his theories on why that was the case, there was nothing to be done. At least he could still use it as he intended. In a blatant bout of wastefulness of the magic materials in his possession, he incorporated the smallest amount of mithril he could into making the pot, before tying in a low plant magic enchantment to aid in both the health and growth of his deer plant. As his first constant training partner, he'd grown invested in its well-being, making sure it got nothing but the best for its simple life. His god asked as he watched down on them, "I'm sure it's because I give it so much love and affection." Ben thought positively as he briefly connected with it, feeling it respond in kind. Though not by much, he had noticed the speed of the small plant's thoughts increasing slightly as it grew, giving Ben no end of joy. "Still, I'm surprised you aren't annoyed at all that I'm focusing on this instead of writing out your holy book. Wait, really? You had plants like this one on your world. What? Does that mean I should go around the forest and pray with some trees for you?" Myriad immediately regretted sharing that as he felt Ben create a mental file in his head, labeling it as potentially abusable info and pressing his god with a request. "So if you can get faith from Frederick, does that mean you could give it your blessing?" He felt the expectations raise in his believer's mind before he put a stop to it. Come on, it never hurts to experiment a little. Think of it this way, it's only costly to give a blessing to something that doesn't worship you, right? Since you're already getting faith from it, that shouldn't be too much of a problem, and wouldn't it be interesting to see if it has any effects? Ben had no reason to want this other than pure curiosity, but he seemed determined to convince his god, just to see what would happen. Myriad sensed this and decided that rather than deal with his believers' pestering, he would compromise. What? Isn't that a bit much? He thought about it for a bit. That was definitely more than he'd been expecting to be asked for, but then again he did kind of feel like he owed his god it anyway considering how he twisted the actual quest for it. All right, as long as you don't expect it to be quick, I'll do it. Myriad was a little surprised, half expecting the request to get his believer to give up on the matter, but since he didn't, the trade worked out well for him. Deal. With the agreement struck, Myriad did as he was asked, giving the purple houseplant a smaller version of the blessing he gave out to any of his believers. Ben eagerly connected to it again, but the only difference he felt was a small increase in the happiness the plant gave off. While not immediately exciting, it just means that he'd have to watch for anything as time progressed, hoping for some interesting changes as he did. Yeah, give me a minute. He told his god before leaving Frederick to go sit at a small desk with a thick stack of paper already on it. For weeks now, he'd been transcribing the words of his god, slowly chipping away at the text when he could to get his current quest done. As easy and straightforward as it was compared to some of his other ones, it was also time-consuming to the extreme, with no way he could think of to cheat it and make it faster. As a result, it was also incredibly boring, and to make up for that he was splitting the time trying to get a different skill he saw that Zandale possessed when the many-tentacled apostle had been in town, one he thought might be handy to him, but not so valuable that he wouldn't just take the time to try and train it himself. With that goal in place, he used one mind to listen to his god and record what he had to say, while the other two were focused on his other hand as he carefully drew picture after picture. With just how much his crafting had leveled up since coming to the world, his art had also improved immensely, letting him capture a level of photorealism he'd never managed on Earth, at least when he was using his dominant hand. The task was pushing his artistic skills and his mind to the limit as he did his best to capture the level of detail he fully knew he was capable of, straining to make each line perfect. A task that could be done without any thought ordinarily becoming an actual challenge, but that just made it more fun. After all, what's the point of life if you don't push yourself a bit? Hey, you know I like to keep busy, he thought with a laugh before hearing the notifications going off in his head. The happiness of getting the skill he wanted was briefly blotted out by the feeling of the various strands of thought in his head rearranging themselves and leaving him with a fourth mind. But when things came under control, he was drawing just as well as if he was using what was previously his dominant hand. His god told him as he sighed. When Thera woke up, he prepared a nice breakfast for them before heading to the guild, bringing his bike and the pumps he designed in tow. After explaining the details of the type of pat he'd needed to make last time with the projector, he'd warned her that he was working on something else that would require the same type, and she had told him that as long as he made sure to have all of the details written for her ahead of time, he could just drop in. As he went in and brought everything to the counter, Ankh was there to greet them. I see you've brought another fun thing today, Ben. Is this what everyone's been talking about seeing you riding on? A part of him wanted to question how they saw anything without a face but left it at that. Yeah, Cecily told me I could stop in, so I just wanted to see if it was an okay time to go up. And a quest we should be able to do today, please, Thera asked after him. They'd already planned to leave their second day off for the week to give them each time to work on other things, and since Ben hadn't bothered sleeping the previous night, it was better for him personally to not be stuck out too late. Well, let's put the quest on hold for now, Ankh told them both. The guild master actually requested you both see her the next time you came in, so she'll have time now. Ben found himself mildly worried they'd done something wrong, but to counter that he got the impression Thera was positively thrilled under her cloak, so he assumed she knew something about what was going on. When he arrived at her office, he knocked on the door and heard a loud call to enter. When he did, Cecily looked up from her paperwork to see just who it was. Ah, perfect timing. I have to say, you're both very convenient to always come for quests on the same day, makes you easy to expect. Not so much whatever you have with you, though. It's called a bike. It's the thing I told you about last time, as well as a couple maintenance tools I needed to keep the wheels in proper working order. I've got everything written down here, so it shouldn't be too much trouble for you. Having an adventurer that will actually follow instructions is pretty nice, I gotta say, she mused as she looked through his detailed notes, happy to have that part already done. All that's left is to see it in action to be sure it works like you say. What in here, unless you need more space? He cast a quick look around the office. It wasn't cluttered and there was a decent amount of space, so he shrugged and hopped on, doing a quick circle before he stopped. Happy, very, the guild leader's eyes were shining as she got up to take a closer look at just what he'd made. It looks like fun, mind if I give it a try? Sure, but I should warn you it can take some practice. Completely ignoring his advice, she hopped on without hesitation, skillfully doing a few tight laps around the room. Okay, what skills did she already possess that made that so easy for her? All right, this thing is fantastic. Are you going to be selling them at Falk's shop? She questioned, We're planning on having a few pre-made, but mostly taking special orders. If you're interested, we'll make you one to suit your size. Then I'll have to stop by soon. With that out of the way, though, let's get to the reason I asked you both to join me when you got here. She could see Ben didn't have a clue on his face while Thera stood beside him, almost shaking with excitement. I'd like to offer you both a rank 4 promotion quest. Absolutely. Pass. Ben, Thera yelled in exasperation. What? I'll still help you out if you want to take it. I don't personally want to rank up any more than I already have. Cecily sat and watched their interaction, chuckling as she did. As amusing as it is to see an adventurer who doesn't want to raise their rank, you aren't getting much of a choice. Adventurers aren't given money to hunt just to take care of monsters in the area you know. The entire system is built around the idea of incentivizing people to get stronger. If you don't actively work to raise your rank, you don't get the rewards. Of course, if you just don't feel like doing a quest for it, there's no issue with that. You can continue doing the regular ones you take. It would just mean instead of ranking up immediately, you do it in maybe half a year. He still wasn't thrilled. He knew ranking up came with responsibility, and he wasn't sure he wanted to deal with it. Unfortunately, on the other hand, he did need to make use of the guild. Their archive was the best place in town to learn about the resources in the area, and it also had books on the various magic branches he would use to study with on occasion, since they were geared more towards the standard ways magic was used in the world, something his god was less familiar with. Don't be so glum about it. Ranking up comes with other perks too. At rank 4, you are officially recognized as a proper adventurer, so the guild helps you out in a variety of ways. In your case, we could arrange to have books sent out here for you at a far lower cost than we could give you as a member of the Craftsman's Guild, though the specific books we could get our hands on would be different and more focused towards adventuring. Aside from that, though, one of the biggest perks is getting to be an adventurer as a job. The issue is I have no interest in this being my job. I'm talking about for your status. Aside from the benefit of all of your skills and aptitudes getting a minor bonus across the board, it's also a class of job similar to soldier or some leadership-type jobs that merges your experience pool with your companions. Is that a good thing? She hesitated briefly, giving it some thought. It depends. If only you two intend to keep partying together alone, then maybe not, but there are a lot of benefits. Adventurer is a job that can specifically gain experience from combat, using magic, or killing monsters. But since it pools your experience, all party members can gain experience the way the others can too. Party only needs a single adventurer to take advantage of this effect after all, so the benefits of this are that if someone with the warrior class was to take it, they'd be able to get experience for their entire party too if they ever needed to use magic. And since killing monsters gives varying experience based on how powerful they are, as long as you hunt regularly, then not only will you finish your job, but you'll be able to get your entire party to finish their jobs quickly too. There are plenty of adventure parties out there where they try to have one person always with that job until the entire party has taken it. And it sounds like for a full-time craftsman like me, the entire thing would be a slog that would take up my time from pursuing more valuable jobs, he told her dryly, before ultimately giving in. Still, since it doesn't seem like I have a choice, what's the quest? It's actually quite simple. All you have to do is hike through the woods until you get to the city, eliminating any monsters you encounter along the way. It's important to keep the roads safe after all, and it should only take a couple weeks. He couldn't help but groan. That sounded like a pain, and since he'd be walking through the woods to do it, he couldn't even use his bike, the thing he'd specifically made to make travel quicker. He could see Thera in the corner of his eye, giddy with excitement, and knew he wouldn't be able to turn it down. Fine, we'll do it, but it can't be immediately. I need to talk to Falk about this since the shop is my priority. If it comes down to losing access to the archives and losing access to my teacher, I know which choice I'm making. Understandable, there's no rush. Just let me know when you plan to so I can inform the surrounding towns and villages that will be working to clear the woods at that time. With business done, they left Cecily to their work and left the guild, taking a simple gathering quest as they did. Ben wanting to talk to his teacher beforehand, so if they were taking anything it needed to be easy, and Thera cared far less since she knew she was about to be promoted up a rank. The timing for that works out pretty well actually, Falk mused when Ben got to the shop to explain the situation. Since the time frame you've got to do it is flexible, put it off for 2 months. I've got a meeting with a client in that time that's gonna take me at least a month to deal with, so it won't matter if you're busy at the same time. I was planning on letting you know a bit closer to me leaving, but now works just as well. Alright, sounds good to me. Thera, yeah, I can wait 2 months. I'll let the guild know when we finish our quest. The timing worked out at least. It felt like he had too many distractions from his actual work, so it was nice to hear that he wouldn't be missing out on time he could have spent learning. It did create another problem, though, what he would do for the rest of the time that Falk would be away. He was pretty sure they could make it to the city in around 2 weeks of walking, but with the amount of time it would take Falk to get to his meeting and back, he'd have around 3 weeks to do nothing with. Sure, he could just practice as he always had, but a slightly more productive idea managed to pass through his mind. Since we're going to be by the gate anyway, maybe we should stop by Analia, he thought aloud, immediately feeling Thera's good mood drop as a result. Oog, why though? It hasn't even been a year since I've been home. Plus the thought of dealing with my parents again after how they were last time. I just thought if I let your mom know ahead of time, she could gather me some people so I could make some braces. I made a little deal with my God to make him a real church in exchange for a small favor, so boosting my wealth a little would be helpful. Not to mention the fact that I should probably greet the believers he has in the city while wearing the church, score him a bit more faith. My living expenses are currently more than what I'm making in the shop. No matter how well off I am, I want a bit more so I don't need to worry about however expensive building a freaking church ends up being doesn't leave me in a bad place. What do you mean? He asked as he pulled it out, only to feel his eyes bulge as he saw the figure within. Thera and Falk could see his reaction clearly and wanted to know what was going on. He turned his card to them, causing Falk to let out a low whistle and Thera to yell in shock. Where did that all come from? Well, it looks like my pat has started paying off, he sheepishly told the other two. I'd say, his teacher said with a laugh. Let alone a church, may as well have a small castle constructed too. How does someone not notice suddenly having so much money? Thera asked in exasperation. I mean, not to brag, but I was already kind of rich after my first time going there to make all those braces. I haven't had any reason to look at how much was in my account. Unbelievable, but that means we don't need to see my family again, right? Nope, Sonya's already got your mom trying to find some specific skills for me, remember. Since I have the chance, I'd like to go to their Craftsman guild anyway to look into anything else I might ask her to find. I still have a long way to go with your brace after all, and it just so happens your mom would probably be up there as one of the people most looking forward to my success. Thera could only sigh knowing she wouldn't be getting out of a visit home. So what favor did you ask for anyway? Thera asked as they made their way to the woods. Huh, the one that has you making your god a church. It sounds pretty expensive, so I figured it must have been something big. Oh, nothing crazy. I just wanted him to put a blessing on Frederick to see what would happen. Thera stared at him through her hood before giving a long, drawn-out sigh. You know what, I'm not even surprised. That's exactly the sort of ridiculous thing you'd want to do. Electing to ignore his god, he instead focused on Thera. What can I say, it was just a bit of curiosity, and I kind of owe Myriad one after making this anyway, he told her as he gestured to his ever-present coat. Even if its defensive properties left something to be desired, the comfort did not. The perfect temperature control he'd built it to have was immensely satisfying on a warm, sunny day. The fact you did that to begin with is one of the many reasons I'm not even surprised by what you do anymore. He gave her a cheeky smile as they entered the forest and got to work. The task was to gather as many Kalatox flowers as they could, an ingredient in some mana regenerations potions, with their reward increasing with the amount they brought back. It was late enough in their life cycle that they had dropped their seeds, meaning all that could be found could be comfortably gathered without affecting the next year's population as they sprung up, and both the guild and Ben wanted to take advantage of that. The flowers were small and green-brown in color, making them hard to find along the forest floor, but the price for them was good, and at this time of year it was a quest a good variety of adventurers would take, with Ben and Thera passing many that had party members on their hands and knees searching the ground as others kept watch, all the while the two of them went deeper into the woods, only stopping every now and then as Ben picked up some he noticed along the way. It only took another 15 minutes till they stopped seeing others for them to get to work in all seriousness, Thera acting to guard Ben as he searched, and Ben simply taking a wide view of the area before he went to grab the flowers and any other plants he thought might be useful to him before they moved on to the next section. As Complex Mind leveled up, this sort of gathering had ended up becoming a specialty of his, as not only did he have more minds to devote to the task, but the small change to how he processed the information he saw in the world grew each time, making it far easier for him to view an area as a whole and spot the many smaller details within, in this case, the flowers they needed. They kept venturing in deeper, Thera eliminating any creature that drew too close with her earth magic, until they had the spatial bag filled after a little more than an hour had passed. Think this will be enough? He asked as he closed it up. I think it would be shocking if anyone else brought back this much. Maybe I should try and get a few mind skills too. Seeing how you managed with an item with complex mind on it, I doubt you'd enjoy it, he told her with a laugh. He'd made a couple items with it attached for the shop, and the majority consensus from any customers that tried it on seemed to be that while it seemed handy, it wasn't worth getting used to. Thera had managed only slightly better than when he'd forced it on Sko. I more meant a normal mind skill, or maybe something like tracking, not whatever weird thing you have permanently happening in your head. I don't care if it's handy, I don't know how you're sane. And you only tried the one with complex mind on it. I wonder what would happen if you tried one with the effects of parallel thought too. I'd be sick, that's what would happen. They continued to chat and joke as they went on their way back to turn in their quest when they heard a noise behind them. Turning quickly and prepared to attack, they both managed to be too slow as Ben was brought to the ground, the weight of whatever it was crushing him. With the air knocked from his lungs, he couldn't get a word out as he had a second to look up at the creature on top of him, seeing monkey-like features with a body covered in stone plates. Before Thera reacted, firing an earthen spear, she began pulling together as soon as they heard a noise and ripping the creature from his body, killing it instantly. "Are you okay?" she asked as she ran over to him, worry filling her voice. "Well, no bites out of me this time, so that's a plus, but that thing weighed a ton. Pretty sure I have a broken rib or two. God, I can't wait until I get defense enhancement a bit higher." He managed to get out between some painful coughs. She cast a quick look around, wanting to be sure there weren't any more of those things as she did before unzipping his coat and directing her life magic to him, trying to heal the unexpected damage from an otherwise safe trip in the woods. He watched her as he laid down, trying to be aware of anything in their surroundings as well when he felt her mood brighten momentarily from the worry she'd expressed for him before. "Something good?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "How can you even tell these things? The benefit of this stupid cloak is that I should have some privacy," she joked awkwardly, embarrassed to have been seen through as his injuries were being treated. "My life magic went up and it completed my job." The difference was apparent as her control improved, and eventually he felt good enough to get up, with her transitioning to healing him as they moved. "Didn't you just level up a few months ago? You can't keep saying I'm fast at it if you keep up that pace," he told her as he walked over to see just what had attacked him, at the same time happy for his friend's growth. "PFF, don't compare me to you. I work like a normal person. It's just that now that I'm getting better control over my magic, I can practice more and take advantage of my incredible mana pool. It would be weirder if I didn't start leveling up faster as I got better. I'm a very normal person," he said in his defense. Arguably the most normal of any human on the planet, considering how unreasonably powered up every other one was when they got here. "If I were to go back to Earth, at this point I could probably manage to blend into society. No, I met your friends, remember? It doesn't matter how strong they were, they're actually normal. Anyway, I think this thing is a stone ape," she told him, directing the conversation back to just what had thrown itself at him. "They have some earth affinity magic they use to lower their weight so they can hide in trees and attack you like they just did, but they're not normally in this region. We'll have to give the guild a quick report. It could mean there's going to be a change to the animal distribution to the forest." "Sounds bad, we can only see how it turns out," she told him with a shrug. "It might become a bit more dangerous, but there's been times in the past that sort of thing has left an area safer too." He could only sigh as they got up to return to the guild, leaving its mangled body and warning any other adventurers they saw along the way. "God, this world is a mess." After they got back to the guild, they explained what happened, showing their cards as proof, before handing over all of the flowers Ben didn't intend to keep for his own use and giving the date they'd take the rank 4 quest. Once that was all complete and money was received, Thera rushed straight to the job change room, placing her hand on the crystal within and feeling giddy as the options filled her mind. Available job: Queen of Mana, Musician, Professional Dancer, Bard, Darkness Mage Charm Specialized, Life Mage, Healer, Telekinetic Mage, Dark Mage, High Earth Mage, Spirit Mage. Seeing the options, she felt positively overjoyed and immediately went to select High Earth Mage, until she noticed the single new one available to her and had to stop, turning to her friend in the process. "Hey Ben, is your god around?" "He is. Got something interesting." The excitement was clear in her voice, and it made him all the more curious about the options she'd gotten. "Looks like it. Can you ask him if he's ever heard of the Spirit Mage job?" He spoke in Ben's mind, able to hear the question from Thera as she asked. He passed on what he was told, but Thera only shook her head. "I would have heard about it from my father if that was the case." "Then maybe it's new," Ben offered. "You are the first half spirit, right? Maybe it came about because of that or your title." "That's what I'm thinking too, but then my choice just got a lot harder." She still sounded thrilled, but tried to calm down to a more thoughtful tone. "New jobs are rare, and they come with the possibility of awakening new skills as well. It could be incredible, maybe something that would be a huge benefit, or it could be nothing. Should I take the chance to see what it gives me, or should I just go with High Earth Mage like I planned? In that case, go with what you want more or what you think will be quickest to finish. It's not like the other option won't still be there when you get back." "MMH, you aren't wrong." It also made the decision significantly easier. It wasn't hard to be tempted by a new and exciting option, but there was nothing she wanted more than to improve her earth magic, and even if it was an advanced job, it would still presumably be easier to level up compared to one she had no idea how to gain experience in. No skills or level ups with this one either, it looks like. Was really hoping it would go easy on me, and I'd be able to get a level in earth magic. despite saying that she felt quite happy with her choice. With how she'd been improving, as she gained more and more control of her power, she knew it would be just a matter of time. The next day, Ben went to the shop while Thera focused on training her earth magic. There were too many things he wanted to work on and not enough time to do it all, but since this was regularly his day off to hunt anyway, he had the benefit of not needing to help out too much, instead focusing on using the tools around for his own purposes. First and foremost, what he wanted to improve came down to the Church of Myriad itself, his coat. There were a variety of ways he wanted to enchant it to try and improve it now that he'd grown more comfortable with his skills and knowledge, having leveled up a few times since he first made it, with defense being the biggest target to improve. When he first heard that the church would be strengthened by its believers, it seemed he'd overestimated by just how much. Any enhancement it would get would come from the number of believers and years of giving their belief, meaning that for the time being it was still weak, but at least would improve as time went on and more people joined the faith. Still, that also meant he'd have to improve it a bit himself to enhance its effects. With that in mind, he went to his library and pulled out his rings, choosing the perfect ones to suit his needs. Selecting the same armor, shield, and defense enhancement rings he'd used for Thera's brace, as well as sturdy and barrier magic, he slid the rings onto his already crowded fingers as he got to work. The important part was what method he would use to place them. While he was more experienced with weaving his enchantments, the method of blending that Myriad's race used might have been unusually suited for the task, seeing as how it was being put on the church. Both methods had their positives and negatives, but even more important was the fact that he didn't need to choose one or the other, instead taking both to make something greater. The first task was figuring out just how he intended to arrange them and split the skills into two groups. The first would use armor enhancement as its base, since it should be able to be applied to a coat in an almost completely unaltered form, given the fact that the skill applied to leather armor as well. To that, though, he had to take the aspects of both shield enhancement and defense enhancement that would be able to complement it and blend them all together. From there, he went to focus on what was left. With barrier magic as the base, he blended it with not only the properties of sturdy, but also his magic resistances, each of them but light and life, just in case he ever needed to be healed while wearing the thing. Once that was done and he had the blended mana created, each filled with the properties they would need to enhance the base one to what he considered its current maximum potential, he stretched them out, weaving them not just with each other and the coat itself, but also with an enchanting spell activation condition. As he was putting on the finishing touches, he was feeling particularly proud as he looked at what he'd created. Such a thing would have been all but impossible if he still only had a single mind available to him, and he couldn't deny the value that came with his mental skills, even if their improvement did tend to make his thoughts feel crowded. To push his mind to the limit, arranging skills and their aspects, blending what he needed, and weaving it all into something functional, he couldn't have imagined something better as his new and improved coat was completed. "Oh, I am having such a good week," he muttered to himself with a smile before calling out to his god. "Hey Myriad, what do you think? I'm making you a new one, it's fine," he told his god before running off to his teacher. "Hey Falk, I made some improvements, what do you think?" The Yeti took it, looking it over in his hands. "I gotta say, this technique your god's teaching you is something. Might have to try and incorporate some of it in my own work." The enchantment's good. If you ever get the chance to remake it with even just 4th or 5th level skills, then I don't think you'd have too much to worry about while you wear it. Of course, your face and legs are still pretty exposed. True, I'll work on that a bit too. Most of the skills are ones Sonya's asked Pelinia to try and get for me anyway, so hopefully she has some good news. And if I'm going to be in Analia anyway, I might as well pick up a higher copy of Barrier Magic. Then I'll keep my eye out for whatever you make when you come back, Falk said before getting back to his own work. I really should try to think of a way to keep my exposed bits a bit more protected. I could probably make some pants out of a good enough material to be able to hold their enchantments without breaking, but the mana cost is a whole other issue. That isn't even mentioning my head. There was always something. Some other project to work on, some challenge to overcome, and deciding which would be next was never easy. But there was no real rush, and as much fun as it would be to focus on crafting a new and exciting item or creating a better enchantment, he decided to his next task of the day to focus on something a little more humble, but at the same time having the potential to revolutionize his work. He was going to solve his mana problem. He wanted to keep creating bigger and better enchantments, but the issue came down to powering them after. While he was already seeing great advances to his total mana pool as a result of sleeping with the mana-sucking ring he'd made, it wasn't enough to do anything truly great, meaning he'd need to rely on either slowly filling items with mana that had been made from materials that could store it well with minimal loss, or use magic materials that would continue to suck mana from the environment to use. The first option would be significantly cheaper to produce, though Ben didn't exactly need to be concerned about that now that his patent was paying off, though the second option had its problems too. Magic materials weren't easy to find on the public market, and even though he was directly connected to the people in control of that supply, he worried his crafting as a whole would suffer if he tried to brute force his creations using expensive items all of the time instead of finding different solutions to his work. With that in mind, he thought he'd found the most elegant of solutions, taking inspiration from his home world, the creation of a battery. Well, he was pretty sure it wouldn't technically qualify as a battery, but he didn't know what other name to call it. The idea was simple: get a small piece of a white or rainbow monocrystal, probably shaping it to be about the size and shape of a AAA for convenience as well as consistency, and setting it properly so that mana within would be extracted. From there, instead of permanently binding it to the tool like mana crystals typically were, he'd create a divot within the ones he was making where it could be inserted. While this wasn't the sort of thing he could sell in the shop, the materials making it far outside the price range of their typical clientele, it was the perfect solution for his personal use, and one he planned on exploring immediately, the only question becoming just what to make to test it with. His first idea was for an additional shield. Even though he'd just improved the cloak, all the enchantments he added to it were just to keep him from getting injured. Its immediate weakness was that it wasn't anchored, so while he may not get harmed if another stone ape threw itself at him, he wouldn't be able to avoid being knocked to the ground, where it might be able to start going for his less defended face. To do what he had in mind, though, he'd need to use a pretty high-quality material to keep it small and easy to use, so he immediately started digging around the storage room, seeing just what he could find. It didn't take too long to gather some materials he thought could get the job done, grabbing some good quality steel as well as the exoskeletons of a couple mind beetles, creatures that naturally possessed empathy magic and used it in their hunting. While it wasn't the same as the barrier magic he planned to use for his enchantment, the fact that they were both non-affinity to nature meant that he'd be able to have an easier time adding his enchantment to the entire thing without having to worry about the material breaking. With that selected, he got to work grinding the beetle remains, cleaning it as he went of any dried-out innards before adding it to the heated steel, working the materials until he was sure they were smoothly blended together. From there came the shape the item would take. It needed to be something he could conveniently carry around. In his bag would be all right, but in a pocket would be more ideal, making it easier to be something he could just pull out and use immediately if he needed to. But then what to make? He considered a cube, built in such a way that it would disassemble itself once activated and box him in for protection, with each piece acting as a corner as a barrier emerged to form walls between them. But as much as the mental visual made it appealing, it left him with far too many moving parts and failure points. So I want one solid object, something that would be able to give me a fair bit of protection. A shield could potentially work then. I could build the enchantment to act the same as when I had my barrier gauntlet, extending outwards, but I think that would only be able to protect me from a single direction. I'd still be completely vulnerable to anything coming from the sides or above. So where does that leave me, unless maybe a ring? He wasn't thinking of making anything like the sort of ring his fingers were covered in, while they could technically act as catalysts to deploy mana through to fire off attacks and create spells. That was a one-way ticket to mana exhaustion if he tried. What he was considering was more of a cross between a bracelet and a hula hoop, something he could wear on his arm, but when needed he could drop on the ground to encircle him, raising a barrier around him as he did so into a dome-like shape. The very top where his head was at would admittedly be a weak point, but not to the extent that he would need to really worry. Feeling the most viable option by far, he immediately got to work shaping the metal and crafting the pieces to act in the way he saw them moving in his mind. The end product wouldn't be small. It would actually cover most of the forearm that wore it. Be with a little extra work he could use that to his advantage as well, adding a secondary barrier enchantment to it to act in a similar way as his gauntlet had before he lost it during his battle with the demon horde. It took some tinkering, but when he was done he had a helix-like band that would take the shape of a large circle he could comfortably stand in when he dropped it to the ground. All that was left was applying the enchantment. For that, he used the same rings as when he had added the enchantment to the coat, as well as his resistances, but all aspects were blended into the base barrier enchantment. It upped the mana cost a fair bit, and once he was done he wasn't positive he'd be able to power it with one of his newly made white mana batteries, so he used a rainbow one to be on the safe side for the first test. Placing his freshly made tool on, he activated it, watching with his mana sense as it all activated properly, the power from his battery pouring into the enchantments and creating a nearly transparent but powerful shield on his arm. Canceling the enchantment, he moved on to the next test, dropping the band and watching it as it uncurled around him, a powerful barrier immediately forming as he did. The enchantment was designed to not only deploy the barrier to protect him, but also cling to the ground, digging into it as it went off to keep it in place. He pressed his hands on the barrier, feeling it holding firm, and felt the confidence to throw himself against it, making sure a strong blow wouldn't tip it over. He felt everything stay in place, and while that didn't mean it couldn't be knocked down by something with more energy than his body weight, it was a good starting sign. Everything's looking good so far, now to just fuck. A small flaw when he hadn't paid much mind to suddenly reared its ugly head. The barrier deployed from the inside rim of the ring, while the battery was on the outside, meaning not only could he not remove it to cancel the enchantment, he couldn't destroy the enchantment either to free himself. Well, this is going to be embarrassing, he muttered to himself before calling out in a much louder voice. Hey Falk, I need a bit of help back here. Once his teacher finally stopped laughing, he took out the battery and the barrier came down. Boy, I gotta say, it's never a dull moment with you, is it? The Yeti chuckled as he wiped a tear from his eye. The design is good, and the battery, as you call it, is a smart way to make use of a mana stone. When you're in Analia, you should show it to Polinia. I'm sure she'd see the value. Having said all that, I'm sure you know where you need to improve on this without me spelling it out right. Make the barrier rise from the outside of the ring instead of the inside, and remake the tool so that the battery is on the inner ring, Ben said with a sigh, embarrassed to have made such a simple mistake. Good man. Don't go letting it get to you too much. Every crafter has a mistake or two to look back on. Happens to the best of us. Having said that though, another way you could improve on the design of your enchantment would be to make it so things can pass through the side you're in, while any attacks at you could be guarded against like you currently have it. You aren't wrong, but the barrier magic I have is too low level to do something like that. Once I'm back in Analia, I'll grab it at level 6, and I should be able to make that possible though. Level 6, his teacher asked with a raise of an eyebrow. You go up again. When I made the enchantment on the coat, crazy brat, take a break if you need to. Isn't this supposed to be your day off anyway? It is, that's why today's dedicated to working on stuff exclusively for me instead of the shop. Gods above, when you work yourself to death, a lot of fingers are going to be pointed my way. Anyone that knows me will vouch for you. You'll be fine, he said, waving off his teacher's concerns as they both got back to work. There were plenty of hours left in the day, and he still had things to make, namely a weapon. He was none too fond of how often he found himself in a dangerous situation where his options of fighting back were limited, but he also didn't want to take the time to train up a combat skill like the knife or hammer wielder ones he currently possessed. It simply wasn't how he wanted to devote his time to grow, meaning that he would need to make something that would combine destructive power with ease of use, and he didn't need to just make one. His first immediate thought would be both wasteful and pricey, but perfect for maximum destructive power when in the event of an emergency, at least until his god shot the idea down. Came the shout in his mind. Does that mean it's possible? Ben personally didn't see any issues. He'd only be using a small amount if he did, and the idea was just to craft an enchantment the same way Myriad had quizzed him about creating a powerful fire, just to a greater extreme. If he could convert all of the mana stored into crystal into an explosion spell instantaneously, then he didn't doubt he could get quite the effect. Honestly, hearing all of this kind of makes me want to try even more. Relax, if you think it's such a bad idea, then I won't. There's plenty of other options anyway. The main issue was how to make it. When he considered just how many potential effects he could place on one, it just brought out his creative spirit, making him want to stress a knife to the limit of its function, but first that meant creating the best one he could. As much as he wanted to make it the same way he had Will's gauntlets, he didn't trust himself to not immediately mess up and get himself killed by touching the blade without thinking. Unlike his friends, who had the sort of vitality and recovery rates that meant they'd probably be able to walk such a mistake off, for Ben the risk was far more life-threatening. Instead, he went with steel once again, not selecting the materials he would incorporate into it until he was sure of the enchantments he would want. Sturdy and Drain were the obvious choices, and he was sure he could enhance both aspects by blending in the different types of mana he could produce from the rings, but he didn't want to stop there either. While those would be excellent on a knife by themselves, he wanted more than excellent. He wanted to create something devastating, and he felt ideas take shape in his head for just how he would go about it. On top of the previously named Earth and Death spells, he intended to add spells of the Fire, Water, Dark, and Time affinities. He knew he could make the Fire and Water affinity spells synergize well, using fire to heat the blade to a downright ridiculous degree, while water would be used to lower the boiling point of the liquid around it, causing overwhelming devastation to anything unfortunate enough to be on the wrong end of it, while Dark would aim to spread a mental effect throughout the body so long as the knife was lodged in it, namely pain suppression. The idea was that anything cut or stabbed by the knife might not be as worried as they otherwise should if they didn't immediately feel the pain of an attack, letting the blade do damage for even longer. The final spell that would bring it all together as something that nobody would want to be on the wrong end of was a time enhancement one, speeding up the time for the blade and anything it contacted, meaning he'd be able to make all the damage it could already inflict even more potent. He knew it was going to be complicated, maybe even too complicated, as he was pulling the ideas together and started writing them down as he went, sketching the shape the enchantments would need to be made in for his hypothetical blade, while at the same time figuring out the finer details, how each spell would be blended with other ones to enhance the overall effect, which ones would be woven together and which wouldn't, all the while trying to figure out if there was anything else he could do. Just feels like something is missing, he muttered to himself as he stared down at the design he'd made. Maybe but a healer, 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 I feel like there's an idea there, he pondered aloud before yelling out. Wait, healing suppression, the final effect to tie it all together. I can use the death affinity spell as a base while blending in some light and life magic to complement it. Myriad, you're the best. All that was left was making the knife itself. Looking at the design he had for his enchantment, he would be using every affinity of magic but space. A small part of him wanted to find a way to include it for completeness' sake, but he pushed that back. He could always try and make another later on, and the more important issue was deciding just what materials to add to the steel for the best effect and in what quantity. He jotted down more notes, figuring out the ratios that he thought would be best before taking it to Falk, hoping to get his work checked before he committed to it. The enchantments were complex enough that if he made any mistakes he was sure the knife would shatter, so it was best to be sure it would work. He pulled his teacher from the flail he was building when it looked like it wouldn't be too inconvenient and handed over his notes. What do you think? Any chance of this working? Boy, what exactly are you trying to kill with something like this? Anything I need to, I guess. Well, if anything gets within stabbing range, it looks like it won't be hard. As for if it has any chance, what's your current level in crafting? 7. MMH, up the amount of nightmare bone you plan on using by about 1% and it might be possible. Big emphasis on might. Frankly, if you hadn't only just leveled up both your skills, I'd think you were attempting this to get you to the next level. Something like this is going to walk the fine line between mid and upper rare, and I can't say which side it will fall on. No need to tease me with some good news, Falk. I'm already going to make it. Hearing his teacher say that did bring his enthusiasm through the roof, though. All it came down to was if he'd succeed. Leaving his teacher and going back to his forge, he got to work, heating up the steel while he started on grinding out more than a dozen varieties of bone, measuring out the quantities he would need before carefully adding them to the metal with as much patience as when he'd done upon making Thera's new brace, until the final product was perfect. From there he worked the metal, shaping it until he had a blade that would be almost as long as his forearm if he ignored the handle. With a space in the grip, he could put his mana battery to power it. With that, the knife itself was complete. It felt comfortable in his hand as he gave it a few good swings to feel it glide through the air before he moved on to the part that would make or break his project, the enchantment itself. With so many parts to it, he knew he would be pushing himself to his mental limit, even with the benefits of all of his minds, and that wasn't even considering his mana. With so many things to do, all of them dealing with affinities he couldn't wield, he was going to have to take it extra slow, just to be sure he didn't pass out part way through. He got to work blending and shaping, feeling every bit of his enchantment as it came together in his hands as the time ticked by, leaving him feeling the sort of mental strain that was so rare for him as his mind skills improved. Every bit of him was dedicated to the task at hand, and as he was finally complete, enchantments built into a cohesive whole, the blade turned to dust in his hands. His god told him sympathetically, "What are you talking about, Myriad? If it doesn't work the first time, then I just need to try again." He gave himself a minute to relax before he did just that, having some water and feeling the pounding in his head subside before he got back to it, only to fail again. Not deterred, he went back to the storage and tried again and again and again after that. He knew he could do it. It was right on the edge of what was possible for his current level of skill, but it just wasn't coming together. He decided to make this attempt the last for the day. It was getting late, and if he couldn't manage it this time, then he would sleep on it and hope that things would go better the next. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his mind of all of his thoughts and got to work. Myriad stayed silent, seeing the determination in the mind of his apostle as Falk waited to the side, not wanting to distract his student as he put every bit of himself into his task. Mana was shaped as stretched, every bit of it bending to his will as he pushed himself to make it work. Each strand of enchantment placed with a level of delicacy and precision that he knew he was incapable of doing better if he had to, feeling deep in his core that it didn't matter how much he believed in himself. If it didn't work this time, then it was beyond his abilities, and as he laid the final bit down, he waited with bated breath, prepared for the entire thing to shatter to dust in his hand, but it never did. Potentially the deadliest item he'd ever made was complete, and it was beautiful. "Hey, Thera," yelled the overly enthusiastic green girl as she ran up to her in the training grounds, drawing the few other eyes around as she did, and leaving Thera to groan internally. Despite her better judgment, she was going to be spending the day practicing her magic with Satchel, with that plan being one of the reasons she and Ben hadn't gone on a 2-day excursion into the woods for their weekend quest. It seemed the half-dryad was committed to her goal of making a better relationship with her, and in that vein had rushed to arrange a time they could work on their skills together when they had a chance. Not that that had been easier either. Like Ben, Satchel didn't bother keeping the fact that she was now the oracle of a god to herself, something that earned her more than a little curiosity from the townspeople, when the majority had never encountered one before, and left her exceptionally busy spreading the word of Myriad when she'd gotten back. Now that things had died down a bit, though, she'd managed to make the time to all but beg Thera for the chance to try and get to know one another better. "Were you waiting long? I could have met you at your house." "I wanted to start early, so it's fine. Now that you're here, what do you actually want to do? We're going to practice, right? How about catch?" she asked as she pulled a small ball of dirt from the ground with her magic and gently lobbed it at Thera, whose response was to step out of the way. "Even if my control has gotten better, I still can't manage something of that size, unless you're up to try playing catch with something like this." Thera responded, ripping a mound of dirt the size of a beach ball into the air, and was about to gently toss it to the side of the girl when she thought better of it, letting it fall to the ground. That might be a bit much for me. Unfortunately, that's as small as I can go. I told you when you asked, didn't I? You lean to control and I tip pretty heavily towards power. Any practice together wouldn't really benefit either of us compared to just working alone. What about life magic? We both have that, why don't we practice together? How exactly are you planning to do that? I mean, I guess I could break Sko's knee again, and we could rush to see which of us could repair it faster, but I'm going to assume you remember how I was fighting for your village. I wouldn't recommend it unless you want to find a new warrior for your party. Well, what about Satchel desperately thought but got nowhere, and Thera could see the girl struggle, unable to think of anything to do, so she decided to throw her a lifeline despite her desire to just practice by herself. "How about something like this? We see if you can hit me with one of your dirt balls and I'll try to stop you with my own. There's not many monsters in the area that do any ranged attacks, so it could be some good practice." "Sounds great," she agreed readily as her energy came back. "In that case, here I come." Both women jumped back from each other, making space for their magic as they went. Satchel immediately got into it, pulling a ball of dirt from the ground and throwing it at Thera without releasing it from her magical grasp to make it so she could stop it in the event things started looking dangerous. But Thera was prepared, and rather than do something as simple as throw up a wall of dirt to block it, she decided to push herself a bit more, creating the same larger ball of dirt she had before and moving it into the path of Satchel's attack, both blocking it and absorbing it into the mass of her own. The move caught her off guard, but also brought out her competitive spirit, and she was quick to raise another, throwing it towards Thera in earnest while trying to direct it out of the path of the bigger mass as she quickly responded, consuming the smaller lump into her growing sphere. Back and forth, they continued for a while as the day slowly passed, and a small part of Thera had to admit to herself she was having some fun. She'd never been able to treat using magic as a game before, and even if she did have a few close calls, Satchel had the skill to keep her from getting injured. As the time wore on, the ball of earth Thera used only grew larger until she was managing something as big across as a person was tall, and she was prepared to put an end to their little game as Satchel prepared one final move, trying to outspeed her to bring her down from behind. Thera wasn't sure if she'd be able to manage it, but she put her best effort in, shedding the mass her magic had gained so she could rapidly bring it around behind her, only for her staff to finally shatter to dust in her hands as she did so, losing control of her spell while at the same time being knocked over by Satchel's, who'd never predicted such a turn of events. "I'm so sorry," she called out as she ran over, fearing the worst. It seemed like they'd gotten a good rhythm going and had been having fun, and she was praying she hadn't just ruined it. Thankfully, Thera was understanding enough. "Don't worry about it. I should have paid more attention to how long I'd been using the staff. I thought I'd be able to get a bit more time out of this one, but I guess I went a bit harder on it than I'd thought." "Oh good," she said, filled with relief. "Still, it must be troubling to go through so many staves. Just how much mana do you have?" "A lot. Anyway, it's not so bad now that I'm a bit better with my magic and Ben's learned some tricks to increase their durability, but it would be nice to not have to worry during my hunts." Saying that, she couldn't help but eye the wooden one Ben had made Satchel from a fallen branch in her village's sacred forest. Unlike the ones she got, which were plain metal rods, he'd taken a bit more time to flex his creative chops on hers, giving it a smooth, ornate shape with subtle plant carvings throughout its length to decorate it. It was almost surprising he could make such a finely crafted staff considering the hundreds he'd seen made for her by this point, but she understood where he was coming from. She needed function before form. There was no reason for him to go out of his way to make something that was so aesthetic if it would turn to dust in a matter of days after being made. Anyway, Satchel started, pulling her from her thoughts. Want to get something to eat since we're done? It'll be my treat. She had intended to end things when they finished practicing, but the prospect of food was an appealing one when she considered just how many hours there would be till either Ben or her aunt were able to cook dinner, meaning until then, her options were either to accept this or just snack on whatever fruits or vegetables were at home and ready to eat. Well, since you're offering, I guess I can. I know it's not ideal, Thera, but it would really be helping out both me and the clinic if you stopped by for just a couple hours a day, Ben overheard Sonia telling Thera as he got home. I'm not entirely against the idea, Auntie, I just don't think it will go well. Do you really not have any alternative? I wouldn't have asked if I did. It will just be a little while as we look for new hands, please. Oh, all right, I guess I can do this for you for at least a bit. Am I missing something exciting? He asked as he entered the kitchen, just in time to see the two of them finish their meal. Unfortunately, we just lost another member of the clinic, Sonia explained while greeting him. Finding anyone to fill the spots with so many nations beginning to recruit healers for their armies is proving a challenge, but luckily Thera agreed to help out a bit. Anyway, you're pretty late today, Ben. Anything interesting happen? I leveled up my enchanting again and was able to make something good. Speaking of, Thera, I'll need to update your enchantment tonight again. She still looked uncomfortable at the prospect of acting as a town healer, but hearing that brightened her mood. Every level up he got to enchanting was a reasonable bump to how much of her charm could be blocked after all. The issue was that after this update to it, he'd no longer be able to depend on the effects of his resistances to make his enchantment for her stronger, instead being forced to rely on whatever skills he could find to tie into and enhance its effects. He'd still need to try to blend the ones he already knew would work, but decided to wait until he had higher-level versions of the skill, since he could expect results to be far more pronounced when he did. Sure, we can start when you're done dinner if you'd like. Works for me. Also, Ben, do you mind if I ask you a favor? Sonia requested as he grabbed himself a bowl of food. Sure, of course. What do you need? It was rare for her to ask anything of him like that, but he had no issue as long as it was possible. Since Thera's going to be helping out, could you prepare an amulet for the clinic, one with both dark and life resistances? Since I haven't needed to do any corrections to the life magic she uses on you recently, I think your resistance level at her current skill ensures it's safe. Is that all? Yeah, that's fine. Stop by the shop tomorrow to pick it up. I'll make sure it's done first thing. At that, he went on to talk about his day, before asking about theirs in turn, learning about how Thera's practice with Satchel went, as well as Sonia's time at the clinic, before devoting some more time to redoing the enchantment on Thera's brace late into the night and getting a bit of sleep. In the day that followed, he woke up early and left breakfast at the table for the two women before biking to the shop and immediately making Thera the amulet, only to have time to focus on some more personal projects until the store actually opened for the day. He first created a sheath for the knife, tying in a spatial enchantment that could tap into some of the power in the knife's battery, so that the entire thing could comfortably fit into his pocket without him having to worry before he moved on to the next task he'd set for himself. While he now had two fairly well-made defensive items, as well as one melee weapon, he still had one more thing he wanted for completing his defensive arsenal to leave him slightly less worried about meeting his untimely demise for the second time. A ranged weapon. When he tried before to make a gun, he was stopped by the differing materials in the world and his weaker knowledge of how to make use of them, but now things were different. Along with a great level of knowledge and experience, he also had better materials and his skills in enchanting, leaving him to stop waiting for whatever development Quillith's people were hoping for to once again try crafting one with his own two hands. He sketched a rough outline before getting to work, with his goal being to construct a revolver. While a part of him thought to try for a musket first, thinking it would be simpler overall, he wanted something that would be easy to carry on top of the fact that he didn't want to have to reload every time. While he might get less power out of it and only 6 shots, he wanted to trust that Thera would be able to cover things after that. With his idea firmly in his mind, he got to work, creating the handle first, followed by the cylinder for the bullets, making sure each slot was the same consistent size. With that done, he focused on constructing the barrel, doing his best to add the rifling he'd heard that gave bullets their spin to improve their accuracy, and immediately exhausted everything he knew about guns. They simply hadn't been of much interest to him back on Earth. He didn't have the obsession with them the way a few others he knew seemed to, and everything he did know stemmed from a combination of documentaries and other media that he was praying had given him at least semi-accurate info. Of course, given how many changes he'd be making, hopefully that wouldn't matter too much. Since he still didn't know how to make anything like gunpowder, his weapon was going to be entirely powered by one of his batteries placed into the handle to activate the enchantments he'd be placing on it. and with that goal set, he got to work assembling it to the best of his abilities, compensating for the areas he was less sure of with the skills he'd been working so hard to master. Once that was done, he focused on the enchantments, strengthening each area he thought might need it, before moving on to the main one that would allow the tool to work as intended. Creating a fire enchantment to release a small but powerful explosion between it and the bullet, he linked it to the trigger for the activation condition, and from there the weapon itself was complete, a small mold to create the bullets being the finishing touches to make it truly functional. Managed to pull together something interesting, boy. His teacher asked as Ben sighed in contentment, leaving him aware of his presence. Potentially, I need to see how well it will work with some testing, but it's based on a weapon from my homeworld with a bit of a magic flair. The main issue is I'm not too familiar with them, so I had to compensate a fair bit as I did. He'd planned on seeing how well he'd done with it when he finished for the day, but it seemed his teacher's curiosity was piqued. After all, it wasn't too often that the smith got to see something completely new related to his field of work. Why not test it out now? We aren't exactly busy this early. I guess it should be fine here. In that case, give me a few to make up a target. He got a long plank of wood and drew a large target on it before placing it against some metal as he did, thinking that would be enough to stop the bullet if it completely passed through the wood, and stood back to take aim. He was fairly certain he was breaking more than a few rules on gun safety, but he stood about 10 feet back from his target, took aim, and fired. It was quieter than he'd expected, all things considered, and chalked it up to the fact that the projectile was being shot off with magic instead of gunpowder. The bigger issue was that he missed the target. Thankfully, he still hit the surrounding wood, but it wasn't the best of starts. Still, he went up to check its penetrating power. The results were adequate. While it didn't hit the metal backing, he could see it peeking through the back of the plank, meaning that for something as dense as wood he got about an inch of penetration. On the one hand, that meant he could probably expect reasonable success against more fleshy enemies, but on the other, he probably still needed to fear anything like the stone ape or anyone like him with a defense enhancement skill. It's all right, I guess, his teacher told him, sounding a touch disappointed. But I think you'd get better results from something like a standard bow. I'll probably experiment with a few different potential enchantments later to see if I can boost its power, but the point is that this has a low barrier to entry. I don't need strength or training to get any good results out of this, I just need to be able to aim. Wow, my aim is shockingly bad. Much, much worse. When he finished work for the day, he went to the training grounds with his target to practice away from the city without worry, only to find the limits of his skill. While after a few shots, he found himself able to get the target somewhat reliably at 10 feet. Anything past 20, he would miss without question. That wasn't even considering the fact that he needed time to properly aim beforehand, meaning it wouldn't have much use if he was on the wrong end of a surprise attack, though he did feel like he'd be fine if he were to give it some limited use while hunting. Still, it wouldn't be the all-powerful tool he'd hoped. I may have underestimated the amount of work it took to get good at something like this, he said with a groan. Still, I think I can at least apply some of the principles I've learned, making it to other projects. Oh my God, why was that so expensive? Hey, your believers just need to go in to pray, it's fine. The rest is completely necessary storage space. God, so much. Pretty much all of the money I'm going to be making while in Analia is going towards books. I need to grab as many as I can on materials, enchanting, crafting techniques, alchemic theory, pretty much all I can find on both the standard magics as well as both specialized and combined magics. Oh, and any book on skills I can get my hands on. I can't do that. What if someone borrows a book when I need it? Myriad could only groan at his apostle's stubbornness. It's on the to-do list. Maybe when I eventually take Fractured Mind User for some easy job experience. Until then, my reading speed is already pretty intense with my many minds. With money not an issue and his promise to his God on its way to being complete by the time he got back, he couldn't help but feel he was in a good place for his rapidly approaching quest. Bad day at the clinic, Ben asked as he got home for the day, finding Thera face down on the couch, seeming to be completely drained of energy. In the week since she started, she'd been devoting about half of each day to helping out, the owner being agreeable about it since they were short-staffed overall, and the fact he was already acquainted with Thera, having let her help out with some cleaning in the past. She'd been rather committed to properly splitting her time between that and the morning, with her afternoons being devoted to her earth magic, but it looked like all of that had started to catch up with her. Everyone in town sucks, she moaned, tired of the people she'd been dealing with in her day-to-day life at the clinic. I just want to start our quest already. It's only a few days away. For now, why not tell me what happened this time? A kid broke his arm, and when I went to treat it, he started crying his eyes out. I guess unlike the adults I've dealt with, kids aren't so willing to trust when the other healers say it will be fine. Oof, yeah, that's rough. Try thinking of it this way, though. It's only a few more days till we leave. Hopefully by the time we're back, the clinic will be fully staffed again. Easy for you to say, you're not stuck seeing the looks people give me when I go to treat them. People don't like placing their trust in amulets. Even if the town had grown to accept Thera to a much greater extent than in the past, there was still enough lingering fear to shy from her touch, it seemed, and Ben could only imagine how emotionally draining dealing with that for a few hours a day could be. He sat down beside her and rubbed her head, trying to be reassuring as he did. You're right, that does suck. Here, what do you want for dinner? I'll make you something nice to cheer you up, okay? How about something new? She asked, peeking out from where she laid with an upturned glance. Something new, huh? That should be doable. Come on, I'll need some ingredients, so let's go shopping. The promise of something tasty brought back her spirits, and she got up to go at his request, making their way to the town's butcher as Ben tried to raise her mood. They'd managed to use up all of the meat Ben gathered during their demon hunt a while ago, and they both agreed they typically preferred getting it from in town when they could. The flavor that came with whatever beast they might find could be rather hit or miss. Ah, Ben, how'd you like the roast galvok you got last week? The butcher, a large, muscular lizard man, called out as they entered. It was great. He responded with as much cheer in return. I was hoping you might have something that matches the flavor I'm looking for. Something salty and a fair bit of fat if you have it, and I'd get it diced. I think I have just the thing, making something fancy. That's the goal. I'll bring the recipe by next time I need something if it works out. Sounds good. The kids loved the last one you gave me. They chatted a while longer while he prepared the meat before Ben paid and they parted ways. I have no clue how you managed that so well, Thera sighed as they left. Managed what? People. He gets his knives sharpened at the shop is all. The longer you do some work at the clinic, the more others will get used to you. You're fine with Ankh at the guild, right? Plus you and Sashel seem to be spending more time together. Ankh's been fine from the beginning, it's different. And Sashel is just trying to make up for the past. It was obvious that he wasn't doing a good job convincing her, but even if he thought she'd feel a bit better after some rest, he kept trying and took her hand. Well, you've got me, so if there's anything I can do, let me know. I don't like seeing my best friend sad. I'm your best friend, she asked, perking up. Yeah, obviously, like behind Will and Steph. Neither of them were even my best friend on Earth. They're good friends, but I think the person I spend every day with is going to take the spot over people I'm only exchanging letters with about once a month. The next one on the planet is probably Myriad, although he's not really on the planet, is he? He thought aloud, getting a small chuckle from her. It's part of my appeal. If I don't let people know I care, then I might regret it later. And dinner is served. Eat it while it's hot. What did you say this was called? She asked with hesitation as she saw the lump-filled sauce in front of her. Gnocchi cacio e pepe, lovingly made without a single ingredient that it should be in a dish that would already make an Italian want to stab me. She didn't know what she'd been expecting when she'd asked for something new, but it hadn't been this, and with a bit of hesitation she scooped some up and took a bite as her eyes lit up, and she immediately went for another. It's good. Of course it is. Everything I make tastes good, he told her confidently, hiding the fact that he'd been worried about whether or not it would come together the way it was supposed to, and feeling relieved it had worked out. Making a note, next time Thera wants a surprise cheer-up meal, pick something easier. After food, they spent some time playing a few games before going to sleep. Sonia was stuck late at work, so it had been just the two of them, leaving Thera on a winning streak without any real competition. All right, I'll make it hearts and it looks like I win. Good game, but if your last card is an 8 and there's nobody else playing, you don't need to make it anything. Ah, I guess that makes sense. As he stared at her smiling face, he couldn't help but be pleased to have brightened her mood, even as he began to come to a realization the longer he looked at her. Gently cupping her face in his hands and surprising her as he did, he stared intently at her as he spoke. I really have put this off a bit longer than I should have, haven't I? Ben, what are you talking about? She asked, face growing golden as he got closer. I really need to give you that haircut. He'd put off creating Thera's new staff for long enough. His crafting level was far higher than he'd initially planned for it to be, and with them about to embark on a long trek to hunt anything they could find along the way, a good quality staff was a must. It was with all of that in mind that he finally sat her down in front of him and pulled out a sharp pair of scissors. Are you sure you can do this? She asked, sounding nervous as she did. We can always wait until we get to Analia so my mom can do it. I mean, it's your hair. If you'd prefer that, then we can wait. She had a brief but intense internal debate trying to decide what was more important, the chance for a good staff or the chance for a bad haircut, and though it was closer desire to have a staff that wouldn't break one out in the end. All right, go ahead. It's not like anyone will see it if you mess up anyway. I'm not going to mess up, so don't worry, he told her, trying to calm her down. At the very least, I'm confident that I won't do anything that would make you look terrible. If it needs a little bit of fixing up after, then your mom can manage. As he said that, he started running his fingers through her hair, looking at the way it naturally wanted to fall along her head as he tried to figure out where would be the best way to cut it as he did, before taking the plunge and making the first snip. After he did that, the rest became far easier as he treated it like any other project and let himself get lost in it. It didn't take long before he was done. Having cut it to be just above her shoulders, he looked it over carefully and was personally quite happy with how it turned out. Everything was even and he hadn't left her with a bald spot, so he was sure she'd be satisfied, and feeling like getting a little creative, he started to style it a bit next. Aren't you done? I'm just doing a quick braid, it will look nice, don't worry. The kind he was putting in her hair, a half-up crown braid was quick and easy enough, and once he was finished and had everything in place, he grabbed a mirror to show off the result. So what do you think? He asked, feeling pretty good about it. It's nice. I don't really do anything like this since I'm always in my cloak, but I like it. How do you even know how to do this sort of thing? When I was a kid, I liked to braid bracelets and stuff, and since I was pretty good at it, my mom thought it would be fun to teach me how to do her hair, so I learned a few different ones. It's easy enough, I can show you how sometime if you want. I'll think about it. It's not something I can see myself doing honestly, but it might be nice to learn. Well, I guess I can always just do it for you instead if you ever want to fancy up a bit, just let me know. Anyway, with that done, I guess I'll head out to work on your staff, so swing by the shop in the morning. Ben, it's late. The rest of the town has already shut down for the day, she told him incredulously. I can wait till tomorrow to get it, and you need to actually sleep more than a couple of hours a night. He could see she wasn't going to back down on forcing him to take care of himself, and with a bit of hesitation, he gave in. It is kind of important that I get this right the first time. Getting a bit of extra sleep won't hurt. He woke up in the morning, ready to make a simple breakfast for Thera and Sonia to enjoy when they got up, only to find Thera already awake. It seemed the exciting prospect of a better staff had made it hard to stay asleep, so with more energy than she knew what to do with, she decided to go watch him make it. He didn't mind the company, it being a nice alternative to the few hours he'd typically spend alone so early in the morning as they went to the shop and he got started. He'd been planning this for a while, and an idea was firmly developed in his head. Unlike the majority of the staves he'd made her, this one wouldn't be metal in its nature, at least not to the extent it normally was. Instead, he would be taking advantage of the wood he'd received from the Dryads, shaping one of the two remaining branches he'd received into a more proper shape, cutting and sanding away the rougher, more natural look of the wood to create something smoother and more pleasant to handle. While it didn't look overly impressive for the time being, though, that wouldn't be true when it was done. With the basic shape formed, he carefully drilled a thin hole through its core, stretching from the bottom to almost the tip of the staff, stopping just before he'd get through the top. At the head of the staff, he carefully inserted a variety of thin yet sturdy pins, creating minuscule holes he planned to put to use later, and with the most delicate parts of the woodworking complete, moved on to cutting channels up the length of the staff, creating an intersecting quadruple helix as he went to be filled in. Finally, the time came to use the golden hair, possibly the toughest material to determine the proper way to work with. From earlier tests, he confirmed the properties that seemed apparent to him. When removed from her head, it still acted as one would expect hair would, minus the fact that it could be melted down to turn into regular gold. Since he couldn't determine if doing so would destroy the properties he'd wanted to preserve, that meant working it in an almost unaltered state, and that was exactly what he did. With all but a few strands, he twisted them, before binding them to a sturdy silver wire and sliding it within the core of the staff, getting it exactly where he wanted it to be as he moved on to the next part, carefully sliding the few remaining hairs into the pinholes he'd created, letting the strands meet the central core before he secured them the best he could before moving to the forge to heat up 3 different metals, one of which he'd be needing shortly. To properly take advantage of it, though, he needed to apply an earthen enchantment to what he currently had, blending it with water mana to more successfully achieve the effect he wanted. Once that was done, the metal was ready, and he had to quickly make a separate tool to keep things from getting too dangerous. Getting a thin plate of metal, he quickly shaped it so it could act as a funnel and wrapped it around the bottom of the staff before securing it upright and carefully taking a crucible of molten silver, pouring it into the core to ensure everything was secured in place, while providing power to the enchantments at the same time. The effect of which was to increase the speed the liquid metal would run as it made its way down until he saw it begin to dribble out of the end of the staff, and he removed his enchantments. He looked it over from there. The wood hadn't been too damaged by the entire process, though if the quality of Dryad wood weren't so great, he would have had to find a different means to secure it. At worst, it had gotten a mild char on the interior, nothing more. Satisfied the hardest part was complete, he moved on to the remaining 2 metals, more abyssal and iron, and finding both at the right temperature to work, began blending the 2 together, carefully running his mana through the superheated mix as he did so. His goal wasn't as simple as the usual outward release of any of the mana it sucked. He was aiming to direct it at a right angle. When he was sure it was as good as he could make it and fearing mana exhaustion, he took it away, cutting it into strips and shaping it while it was still hot to get it perfect, before fitting each piece into the channels he'd cut along the length of the staff and securing them in place. Carefully looking it over, he couldn't have been more pleased. The dark wood complemented the rosy metal wrapped around it and let the golden flecks at the top shine. For the finishing touches, he wrapped some leather cords around where he knew Thera would be gripping it, so she wouldn't feel any effect of having her mana drained, regardless of how insignificant that would be for her, followed up with a complex arrangement of his highest possible resistances throughout the entire thing, and he could finally say it was complete. Thera didn't notice Ben's eyes light up with the notification. It seemed her own were glued to the staff he'd made, but in the hours since he started on it, Falk had shown up, and he was a bit more observant of his pupil. Got some good news, I take it, boy. Don't tell me your skills leveled up again after only a few months since the last time. Nope, finished my job. Speaking of, mind if I take a few hours off to change it and test this out with Thera? She turned to her uncle. Even with her face covered, it was clear she was filled with hope and expectations, and he waved them off. Sure, there's not too much to do today anyway, since we're both so close to heading off, so enjoy. Come back and let me know how it works out, Myriad told him as he walked to the job room with Thera in tow. What? I didn't even do anything for once. And you're mad about that, why? Myriad, I like you, but if you're saying I don't put in effort, then we're throwing hands when I get to sleep. Actually, no. How common is it? Come on, that can't be right. Sure, it's a lot of work and effort, but I'm managing fine. What did they say when you told them about how awesome I am then? What? You did tell them about how great your beloved apostle is, didn't you? Man, why not? I'm over here working my butt off. I want the praise. Maybe a new title too, depending on what they have to say. Okay, ignoring the opinion you have of your incredibly dear and devoted apostle who's working to get you a church made in town, I guess that does sound like a pain in the ass. Hate to be on Falk's side about this, but I have no interest in being a teacher when I'm still growing myself. Sure, he'd put the offer out to Delaire and her mother when he'd left, but what were actually the chances of him needing to do such a thing by the time she was old enough to make up her mind about what she wanted to do with her life? Odds were best she'd work on tending to their forest like the rest of her village. Shaking off their talk, he got to the guild and entered the job room, placing his hand on the crystal and letting the options fill his mind. Available JOBS. Trap User, Tree Tamer, Craftsman Alchemy Path, Craftsman Artistic Path, Craftsman Blacksmith Path, Craftsman Cooking Path, Craftsman Stonecrafts Path, Craftsman Sewing Path, Heretic, Holy Craftsman, Ken, Tank, Mathematician, Fractured Mind User, Magic Weapon Maker. So only one knew what it looks like. Both Mathematician and Fractured Mind User had appeared after completing the Mind User job, and while the second one sounded appealing, as one he might be able to finish in a few months the same way he had completed the first one in a matter of weeks, he left it to the side for the time being as he considered his options, the task becoming much easier with the appearance of the new job. As much as it was a shame that he wasn't a level 7 enchanter yet to get access to the one he really wanted, it looked like the benefits of taking Magic Item Maker previously had just reared its head, giving him a new avenue to focus on his crafting and enchanting. So the bonuses are the same for Magic Item Maker. He'd suspected as much, but it was still a turn of events he was quite pleased with. Even if it was his only one, enchanting did qualify as a magic skill, and since it also fell under crafting, as well, he harbored a small, secret hope that it meant it was drawing dual bonuses from the single job. It wasn't something he could be certain about without finding someone with an awakened analysis skill, but even if he was wrong, it didn't matter too much. Any job that let him get bonuses to it was a benefit. All that mattered was how he would work through the experience for it, especially when he had a few weeks he'd be stuck in the woods, without a forge to make weapons for the job experience. If only I could bring the entire forge to the woods, he thought to himself before an idea struck him. Wait, maybe I don't need to. I'll have to do some testing to see what nets me job experience. Are you all done? Thera asked, seeing he'd finished with both the crystal and his card. Yep, you're looking at a magic weapon maker now. In that case, come on, I want to try this out. Her excitement was palpable, and he couldn't help but muse that if it did work, the drop in his staff production might end up as a loss to his current job experience as they headed out into the training grounds. With his new job selected, they both made their way to the training grounds, eager to see what sort of success the new staff would have. It was probably the finest one he'd ever made, and loaded to the brim with sacrificial enchantments to boot. Once they arrived, and Thera stood ready to cast, he stood to the side and watched intensely. His mana sense had long since improved over how it had been during his first time in Analia, transitioning from just feeling the enchantments on items he touched to seeing them faintly the same way he could with those of a god, and he eagerly watched as Thera fired her first spell, an earth bullet. Looking good so far, not a single enchantment broke. He called out, "Go a little crazy with it. I'll stop you if it looks like it's starting to take any damage." With that bit of encouragement, she let herself go wild, throwing a variety of earth bullets at a range of sizes, creating earthen spears from the ground and directing them through the air, and pulling off the same giant earth saws she'd done during the trial. It was only when she attempted an earth wave like she'd done, while facing off against a horde of monsters, that Ben stepped in, placing his hand on the staff to repair a few of the enchantments that had been broken. "All right, I'll try to use telekinesis next, and then maybe use it in tandem with my earth magic, so let me know how it looks." It took a bit longer, but visually it would seem like she hadn't changed. She was still moving the earth in much the same way she'd been before. The only difference was that each spell took a significantly increased rate of time to pull off as she did. Ben kept watch from the side and gave his approval that there were no issues yet, and that was when she switched to combining its effects with her earth magic, immediately increasing the mass she could move and the power she could get from each attack as she did so, with the only cost once again being her spell activation speed. He let her fire for a bit longer before stopping her again. "All right, one of the enchantments just broke, so it looks like the more you combine your magic like that, the more strain it will take on. But from what I'm seeing, the speed is slow. As long as you bring me your staff at the end of each day, I should be able to repair whatever few get damaged. But from what I'm seeing, I'm not too worried. For now. We should probably go back and test your earth magic spells for a few hours later to be sure that nothing starts breaking down, but for the time being, let's switch to your other magics." She tried out her life magic next, focusing on the same sort of attack she'd used to deal with the frost bats, and let out an unrestrained amount of mana. Seeing no issues with that, they ignored any of the regular healing spells she knew. Using them already pushed her control and ability to lower the amount of mana she released. There was no concern about that potentially damaging her staff compared to everything else she'd done. All that left was the last option, her dark magic. She didn't do too much with it for fear it would bring up the level of her charm as well, but she'd taken the time to read up on a few different spells for it anyway, just in case she'd ever need it, and tried to decide on which one to try before ultimately sticking to the dark fog her Aunt Funa had recommended to her. She carefully gathered her dark mana, stripping the charm from it, and shaped her spell while holding on to as much as she could. With her overall magic control having improved so much, she was able to hang on to a significant amount more than the first time and released her spell. It was like night had fallen. They could both see each other, but that was as much an effect of being close by as it was their high dark resistances. It was only lucky that nobody else was using the area to practice their skills. When they did so, they didn't need to worry about any accidents. "Well, I don't see any breakage in the enchantment, so as long as you don't go too crazy with anything, I'd say you have a working staff." As happy as he was to have finally solved one of her problems, Thera was all the more so and completely giddy with joy as she spent the rest of the day practicing her magic to an extent she'd never managed before. After months of work, Myriad had told Ben every detail that was to make it to his holy book. From guidelines to tales of himself and the deeds of his people that had left their mark on the faith, he'd spared no effort in ensuring it would be perfect, which was why it was all the more stressful that his apostle put his pen down before the final sentence. "All right, cool. Well then, I'll get that last bit down when I'm a bit closer to the end of my job. Yeah, but if I actually cross it now, then I'll be getting the job experience when I literally just started this one. I'd rather save those levels for when I'm a little farther in. Look, I know this is important to you, and I'm not a complete jerk. I'll write the final sentence and hand it in just before I return, okay? I want to get at least a good chunk of job levels in before I finish this. I've got a pretty good strategy to keep the entire trip from being a waste experience-wise, so give me just a little trust here, man. You waited centuries for this, right? What's a few more weeks if it keeps your dear apostle alive? Why, Myriad, do I ever do anything but my absolute best? Make sure you hand off my letter to Pelinia," Falk said to both Ben and Thera as they prepared to leave. "And mine as well," Sonia told Thera as she pulled her into a tight hug. "The town's going to feel so much emptier with all of you gone at once. It'll only be for a bit more than a month, Auntie. We'll be back soon. I doubt I'll be able to handle my parents for much longer than that anyway. MMH, if your mom does anything so rash again, let me know. If need be, I'll rush down to straighten her out." Sonia gave Ben a hug as well and asked him to look after Thera, while Falk gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. And with that, the two of them went off, walking in the woods to the left of the road and hoping to find anything they could. Thera was at the ready, staff in hand, and carrying a magic tool that Ben had produced specifically for their long trek. It was a lantern of sorts, the flame within being created through a fire enchantment being mixed with the level 6 charm that Sonia possessed, to create an alternative to the one that naturally came off of Thera. While less powerful since it didn't have her overwhelming mana attached to it, the higher level compensated for that fact, while the fire at its core served the purpose of getting rid of any bugs that were drawn to it, so they wouldn't be surrounded by a constant swarm. While he'd given it another effect as well, it wouldn't become relevant until night fell. As she tried to focus around her, at the ready for anything that might be drawn out to attack, she couldn't help but be distracted by whatever Ben was doing, seeming to be paying attention to the surroundings but had his hands full with 2 knives and something else in each as well. "Okay, I give. What's going on? Are you just that excited to fight or something?" "What this?" he asked, wiggling his very full hands. "It's part of a little idea I had to make sure this quest isn't too much of a waste of my time. I'm just working on making some magic weapons since we're going to be out here for a couple weeks and I didn't want to miss out on the job experience." He got the feeling she only had more questions, so he explained in a bit more detail. "All right, so you know how my current job is magic weapon maker, right? Yeah, I was there when you took it." "Cool, so it follows that what gives my job the most experience is creating magic weapons, right? That's what I'd guess from the name." "Excellent. Well, if you look to my hands, I've got 2 ordinary sets of both knives and brass knuckles. Well, they aren't actually brass, but whatever. I add a little enchantment to each, and the edges of the knives burst into flame as he poured mana through them, and knuckles lit up from the light spell that had been applied to them. Now they're magic weapons. Remove the enchantments that are on them and repeat, and I'm spending the next 2 weeks making magic weapons over and over again." "Does that actually work?" she asked curiously. "The job name makes me think you need to actually make the weapon. I don't doubt that I'm getting less experience this way compared to if I was able to work at the forge, but as long as I keep varying the enchantments as I do and make them as complex as I can, I should be able to get a constant stream of experience. After all, I am turning normal weapons into magic weapons. The 4 at once is just to try and maximize the amount I get, though it's a bit of a trade-off because they'll be made slower than if I focused on just one. I only wish I thought of doing this sooner. There's no reason I couldn't have squeezed a few days off of my last job if I had." She could only shake her head. "Well, do you think you could dedicate just one hand to holding that very fancy knife you made before? I can only imagine you getting attacked with hands full of weapons you can't do anything with. It's sheathed in my pocket. Worst to worst, I'll just drop these and pull it out. I just need you to keep me safe if anything comes at me. Wouldn't it be better to just be at the ready? I mean, maybe. It's not like I'm much of a fighter, and doing a quest like this where I can't just set some traps and wait is kind of a huge weakness for me, right? Since my gun idea was a bit of a bust as far as ease of use goes, I should really try and find a different way to keep myself safe. Maybe I could work on something that could attack automatically. But then how would I make it work, or for that matter distinguish between friends and enemies?" She let out a sigh as he started getting lost in his own world. "Just don't let yourself get so into it that you'll be taken by surprise. Don't worry, I'm pushing my mind skills a bit, but that's just training too, right? As long as you're giving the surroundings enough attention, then all right. Just try not to trip on anything, I guess. I'll be fine. So how long do you think it will be until we run into anything? The woods along the road get cleared regularly, so I doubt we'll encounter anything at all. Even if it's not as high-paying as other rank 4 quests, it has the benefit of being easy and fairly stable pay. Plenty of people take it when it's not being used as a way to stabilize their finances. Well then, here's hoping for an easy couple weeks. The first day of hiking through the woods, trying to draw out anything that might be a danger to them, and anyone using the roads had been a bust. While there was a constant stream of smaller monsters that would appear to cause havoc and attempt to attack them after being drawn in, they hadn't seen a single more serious threat that a carriage or anyone traveling on foot couldn't simply have escaped from, and with the day almost over they decided to stop for the night to make camp. As they sat down after setting up the tent, Ben dug through his bag and handed her some food. "What would you rather, dried meat or dried meat?" "Just hand it over," she told him, depressed at the state their meals would be taking for the next little while. "We'll have to get something nice while we're in the city to make up for this." "Absolutely. I wouldn't mind checking out some shops before we go through the gate anyway." He hadn't been overly thrilled with the meals they'd be stuck having either, but he didn't want to fiddle with the enchantments on the spatial bags, since whatever enchanter had made them seemed to have a ridiculously good space affinity. The mana cost was so low on them that the little mithril used to power it couldn't handle having anything else added to it, and if he tried to remake it to be better for storing food, as he currently was, he stood the chance of leaving it worse. Once they completed their lackluster meal, they went to go to sleep for the night, splitting the tent since their time in the Dryad village had dulled any awkwardness about that sort of thing, when Ben grabbed her arm and pointed, trying to be quiet enough that only Thera would hear. "I'm not sure what that is, but it doesn't look good," he whispered, directing her attention to a glowing, translucent animal that resembled a white wolf at first glance. Thera, for her own part, seemed less cautious and more curious, almost excited. "Oh cool, a ghost. I've never actually seen one in real life before. Wait, I'm sorry, a ghost? Yeah, from an Amarok from the looks of it. This is so neat, it's a shame Uncle isn't here." Should we be worried at all?" he asked, more nervous than he expected to be hearing that. He was aware of them on this world at least, but unlike so many other creatures, where connections were mostly being made to relevant species that existed in his native language, a ghost was exactly as it sounded like, the remaining soul of a dead creature, continuing to live on and act in the world without the flesh it had previously been bound to. Yeah, a single ghost usually can't do much by itself. If Uncle was here, he could either control it with his death magic or maybe help it pass on, but if left alone, it should do that eventually anyway. It won't be affected by the lantern, but it shouldn't bother us, so you don't need to worry. She could tell something about it made him uncomfortable, but she simply didn't understand why. They were essentially harmless without a death magic user around, either a creature that was stubbornly hanging on to a lost life, or so dumb it hadn't realized it had died. Either way, it could be considered unfortunate, but the sheer rarity of spotting a being like that was enough to draw her eye to its ethereal form. They watched it for a little longer before deciding to turn in for the night, giving Ben plenty of time to ponder the strangeness of the world. The days of their small journey passed without much issue. The lantern was doing its job and drawing creatures in as they went, but anything that came their way had been small enough not to pose any real threat to a carriage going through the nearby road, and Thera was able to swiftly deal with them with her earth magic without much issue as they went. It had just been dull, and Ben couldn't help but continue to reflect on what a waste of time it was for him personally to do this instead of working to improve his skills or build better tools. He was acting as a tag-along for what was really more Thera's quest than anything. Not that he would want to leave her to walk through the woods by herself for a few weeks. There wasn't a single thing he liked about that prospect. He just wished they'd been given something that could be done a little quicker as they tried to pass the time. At the very least, he had his enchantments to work on, even if he was beginning to have to stretch his creativity a bit to figure out what to put on the items he had. There were only so many things he could do to some knives and brass knuckles that would actually be worthwhile, and if he were to just keep building the same ones over and over again, then he'd get less experience overall. Let's see, I think I've pushed enchantments with the time attribute as much as I can. The only one I haven't combined it with yet would be space, but what would even be the point of that? Unless could I create the enchantment to collapse space instead of expanding it like I would for a bag. A knife that could draw in flesh to it would cause significantly more damage if it stabbed someone, wouldn't it? Might as well tie in another skill as I do. Maybe sacrilege. Live the ultimate dream of making a god-killing blade. He thought to himself with a chuckle, and assumed Myriad must have been busy since the thought didn't draw any comments. He took another moment to figure out what to do with the other 3 weapons in his hands before getting to work, experimenting with what he could do by both blending and weaving his mana as he went, trying to tease out what would be particularly efficient, or if he was managing to get any unexpected results as he worked. Though he believed he hadn't gotten too lost in his task, doing his best to be aware of his surroundings as they went, he felt Thera give a strong tug on his arm. Ben, I know you want to get the quest over with, but you need to slow down a little. We can't just rush through it, she slowly told him, breathing slightly harder than he would have expected for the pace he thought he had been going. Sorry, I guess I didn't notice while I was working. I'll take a little break, he told her, slipping his tools away since he'd been at it for hours by that point anyway, and figured that giving his brain a little rest would help him have an easier time thinking of different enchantment options later on. They continued on, Ben looking to certain points in the woods as they went each time a sound caught his attention, but since neither of them were seeing anything assumed, it must have been the normal sounds of the woods until Thera grabbed him again. Seriously, why are you going so fast today? She wasn't exactly struggling to keep up, but if anything, she was the one that typically needed to wait for him. She knew he was looking forward to getting to Analia, but didn't think he would be in such a hurry. What are you talking about? This is how I always. Something clicked in his mind, and he acted fast, pulling Thera in close to him as he threw his barrier bracelet to the ground, trapping them both in a space he'd originally designed to fit just one. Thera readied her staff, assuming Ben must have seen something to react like that, but with nothing in her field of view. What is it? Did you see something? Maybe nothing, he admitted, though still feeling cautious. As far as I can tell, I'm walking my normal speed, and we both know I'm not faster than you. I'm worried something might have been debuffing us. You did see unusually swift, but we would be able to feel the difference if we received a speed debuff by ourselves. I didn't feel sluggish at all. Maybe you were buffed. Are you sure you didn't feel faster or more energized? No, normal, he told her, going through possibilities in his head before coming to a conclusion he very much did not like. When I spoke before, how did I sound? You seemed a bit slow to me. I guess you seemed a little fast. Wait, you aren't thinking time magic, are you? It's my best guess. My resistance is so much greater than yours that even if we were both hit with it, I might end up faster than you. The barrier had his resistances tied into it on top of the ones he naturally had. They would both be barely affected by it at this point. But if he was right, then this really was a whole other problem. There shouldn't be any creatures in this area with a strong time affinity, though, Thera said, sounding troubled, and he completely understood why. Aside from the fact that creatures with time spells could definitely cause a much greater impact to travelers, it would also potentially signify the progression of a change to the forest they were already looking out for because of the stone ape, and a major one at that. For now, why don't we wait here a bit and see if anything feels like coming out? Thera agreed easily enough, and they waited, watching patiently for anything to come out to attack, Ben struggling to reach into his bag to try and grab a tool in case anything came out as Thera tried to deal with the tightness of the situation, her back pressed against the barrier while her face was stuck in Ben's chest. Might I recommend making this to be slightly larger in the future, she said after a bit, feeling less on guard and more awkward as anything failed to show up. Sorry, it didn't occur to me that we might have to share this. Since nothing has come out yet, there's a decent chance it isn't being affected by the lantern anymore since it would be reduced by the barrier's resistances. Want me to take it down? I've heard time affinitied monsters are typically tricky. Let's give it a little longer just to be on the safe side. Some magic just seemed more intuitive for different creatures to use than others, meaning that if something had one like space or time, a person that ran into them needed to expect more craftiness than they might get from something that used the more physical magics. They waited a little longer, hoping something would come out to put their minds at ease, but as the minutes passed and nothing seemed to move, they were prepared to give up, until they found themselves in a far worse situation than they'd expected to have. They'd expected only a couple targets, but in the blink of an eye they were suddenly surrounded, and Ben could only curse. Time spells couldn't just slow things down after all, but also speed them up, and it seemed the human-sized, ferret-like creatures that surrounded them had taken full advantage of that fact to appear en masse. The only positive was that of the dozen that surrounded them, 3 had managed to injure themselves, not seeing the barrier in front of them and slamming into it headfirst, but they were completely trapped. Bringing down the barrier would give them an avenue to attack, while leaving it up would keep them safe but trapped. Well, I may have messed up on this judgment call, he tried to joke, though unable to help but feel worried. On the plus side, we have food and water. We can wait them out and hope they go to search for some easier prey. We can't just do that, she told him with a shake of her head. The whole reason we're out here is to deal with any dangers that might affect travelers. Then what are you thinking? Hit them from behind when they start to leave. Lowering the barrier when they can raise their speed and lower ours sounds a bit too risky, she said with a bit of hesitation before continuing. I have a pretty bad idea, think you can trust me, of course. Great, I'd say you should hold on, but I guess there isn't really anything to do that on. This will probably be fine, she told him, lowering his confidence somewhat as she drove her staff into the ground and activated her spell. While she'd struggled to create it through the barrier, that didn't apply to the area within, running her mana through the ground around them and raising both them and the barrier up into the air, bringing a few meters of earth with it. Before the creatures surrounding them could react, she treated that giant lump of earth like she would any other earth bullet, directing her mana to smash into them each with a ferocious speed, until the smarter of the beasts collected their wits and began to run, their speed enhanced with their magic, though meaningless compared to the sheer amount of mana Thera had at her disposal. Mana, but still no control. I think I'm going to be sick, Ben croaked out as the shaking and twisting of the boulder they were attached to kept throwing them both into one another as well as the barrier itself, with Thera doing her best to keep them in a mostly upright position, but the stability getting worse with every tree they plowed through to reach their targets. Just a couple more and then we're done, she told him with gritted teeth, feeling the effects herself. With one last burst of speed, she threw them at the last 2 as they raced off, turning both creatures into a pink paste as Thera brought them to a rapid stop with it done. Too rapid. While she could control the momentum of the rock they were attacked to, the speed their bodies had picked up wasn't lost. Ben was able to get his hand behind her head to keep her from smashing it into the barrier, but it didn't protect her from his own momentum carrying him forward, smashing against her and hitting his face against the barrier himself with a loud thud. The wind was knocked out of her, but when she got her voice back, she checked on Ben. Oh gods, are you okay? That sounded bad. I'm probably fine, he told her as he rubbed his head. Just want to lay down for a bit after all of that. She set the boulder down, in a hurry to get out of the barrier so she could start healing him, but the moment the spell was cancelled, the rock rolled, leaving them at the terrible angle of almost 45 degrees, head down. Thera landed on him as Ben let out a grunt, and a small, pained expression painted his face. Well, I guess I need a bit more practice if I'm ever doing that sort of thing again, she said awkwardly, gently taking his face in her hands to start applying her healing magic to him. Maybe just a little. I'll get us out of here in a few minutes. I just need to settle my everything. Ultimately, the encounter proved to be the most dangerous leg of their journey. Thera was able to handle any of the smaller threats that came their way for the rest of it, and with the city only a few hours away, they let themselves relax a bit. See, it wasn't so bad, was it? She asked him, feeling pretty good about how the entire thing had gone herself. Except for one bit that ended up a bit more dangerous than expected, they'd managed without any real issues and were close to being able to give their report, planning to place special emphasis on what Ben had taken to calling time ferrets as a dangerous new creature in the woods. If they were lucky, then they'd killed the entire group that had migrated to the area, but they couldn't risk that not being the case, and it was likely the towns along the road would need to be vigilant for more significant changes for the next while. I stand by that there were better things we could have done with the time, but it did give me a good idea, so maybe it was worth it. Oh, she asked, curiosity clear in her voice as Ben laughed it off. I'll need your help with it when we get to Analia, as complicated as I feel about the idea, seeing as how it makes a bunch of my other work pointless, but it could work out well in the long run. She was going to try and twist his arm a bit to get the explanation from him, instead of leaving him to play coy, as he tended to about any idea he wasn't sure he could make work, but they both immediately suffered from their careless attitude. No matter how close they were to the city, they were still in the woods, and Thera still held the charm lantern in her hands. While the tool's effects would draw creatures in, it didn't draw them from a flat plane, instead drawing them from all directions, and in the same way Ben had previously been attacked by the stone ape in the trees, Thera found a creature on her. Smaller than the ape but significantly more dangerous, a pixie dragon, a creature with glittering rainbow scales about the size of an owl and deeply in the fire affinity, was digging its claws in the exposed skin of her hand, as she struggled to suppress a cry from the pain as she felt her flesh cooking, not wanting to risk being too close to a creature that she knew could wreak incredible havoc with the flames it could breathe if it felt inclined. Ben was quick to react, knowing that since the creature was touching Thera's only exposed flesh, it wouldn't be letting go anytime soon, and activated the enchantment on the knife he'd worked so hard to create, having taken to carrying it after and only using one hand for his enchantments after their previous big attack. Moving as fast as he could, he used the enchantment on it, letting the mana battery power it from that point on, and using every bit of his strength, he swiped at the creature's long, thin neck, managing to sever its head from the rest of it. He was careful to grab the body before it could fall. The claws were still gouged into Thera's skin, and he didn't want the weight of the body doing any more damage than it already was as she tried to hold in a grunt of pain. "Give me a minute," he told her as he carefully unhooked each claw from her flesh. He didn't bother asking if she was okay. Having received a similar wound in the past was enough to know that it sucked, and instead focused on getting her free. Well, I was probably due with how much you get injured," she tried to joke to ignore the pain. She'd been injured occasionally in the past when she'd hunt alone and her staff would break, but it hadn't happened since she'd started with Ben, and this was one of the more unpleasant ones she'd ever received. "Are you able to heal your own wound?" he asked after getting her free. It was far deeper than he liked to see, both blistered and bleeding, but at the very least wouldn't prove to be too bad with the city nearby. "My life resistance is really low, and even if you make me an amulet, I'm not sure how that would work when I'm using it on myself. I should probably wait till we get to town instead of risking making myself sick with my own magic." "All right, well, give me a second," he told her as he reached into one of the bags and pulled out the first aid kit he'd taken to carrying and grabbed a lifeblood potion he'd previously made. Directing mana through his life magic ring, he did his best to flood it with the mana to enhance the potion's effects before pouring it on her injury and wrapping the entire thing with a bandage. "That should do until we get to the city, but we'll need to see a healer before going to the guild. I packed a resistance amulet, so there shouldn't be any issue with that at least." Luckily, that was their last real attack by the time they got to the city. After spending some time to get Thera properly treated and reporting the results of their quest, their cards being examined by the guild to confirm their kills and money being handed over, they had both successfully become rank 4 adventurers. Thera was happily looking, and the mark to indicate it on her card as she let Ben drag her through the town once again, treating it in much the same way he did the last time they'd been there, though with far more disappointment after a while. "Why does everything I see here look so meh?" he complained. He'd made sure to go to not only the shops he'd missed last time, but the ones he'd previously been impressed by as well, only to be left disappointed. It was like every shop had experienced a significant drop in quality. He was positive he could make everything he'd been seeing easily. "Isn't the issue just that you've gotten so much better?" Thera pointed out. "You've gone up, like 4 levels since you were last here." "Ooh, yeah, maybe, but I'm still only a level 7 craftsman. I should be able to see at least a few things better than what I can make." "Well, first, you're a level 7 blessed craftsman. There's a huge difference comparing that to a typical level 7 craftsman, even if I don't have the eye to see it myself. Second, and more importantly, I'm pretty positive I've told you before that most people don't get their skills past the 5th level. It's actually bizarre that you're still apprenticed to my uncle considering how high you are, With the money and skill you have, you could set up shop pretty much anywhere at this point and earn an excellent living. I'm not going to do anything like that until I've squeezed every last bit of knowledge and skill from Falk. I can, so it will be a while before I even consider that. It's so plain that his stuff is leagues above what I'm seeing here. You gotta give it to me straight, Thera. Falk has some awakened skills, doesn't he? The question seemed to have genuinely caught her off guard. He doesn't share his skills, so I'm not sure, but is his stuff really so good that you'd think that? Maybe his items just seem that much better because he's a dedicated blacksmith. No offense, but it's common knowledge that a more specialized skill creates better results than a general one like your crafting. None taken. I guess that could maybe be the case, but he has to be at least in the 9th level for both his smithing and enchanting, and it's hard to believe he's not above it from what I've seen. As annoying as it was to not be able to get an answer on something he found himself so curious on, he made a promise to himself that he would make his teacher open up on that eventually, no matter how hard he had to work for it. Hellenia had informed her allied nations of the coming return of the creator of the resistance braces, giving them a chance to send over anyone whose magic was too powerful to be covered by any of their nation's own enchanters, and as they all prepared for his arrival, figuring out who to send and crafting plans to draw them closer to their side, word got out. It was nothing to be too surprised about. While his privacy was to be respected as a condition of his patent, other nations beyond those born with a passive magic were taking notice, as many of the races who'd been forced to hide themselves away from the rest of the world until that point had been coming out, interacting with the wider world more and more as time went on. It was bound to draw attention as they did, with rumors spreading just as far. Word was going around that a master enchanter had been born, a rarity when the world tended to only ever have 1 or 2 beings who'd unlocked that particular job at a given time, and from the sounds of it, a particularly skilled one at that. While many viewed the fact with curiosity, wondering if the creation of the resistance bands was a passing fluke, or if they might show true aid in the coming war, other smaller groups had agendas of their own. We can expect them in a few weeks, an elven male said, summarizing his findings as he tried not to wither in pleasure. His eyes were dilated as he did his best to hang onto control until his leader was done, slowly extracting her long, thin teeth from his throat as she fed. Taking a moment to lick the lingering blood from her lips, she thought on what she'd been told, daring not to feel too much hope at what her subordinate had passed along to her. Are we sure about the accuracy of this information? I've heard the rumors, but con artists and charlatans have been known to attempt such things in the past, saying they've discovered solutions to a race's problems and would happily provide aid in exchange for the right amount of coin. Some even managed to get away while keeping their heads. We're certain, the elf told her as he brought himself under control. We've seen a number of races known to have passive magics leaving through the gate of Analia without a fantail cloak or any of the other, rarer means of blocking their power, with each having a metallic brace on one of their arms. I can't imagine so many of them would leave for other nations without immediately being detained if the function of such a device wasn't all but certain, and given the similarities present between the succubi's charm and the issue of your own race, I can't help but believe in the value that would come from meeting with this individual. She couldn't help but grimace. If what she'd heard was true, then as a leader she had no choice but to attempt a meeting. While the succubi had the benefit of being able to go on fine in isolation if they needed to, the same was far from true of her own people, an issue they'd struggled with since their unfortunate birth on their home world. She would do whatever it took to get a meeting if she could, but a small problem presented itself. If only we'd forged any sort of relationship with the succubi nation, she lamented, but with so few of us, what would even be the point? I suppose all we can do is attempt a meeting, and hope that Analia's queen is feeling agreeable enough to at least hear out our request. There is another option if our information is correct. It seems that the first time the enchanter had been there creating these braces, they'd stayed at the queen's home, with rumors even spreading that it's the same person currently engaged to Pelenia's daughter. I can only see that making things even more difficult for us, she said as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Do you really think the leader of a nation would want a being like I around her kin? Perhaps not, but while we aren't certain of his race, we're aware he isn't an incubus. If we keep a safe watch on her home for anyone leaving, as long as it isn't an incubus or the great earth spirit, we can assume that it's either the enchanter themselves or one of their associates with them. If we simply talk and explain our case, then we can hope they'll be agreeable. That might just be the best course of action. I suppose we shouldn't bring too many people. The issues that would come with having more than a handful observe the home of a head of state would be more than I'd care to imagine. To be safe, let's leave it at you and I. If we see nothing after a few days, I'll do my best to open up a dialogue with the queen. No matter what it takes, we need to make this work. Decision made, they began their arrangements in preparation to leave for the nearest gate, one feeling the weight of her people as she did. To be the last is a cruel thing, especially as we stand so close to our long-sought revenge. The elderly being thought as he stood over the body of his brother, leaving him as the last of his siblings brought forth from their god, and with that very god dead and the creaking of his joints, he knew he didn't have long himself. As each century passed, he couldn't help but wish for the coming invasion to simply begin, as selfish as that hope was for the other races that made their homes on the world. They knew their time was limited after all, but as years passed and one by one they broke down and passed, how cruel fate was for their most hated foes to finally be on their way, only too late for them to do anything. Even now he felt the magic within him begin to fray, coming loose after centuries with no way to repair something of such complexity, no being in the world with the skill. Even the gods, should they descend upon their apostles to use their form, had been too weakened by their losses to help. If there was some way to bring him to their realms, then it would be easy to correct, but there was no point thinking on such impossible what-ifs. Another hope would be that one would exert their power on the mortal world from within their realm, but that would be nothing but an unreasonable desire. How taxing it would be to save his one life alone, when the strength and faith would be better suited to other things, made the idea the height of selfishness. He placed a single hand on his brother's head and gave a brief prayer to God, no longer there to hear it, before taking a seat and waiting for the end to come for him as well, at the very least getting some peace before he went, or so he hoped. "Honored elders, I come to you with news," yelled the young Melie girl as she burst into his abode. "I'm afraid there's now only one elder in here now, child, but come speak," he said kindly to the girl currently in charge of ensuring his needs were met. Even that seemed a cruel joke of sorts, the race he'd been created to protect now being the one to ensure his care in his final days, but unlike the bitterness that came from not being able to join the battle, this one didn't sting. He and all of his brothers had a deep love for their people, and that love was still returned all of these centuries later. The girl, for her part, looked shocked and on the verge of tears seeing the body laying to the side, but pushed through to carry on her message. "Then this is even more important. Rumor has it a new master enchanter will be showing up in Analia. We have to get you there immediately and beg their aid. Child, how many enchanters and divine representatives have I seen since the others began breaking down? Seeing one more at the end of my life to be told there's nothing they could do is hardly a way to spend my final days. But this one might be different," she told him, all but begging him to agree. Supposedly this one even solved the issue of passive magic so many races face. Surely an enchanter that great could do something for you. He could see the same look in the young girl's eyes he saw in every member of her race as he and the others began breaking down so long ago. A determination that he might live he wasn't even sure he still possessed himself, and it was enough to make his choice. "Very well, I suppose one last venture into this world would be nice. Even if it doesn't work out, I'll leave for the nearest gate shortly." "Wonderful. I'll inform the others of where we're going immediately." "Not we," he gently told her. "Even if what you said about passive magics is correct, there's no guarantee everyone in Analia is having theirs blocked, and I'd rather nothing happen to you or the others on my account. But if anything happens to you, we'll never know." Getting up, he gave her a small smile before reaching out and ruffling her hair. "If I don't come back then, you'll know what happened. The time draws near either way, but you're right, if my end is near then it's better to go trying to push it off than meekly accepting it." Going through the gate, they arrived in Analia a few hours earlier than the last time, the immediate change in time zones still managing to be disorientating. But Ben did his best to ignore it in favor of doing the same thing he'd done before, dragging Thera to every blacksmith and enchanter's shop he could get to before they started closing for the night. It wasn't like Thera's parents had been expecting them at a certain time. They'd given them a small range of days they might arrive at in consideration for their quest, and Ben didn't want to waste a moment when he expected he'd be quite busy when the time came for him to begin on anyone who'd come to have a brace made. Unfortunately for him, he felt just as unimpressed by the various wares he'd managed to see in this city as well. He knew he wasn't visiting every shop, and without being at the 9th level he couldn't be certain of an object's rating, but he was confident he wasn't misjudging anything. Everything here was within his skill level. That wasn't to say he hadn't seen anything that would be tough to make, but he was certain he could manage to reproduce most items. Feeling dejected, Thera gave him a small pat on the back to try and cheer him up. "Come on, I'm sure we can find a shop in town that will impress you sometime this week. Besides, isn't it a little nice to see you're good at your job? MMH, I guess. I just know I still have so much to learn. It would be nice to see more examples beyond what Falk's made to give me an idea on how I might improve. Well, when we see my parents, we can ask my mom about seeing any of our nation's artifacts. Since she seems to like you, I'm sure she'll agree easily enough." "Artifacts?" he asked, perking up at the tantalizing word. "It just means anything ultra rare or higher. Nations tend to hoard a few when they can. I'm not really sure what we have here, but there should be a few." His spirits immediately lifted at the thought. "Okay, yes, absolutely. I'm going to need to give your mom the full son-in-law experience to butter her up." Thera couldn't help but groan at the prospect. Ben had been so good recently at ignoring it that she could almost forget that as far as her nation was concerned they were engaged. She could only hope that her parents hadn't decided to do anything to make it worse while they were there. When they got to Thera's home, one of the staff informed them that Pelenia had requested she stop wearing her cloak upon arriving to be able to properly see her daughter's face, and while it left her a little suspicious of her mother, she agreed easily enough. Everyone that worked there had an amulet in preparation for her arrival, so there was no harm done as they made their way to the main hall and opened the door to where her family supposedly waited. Upon entering, instead of seeing the throne they were greeted with the first time they'd come, they instead found the hall draped in purple and green banners, empty seats all around them, bar the ones her parents were in, and an altar in the middle of the room with a powerful flame burning on top of it. He turned to Thera, meaning to ask what all of it was about, but her face was a stronger shade of gold than he'd ever seen on her before, and was willing to make an educated guess from that as she grabbed her staff and ripped out the stone flooring with a spell before bringing chaos to the room. Her mother only chuckled in her seat as a bruise kept them both safe, and by the time Thera had managed to work out enough stress and stopped, he used his powerful magic to change the room back to the state it had been in when Ben had first arrived in the country, with the exception of some thoroughly destroyed banners. A wedding ceremony? Seriously, she asked her parents coldly. We only just got here. Oh, come now, Thera, I was just having a bit of fun, her mother told her as she walked up to give her daughter a hug, getting nothing in return. I'd believe that a bit more if you didn't have the authority to carry it out. Why do you have to show me what a mistake it is to come home every time? All right, maybe I was hoping you'd just go with the mood. I even prepared such nice wedding gifts too. I'm sure Ben especially wouldn't mind some more magic materials. Hearing that Ben turned to her, thinking that maybe it wouldn't be so bad for her to put up with him for a few short decades of the very long life she would lead, but she could tell what was going through his mind and shot him a look that made him hold his tongue. Anyway, she said, knowing there was no point in continuing on, I've got some letters for you from Auntie and Uncle. She handed them over and Pelenia started giving them a skim through as a bruise gave Ben a hug and his daughter a warm smile, seeing that she still wouldn't be in the mood for more. I see your earth magic has improved quite a bit, sweetheart, and you've gotten quite a fine quality staff too. He leaned in to give it a better look, rubbing his golden beard as he did before turning to Ben. So not only did you actually use her hair, but some rather expensive materials as well. I honestly thought you'd have saved them for some other things. Making Thera a staff has been one of my 2 big projects, so I was more than willing to put my all into it. Besides, you gave those to us. I figured using them for your daughter was probably one of the best uses I could put it towards. Good man, and on that note, how would your other project be coming along? I've got it pretty low, but if Mom managed to get the skill rings I'd asked for a few months ago, I'll be able to make a lot more progress, he told them, making Thera sigh while Pelenia beamed at his overly familiar way of referring to her. I've done you one better actually, the Queen of the Nation explained to him. Since getting enchanters who happened to have those skills at high levels was proving to be a challenge, I simply found individuals who did to put them to use. It's a bit late to call for them now, but I'll bring them around in the morning for you to copy their skills, all right. Sounds excellent, he told them as he stopped to give it a bit of thought. Actually, assuming it works out the way I think it will, would you even need to wear your cloak if I knock your resistance down a few extra points? Everyone in the country should have a decent dark resistance, right? I'm not sure, she said, turning to her mom with a question in her eyes that Pelenia was quick to answer. As long as your effect at a distance is at 10, I don't think there would be any issue, she said thoughtfully. Honestly speaking, even that is mostly just to be cautious. The average person here without an amulet to protect them should have a resistance of around 15 to 20. I'd say just wear something with sleeves when you go out in case anyone brushes up next to you. The lingering displeasure she'd felt from her parents' stunt was immediately replaced with excitement. She hadn't even considered the fact that as it was, her brace was good enough for her to be able to walk around her nation without her cloak. She'd been so consumed by the fact that there were people outside of the nation she couldn't be around that she hadn't given it any thought. With the possibility open to her, though, the prospect of wandering the town became significantly more exciting. Well then, after you improve the enchantment, we're going to have to do something a bit more fun than you just locking yourself in the Craftsman's Guild while we're here. Of course, he told her with a smile, happy to get the chance to do something like that with her. Aside from whatever plans you're both thinking of making, I am hoping to keep you both a bit busy if you don't mind. Ben, aside from the various delegates you'll be making braces for and meeting with your God's believers, I was also hoping I might get you to do some work for me as well. Oh sure, I don't mind, but what were you thinking? Falk mentioned in his letter that you've become quite proficient at your craft at this point. If I were to get my husband to set up the area I had you working in last time into a proper forge, do you think you'd be able to make some weapons and armor for a few people I send your way? I'll of course provide supplies and pay you for your work. Absolutely, he agreed with enthusiasm. The prospect of properly making some things to earn job experience was far more exciting than just trying to make more complex enchantments for the small weapons he'd brought with him. Wonderful to hear. And Thera, I know you'll probably want to practice your earth magic with your father, but there was something I was hoping you might be willing to dedicate yourself to every other day if you don't mind too much. It depends, she said cautiously, knowing better than to trust her mother too easily. Oh, it's nothing bad. Sonya's mentioned to me that you've been working on your life magic, and it just so happens we have a very competent light mage around. I know it's not the same, but I thought they might be able to give you some guidance on the similar points between the two magics if you help them every now and then. Sure, I guess if that's all then it will be fine. Excellent, and if I'm not mistaken, they should just about be here. What? But before she got an answer, the doors to the hall opened with two new figures coming inside, a male that seemed to be a satyr, with goat-like legs and an impressive pair of horns, but more importantly the woman beside him, a mass of dull purple light in the form of a succubus that Ben was positive had to be the Great Light Spirit, and if the bulge in her stomach was any indication, she was undeniably pregnant. His mind flashed to the conversation he'd seen in Thera's memory during the trial of Analia, and he turned to his friend to see how she was reacting. Though the Great Light Spirit wasn't among the ones gathered at that time when they'd planned to try and give rise to a more successful spirit hybrid than Thera had been, what they were seeing couldn't be ignored, and he could see it in her eyes. Hurt and betrayal she hadn't expected to experience so soon upon returning home. It's so good to see you, Thera. It's been so long. The spirit greeted as Thera ran out without a word, leaving everyone else stunned by the abrupt reaction. I'm going to go check on her, Ben awkwardly told them as he rushed after her only to be stopped in the hallway as he ran by a bruise and Pelinia. Before that, can you tell us what that was about? Pelinia said as she grabbed his arm with more strength than she meant to exert. She might need a few moments alone to pull herself together, and I'd rather understand the issue sooner than later. Sure. Just to be clear, the light spirit is pregnant, right? Lux is with child, a bruise confirmed. Was that the issue? I would have thought Thera would be excited to have a cousin on the way, not to mention the fact that she wouldn't be the only half-spirit anymore. Is it a jealousy issue? Oh God, they definitely don't know, do they? It made sense they wouldn't. He doubted they would have arranged such an immediately awkward meeting like that if they had, but he still needed to be sure. Definitely not. Sorry, do you guys not know what the other spirits have been doing for the last decade? The question brought a surprised look to Pelinia's face as a bruise took on one of rage. By the gods, what have they done now? He asked, anger painting his voice. Well, I only know this because of the trial, but for the last decade and some the life, death, air, and fire spirits have been trying to produce a more powerful half-spirit than Thera. She overheard them talking about it when she was a kid. He went on to explain more while wanting to get out of there, partly to make sure Thera was okay, and partly because he was pretty sure a bruise was ready to do something drastic. I'm going to kill them, he all but growled. Give me a moment, I'll confirm if Lux is involved with any of this nonsense. On it, he told them as he ran off, not wanting to see whatever chaos was going to unfold. When he got to her room, he gave a light knock on her door which was promptly ignored, though it didn't stop him as he tried the handle and felt it give. I'm coming in, he told her, finding her lying in her bed. She briefly looked at him before going back to laying down. On the positive side at least, it didn't seem like she'd been crying at all, but he could tell she wasn't feeling great. Deciding to wait for her to speak, he walked over and laid down next to her, feeling patient for her to open up. You know, it will only be more of a nightmare being here if my mother walks in and sees you in bed next to me. I'm sure it will be fine this time at least. Your parents were pretty concerned. I guess my exit was a bit much. I was just a little overwhelmed. Want to talk about it? Oog, I don't know, she said as she rubbed her eyes before turning over to face him. I thought Auntie Lux actually considered me family like Funa. The fact that she might be having a child to create a powerful half-spirit, I guess it just hurts a bit. At least Vividus and the others were obvious enough about how they really feel, but I liked getting to see Lux whenever she'd come by. Well, your mom is going to talk to her, and it sounds like your dad may possibly attempt to murder the other great spirits. I didn't realize they didn't know what happened when you were younger, so I kind of revealed it to them. MMH, it's fine, I don't even know why I kept it hidden. I guess it felt embarrassing at the time with the way I felt like a failure and mom wanting me to be a dancer, but it doesn't matter now. Still, family really does have a special way of making you feel bad. Anything I can do to help you feel a bit better? Maybe just stay around for a bit. I could use the company. Of course, you don't seem to have much luck in this nation, Myriad said as Ben entered his realm. I'm pretty sure it's more Thera who doesn't have much luck with it. Still, it might just be a misunderstanding, so fingers crossed, right? It's good to be positive, I suppose. For example, I'm feeling pretty positive about you meeting my other believers. Some of my ones outside the nation are coming as well when their nations got the message you'd be coming to be making more braces. feeling ready to act as an apostle. It won't be too hard, so I'm sure it will be fine. Actually, do you think you could contact your others and I'll aim to meet them all at once? I'll ask Pelinia if she can set a day and some space aside for me to get them all out of the way. Sure, there shouldn't be any issue with that. It's a bit of a shame you didn't take Holy Craftsman. You might have been able to get a bit of experience out of it. Maybe if you get a few more believers, or if I'm feeling like I've hit a wall with Connect, but for now it isn't a priority. Thera woke up far earlier than she usually would, the emotions from the previous day leaving her with a poor sleep as she cracked open her eyes and found herself surprisingly close to Ben's face. It took a moment, but she remembered asking him to stay. She just hadn't expected to wake up next to him, nor to have ended up using him as a pillow midway through the night. Actually, haven't I been in this same spot before? She thought to herself, thinking back to the Dryad village before a horrifying possibility sprang to her mind. Wait, of all the times we've had to sleep in close quarters recently, isn't this the only time I've woken up first? Don't tell me this happens often. Ben had never mentioned anything like that, but she didn't think he would if that really was what was happening, and felt her face grow warm as she tried to gently pull herself away without waking him. The embarrassing potential managed to cover some of the hurt she'd felt yesterday, but she wasn't exactly sure if she liked the trade-off and promptly decided to pretend nothing had happened. They were hunting partners, which meant they'd find themselves in tight quarters occasionally. She would just tell herself it probably wasn't a common occurrence and leave it at that. Even awake, though, she wasn't sure she was ready to face the day. She knew things were going to be uncomfortable when she left and actually started interacting with her family. She just didn't know how she was going to handle it, so instead she put it off, grabbing a book from a shelf and reading for a little while until she heard her door open. Her mother walked in, and she cursed herself for not locking it the night before as Pelinia cast a look to the still sleeping Ben before seeing her daughter's blushing face. Mercifully, though, she didn't make any comments, instead quietly asked Thera to join her and left the room, expecting her to follow. She did as she was asked, knowing in her heart that even if it didn't get any immediate comments, she was going to regret being seen like that for the rest of her visit as they made their way down to the dining room and took a seat, a light breakfast already waiting for the two of them to enjoy. As they sat, Thera decided to get things out of the way. I'm sorry I acted like that yesterday. I was just a little surprised, I guess. You have nothing to apologize for. I wish I'd known about what happened with the others, though. Me and your father would have tried to announce things a little differently. Well, what's done is done, she told her mom with a shrug as she started nibbling at the food in front of her, though her mother seemed to disagree. I wouldn't quite say so. Your father is going to be gone for a few days as he deals with the spirits who seem to be attempting that sort of thing. As for Lux, well, I spent a long time talking with her last night. Aside from the fact that she's also feeling ready to kill the others, she swears she didn't know. I was hoping you'd still be willing to work with her for a bit and talk things out. I guess that would be fine, she said, already prepared to die from how awkward it would be if it was the truth. Considering that she only got along with half of the great spirits, she should have given her aunt more trust before reacting like that, so now she needed to try and make things right. Excellent. In that case, she's waiting for you at the hospital. I know she really wants to talk to you as well, so you should hurry over after eating. I need to wait for Ben to make a life resistance amulet, though. I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, she explained to her mother, trying to delay things until she was more emotionally ready. That's no issue. Sonia explained how you'd been doing things in Stonewall, but when I passed that along to Lux, she was sure she'd be able to compensate for any issues you might have so long as we have a dark resistance one on hand. Great, she thought as she looked to her plate, almost empty, and let out a sigh. It seemed like she wouldn't be putting things off. She got to the main hospital of Analia and immediately felt overwhelmed. Unlike the clinic where there'd be maybe a dozen people at most waiting to be treated at a given time, the hospital was packed with people, healers and patients alike, constantly moving around and being treated as they were. She'd never gone there herself, instead always receiving any treatments she needed from her mother while she lived in the nation, with a typical healer not being trusted enough to maintain their minds while working on her, so she'd never known the scale that an average person had to deal with. Taking a breath as she went, she tried to relax as she went up to the closest person who seemed to work there and be free at the moment, asking them for directions to her aunt. It wasn't hard to get them. It seemed word had spread fast about such a powerful person being present, as well as the fact that she was waiting on the queen's daughter, and once the employee realized just who she was, quickly showed her the way. Working in the children's wing, she was focused on healing one child at a time, while also preparing illusions as she did to entertain the kids as they waited for their turn to be healed. Thera couldn't help but find it a little strange, knowing that with the power her aunt wielded she should have been able to treat everyone present in the room almost instantaneously, but ignored that as she went inside, giving a small wave as Lux noticed her. All right, children, I'll be back in just a few minutes, so behave until then, and I'll make sure to show you some more interesting scenes. as a round of okays and yeses filled the air she left the room, taking Thera with her. She immediately went to bow her head and apologize for how she'd acted, but before she was pulled into a hug. Thera, I'm so sorry. I had no idea the others had been doing something so stupid. What, no, Auntie Lux, I should have talked to you instead of just running off like that. I'm the one that's sorry. Her aunt smiled down at her as she shifted the colors of her radiating light to give her a more distinct face. I'm just glad we were able to resolve this quickly. Now why don't we talk while we practice your magic? Come on. They went back into the room as Lux brought them to the next child, and Thera placed the amulet on them to be safe. Even though there was a good chance they would be fine without it since they were succubus children and her charm was being suppressed by the band, it never hurt to be cautious. Lux was easily able to determine their conditions as she looked to them and told Thera what needed to be done as she prepared another illusion to keep them all entertained. It was like that Thera got to work using her life magic, having to try to use more complex spells than she'd usually need when just treating an injury while her aunt placed a hand on the child's back, ensuring Thera's mana didn't cause any harm. Is something wrong? Unlike a regular spirit who'd have a slower mana recovery rate and might have their ability to regenerate mana impaired by different events, a great spirit should have none of those issues. They had enough mana and regeneration that her father had completely altered the world's economy by materializing large quantities of magic materials each day. The thought that anything could weaken her aunt was beyond worrying. In the face of her concerns, though, Lux just gave a small laugh. It seems that keeping a body that isn't meant for such things as reproduction bearing a child is more mana intense than I'd ever expected. I'll be better in a couple weeks once it's born. You're due so soon. I can't believe my parents didn't say anything sooner. They only found out a few weeks ago themselves. I originally planned on keeping it to myself until they were born, but well, I guess I began getting a little nervous. This will only be the second time a spirit has had a child with a mortal after all. I wanted to ask for some advice from your parents. I see, she'd heard from her mother when she was young about how panicked her father had been right until her birth, the idea being completely foreign to him at the time, and horrified that something might go wrong, but had always assumed she'd been exaggerating. How could someone as powerful as her dad have anything to fear about that? Seeing her aunt now, though, made it a bit more believable. So do you mind if I asked how this all happened? Has nobody ever given you the basics of how babies are made? Lux asked with a playful wink. You know what I mean. Haha, I met Rit, my partner, as I was traveling to meet the various light spirits in the land a few years ago. I'd always been a bit closer to mortals than some of the other spirits, as a result of my affinity having healing properties, and met him in a hospital I'd stopped in along the way. He was on the verge of death when I got to him, with almost half of his body missing at the time, making it exhausting even for me to save him, but the moment he opened his eyes, he expressed his undying love for me. I immediately went to treat his head, thinking I'd missed something, but once I was sure he was fine, he was still persistent, and I guess you could say I felt amused. I didn't give in to his advances, but I decided to let him travel with me for a while. From there, what can I say? We grew closer, and before I knew it, we had a child on the way, she said as she smiled, gently rubbing her stomach while Thera was stuck on the beginning of her story. I'm sorry, half of his body was missing. That. Well, an armored dragon was attacking a town, and like a fool, he went to face it alone. I guess he was attempting to awaken his unarmed combat skill so he could rank up as an adventurer, but almost died fighting the thing. Honesty, he's such a handful, she said with a shake of her head, as Thera was left to process the fact that her aunt's lover had decided to fight a dragon with his bare hands. What does that even mean? Ben thought groggily as he came to consciousness. Absorption resistance, huh? Yeah, I guess that tracks since I'm having my mana and vitality drained each night. But wait, that means damn it, I need to remake my ring. He was getting such good results from wearing it that even if it made getting to sleep a little hard, sometimes he wouldn't give it up, despite the fact that he probably needed to remake it soon anyway, since both of his regeneration rates had increased. It was a shame, though. He thought he could have put it off a bit longer, but it looked like that was no longer an option. I don't have any magic materials with me. Maybe I could talk a bruise into making some more abyssal for it at least. Let's see, since he can't make Deathstone, I could probably just tie the drain spell to the ring. It's not like the mana being pulled from me is being used for anything anyway. He muttered to himself as he got up, trying to figure out exactly how to alter it to account for the changes in his status. Since Thera seemed to have left already, he went to find the Great Spirit, only to run into Pelinia instead. Oh hey, is a bruise around? What, not Dad? She asked with a smile as he shrugged in return. Thera doesn't seem to like that too much, so I figured I'd hold off a little until things calmed down. Well, we sorted things out with Lux, so that shouldn't be a worry anymore. As for my husband, he'll be gone for a day or two as he has words with the other spirits. In the meantime, come along with me. I have a few people waiting for you. He did as she asked and followed her to a waiting room housing 4 individuals, 2 incubi, a fisherman dressed in what seemed like a reverse wetsuit to let him walk on land, and one that Ben couldn't be certain of their race, only being able to see that they resembled a bear with unusually human-like hands. The queen pointed them out one by one, listing skills as they did. Armor Enhancement Level 6, Shield Enhancement Level 6, Defense Enhancement Level 5, and finally Dark Resistance Enhancement Level 1. Dark Resistance Enhancement, he asked as he looked to the bear person with curiosity. It was a skill he'd never heard of before, but couldn't help but feel potential in as soon as the queen announced it. Since I got your request, I did some looking into any skills with potential as well and came up with this, a skill that amplifies the effects of a person's fixed resistance. Of course, this was the highest level I could find it at since resistance enhancements are an extremely rare class of skills, and who's to say if it will even do anything, but it couldn't hurt. How could I do anything less when you're trying so hard for my daughter? I've got the books you'd requested as well, so feel free to give them a look through when you're done. I had left them in the room you're supposed to be using, but if you want them moved to Thera's. A boring answer, but all right. Here I was thinking things had gotten a little interesting since you stayed with her last night, Pelinia complained, sounding disappointed. Anyway, the various officials who are looking to get resistance amulets made will be arriving tomorrow in the morning, and I've arranged the afternoon for you to focus on crafting armor and weapons for them, so feel free to use the rest of today however you wish when you're done here. Sounds good. Do you think you could have a day cleared in a week or so for me to meet up with Myriad's believers in the nation as well? That should be no problem. I'm sure it would be useful to get them to talk to you about any further discoveries you've made for the bands as well. With all of that out of the way, he got to work, going from one person to the next and copying their skills onto rings to use later. Since he could only enchant with other enchantments that were a level below his skill level, he wouldn't be able to make full use of his new level 6 rings until he managed to raise his enchanting again, but for the time being it was a significant boost compared to what he currently had. He was also intensely curious about just how much improvement he would get out of Dark Resistance Enhancement, but knew it would have to wait until later into the night to remake Thera's enchantment to view its effects. Once that was done, he asked one of the staff if they could tell him where to find Carly. He figured it would be good to make some time to greet the only other human in the nation, but sadly it seemed that both she and her teacher Funa had gone out to travel again, visiting some of the distant friends she had in the world. With that plan over before it began, he went to the room he had used during his first time in the nation, taking a look at the few books on skills the queen had gotten him before leaving her home and making his way to his favorite place, the Craftsman's Guild. It had felt so long since he'd been there last, and he immediately wanted to go through the available archive, searching for anything that seemed like it could be interesting as he did, but he restrained himself, knowing he needed to talk to one of the staff members at the counter instead. After exchanging pleasantries, Ben cut to the heart of the matter for him. I don't suppose I'm able to buy copies of the books you have here, am I? In general, yes, that's possible. For some of the more popular books, we have copies on hand that can be purchased immediately, but for others we may need up to a week to have copies made. If you let me know which ones you're looking to get, I can find out if we have them on hand and give you a price. Awesome. I'll need to figure out which ones I'm looking to get, but I'll be back. He still had the list he'd made from his first time in the nation, when he'd only planned on reading them a bit more deeply, but with how much wealth he'd managed to accumulate there was no reason he couldn't take them home with him. The only thing was going through the shelves again now that his skills and knowledge had increased so much, making sure there was nothing he'd either overvalued or missed the first time. It took a few long hours of flipping through books, stopping occasionally if anything caught his eye, but he was finally able to return to the counter, list in hand. The friendly smile of the staff member briefly slipped, but they brought it back as they asked for confirmation. Just to be sure, you're looking for copies of almost 200 books. I am. All right, I apologize, but the length of time it will take will have to be extended past what I'd initially said. We'll need about 2 weeks for a purchase of this size as well as the pay up front. They brought up the amount owed and Ben happily transferred the funds, looking forward to being able to have more resources to flip through while back home, the number of which would only grow as he asked a final question. I don't suppose you could point me towards any places that I might be able to buy some books on both magic and other skills as well. Maybe jobs too. All of that should be available at the Mages Guild. It's just down the street on the right, you shouldn't miss it. With that, his next destination was determined. He didn't know what he'd been expecting, but it hadn't been this. When he'd managed to find the guild in question, he'd been immediately impressed by the size, but had assumed the actual amount of books available would have been smaller than that of the Craftsman Guild given how broad the information that could be found there was. He couldn't have been more wrong. 3 floors and a basement were almost entirely devoted to books, making this the largest library he'd seen in this world, or his last. Not only that, but while he'd been asking the same questions about buying copies of the books he'd asked at the Craftsman's Guild, he'd been informed that there was a selection of restricted books as well, containing forbidden information that only a select few were allowed access to. He immediately wanted to see if revealing himself as the Queen's future son-in-law was enough to get him said access before he decided better of it. No need to do anything that might cause him problems farther in the future, and there was already more than enough to keep himself occupied, with sections conveniently divided by their type of magic, and a non-magic section as well where he went first. The Mages Guild seemed to be devoted to not just magic, but tangentially related scholarly pursuits as well, meaning books on both skills and jobs. Flipping through books on the latter first, he was able to confirm there was no information available on the kin job, but strangely enough also nothing to be found for heretic either. He could only assume that that one was being specifically hidden, presumably because both gods and the average mortal wouldn't want someone taking it, but the fact he couldn't learn more was a bother. It was a shame since Myriad hadn't let him know anything about it beyond the fact that it would help raise his sacrilege level, but it was still far from a priority job-wise. As for skills, information became harder to acquire as well, at least for the ones he was curious about reading up on. Once again, there was no information for sacrilege, presumably for the same reason there was nothing for heretic, but both complex mind and absorption resistance were only in books that covered rare skills, meaning there was little information on them aside from the obvious. At least for the newer of the two, it looked like he was able to get something beyond what the name implied. It seemed that each level of it would make it 5% harder for his mana or vitality to be drained, meaning he could just do a little math to figure out how to remake his ring instead of needing to worry about trial and error. Once that bit of curiosity was out of the way, he moved on to magics. While his god was doing his best to educate him on the way his people approached the subject, and he was able to learn the more standard approach from the people in his life and the few books in the Adventurers Guild archives, he still felt he was lacking on the subject and was eager to fill that knowledge the best he could. He moved from shelf to shelf of the affinitied magics as the hours slowly passed, recording the names of books that went over the broadest of spells to those that covered a far more unique approach to using a given affinity, as well as books that discussed specialized forms of a given magic, such as prophecy or purification, before moving on to ones that looked at combined magics like decay or explosion magic. For good measure, he made sure to pick up books discussing the awakened version of each affinity, as well as one on soul magic to satisfy his curiosity on the topic. While he would have happily grabbed books on the other Tier 3 magics as well, he ran into the problem that there weren't any. He couldn't be sure if it was due to them being hidden or simply the fact that there hadn't been nearly as many Tier 3 mages for the other affinities compared to soul magic, but whatever the case, he simply moved on to the non-affinitied shelves. It was there he got his best surprise of the day. More enchanting books, some of which he hadn't seen in the Craftsman Guild. He knew that it was technically considered a magic, but he hadn't considered the fact he might find anything on it there. In his mind, he always considered it to be a tool to enhance items, but there were surely plenty of enchanters that considered themselves mages first and would submit their research to this guild over the other one, meaning he had even more books to dive into. By the time he had his list, the guild was preparing to close down as he put in his order for books. Even more than at the Craftsman's Guild, he found close to 400 he wanted to bring back with him. It wasn't like he expected to read them all cover to cover anytime soon, but they would be helpful as references should he ever need them. Once he got back for the day, Ben went to meet with the barrier Master Fiorella to get the 6th level of the skill placed on a ring for him to make use of before making his way to the dining room to eat with everyone and discuss the events of the day. It seemed that Thera had indeed successfully made up with Lux, easing everyone's minds in the process and leaving them in good cheer. While Abruz was still gone, out dealing with the other great spirits who'd had the nerve to say something like that within earshot of his daughter, that fact was glossed over as they all instead focused on what would come next for their time there, and before long they went to bed, with Ben following his friend to update the enchantment on her brace. He could tell that both she and her mother were nervous about it. While as it currently stood, a person would only need to have a resistance of 13 to handle her charm at a distance and 23 on contact. That was still a long way from ensuring she would be safe for an average person to be around, meaning that if the results were worse than expected after this, then he'd need to find at least one new skill to attempt it on. It's going to be fine. I'll be able to work with the 5th level of all 3 skills, meaning I have 18 levels total to apply. So long as 4 levels really does translate to removing a single point of resistance, then I'll be able to get 4 points off, plus whatever dark resistance enhancement might be able to contribute. It will work. Having finished pumping himself up, he got to it, removing the old enchantment and creating a delicate weave of the new one, combining the full power of his dark resistance with the magic resistances so tightly bound to the skills he was using. He knew that even if he succeeded, it still wouldn't be enough to get it to zero, but this was the most progress he could make now, that he couldn't increase the power of his resistances any more than where he was currently at. And as long as the queen was able to one day find people with skills at the 9th level for him, and he continued to level up both his enchanting and connect, then the end of Thira's charm was in sight. The time passed as he pushed not just his enchanting and connect, but also his mind skills to ensure everything was perfect, quadruple checking his work as he went, and after a few short hours he was done. All finished, Thira asked sleepily, alerting him to the fact that she was awake. Sorry, did I wake you? No, I think I was just feeling excited for how it turned out. Well, give me a few minutes and I'll check. He quickly ran out to grab the passometer he'd packed, setting it up to check the range and feeling a grin spread on his face as he came back. She knew it would be good news from his expression, but he handed it to her to get the final result before telling her. On contact, it's down to needing a resistance of 19, and at a distance it's 9. She almost thought she'd misheard him, but the happy look on his face wiped the thought from her mind. In just a year and a half, Ben had taken her charm from being something potentially devastating to every race on the planet, to a level where not only her own people, but every dark affinitied race would be able to handle without issue so long as they didn't touch her. And as he happily squeezed her hand, feeling overjoyed to have made so much progress, she couldn't ignore her heart pounding in excitement. Why do I have to hear this girl drone on? I just want to go hang out with Thira. I know, but if I have to hear one more of these assholes, then I might kill somebody. They do know I'm technically engaged, right? If that happens, then I'll just beg for dear Mother Pelinia's help. I'm sure if I promise to marry Thira on the spot, she'll happily agree, and Thira would probably accept to keep me alive, right? I'm sure she'd forgive me eventually, and since she doesn't plan on getting married anyway, then there's no real harm in being in a small sham one. As I was saying, the frozen mountains of our land are truly a sight to behold. If you were to ever be interested in arranging a visit, my people would be more than happy to entertain you in your stay. Why, I'd be happy to show you around myself, said the Yurtna noblewoman, an extreme beauty by his standards from a race afflicted with a passive ice magic that would freeze the environment around them. She seemed to be around his age and was wearing a seductive smile that he easily ignored. He'd been caught off guard the first time he'd had to deal with this today, but by the time she'd arrived, he'd already made braces for well over 50 other people. He'd grown numb to the obvious attempts at seduction. It's like they don't know I'm reading their minds while I do this. Maybe sometime in the future, he told her, clear to them both he was brushing off her offer. Anyway, your brace is done, so you're free to go. He tried to let go of her hand, but she kept a gentle grip on his, knowing she had one last shot before she needed to leave. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but you're a human, aren't you? She asked him, knowing full well the answer from her country's investigations, just as many of the others that came before her knew as well. I thought so, she beamed. The summoned hero of our country is one as well, you see, a nice girl named Sarah. I'm sure she'd love it if you came to visit. It must be so lonely to not be able to see your own kind after all. Holy fucking shit, is she actually trying to hook me up with my old classmate just to get me? What was even the point of me choosing to remain anonymous when filing my patent? At least the ones before her had acted a little more subtle. I'd have well over a dozen people to report if I was going to. I'll just put up with it a little longer. As long as nobody starts arriving at my home to bother me, I can deal with it while in Analia. I believe I'll pass, he told her with his brightest smile. After all, your country didn't seem to have much interest in me when I arrived, and I still don't have any awakened skills to give myself value. I'm sure entertaining me for a visit would be nothing but a waste of time for your government when there are so many important things to prepare for, right? He wasn't even trying to make his rejection subtle as the smile slipped from the woman's lips, and she took the hint, getting up to leave. When she was gone, he was able to let out a sigh of relief and took off 14 rings that were on one of his hands, placing them in an envelope with her name on it and putting it into his spatial bag before putting more blank ones on. What can I say? I'm curious about skill distribution and who has what. Plus, maybe Pelinia would be interested. After all, even allied nations look into each other, right? If Myriad had a head to shake, he would, but Ben was already up, opening the door to invite the next person in. It was another beautiful woman, this time with a passive fire magic as the air around her shimmered from the heat as Ben groaned internally. Just how easily seduced do they think I am? Holy crap, finally. He thought to himself after hours of brace making. That was getting exhausting. That actually sounds like a nightmare. He thought to his god, not wanting to deal with the sort of stress an arrangement like that was bound to bring with it. That isn't even mentioning the fact that Pelinia might have me put to death. It wasn't like there had only been young attractive women coming to him to have braces made, but they were the majority. with the few men and races outside of his strike zone, focusing more on subtle offers of wealth and power. Still, he was free of that at least, and on to something far more exciting as he welcomed the next group of people in, about a dozen high-ranked warriors from the nation's army. They came in, dressed as if they were prepared for battle already with armor on and weapons in hand, but as they filled the small workspace they each gave him a small, polite nod. "I am Galara, as ordered by Her Majesty. Queen Pelinia, we are here to have our equipment and items upgraded," said the incubus who appeared to be in charge by way of introduction. "Good to meet you all. I'm the Craftsman Ben. I'm planning on making you all new weapons from scratch if you tell me what sort you each prefer. Though if you're attached to the one you currently use, I can see about applying different enchantments to it to try and improve it if I can. As well, while I don't plan on making armors at the moment, I'll enchant the ones you have and modify them to house a small white mana crystal to power them, so we'll start with that while you each tell me about whatever sort of weapons you'd prefer. Oh, and if you're comfortable with it, show me your cards so I can avoid building my enchantments in a way that would inhibit your skill's growth. If you're not, it's fine, but then I'll have to explain every little choice I'm making, and you'll need to tell me if there's any areas that could cause conflict." The leader gave the others a look, and as when they pulled out their cards for him to inspect. All in all, there were a few minor things to look out for, but it was all skills he could easily cover by using alternatives, and with that he reached into his bag, pulling out what had taken up the most space, boxes and boxes of skill rings. In the days leading up to their quest, he'd been hard at work, making copies of all the ones that he had in the shop to bring with him, not wanting to take the originals for fear that they could end up lost or damaged as he did. Fully prepared, he got to work, first punching holes into each piece of armor to put a small mana crystal in before applying the same enchantments that were on his coat, though at a much higher level now that he could use each skill to the 5th level. As he was working his way through that, he listened to each of their requirements for a weapon and mentally planned just how he would go about making them, suggesting ideas and getting their personal input on each as he tried to give whatever recommendations he thought were most suitable, wanting to be sure there'd be no difference in opinion for the people who'd actually be using the tools he'd be producing. Once the enchantments for the armors were complete, and he got everything he thought he needed from them to make the best weapons he let them be on their way, promising to have them ready in a few days, as he got to work picking what materials to use of the many that had been prepared for him. It seemed that the queen had spared no expense, getting him some rare and valuable monster parts he normally wouldn't get to play with, and he was eager to put them to work when he heard the door of the workshop open and turned to see who it was. Fearing he was about to be bothered by any of the more persistent individuals, he'd prepared braces for when he felt his jaw hit the floor. After her second day of helping her aunt at the hospital, Thera finished a bit earlier than she had the day before. She had originally planned on only helping every other day, but since her father was still away dealing with the other great spirits, she decided to do a bit more and was already seeing a benefit with a level up to her medical knowledge during the day. Besides that benefit, even if it wasn't for her current job after all, it was still worthwhile to train her life magic when she could, and without the fear she'd gotten in Stonewall, it was a more pleasant experience overall. Of course, that lack of fear was mostly related to the patients not knowing who she was, but that didn't matter too much. It felt surprisingly nice to be genuinely thanked for her work. It was an experience she wasn't used to, but it made her want to improve, and she understood why Lux spent so much time going from hospital to hospital, doing what she could. It did leave her to wonder why Vividus didn't do more for the various races of the world, but then again the great life spirit wasn't so inclined to help out of charity when she could focus on whatever nightmares she was preparing in the Life Valley. She felt herself getting worked up and took a breath, not wanting thoughts of her least favorite aunt getting to her given where she was, and took a seat at her destination, the First Church of Analia. While she made sure to pray semi-regularly, given the fact that her goddess had not only given her a quest that she'd been greatly rewarded for, she'd also actively worked to save her life. Given all of that, it was probably a mistake that she hadn't immediately gone there upon arriving in the nation, but she did her best to make up for that with the sheer amount of gratitude she put into her prayer as she closed her eyes. "Ah, as nice as your gratitude feels, I do hope you'll open your eyes so we might have a talk, Thera," a voice she recognized said light-heartedly as her eyes shot open, only to be blinded by the force of the divinity before her. Realizing she was in the realm of her god, she quickly took a knee as she bowed to show her respect. "Analia, it's an honor to have the chance to talk to you again. What do I owe the pleasure? Does a mother need a reason to visit any of her children?" she told her in amusement, though feeling Thera's panic grow at the answer. "Not at all, I didn't mean any disrespect. I'm only teasing you, Thera, please be at ease. Perhaps take a page from the Child of Myriad," she said before thinking better of it. "Well, maybe don't be quite that liberal. It caused quite the headache up here when he mentioned an interest in attempting to seal a soul to put to use. I'll try my best to keep him from doing anything too bad, she said, knowing in her heart that if Ben's interest was caught he wouldn't listen to reason, a fact her god easily picked up on. Don't worry, as long as he only tests it on demons like he said he would in the event he succeeds in making such a tool, then there's no issue. Actually, I've come to you about another matter. If there's anything at all I can do for you, I'd be happy to. Her goddess smiled with her thin reptilian lips at the prompt answer. I'm glad to hear it, but try not to be too quick to agree to things without learning what it is you're agreeing to first, even if it's coming from a god. Having said that, I doubt you'd find any issue with this. You've done excellent work completing your quest so quickly, and I was particularly moved to watch you gaining the 0th level of life magic. To push beyond your limits for the sake of a loved one is something to be rewarded, and it is with that in mind that I've come to you with another should you choose to accept it. Thera, I offer you this. Awaken one of your magic skills. If you succeed in doing so, I'll grant you a level to any non-awakened skill. She felt herself stunned to silence as she processed just what had been said. A level to any non-awakened skill, meaning that it could even go to a 9th level skill to awaken it. The gods simply didn't make offers like this to individuals as far as she knew. A quest with such a reward that was entirely focused on her own growth was beyond reason. It really isn't as great as it seems, Analia told her as she read Thera's thoughts. Even though you struggle with your magic control, your soul is so tightly bound to the ones that you've gained that providing a level for anything less than an awakened skill is a trifle. As for why you don't hear about quests like this often, well, it comes down to the fact that we try not to give challenges if we don't believe a person can succeed. Even to issue the quest costs some faith after all, but ones like this have been made in the past. I'm offering it to you now because awakening your magic skills isn't a question of if but when. Given the lifespan you can expect, there is no doubt in my mind that you'll be able to one day awaken any of your magics to even the 3rd tier so long as you have the opportunity. I'm simply hoping to help speed things along given the time frame we're all forced to work on. She felt stunned. In her heart, she always dreamed of awakening her magic, beginning the path that would let her see the great spirits of the world as equals, but to make it to Tier 3, that went beyond her already ambitious dream. It was a goal countless people worked towards, but few had the talent and skill to pull it off. Still, if it was to meet her god's expectations, then she would put herself to the test. I'll gratefully accept this opportunity. I look forward to seeing what you'll accomplish, Analia told her, placing a gentle kiss on her brow before Thera found herself opening her eyes back in the church. It took all of her effort to keep from merrily skipping back to her home. The excitement she felt could barely be contained as she tried to plan just how to go about her quest. Obviously, I have to try to awaken my earth magic. The only question is which other skill should I try to raise up to level 9 at the same time. Dark magic is out, so it really comes down to life magic or telekinesis. Oh, an awakened telekinesis skill would pair so well with my earth magic, but with an awakened life magic, I'd be able to help so many people and keep Ben from dying next time something decided to eat him. I really should aim for that one, right? Well, I guess I work on my telekinesis at the same time, as a lot of my earth spells anyway now, so I can just see what's closer by the time I'm close to level 9 in my earth magic. When she got home, her mother was already outside the house, seemingly waiting for her. She couldn't help but wonder if the nation would be all right when the queen seemed to have such a casual attitude about all but the most pressing work, but pushed the thought to the side as she greeted her. Hello, Mother, isn't it just a wonderful day? She asked, filled with a level of cheer that Pelinia hadn't heard from her daughter since she was a child, and it took her by surprise. Any day you're so happy is wonderful, sweetheart. What's the good news? Unless you're still so overjoyed about your brace. As thrilling as that particular development was, she still wasn't used to the idea that she could wander her home nation now without too much fear of harming someone, to the point she'd forgotten she didn't need her cloak while out for the day and was still wearing it. But that was all but irrelevant as she gave the good news about her meeting with Analia. That's incredible, honey. To receive such a quest, what an honor. She smiled through her hood as her mother reached over to lower it. Come now, I don't get to see you looking so happy often. You should let me see your smiling face. Well, I guess it's fine. Anyway, what are you doing out here? Don't you have work? There was a subtle change to her mother's smile, the same she'd get on occasions when she saw an opportunity to have some fun, and it immediately left her worried. Oh, I was just taking a peek at the various people lined up to receive a brace from Ben. Why not come with me to have a look? She looked at her mother with curiosity, but went along with her around back, finding a variety of individuals from the races afflicted with passive magics, each with a healthy selection of amulets to keep themselves safe from the others around them, as well as one more thing that stood out. Isn't that disproportionately women, she thought. They were all around her age and seemed incredibly beautiful, at least by the standards of her race, and for whatever reason it left her a sense of unease. Well, it looks like everyone is behaving, so come with me to my room for a bit, Thera. There's something we should probably work on. What? Why your outfit, of course. I'm not wearing that. Oh, come on, please. You'd look so nice in it. It shows way too much skin. What are you talking about? It leaves you almost completely covered. At worst, it has a bit of a V-neck, but it's a tasteful amount of exposure. You'd had far more skin showing when you wore a toga last time you were here. That's traditional wear, it's different. Why do you want me dressing up anyway? She asked. Upon arriving in her mother's room, Pelinia had begun pulling out outfits, holding them in front of her and either shaking her head and tossing them to the side or saving them for another inspection after she was done. You're going out with your friend once he's done, aren't you? You should wear something nice. Come on, at least try it on. The one her mother had her heart set on was a royal blue dress with long sleeves to keep anyone from touching her arms by mistake. Admittedly, the V-neck wasn't too deep. It was more of an excuse. She wasn't used to wearing dresses like that since she always had her cloak on when going out, and there was no need to wear anything like that indoors. What does going out with Ben have to do with this? At most, we're going to wander the town and maybe visit a restaurant. I can wear something a bit plainer. Despite saying that, though, she at least put it on and looked at herself in a mirror. She had to admit she liked the color on her. It went well with her golden hair and marble skin. It was also far more comfortable than she'd expected. The fabric felt nice, and the fit allowed her to leave her tail hanging instead of having it coiled around her waist like she usually did. She found herself half tempted to keep it on until she caught the mischievous look in her mother's eye as she gazed at her reflection. It's nice, but maybe I'll wear it for some other time. Oh, don't be like that. If you don't put in a bit of effort, then someone's going to take Ben from you. Regardless of the fact that you forced an engagement on us, Ben isn't mine. Oh, so you don't have any issue with the fact that all those women getting their braces made were specifically sent by their countries to try and seduce him. She froze as she prepared to take off the dress in favor of something a bit more common. What's that supposed to mean? That would be breaking the Craftsman Guild's policy, more like carefully skirting it. They can't send people to his home because that would be in clear violation of guild rules, but we put the offer out for them to send people to have their braces made. If Ben just so happens to fall in love with one of the women he talks to, then no rules have been broken, have they? Really, the fact that this didn't happen the first time is almost entirely due to the chaos that the creation of the braces brought. Each nation has had plenty of time since then to try and figure out how they want to go about winning him over, and well, he is a young man after all. Would you be surprised if someone managed to catch his eye? She knew she was being manipulated. Even though she was sure her mother was telling her the truth about the goals of each person waiting to get a brace made, she didn't doubt the fact for a second that she'd only been told to get a particular emotional response. Ben had never shown interest in anyone in Stonewall, and if he had, she was sure he would tell her. He simply cared more about focusing on his skills than finding love or sex, and that wasn't mentioning the fact that he wasn't dumb. A bit clueless about the world sometimes, sure, but not dumb. He'd pick up on the fact that seduction was the goal from the start. He wouldn't just go along with it. Why would she even be worried about it anyway? She knew he might want to have a family of his own one day, at which point they'd have to call off their farce of an engagement, and he was her best friend. Of course she'd want him to be happy if that was what he wanted. Sure, it would hurt to not have him in Stonewall if he was to leave, but it wasn't like she would never see him again if that was the case. So there was no reason to give in to the outcome her mother so clearly wanted. He wouldn't fall for something like that, and even if he did, it was his life, she'd be happy for him. Casting one last look in the mirror, she bit her lower lip as she tried not to be swayed by the nagging feeling inside of her. While he involuntarily spoke as he saw his friend entering his work area, instead of the cloak he was used to seeing her wearing or the clothes she would lounge in at home, Thera appeared in a gorgeous blue dress. He took a second to compose himself before continuing. You look beautiful. What's the occasion? Finding out my mother is rather good at manipulating me apparently, she said as a golden blush spread through her cheeks when she felt his eyes on her. Before he could ask what she meant by that, though, she elaborated. She thought that since we were going out once you finished, I should wear something nice since it will be my first time going around Analia without the cloak. Does it look weird? You look stunning. I'm just sorry you'll be stuck with me dressed like this. I didn't exactly pack anything nice, for that matter. He didn't own anything exceptionally nice. He mostly had work clothing, and that was it. Just a variety of outfits he wouldn't mind getting damaged in the shop with only a handful of exceptions. Anyway, if you're all ready to go then, just give me a minute to clean up and we can head out. He did some brief tidying as he said that, but there really wasn't much to do. He didn't have any of the weapons started beyond the materials being gathered. All he really needed was for his heart to calm down. After a day of seeing beauties from across a variety of races, this was what caught him off guard the most, but once he was feeling a bit more his usual self, they went out to the town. Thera told him about her day, giving the good news of the amazing quest her god had granted her, while he couldn't help but be ecstatic about it. Though he personally had his fingers crossed that she would be able to awaken her life magic with her earth magic to leave him a little safer in the long run, he He couldn't help but look forward to however it worked out. So that was my bit of excitement. How about you? Anything interesting happened today? She asked with a surprising amount of curiosity, making him feel bad that he mostly had complaints. God, unfortunately. Preparing the weapons wasn't bad, but dealing with the braces was nuts. It seemed like every nation I'd dealt with last time was trying to either bribe or seduce me into working for their homeland. It was a nightmare. I don't know how I'm going to manage if this is just what's going to happen for the entire time we're here. I'm half tempted to quit, but even if I'm already rich, the money's really good. He took a breath after the little spiel and let himself relax. He was at least done for the day. Sorry about that. It's been a long one. Don't worry about it, she told him, her mood instantly seeming brighter. Still, I saw some of those women. None tempted you. Man, maybe I would have been a little if they weren't so grossly obvious. Some of them tried to hide their thoughts while I was connected to them, but they did a terrible job, and others seemed to have been instructed to try and win me over without getting any more details. I'm pretty sure one of them even offered to try and hook me up with an old classmate while she flirted with me herself. Actually, give me 1 second, he told her as he called up to the sky and drew eyes to them. Hey Myriad, do me a favor and check with the other gods how Sarah's doing. If her country is willing to pull something like that, I want to be sure she isn't being mistreated. Were you close with this girl? Thera asked him, curiosity plain on her face. I'm pretty sure I'd never said more than 2 words to her. It's just since there's so few of us, I don't want anything distasteful happening to any of the other humans on the planet. Of course, if there is something, what would I do? Pretty sure every option going through my head would count as a small act of terror that might get Myriad some trouble, but I'm sure he'd understand. If your acquaintance is in any trouble, just tell my mom, Thera said, acting as a voice of reason. While all races with passive magics are closely allied, the succubi have the greatest population and international power. She could easily apply pressure to a nation to make them behave if she wanted to, or if things were bad enough, rally the other nations to get their hero. No offense, but they are valuable resources after all. They can't just be mistreated without serious consequences. None taken. I get what you're saying. Are you done? Relax, what are the chances I would have been able to actually pull something like that off anyway? Taking the silence as agreement from his god about his kind and ultimately harmless nature, he came to a sudden stop during their walk. Hold on a minute, Thera. Let's check this place out, he said, dragging her inside of a clothing shop before she could even ask why. While it was a store that catered to succubi and incubi, the body type was similar enough with the exception of the fact that he lacked a tail, and he was happy to have seen the place before they closed. Walking up to the only staff member, he made his request. Hi there, I'm looking for an outfit I could wear that wouldn't leave me looking so shabby beside her. Got any recommendations? He was looked up and down by the incubus, who gave a small sigh as he compared Ben's rundown outfit to Thera's dress before pulling him to the back for a few minutes, leaving Thera alone to browse through the clothes. She liked what she was seeing and made a mental note to return later to pick a few things up for when they returned to Stonewall when Ben was brought back, instantly looking sharper. It may have just been a result of wearing something that was both undamaged and that he hadn't been working in all day, but it was nice, even if it was just a new set of pants and a shirt. While the pants were a darker color like he seemed to prefer, the shirt was a deep blue, darker than the one she was currently wearing, but complemented it nonetheless, with small gold accents to match her hair and eyes. Seeming to be happy with what was selected for him, he paid for it, as well as a small pair of gloves he'd planned to put to use for a project in a few days, and they left to go back to their walk, looking for a place to have dinner along the way. You really didn't have to, you know. I don't mind how you normally dress. Well, it's a special occasion, so I might as well try and look a little nicer for it. Besides, I feel like it will be easier to get a seat in a nicer restaurant if I don't look like garbage. They continued to chat as they wandered, waiting for somewhere to catch their eye when Thera hesitated as they passed one of the fancier options. All right, this one it is. What, I didn't even say anything. Sorry, am I wrong? I thought you looked interested. Well, no, I guess I would like to try it, she admitted bashfully, but you don't need to go somewhere just because I'm interested. He took her hand and gave it a small squeeze. Thera, I'm open to anything, and this is your first day being able to enjoy the city without being stuck in your cloak. Of course we're going to be going somewhere you want. Now, come on, let's see if they have a seat available. They were able to get seats easily enough and were led to a large room with comfortable lighting and a live band playing for entertainment before being left to browse the menu. Ben found himself having his decision made quickly enough, but Thera seemed antsy, as if she were struggling with something. You doing all right? He asked with some concern and seemed to surprise her. Oh, I'm fine. I think it just might take a while to really be used to going out like this. I guess I feel a bit exposed. At the very least, it helped that she didn't feel too many eyes on her. Though she bore a strong resemblance to her father, the average member of her nation would have no idea what she looked like under her cloak, leaving anyone they passed by to assume she was a member of a foreign race as long as they didn't look too closely. I'm sure you'll feel a bit more used to it after a bit of time passes. Maybe you won't even want to return to Stonewall by then, he said with a joking tone, though that was a very real possibility. As things were, she could now live in Analia without issue so long as she was careful not to touch anyone. It would surely be a nicer life than having to hide herself away in Stonewall, relieving him though she shook her head. I don't think I would survive dealing with whatever my parents would constantly do to keep themselves entertained. Besides, you'll still be working on the brace, right? Maybe it won't be much longer until I can ignore it altogether. Trust filled her eyes as a gentle smile touched her lips, and Ben felt his heart pound. I won't let you down. Well, that's interesting. What? Pelinia asked as she looked down at the brace on her arm. She didn't need one, having the 6th level in charm like her sister did as well, but she was helping Ben test something. Having dark resistance enhancement lowered the amount of resistance a person would need to handle your charm by 4 per level. If it's playing by the same rules as how the magic resistance tied to the other skills I've used, then it probably brought what a person would need to resist Thera's down by 2 points total. The math didn't quite work when he looked at the results he'd gotten, but he didn't want to spend the days of making and remaking Thera's enchantment to try and learn specifically how each skill affected things. He was close enough to work with, and unless determining the exact values would give him a better chance of success, then it was just a waste of time when he could assume that the various skills he was using worked out to a few decimal points short of what he thought. Isn't that incredible? As soon as more of our enchanters get your god skill to the 2nd level, then they'll be able to make even more powerful versions of the brace, even if some of their resistances are lacking. Yeah, it's great, and if other nations can find people with the resistance enhancement skills they need, then this will be quite the boon. But for now, it comes down to how it will work out for Thera. Let's see. If I get the first 3 skills I was using at level 9, then at the very best I might get her effect at a distance down to 4, though let's say 6 to account for the variance I'm seeing just to be on the safe side. From there I can assume that dark resistance enhancement would be able to bring it down from 1 per level. Then if I was able to find that at the 9th level as well, then I'd be able to potentially bring it down to -3. Well, I guess actually just 0, because it's not going to cause a repulsion effect by hitting the negatives, so whatever. Let's see, that would mean our effect on contact would be left at 7, which isn't terrible but still not ideal. It also leaves the issue of Thera's charm level increasing. If she gets it up to 5, then she'd be back up to 5 at a distance, and 15 on contact, meaning I need to find one more skill that might work to help future-proof her brace. Pelinia gave him a gentle smile and patted his cheek after he finished his rambling. I'm glad to hear you're working so hard for Thera, but there's one other issue with what you planned. While I'm sure I'll eventually be able to find you 9th level holders of the first 3 skills if I take the time to contact the country's various allied nations, I'm almost certain you won't find anyone with a higher dark resistance enhancement than the one I've gotten. Resistance enhancements are rare skills after all. They come as a result of facing a magic multiple times and surviving, as well as having a naturally good resistance as it is. Wait, so could I get it? Perhaps. It couldn't be said you don't have the right constitution for the skill, but there's no guarantee you'd manage to get it, even if you keep throwing yourself into situations where you'd be afflicted with dark magic. Besides, it would do no good if you got yourself killed when we need you to make Thera's brace. Don't worry, that was really more of an idle curiosity. As an actual idea, I was thinking I could offer the bear person a monetary reward for each time they level up their skill, with the amount growing each level. A decent idea, but with a similar issue. If he dies, then we lose the resource. We can't just let him go out to fight dark affinitied creatures in the hopes he'll take enough damage to level up. I think I have a way around that too, if you don't mind sparing a bit, well, maybe a lot of mithril. What are you thinking? Make a variety of jackets like mine. I'll enchant them with as many dark spells as I can to constantly afflict the wearer, with the strength of the spells increasing with each jacket. It won't exactly be pleasant to wear, but I'm pretty sure it will get the job done. She drummed her fingers across her seat as she gave it some thought. All right, it might be a bit of a tough sell, but so long as we financially compensate them appropriately, then I'm sure I'll be able to convince them. As for the jackets, well, I'll have 7 sent your way tomorrow in his size, so apply whatever you think would be powerful enough without causing too much harm. With that done, he turned to leave as the queen gave him some parting words. Of course, he said with a smile and a nod as he went to work on his next tasks. He still had hours left in the day after making all of the braces he'd planned to, as well as completing the weapons he'd promised for the first group of soldiers. Though he was expecting more and thought he would go back to the work area, he'd been given to start preparing more as a way of getting some of the job experience he desired while he was still in the country. At least that had been his plan, but it had been thrown awry by the scene taking place before him. Bruce had come back acting as if he hadn't even been gone, and he was in the middle of engaging in a fight with Lux's lover Rit as Thera, Glob, and his teacher Fiorella watched to the side. Even calling it a fight wasn't really accurate. Rit was doing his best to land a single hit on the Great Earth Spirit, but managed to just barely miss each time, while having to desperately dodge the few attacks Abruz threw back. Ben was certain that he wasn't even trying too hard. With the amount of power he was sure to have tied with the control that came with being at the pinnacle of his skill, he was certain to be going easy as he occasionally ripped blades of earth from the ground, sharpened to the point that it would be able to split a hair, and as large as a person was tall. More than anything, it looked like one person was fighting for their very life as the other was having a casual day out, and finding the spectacle entertaining, he took a seat beside his friend. So what's going on here? I guess Rit is doing his best to awaken his unarmed combat skill with my father's help, though I question how handy this experience is when he can't land an attack. They've been at it for almost an hour. It showed. The satyr was clearly feeling exhausted as he went down before their eyes, almost being struck by an earthen blade before Abruz stopped his attack, millimeters from the other man's face. "Hey, you came a little bit close there, don't you think?" Rit called out, cheerful despite what he was saying. "You could never be in any real danger fighting me. This isn't even a workout if I'm not going up against at least an army, though the one here doesn't seem to like playing with me much," he said back with a shrug before turning to call out to the onlookers. "What did you all think? Ready to go next? Can you go a bit easier than that? It would be nice to get a win eventually, you know." Glob called out, long used to numerous losses whenever he and Carly fought against Abruz for practice. "No can do. If I go any easier, you just might win. Now come on, no need to dally." With Thera and Glob's turn beginning, Rit switched places with them and took their seat, leaving Ben to make small talk. "That was really cool. I can't imagine going up against Abruz like that." "How well, it's not so bad when you know he's not actually going to kill you, though he's quite the beast. Are you giving him a go after?" No way, I'm a craftsman, no fighting skills to my name." "Well, that's not strictly true, but they're level 0, and I only work to get them to help improve my crafting even more. Still, no reason not to. Facing an insurmountable mountain like that can be a good experience for personal growth, and Abruz won't actually do you any harm." He was about to tell him that he'd already faced far more mountains than he ever wanted to again, but was stopped as the other two began their battle. The strategy of using life magic to cause havoc to the target's body wasn't viable for Abruz, and Thera hadn't practiced with her dark magic enough to be able to cause any harm to her father, leaving her with only the earth magic she favored. It should have been detrimental in the fight, her father having a level of power and control to simply stop Thera's attacks from happening, but instead he opted to leave each spell she fired alone, choosing to just move to avoid it as they were shot off, much the same way he dogged Rit's punches and kicks. Defense was left entirely to Glob, making him focus on building barriers between them to block each of Abruz's attacks, and leaving Ben to wonder, while the small alien didn't simply leave a barrier up at all times. He had an awakened version of the skill after all. He was sure to have a mana pool that would allow for that, as well as the potential to leave it selectively permeable, making it so Thera's attacks could leave without anything else getting in, but he'd been wrong. He watched as Thera directed a giant earth saw at her father, hearing it tear through the air as it did, only for him to simply step out of its way, firing his own back at her without missing a beat. As Glob threw up his barrier between the spell and Thera, though it easily tore through, alerting Ben to the fact that he's been putting his all into reinforcing his barriers to keep just such an event from happening, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Bruce's earthen saw stopped just short of his daughter's neck before he let it crumble to dust to the ground, but despite how quick their fight had been, the Great Spirit couldn't have been more thrilled. "Thera, you've improved so much in such a short time. That was exceptional. And still not enough to land a hit on you," she told her dad with a sigh. "Don't be so hard on yourself. Even those with awakened skills and decades of combat experience would struggle against me. This is just for your own growth." Anyway, Glob probably needs to take some time to recover a bit of mana, but shall we go again? "Abruz, give your daughter a break and let her friend have a turn," Rit called out and brought all eyes on Ben. "Have you gotten yourself some combat skills since I've seen you last, Ben?" Abruz asked curiously. "I mean, yes, but they're level 0, so not much good against someone like you." "Come on, give it a go," Rit told him encouragingly. "Take it from me, you don't get many chances to fight against a being that powerful without having to worry about being hurt." He was planning on declining, but felt some curious eyes on him, including Thera's. They knew he was competent at his actual work, and Thera had seen him use his traps to deal with a variety of animals, including a demon horde. They couldn't help but wonder just how long he'd last. "Fine, if you think it would be such a good idea, then give me a minute. I at least need my equipment." "No problem," the spirit told him, sounding uncomfortably excited as he did. "Thera, let's have another round while we wait." He would have liked to watch, but instead he went to his room and grabbed everything he thought he'd need, namely his knife, his barrier bracelet, and his gun before he headed back out to find their fight had already finished. All right, I think I have everything I need if you want to give it a go, he said, standing away from the spirit with weapons in hand. Sounds good. How hard do you want me to go on you? I can take things a bit easier than I did for Thera and Glob if you want. Just do whatever you want, he told him, knowing it wouldn't make much of a difference considering the sheer difference in strength and skill, but regretting it as soon as he saw the grin stretch across the other being's face. All right, I'll do exactly what I want. Rit, call to start, would you? Very well, on go. 3, 2, 1, go, the satyr called out, bringing a gust of wind with the words as the match ended. Ben hadn't even blinked, he simply hadn't been able to react. By the time he was aware that anything happened, the earth spirit was right in front of him, a finger gently pressed against his forehead as a bruise let out a laugh. Teleportation. No, a bruise has the wrong affinity for that, so it was just speed then. But that's ridiculous. How fast would he need to be able to move to manage that? So this is what Rit meant by an insurmountable mountain. Dad, come on, you obviously went too hard. Thera yelled out at him, annoyance sharp in her tone. Haha, sorry honey, I just wanted to have some fun. Why don't we give it a proper try, Ben? I'll only go about as hard as I did for Thera and Glob. I think that's all right, I got plenty out of that, so I should go back to work, he told the earth spirit as he started to walk off, stopping for one more thing. But would you mind if I try again next time? The laughter slipped away as a bruise changed to a more curious tone. I don't mind, but you don't mean the same way I just did, do you? It's just to help with my curiosity is all, he lied as he waved them off to get back to his work area. He knew that he was going to lose, it was obvious. All of his hunts always depended on plenty of setup to be successful and dealt with mostly dumb animals. He'd had no time and was going against an ancient being who was a master of their magic. The thought that anything else could happen was outlandish. But the fact he hadn't even been able to attempt to use any of his tools hurt his craftsman's pride. He wanted to see if he could at least make things a little more interesting the next time. Getting to his area, he thought about just how he'd tackle going against someone like a bruise, deciding to redo the enchantments on his jacket as he did, replacing them with the higher-level skills he'd just gained access to. The first question was how to deal with that speed. When a creature moved that fast, there was basically no difference from teleportation, minus the fact that they would have to go through barriers the long way instead of skipping them entirely. Let alone weapons, his barrier bracelet would be worthless as well. If I want to go against someone that powerful, I need not only better items, I need to be able to activate them almost instantly. His bracelet might have been able to create a shield, but it showed its full effects when he threw it down to create a barrier around him. He hadn't even updated it with the higher level of barrier magic yet either, but it was obvious that it would be meaningless. He needed a barrier that would be able to do what he designed this one to do without the step of sliding it off his arm. As for his knife, well, as proud of it as he was, there was no escaping the fact that it had no hope either. It did well against the pixie dragon, but against an earth spirit, most of its enchantments would be meaningless. He supposed there was the chance it could do some damage if he managed to restrain him, but by that point he would have already won. It wasn't like he was looking for a fight to the death or anything. That left his last weapon, his gun. Even though he knew it wouldn't make much difference with his abysmal aim, the fact that he hadn't at least tried to line up a shot beforehand was a glaring mistake. On the one hand, doing so might not have exactly been fair. He was pretty sure that in a spar like that archers wouldn't be allowed to have a bow, an arrow already prepared ahead of time. But on the other, if he was trying his luck against a being as powerful as a bruise, then it didn't much matter. At most, having a shot ready was the difference between a guaranteed loss and an almost certain loss. It would give him a sliver of hope for the next time. For now, let's just remake everything with the more powerful skills I have access to. From there, I can start thinking on how to do better. After a few more hours of practicing with her father, Rit, and Glob, Thera decided to go see how Ben was doing. She couldn't help but be a little annoyed at how over the top her dad had been. That was Ben's first proper fight with him. Of course, he would feel a little discouraged to be crushed so badly. She let herself into the work area he'd been given, not sure what she'd been expecting, but even then finding something completely outside the norm. Hanging in the air were dozens of frisbees, the sort he'd made to sell at the market so long ago, and Ben just ignored them as if they were the most normal thing in the world, as he instead was looking at whatever project was pulling his attention. She made her way to him, taking care to avoid all of the items spinning in the air, until she hit her head off seemingly nothing and gave a small cry, catching his attention in the process. He stopped what he was doing to go over to her. Sorry, Thera, you all right? I guess you found the invisible one, he told her, waving his hands in the air until he seemed to catch whatever it was and breaking the enchantment on it to reveal yet another frisbee. I'm fine, just surprised. I actually wanted to see if you're okay, she asked as she rubbed her head. Of course, why wouldn't I be? You kind of just ran off after Dad beat you and never ended up coming back. Oh well, I ended up making myself busy trying to figure out how to do a bit better next time, but speaking of your dad, just how powerful is he? Ben asked curiously. If I didn't know he couldn't get space magic, I would have thought he'd teleported when he attacked me. In all the time Ben had spent trying to figure out how to do better on the next fight, that question was the wall he kept coming up against. He knew great spirits were immensely powerful, but he wasn't sure how powerful. Thera took a minute, putting on a thoughtful face as she tried to figure out how to answer. I can tell you he has a total mana quantity of about 1,000,000 and a regeneration rate that's measured in mana gained per second, but beyond that it's a bit hard to tell. From what I know, the system was built before the existence of mana-based lifeforms was known to the gods, so it struggles to properly express their other values. For example, their mana and mana region are both listed with the same numbers as their vitality and vitality region, so when Dad uses a spell, not only does his mana go down, but so does his vitality. Strength, agility, and stamina are also all listed as 0, even though that's clearly not the case because his body is made of mana. Literally any speed, force, and effort he can exert comes down to how well he can control the mana that makes up his body, with a bit being burned up by how hard he pushes himself. God damn, okay, good to know. I guess I can assume his resistances are all pretty high as well since he isn't bothered by your charm, but what about his skill level itself? He must be in the 3rd tier unless it's possible to go beyond that. It was already clear that winning against her dad would be impossible, but he was going to enjoy going against the futile struggle of it. Everything else he asked was just to sate his own curiosity, as Thera caught him off guard by shaking her head. A spirit's magic isn't listed the same way a regular mortal's magic is. In the case of a regular earth spirit, they would have earth spirit magic instead of earth magic, and as for my dad, he has great earth spirit magic. Their skills aren't leveled like a normal mage's magic would be, but from what I understand, spirit's magic is the equivalent of a 9th level mage, while a great spirit is equal to an awakened magic at the 9th level. Wait. Does that mean a standard mortal that made it to the 3rd tier of their magic would be better than your dad? That is a complicated question. From what I know, a typical mage at the 3rd tier wouldn't have mana anywhere near that of my father. It would actually be shocking if they had mana close to what I possess, but that's neither here nor there. You could say that from a technical standpoint, they would be better than my dad, being able to do a few things he wouldn't, but honestly there wouldn't be much difference when you consider not only the raw power he has access to, but the fact that a spirit's affinity to their element is so high it's probably impossible for a regular person to be born with one that's even close. So if you weren't disappointed by how your fight went, what the heck is all this? She asked him as she waved her hand in the air at all of the discs flying around. Oh, that, I was just experimenting a bit. I thought if I had enough space between me and a bruise when I tried to fight him again, I might be able to throw a bunch of these after attaching a few other spells to them, maybe like Drain and a few other debuffs to basically create a flying weakening area, but now I'm not so sure. Glad I gave it a try though, it has the side effect of cool things like this. He grabbed one of the frisbees as well as her hand, dragging her outside and giving it a throw. They both stood there, watching it gently glide away, presumably until it was stopped by one of the surrounding buildings or trees. As long as it doesn't hit anything, that's going to just keep going until it runs out of mana. Pretty cool, right? He told her with a stretched out grin. I guess. Kind of defeats the point of what you were hoping to use it for if they would keep flying when you throw them though, doesn't it? Sure, but I made a workaround. Not that it matters since I don't think this idea is going anywhere. So what are you working on now? Mostly a new way to do barriers since the brace won't work. Just watch. It's going to be great. Oog, why is everything so terrible? Ben whined during breakfast, face down on the table. After a full week since his first crushing defeat, he'd tried again each day, working on new tools and weapons he thought might give him an edge but completely losing in the process. Bruce seemed amused by the fact he wanted to keep trying against him at his full strength, and was happy to oblige, giving commentary on the few items he'd managed to get off that continued to be all but powerless against the spirit, as they were easily avoided. The only reason it happened before breakfast on this day was due to the fact that Ben expected to be extremely busy and wouldn't be able to make time otherwise, but had still wanted to give his attempt and manage even the smallest of things before the spirit placed a single finger against his head. Thera, sitting beside him, gave him a reassuring pat on his back. Come on, it will be okay. It's not like you didn't know you wouldn't be winning, right? I mean, yeah, but I thought I'd have a little bit of progress by now to make the defeats slightly less humiliating. For what it's worth, I think you're doing well, the Great Spirit told him. Most people aren't willing to go against the full force of my skill again and again. You've got good tenacity. And I'm rather pleased that you're managing to keep my husband entertained, Pelinia added. Since the generals ever so politely asked if our army could stop having to try fighting against him all those years ago, he hasn't gotten to have this much fun in a while, so if you keep it up, I'd appreciate it. Don't worry, I don't plan on quitting, he told them, no matter how defeats he ended with. It is good practice to see my items in action, at least for the few I managed to activate, and I think I've been able to make some progress for how I build my enchantments at least. Well, tell you what, if you manage to land a hit before you leave, I'll give you a reward, so don't go giving up on me yet. The spirit told him with a laugh. I'll make it worth your while. Deal. Ben quickly agreed, eyes lighting up as he did. Even if he wasn't going to win, it was a good extra bit of motivation for him. They continued the meal, chatting about their plans for the day and discussing how their stay had been so far. Thera seemed to be making good progress with both her earth and life magic, while Ben was doing his best to deal with the advances and subtle bribes that came with each person. He made a brace for when the door quietly opened, and one of the queen's aides ran in to whisper something in her ear. Pelinia made a brief unhappy face before sending them on their way. Everything all right? Thera asked her mother. In the past, if their meals were ever interrupted, it tended to mean an emergency, but Pelinia waved away her daughter's worries. It seems security found an elf attempting to keep our home under observation from a distance. It's nothing major since he was caught easily enough, though a little annoying we have to depend on Ulfhamer to properly inform us of just what he was doing, but diplomacy is diplomacy. Wait, why are you sending him back to Ulfhamer? Ben asked. He was already aware it was the home nation of the elves, as a result of reading up on the race as a whole in his attempts to try and figure out Lehi's age, but he would have assumed he would be sent away after whatever information they'd wanted was obtained. Extradition treaties. Since succubi have a decent chance of finding trouble in other nations if their charm isn't properly suppressed, we have arrangements with many others for the safe exchange of prisoners in the event of any wrongdoing, with the trust that it will be handled appropriately. It's not satisfying, but it keeps things civil and safe for our people. But how can you be sure that's his nation? He could easily be from elsewhere. True, but as a rule of Ulfhamer, all elves automatically receive citizenship. If he originally lived elsewhere, then he'll probably be allowed to return so long as whatever reason he was observing our home wasn't anything too distasteful. The politics of the whole situation seemed like a pain, and he was happy it was nothing he needed to worry about as he finished up and moved on to his main task of the day, heading down to his workshop, where just outside around 30 people were waiting. It wasn't another group there to get braces and attempt to win him over, though. It was his god's other believers. What sort of person do you think I am? He asked his god, and getting no answer. As he got closer, one by one each waiting believer shifted their attention towards him as he gave a friendly wave and put on his most winning smile. Myriad had told them what he looked like so he'd be easily identified, and they knew who he was. There was just a single thing he found strange. Why do they all look so worried? He thought he picked up a guilty tone from the voice of his god, but as curious as it left him, he pushed it aside for later. He had to focus on the task at hand, being an official apostle. Still, a shame I couldn't have forced this on Sashel. He gave as his final thought before speaking up to the crowd. Hello everyone, I'm the apostle of our god Myriad, but you can just call me Ben. I'm also the creator of the resistance, braces, as I'm sure you all know, and seeing as how the reason all of you converted was because of that fact, I'd be happy to discuss that with you. But I've also had a long week dealing with your various nations trying to ever so subtly convince me to move to their lands. So first I'm going to make one thing clear. If any of you do the same, you can leave immediately, understood? His god asked as the other believers' eyes widened and quickly nodded their heads. I'm just setting the record straight. It's hard to express what a pain in the ass it's been to deal with. After this, I'm not making them for anyone but Thera, and I'll just live off of the profit I'm getting from your other believers making them. All right, with that out of the way, let's get to the main event. I hope you'll all bear with me. This is my first time acting in such an official capacity as an apostle. Now, I'm sure you've all heard of the details of Myriad's first church, right? Confused looks went around as one succubus spoke up. We were just told the church would be coming to Analia. I think I can speak for everyone when I say we didn't really understand what that meant, but we're here to give our faith. You didn't explain it to them. He let out a long sigh. All right, in that case, would you mind coming up here? He spoke to the succubus, a woman maybe a couple years older than he was, with long dark hair and a nervous expression. She did as she was asked, though looking hesitant the entire time as he took off his coat and handed it to her, due to some unique circumstances and some minor sacrilege. The Church of Myriad is this very nice coat, with the defensive enchantments on it, not to mention the built-in temperature control, and the fact that it will only become stronger as it receives more faith. I'd say you'd struggle to find a better coat in the world than this. Anyway, as odd as it may seem, this is our church. Myriad can gather more faith than usual if you pray to it or while wearing it, so please go ahead. Let's see, I'd say maybe each person should spend 10 minutes in the coat, while the others pray before switching out, and while that's happening. The eyes he was seeing from the other believers told him they couldn't believe what they were seeing, and he gave them a small wave, telling them to get started as he pulled out the holy book he'd written for Myriad, reading some of the more interesting passages from it as they began to pray while at the same time taking out a knife to add and break enchantments on it for the job experience. Hey, it's not my fault I was forced into a leadership position like this. I don't know the first thing about faith. Is it getting you the faith you need or not? Then it's fine. Let's be real here, now that Sashel's your oracle, that is 100% her job. She's definitely got more passion for it than I can manage. Sure, that's fair. All right, everyone, good meet-up, he told them as he took it back. Keep up the good work believing in Myriad and see you if I ever do this again. He gave them a small wave and turned to go on his way when he was called out to by the same succubus as before. Excuse me, I know this might be impudent to ask, but I think we were all hoping we could get a bit of guidance from you. He turned back to see everyone looking at him expectantly, with a few giving the succubus a thankful look as well. Is she their official spokesperson or something? You sound fond of her. His god's response made him look at her in a new light. This was no longer just another believer, but a potential future coworker he might be able to pass some of his work off onto. Ask away, I don't really have anything else going on, so if you all have any questions I can stay to help out. She seemed relieved that he was willing and cut straight to the matter. In that case, at least for the succubi among us, we were hoping to receive guidance on how to improve our connect skill, as well as maybe have you look at some of the braces we've made to see if you can offer any advice on how to improve them. Sure, I guess that's no problem. Is that the same for the rest of you? Getting another round of nods, it seemed that this would be a bit more interesting to him than the previous work, and put his best effort in. All right, it will be easiest if I take you all one by one, so you're free to listen to the advice I give each of you, but you all need to be patient. Now you, Valeria Wright, give me your hand, and I'll let you experience what a higher level of connect is like. She seemed surprised he knew her name, but did as she was told, taking his hand and revealing the resistance band on her arm in the process. He felt pleasantly surprised as he looked at it, but focused on the connection, feeling her mind and leaving her exposed to the full force of his own. It only lasted a second before she pulled away, looking sick as she did. Something wrong? No, sorry. Myriad did warn me, but experiencing it in person was a whole other matter. What do you mean he warned you? Ben asked, casting a look to the other believers that grew a worried look as they saw Valeria's immediate reaction. She stayed silent, acting like she was caught admitting something she shouldn't have and leading Ben to call up to the heavens for all to hear. Hey Myriad, what the hell, man? As with any time he swore at his god, it brought a range of shocked reactions, but he didn't particularly care, not when it seemed like he was being badmouthed behind his back. He could only let out a sigh. Freaking no good god. All right, everyone, look. I have a few skills that make my mind a little different from what you're used to, but that's it. Normally, I'd hide the extras from you, but you need to remember that connect is a mind skill before it's an enchanting one. Experiencing a variety of different minds will only help it grow, so take the experience of trying out mine and try and get something from it. That is, if you want the practice, of course. He held out his hand again, leaving it for Valeria to take if she so wished, which she did after a few seconds of hesitation. Activating the connection again went smoother this time at least. She didn't pull away, but he could clearly feel the discomfort. While that was happening, he went over what he could see from her brace. I assume you enchanted this yourself. Yes, that's right. It's good work. You could stand to make the enchantments themselves a little tighter, but that might just come down to practice. More importantly, I see you've pulled aspects of other skills into it to enhance its effects. Did you just happen to have the skills, or were you able to enchant with other enchantments? The second, I gained the ability at the second level. Good, in that case, who's next? Hours passed, and the lessons and advice stretched well into the evening until he managed to get through everyone, giving advice and answering questions as he went until everyone was done and they were able to call it a night. He bid farewell to the others, though they still seemed uncomfortable with him, but there was a single one he stopped as they went to leave. Valeria, if you don't mind, I'll walk with you. There's something I want to discuss. A look of fear passed her eyes, but she did as she was asked, not having it in her to disobey the request of her apostle. If she's scared, it's because of whatever you're saying behind my back, you jerk. Anyway, I'm going to do a bit of proper apostling, so sit back and watch. There's nothing to be worried about, he told her with his best smile as he motioned for her to walk. I'm actually really impressed with how good your enchantment was, not to mention the fact that you're apparently the first of Myriad's new believers to get the skill to the second level. That must have taken a lot of work. No need to sell yourself short. Everyone else has had it almost as long as you, but you're still the only one to get it so high. You should be proud. Anyway, though, there's actually something else I wanted to talk about if you'd be willing. I got the impression you might be struggling with something. Admittedly, the impression came from being told directly by Myriad, but whatever. I just wanted to see if you want to talk. I am the apostle of Myriad after all. It's important that his believers feel comfortable in relying on me. And if that leads to you eventually taking the head priestess role, so I'll have even less work to do, then all the better. Are you saying you don't want me trying to help her work through her issues? Then just relax and let me do my best. It's not like I'll be able to get her to take it immediately, maybe just nudge her in the direction. As he had his back and forth with his god, Valeria walked in silence, debating about opening up before she gave in and explained where her issues lay. It's just I don't regret converting to Myriad. He's been very good to me. Too good even, giving me not just a blessing and his skill, but also a quest as well. That's kind of the problem though, even if he says not to worry about it. My reasons for converting had nothing to do with faith. It all came down to both my country, as well as Analia herself making the request of me. As understanding as he is, it feels like I'm taking advantage of his goodwill when I feel like I haven't been able to completely commit. All of my family and many friends as well give their faith to Analia, even if it helps my people. It can feel like it's created distance between me and them, you know. So to sum it up, you feel bad because Myriad's done so much for you, and you're feeling some distance from others in your life. I guess that's right, he thought for a moment before answering, trying his best to put together some advice that he thought might work for her. You know, faith can feel like such a complex and meaningful thing, but ultimately it's such a small part of your life. After all, when you were worshipping Analia, how often would you actually talk about her with your friends and family? I'm not sure, but then it's pretty safe to say not too often, right? Sure, she was something you all had in common, but in the background, not as the foundation your relationships were built upon. Your conversion is so recent it's probably at the front of yours and their minds, making it seem like a bigger deal than it is, but honestly try to ignore it and just act like you always would with them in the past. Who you are hasn't changed. The important thing is making sure others see that. He could tell from her eyes that she was listening attentively, and he knew he had her, so he pushed forward to the most important part. As for feeling guilty about how much Myriad has done for you, well, I'd say he did it of his own free will, so you shouldn't let it bother you, but I know things are never that easy, are they? I've heard it said that too much kindness from one party can be a weight for the other if not paid back. If you feel guilty for how much Myriad has given you, why not do something for him? It just might make you feel better for all you've received. But what could I possibly give a god? She asked, completely pulled in by his speech. What does one do for someone so far above them? Of course, it's my job to help his believers after all, so if I was able to ease your worries even a little, then that's enough for me. You have a good night now. He walked away, not looking back for fear that it would ruin the atmosphere of the wise and helpful apostle he just tried so hard to set up until he was sure he was out of sight and gave a small cheer for himself. Freaking killed it. All of my good apostle vibes can only truly express themselves when they're directed to making running your faith someone else's problem. As an aside, I like the idea of her as head priestess. Since the biggest group of believers you have is in Analia, it makes sense for a succubus to take the role. And since her people seem to be the most powerful of all those afflicted with passive magics, she could probably do a good job leading your other believers too. Add that to the fact that she's both an enchanter and having the easiest time of everyone leveling connect, and I'd say it's the perfect role. Cool. One thing I'm curious about though, she said Analia asked her to convert. I thought it was just Pelinia who made the request. Even if it wasn't an ideal way to spend the day, it had been more productive than he'd expected, and Ben couldn't help but feel good as he neared Thera's home. He'd finally made good on his promise to visit the other believers with the church to boost the faith Myriad would receive, and even helped motivate a potential future priestess. Not to mention spread the info on how to improve the braces a bit more, meaning that as soon as the others leveled up Connect, just once more they'd be able to help any member of their species outside of their current resistance range. Not to pat myself on the back too much, but I've absolutely killed it today. Grin plastered on his face, he made his way past a passerby to walk to the property gates, only to hear Myriad scream as he felt something pierce his neck. To be in the world again after so long, this really was the right choice, the elderly being thought to himself as he limped through the gate and entered Analia, feeling a smile touch his lips as he did. He'd spent so long simply sitting and waiting, hoping to slow the decay that had been consuming his magic, that he'd forgotten how beautiful the world could be, even if it wasn't the one his heart longed for, but had gained the chance to see it all over again at the end of his life. Making his way from his home to the closest gate had taken ages, but it had been the most alive he'd felt in centuries, actually doing something and getting to experience just a little bit of the world as he did. He only wished the last of his brothers could have held out just slightly longer to go on this journey with him. If he was to die, then this was the way to do it. But I can't be so negative yet, he thought with a small shake of his head. I swore to them that I would try. I can't simply accept my fate until after I beg a meeting with the enchanter and learn once again that nothing can be done. Only then can I return to the Melii, tell them I love them, and finally give in to the inevitable. Even as he was telling himself not to be negative, he was doing it without a hint of hope for his circumstances. His body had only gotten worse during the journey, leaving one leg barely functional, and as he made his way to the home of the queen, trying to take a shortcut to save what little time he had left in the world, the other gave out as well, leaving him to collapse on the ground. All he could do was let out a small laugh. Even if it was pointless, to fall this close to his goal was too much, and as he looked at the back alley he found himself in, not having the strength to drag his body, He gave in and closed his eyes, waiting for the end. He slate, his slate, his slate, she thought to herself, getting antsy as her elven companion never returned. A series of minor mistakes and assumptions on both their parts had led to her current situation, potential starvation and the slipping of her mind. When they'd arrived in Analia and they'd found a room, she'd let her companion rest before feeding, and the exhaustion of the trip led her to falling asleep before he'd woken up. As potentially bad as that would have been, it would have been fine if she'd been able to drink from him as soon as she woke up, but he had left, assuming she'd had her fill as he rested to go observe as they had planned. Even that wouldn't have been disastrous. It was far from good, sure, but she could hold on a little while as long as he came back. But as the hours passed and he never arrived, the sun falling low in the sky, she felt her hold slipping as her reasoning grew worse. Initoit, initoit, initoit. But what if he doesn't come back? Why did I only bring one? No, there isn't enough to go around, could only bring one. Where is Shuharesh, Shuharesh? What would she do if he didn't come back, though? She could already tell things were looking bad for her. Waiting any longer would be a disaster, leaving her with a single option. She put on a long cloak to protect her from the final rays of the day's light and hurried out, not even locking up as she rushed to where her companion would be, somewhere in the area of the queen's home. She hadn't been there herself yet and ended up lost on the way more than once, the gnawing hunger and growing pain making it hard for her to keep her thoughts straight as she tried to avoid drawing more attention than she had to until she was finally in the area of her destination. Not here, not here, not here. She carefully rushed around, trying not to draw the attention of the nearby guard she spotted as she looked for the elf, trying to catch his scent in the air if nothing else would work, but without any success. As a last-ditch effort, as the reason began to leave her, she walked past the open gate, hoping to catch a hint that he might be inside but coming up empty, having no choice but to continue walking past, seeing someone else walking towards her as she did. Her nose told her it wasn't an incubus, a fact confirmed by her eyes as she got closer. Instead of having slit pupils, the man's before her were clearly round and no tail to be seen, but why did such a thing matter? Seeing someone like that so close to the residence of the ruler of the country brought something to her thoughts, but she couldn't tell what. The hunger had gotten too strong, and worse, he smelled incredibly good. Just a taste, just something to hold me over. It wouldn't be so wrong, would it? He wouldn't mind, would he? She knew she had to contain herself, but as he walked by and his scent in the air filled her nose, she couldn't stop, forcing through the surprising level of resistance his flesh gave as she sank her teeth into his firm, warm throat, while she pressed him against a wall, keeping him from the sight of any nearby guard as she drank and running her tongue along his neck, savoring every drop of a flavor unlike any she'd enjoyed before. Almost by instinct, she covered his mouth to keep him from screaming, but as the warm blood passed her lips and her sense of reason returned to her, what came with it was a deep sense of personal horror. She'd attacked an innocent person, and if he had really been going to the home of the queen, it might have even been the one she'd come to this very nation to try and meet. If that really was the case, then what was she going to do? She needed time to think, but that meant doing something just as unethical, something that would be a crime in almost every part of the world she found herself in. It was too late to worry, though. The moment she'd sunk her teeth into him, he was already under her thrall, the dark mana within her flooding him as she drank, and without the years of mental training that the few elves in her community went through to help keep her people fed while resisting the side effects, he would be defenseless against her. Even the typical succubus wouldn't have the resistance of 30 needed to keep her powers at bay. She let go of him, ignoring the sense of hunger that remained and the flavor that clung to her tongue to look him in the eyes. She thought she saw worry there, but that was impossible. His mind should be blank, waiting for the orders she would give him. It was surely just the shape of his face. With so many races in the world, it was easily possible to misread an expression. That was almost certainly the case here. She was about to give the order, to forget what had happened and go rest immediately, hoping that it would stick and his mind would be clear in the morning when the unexpected happened, something she never would have predicted. He spoke first. "Are you okay?" he asked, concern clear in his voice and showing that the worry she'd seen in his eyes wasn't just in her head, but that just made the situation worse. That meant he wasn't under her thrall. Seeing the fear and panic in her eyes, he slowly raised his hands and spoke in a gentle voice. "It's okay, I'm not mad. You aren't the first thing to take a bite out of me, and you won't be the last, so don't worry. You're a vampire, right? Your kind doesn't attack unless they're desperate, right? So do you need some help?" Whatever she'd been expecting the moment she couldn't control him, it hadn't been that. She couldn't help but hesitate, fearing a trap to imprison her for her crime as he held out a hand to her. "It would be dangerous if you're still hungry, wouldn't it? I don't mind if you have more. Let's just go inside and you can eat a bit. Then if you're feeling up to it, you can tell me what happened, all right." He gestured to the queen's home with a nod of his head, and she couldn't help but agree. For a non-succubus to be there was a good chance he was the one she'd be looking for, or at least one of his associates, and even if she ran, she'd never make it back home without losing herself to a rampage along the way. It had been so long since she'd truly eaten her fill, she knew that what few mouthfuls she'd gotten hadn't been enough. In the days she'd been helping her Aunt Lux at the hospital, she'd been forced to push her life magic in ways she never had to back at Stonewall or during any of their hunts, doing things with the magic she wasn't even aware of until her aunt had taken the time to explain the spells, and it had just paid off into form of her level raising. Considering it wasn't even the magic her job was focused on, it felt extraordinary good, and given the work her father was putting her through, she was sure she'd get that one soon enough. But before she could share the good news with her aunt, she was taken off guard by the little hands of their last patient of the day trying to give her a hug. "You're welcome, but you really should be thanking Lux, not me," she told him gently as the child turned to the Great Spirit to give her a hug as well. Thera really felt she hadn't done much for him. She had just been in charge of helping to suppress his symptoms, while Lux cured the root of his ailment, an issue that couldn't be properly treated without an awakened magic to use. But seeing the child so happy left her feeling good in the part she played, no matter how minor. As one of the other healers went to take him away, bringing him to his parents, she and Lux found themselves alone in the now empty room, all of their patients for the day fully healed. "Doesn't it just warm your heart?" her aunt asked her with a smile. "It does feel a bit nicer when they aren't scared of you," she admitted, finding herself happy to be able to not only help but feel appreciated while doing it. It was nice and gave her a sense of fulfillment she typically only got when leveling her magic or completing her job. As she looked to her aunt, though, wearing the happy little smile that came to her face whenever she looked down at her pregnant belly, she found herself wanting to give voice to a question that couldn't help but come to her mind, one she'd been avoiding for a while now. Auntie Lux, you mind if I ask you something a little personal?" "Of course not, Thera. What's on your mind?" "Why did you decide to have a child with Rit?" She knew it was a bit of a rude question, but her aunt only laughed it off like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Because I love him, of course. It does tend to be the sort of thing two people do when that happens. I understand that, but obviously my parents didn't expect me since they didn't even know something like this is possible. But if your child ends up anything like me, they'll probably be mortal, right? Doesn't that worry you? For that matter, doesn't being with Rit when he's going to have such a shorter lifespan than you bother you at all?" It was a question she thought she'd long since stopped struggling with, putting it to rest when she was still no more than a child. Even knowing the other great spirits were attempting such things didn't make her think about it. She doubted that if any of them ever succeeded that they'd feel any real love for their partners and children. Lux was different, though. She'd loved a mortal the same way her father did, but unlike her dad, she'd knowingly decided to have a child when her lifespan would put whatever Thera could expect to shame. While she had personally decided that those aspects would never be part of her future, the fact that Lux seemed to have embraced them just left her curious. In response, Lux just placed a gentle hand on her head, rubbing her hair as she did. "You might start to understand as you get older, but it doesn't matter how short the time may be for it to be meaningful. The fact that it's short just means I need to work all the harder to get the most out of it. Whether Rit lives another year or 50, whether our child lives for 1,000 or 10,000, I plan on getting all I can out of the time I'll have with them. Your mother understands that from the opposite side of things, though she could probably do better at saying it. Doesn't the thought scare you at all, though? Assuming we survive what's coming, Thera, you and I will both need to get used to those sorts of goodbyes eventually. Since coming to this world I've had plenty. One day I'll even have to do the same with you, but I'd never wish to have not got to meet the people I have in that time. Well, I guess I'm saying I just hope you don't let your lifespan keep you from living, okay? I'll think about what you've said." She'd had similar talks with her parents in the past, but given how less seriously they'd tend to act at all times, it was hard for her to put much stock in their opinions. Talking to Lux was different. She'd made the choices knowing full well what it entailed and seemed to be at peace with it. Thera didn't know if she could do the same, but it gave her more to reflect on than she'd expected from the conversation. Anyway, Lux started. "Why don't we head back for now? I'm sure Abruz is itching to get the chance to practice with you while you're here." "Sure, sounds good." With all intents of going home, they left the room, making their way through the hospital, only to be confronted with a scene of chaos. The healers at the hospital were in a frenzy, rushing about and preparing space. It was worrying enough that Lux stopped to get word of just what was happening, leaving Thera for a moment before going back to explain. "It looks like a large group that went through one of the wildland gates were attacked. Thera, I'm sorry, but you go on ahead. I need to stay back to help." "No, if it's an emergency, then I'll stay too. My life magic just went up to 3, so if it's an emergency, I can't just leave you while you're pregnant." Memories of her own time in the wildlands flashed through her mind. It was where she'd gained life magic and where she'd almost watched Ben die. It was surprising that anything could have happened close enough to whatever gate they'd gone through that they'd be able to make it back, even if injured. But no matter how cleared out the closer areas were from the constant stream of adventurers and soldiers going through it for their training, it was just another thing that showed the lack of stability in the world. Lux squeezed her hand before leading Thera around, directing her on how she could help. They didn't know just how many would need treatment, but it didn't seem like it would be quick. By the time they were done, the day had long since ended. It seemed almost 50 of the city's adventurers had gone through the gate for a training exercise, only for it to have ended in disaster as a herd of giant insectoid monsters passed by, leaving the group to act to defend the gate and keep them from passing through. They'd managed to get away without any death at least, but the injuries were numerous, and Lux handled most of them as Thera assisted, leaving what spare healers were available to help as well, but letting the rest focus on the patients that were already there. It was physically and mentally exhausting, but it was done. With the both of them needing a break, they went straight to the living room when they got there, looking to lounge and relax. A desire that failed to come to being as Thera saw just what was going on in there. Her parents were there, though that fact barely crossed her mind as her eyes were drawn not only to Ben, but the woman behind him running her tongue along his neck. She didn't know why it brought such a strong reaction to her, but without even meaning to, she felt her mana move, briefly shaking the house and catching everyone's attention as Lux took her hand and whispered to her. "Why don't we see what's happening before you let yourself get too upset?" "All right." She took a breath. She wasn't upset. Why would she be upset? Ben could do what he wanted. Well, maybe she would be a little bothered by the fact that he knew that so many of the people getting their braces done were sent there specifically to seduce him. To fall for it anyway would show a tremendous lack of judgment, but she definitely wasn't upset about that. If anything, she was just surprised. Still, she found it was helping to focus on the feeling of Lux's hand, as she spoke in what was meant to be a calm voice, but ended up coming out far colder than intended. So what exactly is going on here? She was immediately able to pick up on her mom's amusement, which was enough of an indicator that she'd misunderstood something as she entered. If Ben had been discussing breaking off their engagement to pursue this woman, then she didn't imagine her mother would be in a laughing mood. Not that it would matter because the engagement is a shame and I'm not bothered by anything, she told herself as Ben answered. Well, it's a bit complicated, but Thera, meet Mercy, a vampire I ran into. Does she seem mad to you? All right, well, whether that's the case or not, we're gonna put a pin in that for the moment to focus on the matter at hand. Ben went to explain what happened shortly before Thera and Lux arrived, meeting Mercy on the streets as she lost control to her hunger and in her need to eat, having his blood drained by her, only to bring her in, explaining the situation to the queen so she could use her healing magic to regenerate his blood while the vampire drank her fill. Of course, regenerating so much blood left him rather hungry, as well as his body cannibalized itself to make up for the loss, but it wasn't much of a price to pay. As he explained though, Thera looked more and more horrified. You're just letting her eat you. Why not just get an animal or something to munch on? Mercy was going to explain, but managed to be surprised by Ben's answer, as well as the fact that he was unusually knowledgeable about a group as small as her people on the whole. Vampires are a race modified from their original by an evil god of their world, so among other things they can only survive by drinking the blood of intelligent races. If they go too long without food, they can lose their reason, but in general, they're just people who want to live. I'm surprised you know so much about us, she said, giving him an appraising look. There's only a few hundred of my kind. It's not rare to meet someone who either hasn't heard of our race or thought we died out. I have an elf acquaintance, so I just so happened to read up on the subraces while trying to figure out her age. I guess since they have one of the more interesting histories, it just stuck. A race that originated on the second planet of a system with 4 habitable worlds, the elves came into being before any of the gods ruling over the other ones raised up their own species, a fact that let the evil god of the elven homeworld strike up a deal with them, not knowing they weren't his race to use. He sold groups of them in exchange for faith and brought them to each planet where those gods modified them as they saw fit, resulting in the birth of the High Elves, Dark Elves, and Drow. Once he'd gained all of that faith, he'd used it to curse a group of particularly pious worshippers of the elven creator god, altering them into vampires. While Ben hadn't paid too much attention to the histories and prehistories of the various races in the world, the origin of the 5 elven variants was interesting enough to stick in his head all this time since. What? I mean, on one hand very cool, but on the other hand there really are too many elven subspecies. Alright, Thera started, getting them back on track while looking exhausted. Then let's find you someone else to eat. Ben has enough things biting into him already. The issue with that is similar to the charm of the succubi. By biting someone I will dominate their mind, whether I intend to or not. The fact that he's immune and understanding was a greater stroke of luck, though not to mention the flavor. I guess it's true that the sweetest fruit is found beneath the thickest peels, she said as she stared at his neck, licking her lips as she thought of the taste she'd got to experience. See, I told you before, I've had to deal with all of that because I'm unusually delicious. He told Thera, feeling unreasonably validated to hear such a thing, no matter how potentially horrifying the implications would be to himself personally, though his friend only scoffed. Please, if sapience is a requirement from whatever they eat, then it's probably just a result of all the weird stuff going on in your mind. My mind skills don't make me more sapient than others, he said dismissively until he gave it a little thought. Do they? Oh, well, maybe I'll have to let her have another bite the next time I level up a couple mind skills to see if that's the case. Getting back to the matter at hand, Pelinia began. Why exactly are you an Analia? If it's that dangerous to go without food, then you must have a good reason. The queen seemed to have her suspicions, and Mercy responded by bowing her head. For that, I must apologize. As said, I am Mercy, but I also act as the current leader of my people. I'd come to attempt a meeting with you specifically, but we wish to observe first before acting. Unfortunately, my companion who I'd feed from didn't return to our room, leaving me in a poor state. MMH, well, unfortunately, I can say with almost certainty that your companion is no longer an Analia if they were the elf staking out my home. As per the nation's agreement with Ulfhamer, he's been returned there. As for a meeting, though, well, what exactly were you looking for? Mercy seemed disappointed, though not surprised, to learn what became of her companion, but pushed it to the side, hoping that her original goal could still be fulfilled. Word has made it to me that there's currently a master enchanter in your nation. I was hoping to be granted an audience so I might beg help for my race. Ben's eyes widened. A master enchanter was the official endpoint of enchanter jobs, one that could only be gained if one awakened the skill. Though there were technically jobs that could be gained after it, that had more to do with how the job system treated awakened skills than following a set path. He turned to Pelinia, wanting to ask why he'd never heard about someone so exciting nearby, but holding back his tongue only because he understood that the conversation going on was of some importance. But as he looked to her, she and everyone in the room was looking at him. What? Pelinia sighed. To be clear, there's no master enchanter in our lands. However, if the person you're looking for is the creator of the resistance braces, then you've already been enjoying his company. The vampiric leader was startled, though did her best not to show it. While she'd known it was possible, she'd been sinking her teeth into the one she'd been looking for. She'd thought it far more likely he'd be a servant or apprentice. The fact that she was already so far in his debt for feeding her, even after attacking him, put her in a poor position to bargain, but she had to anyway and quickly prostrated herself before him. I know it's shameless of me to even ask when you've done so much for me already, but may I please request your help? Well, you're free to tell me what the matter is, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to do anything. Like Pelinia said, I'm not a master enchanter. Heck, I haven't even unlocked High Enchanter yet. Discouraging to hear, but meaningless to her when she considered his past accomplishment. Still, you've managed to solve the issue of passive magics. The one my race goes through is not dissimilar. My people have an unfortunate passive skill of our own, enthrallment. Though it doesn't pour from our bodies the way the charm of a succubus might, its effect is just as negative to my kind. Whenever we feed, we inject our mana into the bodies of those we eat from, enslaving their minds as a result. While someone with high enough resistance, or who had either the right combination of skills or mental discipline would be fine, there are so few who are willing to take the risk to themselves to let us eat, meaning that none of us ever get our fill. My hope coming here was that you might be able to solve the issue that's plagued us since our inception, as unlikely as such a result might be. She waited with bated breath as Ben thought on what she'd said. There was no guarantee that he'd be able to do anything, but if it was an issue of a passive magic effect presenting itself in a specific way, then there was no harm in trying, was there? All right, I'm not sure if I'll be able to help, but I'll at least try. I just have 3 conditions. First, I'll be paid for my work, let's say the same amount as for the braces. Second, I have a skill that lets me enchant with the skills of others. Show me your card later regardless of whether or not I succeed, and let me copy any of your skills that catch my eye. Finally, get your people to pray to Myriad. If I'm able to do this at all, it will be because of the skill he gave me. She was more than ready to agree to the first 2 conditions. If it was those alone, she'd think she was getting off far easier than she could have ever hoped. It was just the very last one that made her hesitate. Her god had been kind enough to save her ancestors from their conquered world along with the elves, despite being warped by an evil god into their current form. To abandon them would be impossible. I have no issue with the other 2, but as for getting my race to convert, I don't think that would be possible. Is just that really okay? The terms felt too good to her if that was really all that was needed, but Ben personally thought he was getting the better end of things by far. He would be getting just as much as he would from the braces, a price he'd already considered higher than he expected when he made them. And on top of that, he could get some skills without having to ever so discreetly steal them, like he did with all of those he'd made braces for. That wasn't even mentioning the fact that he'd be able to snag a constant source of additional faith for his god, hopefully keeping him happy for a while. I mean, if you don't think that's enough, you could always do a small festival or something in his honor, he joked, only to get immediate agreement. If that's what you'd like, then I'll be sure it's done, she said, quick to agree. If he failed, then there was no harm, but if he succeeded, then the cost was far cheaper than she'd expected to pay. Just remember that next time I do anything questionable. With that settled, Ben ran down to his work area to collect a spare brace as well as a few blank rings before running back to the rest of them to start. As agreed, Mercy pulled out her card, letting him see two skills that were new to him, enthrallment and blood thinning. What's this one then? It pairs with enthrallment when we drink from someone, altering the consistency of a target's blood to thin it out so we can feed easier. Oh, that is going to pair so well with any weapon I make, and she has it at the 5th level. This alone is worth it. All right, cool, he said after copying both onto rings. In that case, let's get started. I'll need to connect with you to do it, but just put on this brace and we'll see how it goes. She did as she was asked, but while Ben could feel her ambient mana the same way he could any other person he'd connect to, he didn't think simply making a brace was the solution. To be sure, he got her to suck more of his blood while he connected to her, and felt it fill her mouth in a way the ambient mana never did as it made its way into his body, only to be defeated by his resistances. Okay, so I can't just do things the exact same way, but then that much is obvious, isn't it? I guess I can't just make a bunch of high-level resistance amulets either, since the issue is you're injecting your mana into someone, but then how do I deal with it? I feel like the basic principle of the enchantment still works, it's just a matter of altering it in the right way. Or maybe not altering the enchantment itself, but the item it's put on. It really is kind of wasteful to make an enchantment that would cover you in your entirety when I just need to focus on your mouth. Let me look at something, try not to struggle. Before she could ask just what he was going to do, he had her mouth open, thumbs pulling at her cheeks to get a good look at her teeth. They were mostly similar to humans, though maybe a couple extras, as well as 4 thin ones near the front. Something seemed odd about them, though. They seemed too short compared to what he'd felt sliding into his neck, although that was potentially just in his head. He took a finger and carefully touched one, only for all 4 to immediately extend, stabbing him as they did. He pulled away and got Pelinia to heal him while Mercy licked the blood from her lips, savoring the few drops. Hey, Abruz, don't suppose you could help me out by making a model of her teeth, both before and after they extend. The Earth Spirit came and looked into the mouth of the vampire before materializing 2 different models for Ben to use. Taking them and looking each over in detail, he pushed aside the small part of him that felt a twinge of jealousy over the display of raw mana to focus on the task at hand. The right answer has to be something like a retainer, he muttered. Nothing else would make sense. But then how would I get an enchantment like that on a thin wire just wrapping around the teeth? And I'd need to alter the sort of weave I'd use on the enchantments as well. It might take some experimenting, but it should be doable. I just need to find the method with the best results. Mercy couldn't help but let herself feel a bit of hope. He wasn't saying it was impossible. Even better, he seemed to be optimistic. If her race's long-standing curse could be brought under control, then maybe, just maybe, their stomachs wouldn't always be so empty and more people would be willing to help. As she allowed herself to feel the smallest bit of optimism, Pelinia pulled her from her thoughts. All right, while Ben works on that, I suppose we'll have to treat you as a guest for the time being. Can't risk you going hungry. In the meantime, I'll send a messenger to explain the situation to Ulfhamer to have your companion returned. It may take a day or two since they didn't bother having their gate constructed in their capital, but Ben can keep you fed for the time being as long as he has no problem with it. Yeah, I figured that's what would be happening anyway, so fine with me, he told them, having assumed that was how things would play out. As long as someone heals me after, I'd rather not feel anemic for a few days. Hearing all of this, Mercy's first instinct was to thank them all with as much gratitude as she could, but before she could, Ben was off, making his way to his workshop to experiment on just how he wanted to make this new project a success. Why is this so much harder than it should be? But it should just be a simple modification of the brace enchantment. If I could just get to that part, then we'd be golden. He hadn't even gotten to testing it on Mercy, yet by properly crafting the enchantments around her mana. Instead, he'd been focusing on making something that would be small and comfortable enough to fit around her teeth, while building a generic enchantment with the properties he was looking for to see if he could make it fit, but it just wasn't happening. No matter how large the enchantment on the braces were, the braces themselves were large enough to be able to handle it, but an enchantment he believed needed to be just as big while comfortably sitting in a person's teeth. Unless the material used was of an outrageous quality, then it would be severely weakened by the enchantment, and that was just for him. He had no intention of personally doing them for her entire race, since that would mean they'd be dependent on him and be back to the same problem if he ever died. The other enchanters of Myriad would need to be able to create it too. Deciding he needed a break, he moved on to a different project, adding dark enchantments to the coats that had been left in the room. It seemed Pelinia had managed to get the bear man to agree, meaning that he needed to get those out of the way soon anyway to try and get the man to raise his dark resistance enhancement quicker. Starting with the first one, he did his best to determine just what sort of enchantments to make. The important thing he needed to remember here was that even though they had to have an effect on the body, they couldn't be too unpleasant. They needed to be powerful enough to make the skill level rise, but not so powerful as to make the wearer quit before any results were achieved. With that in mind, there were 3 that immediately seemed viable, but he wasn't sure if that was enough. He knew he could add debuffs that would limit the user's mana pool and mana recovery rate, and since he would be getting paid as he wore it, there wouldn't be too much concern about it affecting their life. And on top of those, he could add an incredibly weakened sleep spell, not strong enough to knock him out as he wore it, but just to leave him feeling tired. He worried even that might be too much, given how unpleasant a constant state of exhaustion could be. He only hoped that he'd made it weak enough that it would still have an impact without being too hard to deal with. That left what else he would need to add to ensure he leveled up as fast as he could. The more enchantments the better, but he needed to walk a fine ethical line. Adding something like fear was out, as was confusion. Both could have too much of a risk of making him quit or putting him in danger. More tempting was to add a mental compulsion, the only issue being the legality of such a thing. While he was pretty sure that after his experience doing it in the Dryad village, as well as some theorizing on his part since then, he would be able to apply the compulsion of not wanting to take the jacket off, but that could create a few other issues that would end with him in prison. Wait, but if I get his consent, wouldn't that be fine? He wondered. Then I could just add a bunch of harmless mental compulsions, or at least ones with minimal harm. I suppose if he didn't need to resist them at least a little, then it might not be as effective, but that still gives me plenty of options. Let's see, keeping the jacket on, laziness, eating less, doing something embarrassing like having the urge to sing in public. They should all be harmless enough as long as they were weak, and he had the willpower to resist, but might be a little complicated to make. Oh well, I'll talk to Pelinia and work it out after. It was late by that point, but the queen was still up, carrying out discussions with Mercy it seemed when he burst into the room. They were both caught by surprise, but Mercy's reaction was hopeful. Have you had any success? Not yet, sorry. I ran into a small snag I needed to find a workaround for, so I decided to take a break to focus on a different project. Helenia, I'm working on the coats, but for the best effect, I want to add as many dark enchantments as I can. The only issue is that it gets a little morally gray after a certain point, so I was hoping you'd be able to get the consent of the guy who's going to be wearing it. I have no issue with asking him for you, but what exactly would you be making? Mental compulsions. Mercy looked shocked as he said it, but Pelinia gave him a nod. I see, as long as he consents to it, there shouldn't be any issue. I just might need to gather a few representatives of neutral races to verify that he isn't being forced, coerced, or controlled into doing it. The bigger issue is if you actually know how to do it. Books on the topic are heavily restricted. I have an idea, but I'm far from an expert. Still, I'll be able to manage with a little trial and error, I think. Pelinia tapped her fingers on her seat, giving a thoughtful look. If you're going to make something like a mental compulsion, then you should have a better groundwork than just trial and error. Let's see, Thera mentioned that you wanted to see some of our better quality items anyway, so I'll borrow you tomorrow after you finish making braces for the day. Usually, we restrict information like that, but I'll let you look at a book on the topic. After Ben finished up making all of the braces he could, Pelinia led him through town as Thera was busy training with her father. He would have liked her company, but it seemed that without her daughter to tease, Pelinia became far more restrained. So Ben, I couldn't help but notice that on your first night here you slept with my daughter. Does that mean I can expect grandchildren soon? Or not? He thought with a sigh. Aside from the issues with the phrasing, I would say probably not. You do know Thera doesn't want kids, right? Oh, I know. If that's how she really feels, then that's fine, but I reserve my right to hope she changes her mind. But what about you? Do you think there are any children in your future? It was a question he'd always dismissed growing up when it would be asked, either by his family or amongst his friends. There would always be time to figure that sort of thing out later, especially now given the situation of the world he found himself in. Why think about children when the world might end before he could have any, or worse, have some just so they would die as the world was conquered? Why would he even consider it? And yet, that wasn't the feeling he got when he heard her ask it. His family had always been something that was important to him. The fact that he'd never see them again helped change his perspective on the topic, at least a little bit, making him more aware of just what he wanted in the future. Not anytime soon, but one day I think starting a family would be nice. Pelinia had asked the question intent on teasing him for his answer either way, but the look on his face as he thought about it made her put that little desire to the side. She understood the complicated feelings the Otherworlders experienced through her interactions with both Carly and Glob. She didn't want to pick at a sore spot. Instead, she changed the topic to a different one, bringing up something she'd been meaning to mention anyway when she got the chance. By the way, since the last time you were both here, we had another couple humans visit, surprisingly interested in taking the trial. I don't suppose you know anything about that. If it was a couple named Will and Steph, then I have an idea. Did they manage? He asked eagerly. He made sure to keep in touch through letters, but it wasn't like they all mentioned everything going on in their lives, and he was eager to hear of his friend's results. They succeeded and managed to get away without injury. Carly is actually off visiting them and some others at the moment. It does get a little lonelier without her around, but she's been in better spirits since she's been going out into the world. Glad to hear it. They continued chatting until they arrived at their destination, an old, ornate building, the front gated to keep out intruders while guards were stationed at it. It was only a few minutes of formality until they were let inside, but when they were, Ben felt his jaw drop. He was immediately greeted with rows of weapons, each kept in immaculate care and of a high quality. Though his crafting wasn't good enough yet to see each item's rating, he was certain that the ones closest to him were at the very least rare in rank, and even if he could make items of that quality himself, that didn't mean they weren't worth his time. Right off the bat, he was sure that the techniques used to make the closest one he saw, a dark metallic sai, was different from how he would personally approach making such an item, and it left him wanting to examine it in closer detail. Helenia gave a small laugh at his reaction and gave him a bit of an explanation. Each item in here should be tagged with some of the more necessary information on it, such as what they're made of and the enchantments on it, but nothing like the techniques used to make them, unfortunately. You can of course inspect them to your heart's content, but first let's get you those books. She took out a key and went to a back door, unlocking it but keeping him from following her as she went inside. He was able to see a single shelf with maybe a dozen books on it, and felt his curiosity nagging at him as she only pulled out 3, locking up behind her as he continued to peer at it with curiosity. As fond as I am of you, giving you access to even 3 books that would largely be considered as forbidden magics and spells is already pushing my authority. Of course, if you wanted to come under my nation officially, then I might be able to do something. A brief moment of temptation flared up before he regained control of himself. Maybe one day, but I still need to focus on my training. It's a good thing nobody I've made braces for has given me an offer like that, though. Well, if you ever change your mind, the option is open. Now I have some work that needs attending to, so you won't be able to leave until I'm back in a few hours, but until then feel free to read through the ones I've left you and browse the items if you'd like. With that she left, leaving Ben to start flipping through the books. As much as he wanted to look at the weapons, especially those that were ultra rare or higher, the chance to read up on some forbidden knowledge seemed like it would be much harder to come by in the future than a well-made item, so he didn't want to miss a second of absorbing the information as he took a seat and leaned against the wall. So then by doing that, it basically becomes mind control, depending on both the target's dark resistance, willpower, and any other potential skills. Still, this makes things a lot more clear. What can I say, the authors knew their stuff, especially in the last book. Really makes you wonder what sort of people write these. I get it's the sort of thing that would be easy to abuse, but it's knowledge myriad. Even if it would be bad if the average person could pull this sort of stuff off, that doesn't mean it doesn't have its uses. For example, I'm almost certain these spells could be modified and placed along the wall of Stonewall to keep monsters from getting too close without affecting actual people. Of course, the mana cost would leave that as incredibly impractical. Bah, gray area is just a prude's way of saying that it's legal. Either way, I don't intend to use this too much, so don't worry. At worst, you might see me putting the information towards our hunts, but that's it. He understood what his god was saying at least, and even if he didn't plan on misusing it, he would do his best to keep the information from getting out by any mistake on his part, though really, that would require an enchanter to not only be able to use a high level of dark magic, but also be able to see his enchantments. He wasn't too worried on either front since the only one he really interacted with was his teacher. Having got everything he'd been hoping for and more from the books though, he moved on to his greater interest, all of the weapons being stored. He didn't know how much time he had left, so he wanted to start with what he was sure would be the most interesting before working his way back. So with that in mind, he started with the 2 best items being stored, a spear and a staff. Both were labeled as mid-legendary, and they left Ben salivating. The staff was clearly a composite of many different materials, from wood and metal to bone and leather, but the more interesting bit was that it didn't look as though they'd been combined in the way he would, using the metal as a base and powdering the others to give some of the effects. Instead, it seemed like each material was blended together as one would different types of clay, creating something that managed to keep most of the initial properties of the materials, not needing to lose any through processing. He couldn't even begin to guess how something like that was done, but the end result was beautiful, putting the best one he'd ever made, the staff Thera currently used, to shame. The spear was a thing of beauty as well, though this time less due to the fact that the item itself was good, and more due to the sheer level of complexity the enchantments on it had. That wasn't to say the spear itself was bad. He was sure it would have made it to, at the very least, upper rare without the enchantments, but he just couldn't fathom the density of them all. It was approaching the level of complexity he'd seen when they'd taken the trial, something he still pushed himself to replicate, even if he failed. Worse, as he read through the enchantments known to be on it, he couldn't grasp how they worked together. It seemed that if it was thrown, it would have enough power that he could only compare it to a missile, but he wasn't sure just where the power came from. The only thing he felt positive of was the least useful. It was old, very old. Some of the enchantments within were clearly beginning to fray, to the point that he worried what would happen if someone was to actually use it. So much power in such a small tool, the potential devastation that would occur if something went wrong made him sweat. Surely they would be maintained before the invasion, but that could be almost 2 decades away, and if it didn't happen until then. Well, I have the time, and repairing enchantments isn't hard at least. Might as well fix them up. Found something that's caught your eye? Pelenia asked as she came back, seeing him holding one of the ultra-rare items with a look of concentration. Oh hey, sorry. I noticed that the enchantment on it was starting to decay, so I did some quick maintenance. Really hope that's not the type of thing that would get me executed. As funny as it could be to pretend for a while, it's fine. You're Falk's apprentice, and he speaks highly of your work. I trust you know the limits of what you can safely do. Okay, cool. It had been way more than just this one he'd worked on. With almost half of the items available needing to be repaired, he had moved on to the last of the ultra-rares, ending up with a feeling of being caught doing something he shouldn't when the queen had walked in. Of course, even with her seal of approval, he didn't mention the work on the other items, instead finishing up with the last in his hand. Of all the ultra-rares, this one felt the most interesting. On one hand, it was only a dagger, but on the other, the enchantment configuration was one of the more unusual he'd seen for a weapon. There was almost nothing on the blade itself. Instead, the vast majority could be found in the handle, with smaller ones along the blade to carry its effects. It made a great deal of sense when he thought about it. If a craftsman wanted to make a blade with a certain material that wasn't as good at holding enchantments, no matter the craftsman's skill, then making the handle out of something that could cover it was a good way to spread it out. Basically just dividing up the magical load. I might need to try this out myself soon. He thought to himself cheerfully, until he froze as a realization came for how to immediately put it into practice. When they got back to the house, he rushed to his work area, overflowing with confidence that even if it wasn't as optimal as it could be, he'd be able to solve the issue of the vampire's enthrallment, and with that in mind was eager to get to work. He did the same thing he'd been doing before, wrapping the model teeth with a wire that could sit on them comfortably, while still being able to remove them, but continued on past that, securing those wires to what would admittedly be a large hunk of metal, which he shaped to be filled with holes, allowing for easier breathing and blood consumption. It wouldn't be the most pleasant thing to use, but since it would only be needed when they ate, it wouldn't be too big of a deal. Once it was done, all it came down to was properly applying the structure of the enchantment he'd decided on, and for that he would need Mercy. He ran into the main house, searching around before he found her as she was going to rest, and was shocked by his abrupt entrance. Hey, I may have figured it out. Come here so I can test it, he called, and without waiting for a response or agreement, went up to her with the item in hand, fully prepared to shove it in her mouth. She saw the excitement in his eyes, and remembering how unreserved he was in examining her teeth when she first addressed her problem, decided to make things easier on herself by opening wide and letting him place it. Now I can't promise this will be comfortable, but just bear with it for a little while as I set up the enchantment. It shouldn't take too long. With one hand on the vampiric leader's face as he connected to her and the other in her mouth to touch the item and create the enchantment, he got to work, doing his best to finish it up quickly while ignoring the feeling of her teeth stabbing into his hand, his warm flesh causing them to extend and create gashes for blood to flow. It only took a few minutes, though for the both of them it felt much longer, before Ben was done. Now that just leaves testing, doesn't it? He couldn't use a passometer for it, the same sort of device used to determine the amount of charm Thera gave off. Instead, they'd have to test it out the old-fashioned way, meaning asking the queen to set something up. It was as he put the request into Pelenia, only to be told it would have to wait until the morning, that he went to the room he'd been provided so he could get some rest, but instead seeing 2 unexpected guests. Leave it to a low worlder to make us wait, Glob said with a voice filled with annoyance. I didn't have anything scheduled with you. It's Quillith, I owe an apology. My bad, I forgot what time of the month it was. It's no issue, it gave me some time to talk with this one, he responded calmly, though giving a deeply exhausted impression. Anyway, shall we begin your lessons? Sure, sounds good to me. Of course, from what he'd gotten the chance to see, it was nothing like the one from his world. He may not have paid the most attention in the few mandatory chemistry classes in the first years of high school, but it was clear that certain materials were out of order compared to where their Earth equivalents would be, with some missing altogether while other, stranger ones took their place. It was dull stuff, but despite that he did his best to pay attention and take notes. These lessons were already affecting how he worked with a few materials after all, and he was seeing great success from it. The one thing he couldn't figure out was what Glob was doing there. The racist little alien didn't seem to need any of the information he was learning, not to mention the fact that he was falling asleep as the hours wore on. But by the end of the night, he got his answer as Quillith stared into the other gray, eyes filled with a level of expectation that Glob seemed to want to avoid. Well, the more mature of the two asked, "Seriously, do I need to ask him?" "Yes, obviously you need to." "Oog, fine." "Halo Worlder, make me a weapon." "Nope," Ben was able to easily tell him, not needing to give a second of thought. "What, why not?" "Because that's not how you ask a favor from someone." Quillith could only groan as his fellow Grey didn't even pretend to have any manners, and seeing that trying to force some responsibility on the other alien wouldn't work, began talking in his place. "Ignoring his terrible attitude, I'd like to request you make a weapon for him, as well as armor for the other 19 of my people on this world, please." With Quillith asking, it became harder to decline out of hand. Even if he didn't want to get wrapped up in whatever nonsense the Greys were dealing with that they wanted help for, he found himself liking the guy well enough, and realistically it was a small request. That didn't mean he would just accept it, though. Why me? "The entire world knows about your people now. There's no reason you couldn't get someone better to make it for him when you've officially aligned yourselves as allies of the world, right?" He received a funny look before getting a reply. "You really aren't very aware of skill distribution in the overall state of the world, are you?" "I think it's pretty clear I'm not." "All right, well, to put it simply, you're good. Usually, to be able to consistently make items that break into the rare quality, it's either a team of individuals with more specialized skills than your crafting working together to make an item, or else, if it's just an individual, then it comes down to someone who's just about to awaken their skill or who already has. From what we can see, there's typically only 2 or 3 people at any time with an awakened version of any given crafting type skill. Probably less for the crafting skill you have, since it's typically supposed to be far harder to level due to being less specialized. Despite that, you're doing quite well for yourself, and with the combination of your connect skill, you're able to make things that none of the others we might find would. All right, I love being buttered up, and also I'll consider it. In that case, what do you want me to make? As I've said, armor for most of them. It's just Globblegork we have something a little simpler in mind for. You are aware of the issues we're having in creating a general weapon that could be mass-produced for the population, are you not? I am. It had taken so long that he'd ended up solving the problem for himself, albeit in a way that couldn't be mass-produced like he'd initially hoped. The materials that went into it weren't the sort of things that an average person could get their hands on. Surprisingly, though, it was exactly that sort of weapon that the Grey had in mind. "We're specifically looking to have one of your guns made. We'll also tell you the general measurements for armor as well, but that's the goal." "Well, I guess I've got nothing against doing it if you guys manage to provide the materials and pay for the work. Speaking of, how do you plan on paying? I'm already getting most of everything I need from you guys, no offense." "Negotiations are currently underway with Pelinia to provide you with those materials. While I can't get much, we should be able to convince her to provide a small amount of a magic material as payment, though it would be nothing like the scale you received as your dowry, maybe a little less than a handful. Aside from that, though, we're prepared to make an offer for the future. Should you be able to awaken your enchanting and connect skills, I'll ensure that all of the Greys on this world go to you to get their skills copied." That would be huge. While there was no guarantee that he would be able to awaken his skills, if he did, it only stood to reason he'd be able to start enchanting with other awakened skills. "I'm being paid more than enough to do it with just some magic materials alone, so even if I don't end up managing that, this deal is heavily in my favor." "All right, you've got yourself a craftsman. Just one thing though, whatever amount of materials you get me, I want it to be rainbow monocrystal and in a perfect sphere. An odd request, but shouldn't be much more work for the Earth Spirit, so I see no reason we wouldn't be able to negotiate it. Why though? There's just something I'm curious about if I can make is all." As the next day wore on, Ben got all of the tasks he needed to out of the way. Braces were made, and he'd found the materials to make the items Quillith requested already in his work area in the morning, so once that was done he started and finished on that. It wasn't the most exciting, but he'd managed to improve the design of the gun since he'd first made it, even if he was still terrible at using one. The densely woven enchantments on the weapon made for good experience, at least, as he pushed himself to get as much power into it as he could, and after making all of the armor to the specifications given, he moved on to 2 different personal projects. The first being to work on the enchantment he'd been slowly making for the small gloves he'd bought during his dinner with Thera the other day, building it up as he went, but mostly focusing on the other enchantment he had in mind, the one he needed a spherical rainbow mana crystal for, a pocket-sized job crystal. It had been something in the back of his head ever since he'd had to make one in the Dryad village. He would hate to find himself somewhere that he couldn't conveniently change jobs, making him miss out on all of that experience, meaning that a portable one would be the ideal. The issue was the size and complexity of the enchantment. Unless he wanted to have a typically sized one taking up a bunch of space in his bag, he'd need an excellent quality material to let the enchantment be as small as possible, and of all the crystals in the world, none were of better quality than a rainbow mana crystal. It took some time, but after a fair bit of work as he stretched both his minds and mana to make both at the same time, he was able to complete them. Ben finished the gloves and the crystal, slipping both into his pockets for later, and feeling exceptionally pleased that it had worked out so well. All that was left to do was inform the queen that the armors were complete so she could have them sent out. He left his work area, intending to go right to her, but stopping as he saw just what was going on outside. "You're freaking kidding me. Unicorns, really." A heavily decorated carriage was sitting by the house, with 2 unicorns resting after however long their journey had been, as well as a few elven guards and the driver. He could only assume that their presence had to do with the return of Mercy's companion, but that left him in the awkward place of not knowing what to do. He could probably walk to the room he'd been given to read for a bit, or he could leave to wander the town, maybe visit Thera as she worked on her life magic with her aunt. I mean, whatever's going on is probably happening behind locked doors, if it's even that important to begin with, but I'd still rather avoid it. That carriage is just a little too fancy for my taste to want to run into its occupants. His decision made, he went back to his work area to do something he hadn't had the time for since arriving, reaching into one of the spatial bags and pulling out all of the parts of his disassembled bike, quickly putting the pieces together and riding off through the front gate to enjoy the town a bit, only to be stopped by one of the employees as they came running after him before he could get too far. "I'm sorry, but the queen requests your presence." They called out to him as he weighed in his mind just how much of a bother whatever was going on might be, seriously considering whether he should just keep pedaling and pretend he didn't hear. "No, it's probably fine and I've got plenty of help from Pelinia. I shouldn't just run off." Feeling resigned, he allowed himself to be led to a sitting room, finding Pelinia, Mercy, as well as 3 elves in deep conversation as the succubus who'd led him there bowed her head and made her exit. He felt the eyes of the elves appraising him, which he ignored, instead giving his full attention to Pelinia. "Hey, so I got those items done for whenever you want to send them out," he told her, not bothering to question why he was there. "Oh, if that's all, then absolutely. I'd actually want to remake it 2 or 3 times to see how well the other enchanters would be able to make it if that's cool with you. I see no problem with that if you all don't." Mercy easily gave her agreement, while the most elegantly dressed of the elves gave a nod of consent. Ben assumed it would be that one that Mercy ate from, but instead another, far plainer one walked up to her, revealing his neck for her to sink her teeth into, which she quickly did after slipping the tool into her mouth. There wasn't much change in the elf's expression. In fact, if anything, he looked slightly disappointed, but he stated the results as he'd experienced them. "I felt none of the effects I'd typically have to fight against. No pleasure from the experience nor force attempting to suppress my thoughts. Given the low amount of dark resistance I have, I'm comfortable claiming it worked." The only change from the other elves was a slight widening of their eyes, while Mercy looked gripped with emotion. The long-standing trouble her people faced was solved. It would still be hard, but they could likely find more people who'd be willing to let them feed now, giving them the chance to have their fill. The idea that they'd no longer constantly be on the edge of hunger for the safety of the few who did let them eat was enough to bring tears to her eyes, at least until Ben walked up to her to try and put his hand in her mouth. Wait, what are you doing?" She managed to get out despite her full mouth as she pushed him away. "I already said I want to remake the enchantment at least one more time, so no time like the present. Now stop being a baby. I already had to do this once." "Yes, but there was nobody watching that, Tim." Her words were cut off as he slipped a hand into her mouth, connecting to her as he broke down and remade the enchantment, feeling her teeth slice into his flesh again. The fact that it worked while it had a resistance of 80 tied to it, along with the higher level skills, may have shown that he could make it, but what about the other enchanters? That got a bit more difficult when he remade it to more closely match just what he'd expect from them, only putting in a resistance of 13, and only the first level of the 4 skills he could put towards it, even if they weren't quite at the point of being able to enchant with enchantments yet. Once done, he wiped off his hand, while politely asking Pelinia to treat him as Mercy wiped her mouth before trying again, sinking her teeth into her elven companion and watching his reaction. Immediately, Ben could tell it wouldn't be enough. The look in the man's eyes as his blood was sucked took on a level of pleasure that wasn't there before, even if it was subtle. "Well, it was far weaker than it would usually be, but I barely needed to resist it. Worse than the one just on it, but an improvement overall." "And what's your dark resistance?" Ben asked, getting an unexpected answer. "Only 3, unfortunately." "What, so you've been pushing off the effects of enthrallment through willpower alone?" "Yes, sadly we elves have a naturally low dark resistance, but the vampires are our kin, with few other races willing to help. The strongest of us must face the burden." Ben gave it some thought. He knew that an enthrallment needed a resistance of up to 30, meaning that until some of the other enchanters managed to make significant progress with not only their connect, but enchanting as well then, they might not be able to make items like that for the vampires. Wait, but maybe it's not actually so bad. I mean, most of them can't use connect to enchant with other skills yet, but at least Valeria's able to, and the rest only needs one more level. There might be a solution here. So that probably means that for now I'm the only one who can make the enchantments to completely cover a vampire's enthrallment, but it wouldn't be great if I was the only one doing it. If anything happens to me then there's no more. Of course, if the other enchanters made some then, they'd only be able to partially block it, maybe leaving it in the 10 to 20 range, depending on their own dark resistance. If only there was a race with a higher level of resistance and had to naturally be able to put some willpower into not falling under the mental effects of those around them. He wasn't even trying to be subtle with it as he looked to Pelinia, heavily implying that the succubi could offer some help until the enchanters got good enough to cover the full effects of enthrallment, but she in turn was looking not to him or Mercy, but to the well-dressed elf sitting across from her. I have no issue with providing the vampires aid and working to ensure they're safely fed considering there's only a few hundred of them, but I'm not able to do it out of the goodness of my heart. And what exactly are you looking for? The elf asked, his first time speaking since Ben arrived. The terms are agreeable. Mercy, do you have any issue with those stated? She shook her head, looking surprised to be addressed at all before the elf carried on. Then it's an agreement. You there, would you be so kind as to bring the item back up to its maximum performance and then we'll be on our way. He did as he was asked before exchanging their goodbyes. Don't worry about it, it's been a fun project. Having said that, do you need a bite before you go? He asked, tapping his neck and getting a small laugh. I'll look forward to it, she told her with a smile, and with that everyone left, leaving Ben and Pelinia alone as she slumped down. Gods, those sorts of meetings are always so draining, so who were the other two elves anyway? If you could negotiate with them, then they must be important. Really only one was, they were the king and his guard, she explained, dropping a far bigger bombshell than he expected. Even if the vampires don't live among them, the elves still value the connection, no matter how complex the relationship may be. Of course, your little plan to get out of making those for every single vampire gave me some favorable conditions from him as well, so it worked out quite well, I'd say. Still, I hope you don't miss the feeling of such an attractive woman running her tongue down your neck too much, she joked. Please, I know how long a vampire lives, on top of the fact that they share the same agelessness as the elves. If Mercy's their leader, then she must be at the youngest 300, probably a lot more. It is a little bit boring that you know that, but I guess that explains why you gave such little reaction to it. Of course, that can't be said for my dear daughter, Pelinia laughed. She really does become so expressive when you're around. True, Thera didn't seem thrilled with what she'd walked in on the other day, and he hadn't been able to see her much since. Looks like it might be time to talk about that. Oh, why did I react like that? Something is clearly wrong with me. Ever since she walked in on Ben getting his blood sucked and briefly losing control of her mana in the surprise, her thoughts had been a mess. She'd done worse with training with her father, and during the time she spent helping her aunt in the hospital, she'd been needing more guidance to make up for her straying thoughts. Worse was that she kind of understood why. She was jealous. It was a feeling she was used to enough, experiencing it plenty for other succubi with normal levels of charm, and more intensely for the races that were lucky enough not to have it at all, but feeling it like this was new to her, and she didn't understand why seeing that had set her off so much. Even though she was an adult in the eyes of her people, her experiences with any sort of positive relationships outside of her family were few, making her go through situations she never had in the past. Understanding why it just had left her so unhappy was proving to be a struggle. That left her in her current situation, regretting how she acted while not knowing what to do from there, or how to keep it from happening again. I mean, it's not like I don't want Ben having other people in his life. I'm not some possessive psycho, and I even liked Steph and Will well enough. Why did it bother me so much? They'd both been so busy since then that they hadn't even been able to talk either, with Ben focusing on his work and herself, doing what she could to get the most out of her time there, but that was its own issue. She'd found herself so used to his companionship that without getting to chat for a while she felt lonely, no matter how much she enjoyed her aunt's company. Just one more thing that left her in a poor headspace, but one she wanted to fix. Thera, Lux began, pulling her from her thoughts. Why don't you take a break for the rest of the day? Maybe even go and talk to your friend. She walked out of the hospital, thinking a walk would be good to clear her head when she ran into the very target of her thoughts, Ben, waving wildly from the distance as he biked over to her. What are you doing here? She asked, surprised to see him at the hospitals of all places. Don't tell me you managed to hurt yourself while my mom wasn't around. Looking him up and down, he didn't seem injured, but she couldn't be certain and went to apply her healing magic before he shook his head. No, I'm fine. I finished up everything I'd had to do and figured I'd come see you. Not hanging out for the last couple days has felt unusual, I guess. Wanted to see if you'd be up for a ride around town since I finally put this back together, he asked as he patted the back of his bike, right behind his seat. It was more of a long, flat bar compared to what he was sitting on, but it didn't look too uncomfortable, and if she were being honest with herself, she was curious about what it was like to ride given the amount of effort he'd put into making it. Sure, I guess that could be fun, and with only a little bit of work to figure out how to actually sit on it, riding side saddle instead of mounting it like Ben had to, they were off. You might want to hold on for safety, he told her as they started to make their way through town, Ben taking it slow for the well-being of themselves and those around them, while Thera was trying to figure out just what she was supposed to hold on to as she tried to keep the speed and lack of control from freaking her out. Hold on to what, me? I don't want you getting tossed off if I need to hit the brakes. I feel like you should have mentioned that could happen before I got on. She yelled as she wrapped her arms around him. Ha, it'll be fine, now just relax and enjoy the scenery. Let's try some different parts of the city for the day. I feel like I'm always going to the same few places when I'm here. With that, they spent a few hours riding around, stopping occasionally for a snack and carrying on to enjoy the sights. As new as it all was to Ben, plenty was new for Thera as well. With them traveling through parts of her city she'd never bothered to visit herself in all of the time she'd lived there. It was only when they came across a public garden that Ben decided he needed a rest, so they found a bench to sit at while admiring the surrounding flowers. Nice place, I didn't know there was anywhere like this in the city. I didn't either, she agreed, smiling down as she took in the plants around her. She was fairly sure they were all ones that originally hailed from the succubus homeworld, though there were a few she didn't recognize, so she couldn't be certain. A rainbow of colors was blooming around them, and she was able to enjoy them in all of their vibrance, none of the muting that came with having to view them through her cloak, and she couldn't help but look to the person who'd made that possible, only to find him already looking at her. "What, is there something on my face?" she said as she looked away, not able to meet his gaze. "No, I was just wondering if you're ready to talk about whatever's bothering you. What makes you think something's bothering me?" she asked, playing dumb despite the fact that she could already feel her blood reaching her cheeks. She just hated how easily he could see through her, all the more so for the fact she didn't have her cloak on. "You seemed put off when you saw me being munched on, and both Myriad and Pelinia mentioned that you seemed to be more expressive since then." She couldn't help but cringe. Of course her mother would say something, but she tended to ignore the fact that as an apostle, Ben was typically under the watchful eyes of his God. Since they were always together, then of course she was being watched too. As for his question though, it left her struggling to figure out how to answer, so she didn't, instead leading with her own question. "Do you think you'll be leaving Stonewall soon?" "What? Where did that come from?" "I mean, no matter how much you think you still need to improve, it's obvious various nations are interested in your skills, and at your levels you really don't need to be training under anyone at this point. Besides, it seems like you could get some good rewards if you left." "Maybe, but I really don't want any of that. In that case, what about Mercy? She seemed interested in you, at least more genuinely than anyone getting their braces made." She hated herself as soon as she said it. Why did that even bother her? The vampire was attractive, even she could tell that. Surely Ben could be happy being involved with someone like that, but the thought was far from pleasant and left her comparing herself to the other woman. Unlike Mercy, who had one of the more standard hominid type forms, she was alone in her appearance, looking more like a well-made sculpture compared to a person because of her heritage. It was never anything that bothered her in the past, but for whatever reason it now circled her mind with her other worries. The only thing that pulled her from her thoughts was Ben's gentle laugh as he took her hand. "I don't want Mercy. Aside from the fact that she's going to be somewhere between 3 and 600, while I'm probably around 20, I think. Either way, I wouldn't run off with someone just for showing me a little interest, and hers was 100% focused on my flavor. I guess I just don't want you to leave Stonewall." Her face burned as she blushed, feeling like she wanted to curl up and die from admitting that. No matter how much she told herself that he had his own life, that if he would one day go off to do what he wanted then it would be fine, that didn't change the fact that she cared for him, and that any such parting was going to hurt terribly. She couldn't look him in the eyes as she admitted it, but felt as he put an arm around her shoulders. "You know, I really don't have any reason to leave. Almost everyone I care about is in Stonewall, and let's be real, I'm rich enough now that I don't actually need to sell anything I make, so whenever me and Falk decide my training is done I can just do what I want with my skills, or I can just sell directly to your mom. She seems like she'd be happy enough with that. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I don't plan on leaving you either, so don't worry about it too much." She raised her eyes just enough to see his red face before looking away again as she ignored her pounding heart. She didn't like being so honest, so open about her feelings, but she couldn't deny that it helped clear the air and put her worries at bay as she felt a small smile touch her lips. "So what did you mean you don't know your age?" she asked when they got back to her family's home, having enjoyed the ride back once they'd both calmed down. What? "In the garden, you said you thought you were around 20, but didn't you say before your people celebrate their birthdays?" "Oh, that. he began awkwardly, making it clear as it always did when she'd hit on a topic that left him feeling complicated. Well, the days are a bit longer here, but the years are shorter compared to my homeworld. Not to mention on Earth we have these annoying things called leap years that sometimes happen, so I'd have to take the time and do the math to figure out how old I actually am here. It wouldn't be too hard, I guess, but as he trailed off he gave a small shrug as she squeezed his hand. She couldn't help but feel a little bad when she hit on topics of his homeworld. She could never be sure what would leave him down, but she still wanted to understand, to know more about him if she could. It was only after when she had to figure out just what to say when she fell short. Lady Thera, it seems Lux is about to give birth. I was asked to hand this to you when you arrive if you'd like to join everyone else in the main hall. What? Oh, okay. She was able to grasp why she was given the cloak at least. The newborn might not have the resistance to avoid the small amount of charm she still put out. She couldn't put it at risk. The only thing that wasn't clear was why they were going to the main hall instead of the hospital, but instead of wasting time asking, she threw on her cloak as fast as she could and rushed over, Ben following closely behind as she pushed open the doors, only to find her parents, her aunt, and Rit all seemingly lounging around waiting, making small talk as if nothing was happening. Athira, you're finally here, her mother called out. You two kept us waiting. Why are you waiting? Auntie Lux, shouldn't you be going to a healer or midwife or something? At that the great light spirit let out a small chuckle. Thera, unlike what your poor mother had to go through with you, I don't have a genuine physical body to get in the way. The baby is fully developed and ready to be born. I simply thought you might like to be here for the birth of the second half spirit in existence. Now please, since everyone's here, come closer and I'll begin. As short and mildly concerning as that explanation was, Thera couldn't help but do as her aunt asked as she and everyone else walked over to witness the birth of the second being like her to come into the world. She didn't know what she was expecting, but it wasn't her aunt simply passing her hands through her stomach, pulling out a baby as she did while Rit stood to the side, tears in his eyes as he carefully wrapped the child in a blanket before handing it back to its mother. Helenia let out a low whistle and drew a chuckle from Lux. Sure wish I had it that easy. The benefits of lacking a fixed form, she said as she cooed over the newborn. Oh, he's so precious, no wonder the mortals do this. I guess I owe you an apology for telling you to shut up from how you were going on after Thera's birth a bruise. Ha, it is rather different from how our kind regularly does things, isn't it? A lot harder, too. Well, I hope you'll give us plenty of help. Of course, Pelinia said, barely containing her excitement at seeing the child. We'll give you all the help you need while you choose to stay with us. It's going to be so nice having such a cutie around since Thera left. With the gleam in her eye clear to see, Lux gestured for the queen to come over, placing the baby in her arms and only making her eyes light up all the more as Pelinia gently rocked it, whispering sweet nothings all the while before handing it back. Do any of you want to hold him? Lux asked the rest as a bruise quickly rushed over, excited to get his new nephew in his arms, while at the same time Thera took a step back. I won't get too close. My cloak leaves my hands exposed, so it might not be good if I get too near him. The small bit of exposure hadn't caused issues in the past, at least so long as nobody touched them, but she wanted to be cautious. This was her aunt's child. She'd never forgive herself if being around it caused any harm. At least that had been her intention, but as soon as she said it, Ben went fishing in his pockets and pulled out a pair of long gloves, shoving them in her hands. Here, fantail gloves, you shouldn't have any issues if you want to hold him. What? She asked, shocked that he just had such a thing on him as he shrugged in reply. I mean, it was pretty obvious you'd need something like this, so I made some in advance. Never forget what a thoughtful and wonderful fiancé I am. She didn't even have it in her to react to his comment, as he put on the same playful smile he always did when he joked about being her fiancé. She was just stunned by the turn of events as she looked at Lux and got a nod before she slipped on the gloves as her father handed her the infant. She hadn't had the chance to see many babies up close in her life. She'd always kept some distance to be on the safe side, so she wasn't prepared for just how soft the boy looked. He appeared to take mostly after his father's race more than Lux, being a mostly standard hominid type, with the key distinction being that the horns on his head were glowing with the same purple light that Lux did, and she could vaguely feel the thin tail of an incubus through the blanket, not a trait of spirits or satyrs, but a characteristic of the form her aunt chose to take. She was surprised at how she felt staring down at him. She was transfixed. How could something so small and cute exist in the world? Not only that, but he was her family, her very first cousin. She could only imagine it was like what the other succubi felt amongst each other, a subtle charm. What's his name? We're going to call him Saren. Then hello Saren, I'm your cousin Thera. She wasn't sure what people usually did with babies, but she was more than content to simply stare down at him before handing him back to Lux. Oh fuck yes, he wanted to cheer. Level 7 in Connect and Level 5 in Hidden Mind were some excellent results after a few weeks of making braces, along with his little side training of copying everyone's skills onto rings without them realizing. It made going all the way to Analia all the more worthwhile, especially as he finished up the last person scheduled for a brace before he was to go home. The trip had been fun and exciting. He'd gotten a bit more money he didn't really need on top of a few experiences he hadn't expected, not to mention hundreds of rings his teacher would need to sort out, but it would be good to be done with all of the bribes he'd been offered, those that were subtle as well as those that were less so. Wait, he's still here. As soon as he got the notifications for his levels up, he'd ignored the rest of the world in his joy, but it looked like the last person he was working on, an exorior who needed their passive fear effect suppressed and was droning on about the wonders of their homeland and the wealth it contained. And now I'm finally free of their nonsense. It is, but it was tiring to get there. Speaking of though, did you ever find out if Sarah was okay? I should probably deal with that before I leave if there's any issues. Well, now I'm exceptionally cute if she can't see that she doesn't deserve me, he thought to his god as he laughed. He wouldn't be running off to any distant nations just to try and woo someone he barely knew, but at the very least he was flattered. Now I just need to finish up with Thera's parents, pick up the books I ordered, and be on my way. Oh fine, I'll write the last line in your holy text, he said as he pulled the pages from his bag. Yeah, but I could cut that time in half if you let me wait. Fine, you're right, it's not that much longer. Just give me a minute. With pages in hand, he flipped to the last and scribbled out the final line, completing the book. They're done. Any new options for me? Lame but okay, I'll put it off for now then. Anything else you need from me? I'm feeling it myriad. It's my last day in the nation, I'm getting a win under my belt. Well, not a real win, but something better than the complete loss I'd had until now. Hold on, I wouldn't be so sure about that this time. Look around you. He didn't know what the boy was talking about until he took his focus off him, letting it expand to the area that surrounded him to see a sturdy barrier had been created, running along the ground and creating a dome around them. Since he'd been putting his all into going against Ben, his attention had narrowed too much, and he couldn't be sure if it went up before he touched Ben, but either way, it didn't seem to make a difference. I'm not sure why this would change anything. Your attempt to put up barriers in our past duels has been reasonable enough, but none have stopped me. Well, you aren't wrong about that, but I'm aiming less for my win than your loss. Every part of the enchantment that makes the barrier function is outside of it, so it can't be taken down. I may be trapped, but you are too. He thought long and hard about how to beat a bruise in a fight given his previous losses, and it was obvious a weapon would be meaningless if the Great Spirit went all out. There simply wasn't any way he could make something that he could use when going against that speed. Barriers were their own problem, with his previous design needing to be placed down to work, but he didn't let that bother him too much. He'd had other ideas for how to do it. It just became an issue of making it work. From there, he made something a little different: shoes. The idea was simple: get the best materials he could to make them and attach a 5th level enchantment to it, blending it with his earth resistance and other skills before shaping it with a level of complexity he never would have been able to manage back when he only had it to a lower level, while making it so it couldn't be deactivated from the inside, the same sort of mistake he'd made when he first started constructing a shield. It left him trapped as well, and given the design of the shoes with the enchantment activated, if he fell he was almost certain to break his ankles, but he thought he finally had something approaching a win. Abruz let out a laugh as he explained and ruffled his hair. Well, whether or not you managed to activate it before I got to you, it was a good idea. There's just one small issue, the spirit said before walking over to it, and with a single punch bringing it down, along with Ben's hopes. Oh damn it, I really thought I had something there. Well, it wasn't quite good enough to earn a prize, but next time you come by I hope you'll impress me even more. I'll do my best. Good. In that case, shall we move on to the main event? Ready, Dad? Thera called out as she walked next to Ben. But did you really need to use that then? If you'd hidden it away, we might have had a chance while he was going easy on us. Yeah, but then I really would have had no hope when I was fighting him. Besides, I have a couple more tricks up my sleeve. Give me a minute, he told her as he reached into his bag, pulling out a small variety of items he'd worked on in the small bit of spare time he had, all attempts for beating Abruz as they sparred, all unused as a result of his overwhelming speed and power. As much as it annoyed him, he couldn't make anything good enough to go up against the Earth Spirit as it went all out. Whether he could or not when he was going easier in the name of practice was a whole other matter. With them all ready, Rit called the beginning of the match as everyone began to move. Ben's first instinct was to use a different configuration of the same barrier he just used to try and trap Abruz, but he resisted in favor of saving it for an emergency. Even if Abruz was going easy on them, he'd still been able to destroy Glob's barriers while restraining himself. While Ben was confident in his designs for how they'd be set off, that didn't change the fact that he didn't have the awakened version of the skill, and he'd already seen that it wasn't enough when it came to going against someone so powerful, no matter what other skills he tied into it. Instead, defense was entirely Thera's job as she deflected the Great Spirit's first attack, an earthen saw large enough to easily cut their legs out from under them, while she used what she was most confident with herself, an oversized earth bullet, shattering the thin blade with its sheer mass and throwing shards of stone throughout the yard before continuing on towards her father, an attack that he easily sidestepped as she carried out the next. As she distracted him, carrying out blows and defending them from whatever he fired back, Ben did his own part, throwing out all a pile of frisbees he'd made in the early days of their little spars, counting under his breath each time as he did. 3, 2, 1. Okay, it made it that far. Gotta throw a little farther then. The frisbees stopped and hovered in the air as Ben did his best to keep estimating the distance of where each would end up, the delayed activation of their enchantments keeping them in place as a bruise focused on Thera until they were able to show their full effect. No matter how much he might have wanted to, he couldn't tie debuffs to them to fill the area. The Great Spirit seemed to have a complete immunity to such things if the fact that Thera's magic had no effect on him was any indication, but there was one thing he couldn't avoid: the passage of time. Inspired by the time spells the ferrets they'd fought during their quest had used, he bound some to each frisbee, creating a small, slow field around them, while other enchantments kept them in place. It was a horribly wasteful spell and would have been meaningless if a bruise was going all out, but this was training. He'd decided on how strong he would be and he would stick to it. There were two main issues with that strategy, though, the first being that the effect was weak. He was sure he could have given the spell a bit more oomph if he'd been able to place the entire thing on a sealed room or some sort of contained space, but the little he was giving off as his frisbees radiated it would barely alter the Great Spirit's time. The second, bigger issue was the mana cost. Unlike the first ones he'd created, which he simply made from some decent quality materials before loading them with his mana to let them hover for a while, a time spell like that was big, and as a result each of the frisbees had a rainbow mana battery within it to power it, but even that wouldn't be enough. While the power one contained was massive, especially compared to a white mana crystal, the spell itself simply needed too much while being extremely wasteful on top of it, to the point the battery would run out after only a few minutes compared to anything of a better design that would run almost indefinitely. That gave them a time limit, one they were sure to act on. Even if the effect was less than he hoped, a bruise was definitely slowed as he responded to the attacks. He was still managing, but Thera only went harder, firing larger spells faster until she pulled off their main hope for the fight as Ben prepared his own attack. With an effort of will, she ripped long walls of dirt from each side of her father, bringing them together as fast as she could to box him in, giving him two options: go back to avoid it or forward to press on with his attack, and he decided to go further on the offense, rushing towards them despite being slowed by the time spells as Ben took careful aim and fired the shot he'd been lining up. It wasn't good. Pulling the trigger had warped his aim in the end, but the bullet grazed the Earth's spirit, completing their goal and landing a hit. With that, a bruise stopped his attacks, and they both let out a long sigh of relief. Even if they weren't fighting him at anywhere near his best, a hit was a hit, and a victory was a victory. Sweetheart, why is he so depressed? He's the one that asked for this. I have no idea, Thera answered her father as they both stared at Ben on his hands and knees in front of what he'd asked a bruise to make for them after their victory, seemingly dealing with a deep internal struggle. Ben, why does a metal cart have you so upset? It's not the cart, it's what the cart represents, he said as he pulled himself together, namely how pointless it was to spend all of that time making a bike. He realized it when Thera had thrown them both around during their guild promotion quest. Her control of her magic was now great enough that they could use something like this to get around, a cart with a couple of seats in the front and plenty of room in the back for storage, able to be driven through her magic so long as it was made of metal. He explained it all and watched as her eyes lit up before getting on, completely ignoring his depression about the bike, and with staff in hand moving it forward and directing it as she went. Okay, this is the best idea you've ever had, she told him excitedly as she got off, seeing that it would work as well as he seemed to think. It's hard to express just how many better and more important ideas I've had than this, but I'm glad you're happy with it at least. Since moving it comes down to your own power, it shouldn't need to stop so long as you're awake, and it won't be limited to the speed and needs of animals. Honestly, I'm hopeful it can cut the time going from the gate to Stonewall down to around 2 days, but I guess we'll see. Then let's get going, I want to try this out. She laughed, eager to see how things would go with it. With everything they needed to do basically done, they said their goodbyes to her family, Thera placing special emphasis on saying goodbye to her baby cousin before she put on her cloak, and they went on their way off to collect all of the books Ben had ordered. This is insane. You're insane. How are you going to ever read all of these? Thera asked as she watched him pile crates of books into the back of the cart, suddenly understanding why he'd asked for so much space when something smaller would have been more convenient for them. They're mostly for reference if I ever need them, but I'm also going to work on getting the speed reading skill at some point. Combining it with my other skills should make reading a book a day a breeze. You know, one day your brain is going to blow up if you keep gaining mind skills, and while everyone's mourning you, not a single person is going to be surprised. With how Myriad keeps telling me nothing the system does is harmful, I'm pretty sure I'll get away without any damage. Fine, then your mind is going to keep warping and changing until it's unrecognizable. No damage, just the weirdest thing in existence. Myriad, want to refute that? Fuck. Told you, she said as she laughed, getting all the context she needed from his reply before they started making their way through the city towards the gate. He had to admit, a part of him would miss the city. Analia was a nice place and there was plenty to do to keep himself occupied there, and even if they could drive Thera nuts, he liked her family's company too. It was a place he wanted to make sure he visited again when he got the chance, though it couldn't counter the pleasures of home. It was only as he was taking his last looks around as they slowly made their way to the gate that something caught his eye, a light in a side alley that he initially paid no mind to. But as they drifted further and further away, it continued to pick at his thoughts, until his eyes opened wide and he called for her to stop as he ran back. He hadn't seen a light, not really. Though it seemed similar, it was something that would only catch his eye, with nobody else seeming to notice or care. The reason was simple too, they just couldn't see it. It would be invisible to anyone unless they managed to have a good mana sense that was specialized towards enchantments. He wasn't sure if he was right at first, but the moment he found himself at the mouth of the alley, he was salivating. Whatever was there wasn't just a heavily enchanted item, it was one with some much magic placed on it. He could see it from down the street. There was only one possibility that sprang to mind, but he didn't dare give voice to the thought, nonetheless feeling confident as he approached. A mythic item. The only other thing he'd seen that had been as impressive was the enchantments on Analia's trial, but this was different. Well, he didn't actually know what it was, most of it being covered by an old cloth, but it was far smaller, meaning it was even harder to make, at least in a way that could exist outside of the realm of gods. A part of him worried about whoever left it there, that they might come back as he was looking it over, and not take too kindly to having something so rare and extremely expensive examined so casually, but he couldn't resist himself as he pulled the cloth away to get a better look. Excitement turned to confusion, though, as he tried to understand just what he was seeing. Before him was a mountain of a man. He'd have been 8 or 9 feet tall when not curled up into a ball, with flesh that Ben was almost certain was made of bronze, but that was far from the most significant thing about the man. Ben had got to see plenty of races since coming to the world after all, and seeing someone who seemed to be made of metal wasn't too shocking, given his connection to both Thera and a bruise. No, what left him struggling to understand just what he was seeing was the dense quantity of slowly fraying enchantments covering every inch of the man's flesh and breaking down before his very eyes. As he came back to consciousness, after drifting in and out for days, the elderly being found himself somewhere different from the back alley he'd collapsed in. He was lying in a bed in a large room and knew that someone must have found him, but as he opened his eyes and looked around, the people he was seeing weren't succubi. "Are you sure there's nothing you can do for him, Lux?" He saw a young man ask a creature that seemed to be made of light, only to get a shake of her head in reply. "I'm sorry, Ben, but this is really more your specialty than mine. He's not alive." "What do you mean he's not alive? He has bodily functions. He has a soul. I wouldn't be able to connect to him otherwise, and I can definitely feel the skills attached to it. I can't speak for that, but if it is the case, then the body is just a vessel for it, basically a golem, though I couldn't say what it's made of. We could try to get a bruise to have a look, but I don't think much of it would be affected by an earth affinity. MMH, from what I can tell, the structure of the body breaking down is less of a problem than the enchantments collapsing, so if you can't do anything, I doubt he could either. I don't know how old he is, but it's been a long time since he's had proper maintenance." It was at that he finally spoke up, making them aware he was conscious and immediately pulling their eyes to him. "Where am I?" "You're in Analia, in the residence of the queen," the boy, Ben, if what the light creature said was correct, told him. It was an answer that should have lightened his heart, but he knew things had progressed too far. Still, for the sake of those he loved, he had to address the reason he'd come. "That's good news then," he said, trying to nod but failing. "I'd come to beg the help of the master enchanter who's rumored to be staying here." As the two standing above him shared an uneasy look, he couldn't help but feel justified in not letting himself get his hopes up. He felt his thoughts expand as he went to take a break after the hours of work he'd just gone through, straining his minds and skills in ways he didn't think possible. It didn't leave him with an extra mind, but helped to ease the burden of trying to repair the being he'd come to know as the Talos Anux. Having done the best he could for the time being, he went out to the living room where everyone was waiting. When he'd realized that what he found was more than a little unusual, they'd returned to Thera's family with him in tow, hoping to get Lux's help in healing him to figure out just what to do. That was when they discovered the problem, learning more as they spoke in his few minutes of consciousness. While whether he was alive or not was a debate Ben didn't care about, it was clear that healing spells didn't work. The reason being that his body had been entirely artificially constructed by a god and designed to be a weapon, something to fight and defend the people of his homeworld before it was lost like so many others. Were you up all night? Thera asked in concern, leaving him to give her an awkward smile. Even now I shouldn't be leaving his side. The enchantments that seem to keep him alive, well, it's bad. If what he said was true, then the god that made him is dead, and even if it wasn't, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything, so he's been falling into a state of decay for centuries. I don't suppose you've had any luck finding Falk. It seemed that Anux had come there specifically because of the same rumors Mercy had believed, that there was a master enchanter around who might be able to help him, but unlike the vampire, he had a completely different problem, one that couldn't be solved with the right knowledge and clever application of skills. It needed a level of expertise and technique that he simply didn't possess, leaving him only one person he could think to turn to. Unfortunately for everyone, Pelinia shook her head. I've sent people to try to locate him anywhere I think likely, as well as sent some to monitor the gate and head to Stonewall in case he'd gotten back early, but it may be a while and he never did like to share much about his clients. We may not find him anytime soon. He grit his teeth. From the hours he'd spent watching him, he knew that the Talos didn't have much time. His body was breaking down. There was nothing he could do to stop it, only slow it down. Even trying to get Falk was grasping at straws he knew. From what he could tell, the enchantments that made up his body pulled from all affinities as well as non-affinity magic. No matter how much Falk was keeping from him about his status, he wouldn't be able to use everything. Still, maybe if we worked together we could manage. I just need to keep the guy alive until then and we can at least try something. All right, then I need to get back to it in the meantime. Sorry, Thera, but I don't think I can move him again, so I'll have to stay here a while. Don't worry about it. There's no real rush to get back to Stonewall anyway, so I can just practice more with Dad. Cool, and Lux, I'm sorry I know you have a baby to deal with and all, but do you think you could buff me occasionally? The ones I apply should last for an entire day. I'll make sure to stop by when I can to help. The light affinity buffs of a great spirit were nothing to scoff at, providing a massive boost to both his mana pool and regeneration rate while they were applied. While he would normally never use something like that, no matter how useful it might seem on account of the fact that it would inhibit his own growth rates in those areas while applied, he couldn't be picky about it now. Standing over its unconscious form, he wanted to think of it as asleep but knew that wasn't quite right. Sleep implied it was resting, but it was more like it had been powered off. At least he was pretty sure it wasn't dreaming, but he didn't have a firm enough understanding of just what the enchantments in it were supposed to do to be confident of that. Who am I kidding? I can't be confident about any of this. At best I can keep fixing things before they break, but I can't put back together what's already broken, at least not the way it originally was. Maybe I can make some other enchantments to fill the gaps without affecting what's already there, but at the same time there's no way anything I make wouldn't just be pulled apart by the decay of the rest of it, so what's even the point? That doesn't mean I shouldn't try though. I can't just let someone die in front of me. I felt a mind and skills when I connected with him myriad. Besides, he came here to ask for help. That's alive enough for my books, the god said with a sigh. Funny, with everything I've heard about the invaders, I'd say the same thing of this world, but that hasn't stopped you guys from trying. I want to do what I can. If nothing comes of it, then oh well, but for now just give me some help. We know he has a soul, and we can assume it functions the same as any living beings, but it's bound to an artificial body. You're basically the same thing at a much larger scale. Do you have any ideas that might help? Fantastic, he thought dryly. In that case, at least bounce some ideas around with me. I can only glean a bit from his internal structure from the enchantments, but it looks like everything flows back and forth from a central core at his heart. What do you think? Maybe a power source. I could see using a large rainbow mana crystal to keep everything running, but something about that idea just doesn't seem right. He did his best to hold back a sigh. He thought he'd be well on his way home by now, not holding someone's life in his hands in a situation where he was all but certain to not be able to help. Still, being discouraged would do nothing for him. Instead, he focused on multitasking, discussing things with Myriad while at the same time trying to maintain the failing enchantments, while he unraveled just what each was for in the hope he could make the repairs he needed. He didn't know how many hours of work passed, but he only stopped as Anux opened his eyes. Don't be such a downer, Ben told him, trying to sound positive. Even if I'm not a master enchanter, when we find my teacher we might be able to do something, just be patient. Child, even coming here was a slim hope at the behest of the race I serve. I've seen enough specialists and enchanters over the years to know there's nothing to be done. That doesn't mean you should give up. Well, either way I'll be sticking around, so don't worry. At the very least I'm not going to let you die without trying anything, but if you do I'll be here. I have a lot of mind skills, I can do both easily enough. Then you still shouldn't waste your energy, he gently argued. Though the Melii would never admit it, I and my brothers were failures. We couldn't protect our world, nor fight off the invaders. All we could do was run, sacrificing ourselves one by one to keep them safe. Even now, so close to our dream of revenge, it's clear that my presence would make no difference. I wouldn't be able to help this world in a meaningful way. I have no value. Ben fell silent, leaving Inux to believe he was thinking it over, at least until he spoke up. Who cares? He said quietly. What? I said who cares? Why does it matter if you can fight or not? Why do you only have value if you can throw yourself into the war? Isn't it okay just to exist? To continue on just because you want to? I'm sure your Melly would agree. Ah, I see I've upset you, child. I apologize. It's fine, he said as he calmed himself down. You're right that I probably won't be able to do anything, but at least let me try. All right, I suppose at the end it does me no harm. Since it seems like I may be up for a while, why not tell me your story? He asked Ben, gently changing the subject. There's not much to tell. I'll be the judge of that. All right, so long as you tell me yours. I bet it will be a fair bit longer than what I have, though. The Talos agreed, seeming to try to smile as Ben began. Well, I guess my story begins on a little world called Earth. She fell to the dirt, her father's last attack knocking her to the ground and leaving her breathless as he made his way over to her. Looks like it's my win again, he said with a grin as she shot him a glare. Haven't you been going way harder on me? She asked, annoyed. In the 3 weeks since she'd planned to go back to Stonewall, she'd used that extra time to train with her father some more to get as many levels to her job as she could, but with each passing day, it felt like he was using more and more strength. Hey, now you managed to get a hidden before, right? I need to make sure you get plenty of challenge so I adjust appropriately. She couldn't help but think her father just didn't like to lose, but with nothing to back that up, she tried to push the thought aside and relax. That was their last one for the day anyway, and she had other things to do. Dusting herself off, she made her way to the kitchen, grabbing a plate of food from the chef and carrying it off, only to be stopped by her mother. Sweetheart, I think we need to talk about your friend. I'm just bringing him some food now. What's up? Lux is concerned. She's been doing a quick evaluation of him every time she's been giving him a buff, and it doesn't look like he's doing well. She felt her heart gripped in panic as she asked what was wrong. Her aunt was the great light spirit. If even she thought he wasn't doing well, then it had to be something major. She was only able to let out a breath of relief as she got the answer. Exhaustion. The boy is working himself to death. Apparently, she's been healing him when she goes in the morning to be on the safe side, but that doesn't change the fact that he's in a constant state of exhaustion. She doubts that he's sleeping more than an hour a night. Oh, is that all? She said dismissively. Then he's fine. He does that all the time. It's not a big deal. I wouldn't be so sure. Just because he's used to pushing himself doesn't mean he can't take it too far. People die doing less. Well, I'll talk to him, but I'm sure it's fine. If you saw the way he worked with Uncle Falk, you'd understand. I'm pretty sure he'll only be happy if he succeeds in working himself to death. Her mother still looked concerned, but left it at that as Thera went off to make sure her friend remembered to eat. It wasn't entirely uncommon for a task to absorb him that much, but it usually fell to her uncle to make him take a break. Until he could be found, that role had fallen to her. When she got into the room where the Talos laid, the first thing she noticed was Ben's apparent absence. Did he actually take a break by himself? She thought with some humor, unable to believe that would happen, and decided to go look for him until something caught her eye. A foot on the ground, just barely peeking out past the edge of the bed. Her mother's worries suddenly gripped her heart as she dropped the food and ran to his side, finding him unconscious on the floor. She didn't know what to do, checking his pulse in a panic, and rushing to apply the few healing spells she thought could help as a voice beside her spoke up. Don't be too concerned. The work he's been doing has just caught up to him. He needs some rest. She jumped, startled as she'd forgotten that she wasn't strictly alone, but the Talos in the room hadn't been conscious any of the previous times she'd come by to check on him. Once she let herself relax a bit, she knew he was right, but that was plenty worrying in its own way. Ben had fallen asleep in the shop plenty of times, but as far as she knew, he'd never done it in the middle of a task. She didn't think she had the physical strength to lift him to the bed for a better rest, instead gently laying him out, resting his head on her legs as she placed a hand on his cheek and chest, gently applying her life spells to do what little help she could. Even if he was fine, she couldn't help but feel her mother's same worry after walking into that. Once again, Inux broke the silence. You're Thera correct. I am, has Ben mentioned me. Quite a lot, I'd say. For someone who said there wasn't much to tell of his life, he's lived through quite the exciting one, don't you think? With how much he talked about his time with you, I'd say you have as well. Well, you probably heard the better parts of it if he only told you about what came after meeting him, she said as she rubbed Ben's head, looking down on him as worry painted her face before addressing the Talos again. Are you at least starting to feel better? She'd thought that with all Ben was doing that it would have been worthwhile in the end, that even if it wasn't much he'd be making progress, but that thought was quickly dashed. No, there's nothing he can do to keep me alive. At best, he's buying me a few extra days as he beats himself into the ground. I'd wanted a companion for my end, and it's been a pleasure getting to know the boy, but when he wakes up you should pull him away, have him dragged off if you have to. I wouldn't see him work himself to death when there's nothing that can be done. The answer froze her heart, but she knew she wouldn't be able to do anything to stop him. There's no point in trying. Once he gets his heart set on a project, he doesn't like to give it up unless he's sure it's impossible. The child knows it's impossible, he said gently. He just doesn't want to admit it. His company has helped make my final days more enjoyable. I'd appreciate it if you let him know that. Nux fell silent, leaving Thera to fear the worst, but it seemed he'd just lost consciousness as he'd been prone to doing since they found him, leaving her the smallest amount of relief as she stared down at her friend. She didn't know what the right choice would be. She knew that he wouldn't want to quit till the end, but craftsmen weren't the types that were meant to deal with terminal patients. He was working himself past the point of exhaustion, and she didn't want to find him passed out again. What am I even supposed to do? She thought to herself as she kept rubbing his head, waiting for him to wake up. Thera, what's going on? He asked as he woke up after a few hours, letting her breathe a sigh of relief she'd been holding despite herself. What's going on is that you passed out while you were working. I found you unconscious on the floor. Crap, how long have I been out for? At least a few hours. Shit, he tried to rush up to get back to work, but she placed a firm hand on his chest, keeping him in place. Thera, I kind of need to get back to it. If I've been asleep for hours, then everything I built up and repaired today has probably already decayed away. Ben, I spoke to him while you were asleep, she said gently. He said there's nothing you can do and you know it. He doesn't want to see you work yourself to death in his final days. He's probably right, he admitted after a moment of silence, but I don't want to give up, Ben. Thera, please, I know I can't do it, but I at least want to try till the end. You're working yourself too hard. Before now, how long has it been since you've slept? Been 3 days, maybe 3.5. She took a breath before saying anything. This entire time she just assumed he was treating this like any other project, but the urgency of it all was clearly weighing on him more than she'd thought. Ben, you need to eat, you need to rest. Please, I don't want to see you getting hurt doing this. He didn't respond, just gently took her hand as he thought over what she said as he saw the worry in her eyes. He knew he was going too hard, but he couldn't make himself stop, at least not until. Boy, why in the infinite hells am I being told by Pelinia and Lux you're working yourself to death? Her uncle, Ben's teacher, yelled as he entered the room. Well, hopefully I can ease up a bit now that you're here, Ben said with cheer as Thera released him and he got up. You know, you're a hard man to find, and you don't give me a break, Falk shot back. You look terrible. How long have you been working for? I just had a nap, so I'm pretty good for now, don't worry. Now come on and give him a look with me already. He pulled his teacher over to the unconscious automaton and couldn't help but cringe at what he saw. In the hours he'd slept, all of his hard work had been destroyed by the enchantment decay and had gotten worse from there too. He looked at Falk, wanting to ask if he could do anything to help, but his teacher was already absorbed, leaning in to examine each and every enchantment, poking and prodding Anux with his large hands, trying to figure out how everything worked together as he went. Even as he went, Ben saw him occasionally apply enchantments of the earth and death affinities he had access to, stopping only to watch them decay, before moving on to a different part of his body and trying again, all the while repairing the fraying enchantments that had come apart when Ben had fallen asleep. He worked in silence the entire time, patiently devoted to his work as he went before ultimately heaving a heavy sigh. There's nothing I can do, boy, I'm sorry. What? Falk, there must be something. Even if you beat around the bush about it, you obviously have awakened skills. If we work together, then maybe. He's a mid-mythic item, boy, his teacher said as he cut him off. Maybe if you were on the verge of getting to the 3rd tier with a few of your skills, you'd be able to do something for him, but that's the only way he could be fixed. Otherwise, there'd need to be someone who managed to have awakened magics of every affinity along with enchanting. People like that simply don't exist. No matter how good I am, I wouldn't be able to do anything, even if I were to make it into the 3rd tier myself. As his teacher spoke, he couldn't help but deflate. If Falk said so, then he was sure it was accurate, but that meant there was no option to repair the enchantments. He could only stare down at the Talos before him, Falk placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, while Thera squeezed his arm before both walked off to give him some time alone. As the hours passed, while he stood there, he watched more and more of the enchantments that made up Enux's body decay and break. He didn't try to stop it, only waiting for the Talos he'd found to open his eyes for what might be their final conversation. When he finally did, his voice was as gentle as ever. I take it things aren't looking good. My teacher came, but he said it wouldn't be possible unless I was on the verge of getting to the 3rd tier. Sounds about right. Awakened enchanters have never been able to do much in the past for my brothers, sadly. How long do you think I have? A week, 2 weeks maybe if you're lucky. Do you want me to contact anyone for you? I could send word to the Melii if you'd like. Heck, I have nothing going on. I could bring your body back for them if you have any burial customs. Ben hesitated for just a moment, not wanting to give voice to what needed to be said. He hated the option as soon as he'd thought of it, not wanting to even consider it as anything but a last resort. Unfortunately, that was the point they were at. During all of the time I'd worked on you, I'd been doing my best to study the enchantments that made up your body as I went, he began. My god and I are fairly confident that you have a core that houses your soul, a sort of container that keeps it safe while letting it interact with the rest of your body to make it move. Ah, interesting. My maker never divulged much information on my design to me, but I'd always just assumed that my soul filled this vessel. I must say, though, I wonder why I was put together like this. It seems like a rather obvious weakness. I'd assume it's because there's limited ways for inorganic materials to house a soul, but that's not the point. The god I represent, Myriad, he's actually very similar, just on a larger scale. He was originally a container for the souls of his entire race that eventually ascended to godhood. In a similar vein, I've been studying how to make something that could contain a soul. The idea was that I could tie the effects of the beast form skill to it so that anyone wielding the item could take advantage of it. An interesting idea. I hope your time studying me has proven useful to that goal then. I would say it has. I'm still pretty far off of where I'd need to be to do it. I think I'd need an awakened skill or two. That doesn't mean there's nothing I could do now though, especially when there's a vessel right in front of me that wouldn't need to be created, just modified to keep the soul within contained. He looked into the Nux's eyes as he stared back. So you want to try trapping my soul then? I wanted to give you the option, he clarified. To be completely honest, there's a lot of reasons I think you shouldn't. My levels are still far lower than I'd like to have them for doing something like this. I'm almost certain to fail. Aside from that, there's the fact that I'd have to do it soon if I'm going to at all, but that would basically mean ending your life far earlier than expected for something that might not even work. Finally, there's the issue of your mind. I don't know if it's contained in the same location as your soul or if they're joined at all. At worst, if you're ever brought back, it might not even be you. Or maybe the worst option is that your mind may be trapped too, doomed to slowly go insane. I think you're forgetting the issue with the obvious goal, the idea that someone would one day gain the skill to not only make me a new body, but even remember to do it. If I did do this, I'm confident that the core enchantments you already have keeping your soul in place would decay in at most a century after I alter them, he said with a shake of his head. It would give me that much time to try and figure something out for you, but that's it. After your soul could go off to wherever they end up. This is just to create some time to figure something else out. I'm not going to ask you to do this. I wouldn't want to do this in your place. I just wanted to tell you it's an option. The Talos was silent for long enough that Ben worried he'd fallen unconscious again, but after much thought he spoke. You know, I promised the Melii, specifically the young girl in charge of taking care of me, that I wouldn't give up. Such an easy request to make and a hard one to fulfill, especially when at the end of my life, but I never did want to let them down if I could help it. All right, Ben, do what you need to. If I have even a small chance of being able to fulfill my purpose and keep them safe, then I'll do it. As serious as he was when he agreed, it gave Ben no joy. He'd grown to like Enux beyond just being an interesting creation, and this was by far the worst option they could have had. Still, he was the one who put out the offer. He would see it through. I understand. In that case, I'll go get everything ready. Just wait here, he said as he was about to run off, only to be stopped. Wait, what's up? Changed your mind on sending a letter? No, he said with a small chuckle. I'll hold on to the hope that I'll see them again in person. I was just hoping you'd stay until I lose consciousness again. This may be my last time awake with anyone to talk to after all. I'd rather not spend these moments alone. Of course, he told him while taking a seat on the edge of the bed, trying to put on a happier face. In that case, what do you want to talk about for the time being? Let me tell you about the Golden Plains by the ocean of my world, the place I first opened my eyes. Once Enux was unconscious again, he left to find everyone else, specifically Abruz and Pelinia, to beg a favor. They, along with Thera and Falk, were in the living room, talking over drinks, though with a dark atmosphere above them. It was his teacher who first spoke up when he entered, trying to be supportive. Come to terms with everything you needed to, boy, sort of. I spoke to him about it. It was what he expected from the start, so I don't think he was bothered. But we want to try one last thing. Boy, there's nothing you can do, Falk gently told him. I know you aren't one to give up on something so easily, but you're gonna burn yourself out. I know there's nothing I can currently do, but I have a single option to buy enough time to figure something out. If it works, then it will give me decades to either come up with a solution or pass on the task. And if not, well, it's an option with a lot of finality to it. If it doesn't work, you'll be dead. The room's mood only darkened more as Falk only nodded. If he's agreed and is gonna pass soon anyway, then I won't try to stop you. Could you use a hand? Unfortunately, it's pretty dependent on having at least a bit of knowledge on how to seal a soul, so I'll have to do it myself. I'd like to buy a few materials for it if that's all right, he asked Thera's parents, getting a nod from Abruz as Pelinia spoke up. What will you need? A fist's worth of mithril, half as much white mana crystal, and an orichalcum knife with the sharpest edge you can make me. All right, we'll provide you with all of that, but in the future, we'll ask you to make us something to the best of your abilities. Agreed. Sure, sounds like a deal, he said, breathing a small sigh of relief. Even though Abruz was able to make them with his mana, he knew the cost of materializing something was high, all the more so for magic materials. He'd been expecting to pay a heavy price. A trade like that was nothing. In that case, I'll just need a hand bringing him down to the work area. All right, a bruise, dear. Give him a hand carrying him down. I'll get the materials you need from storage. With everything decided, they parted ways, each off to fulfill their own task. By the time they'd brought Enux down, Pelinia had already come by with the materials he'd needed, leaving Abruz the last task of changing a lump of orichalcum into a razor-sharp knife with his magic. The greatest benefit of the metal was that it could only be affected by magic, so any cuts made with it wouldn't dull the blade. But to be sure that no mana had the chance to either, he applied all of his resistances with his enchanting, before heating up the forge to begin warming the mithril and cutting the white mana crystal to the shapes and sizes he'd need. Once the mithril was heated enough, he took it out and began hammering, working to get the shape as perfect as he could given what he could already tell of Enux's core. Without cutting him open to see it, he could only base it off the arrangement of the enchantments coming off of it. He'd likely have to make some modifications when he actually saw it, but by then time would be of the essence. He wanted to at least have a close framework to build upon before anything else, a container that would hold it as well as it possibly could before moving on to the next step. God, I wish I could grow more hands. Things are about to get hectic. He took his god's advice, putting everything down to focus solely on his breathing. He'd only get one shot to do everything right the first time. If he panicked, if his hands weren't steady, if he made a single mistake, it would all be pointless. All he could do was try and relax while devoting his entire focus to his task. He felt his heart rate lower as he calmed down, before picking up the orichalcum knife and carefully cutting into the Talos chest. As a body that was constructed of metals and various materials he couldn't identify compared to the flesh and blood of a person, there wasn't as much mess associated with the act as he'd expected, nothing like blood or oil leaking out with the cut, and it gave him the confidence to keep going, making careful slices while peeling away layers, doing his best to avoid harming anything that looked immediately vital to the core until it was before his very eyes. His cuts had been clean and his precision rang true, leaving him with more wiggle room than he dared to hope as he inspected it. While he wasn't positive about any of the materials that made up the Talos' body, this was the most mysterious of all. A sphere of what seemed like diamond at first glance from the way it glittered in the light, it was firm to the touch, but less like a gem would be, more comparable to an apple than anything else he could think of, with a dull, shifting glow moving about within on top of multiple nodes protruding from its surface, ranging from purple to green in color. It was those very nodes he needed to be the most careful of, but he managed to separate them from the surrounding materials without cutting any, giving him the time to go back to the mithril container, making the adjustments to its shape and size before carefully placing the mana crystals, arranging them in a way to match each node's location when they'd be placed within. From there, all that was left before sealing the core was placing the enchantments, the part that gave him the greatest worry. While he'd been theorizing on how to seal a soul, getting advice from Myriad, and constructing his own theories, he hadn't put them to practice yet. Now here he was, already modifying a design he wasn't even sure would work in order to ensure the enchantments of the core continued to do their job, just with a little extra help. As useful as this experience would be to him for the future, for the time being he could only wish there was something else he could have tried it on first. He felt sweat form on his brow as he concentrated, making sure every part was perfect before he placed them down. It didn't have to be the level of perfection it would take to seal a soul by itself, it just needed to help what was already there. It was only as the last part went down that he realized he'd barely taken a breath for the entire process, feeling the oxygen flood into him as he looked at what he'd made. It was perfect, at least as perfect as he could produce, meaning there was only one more thing for him to do. With the container in one hand and the knife in the other, he ever so carefully cut through where the nodes of the core connected to the rest of the body, separating it as it began bleeding mana, only to quickly and carefully place it into the container, sealing it shut. He let himself feel a small bit of gratitude that all of those notifications hadn't gone off as he was in the middle of any of his work before staring at the container itself. What do you think, Myriad? Did it work? He grimaced a bit but tried not to let it get to him. 50 years would still be plenty compared to the few short weeks that he initially had, and there was bound to be a solution. Just because Falk thought that he would only be able to do something if he was on the verge of making it to the third tier didn't mean he couldn't find another option if he looked for it. As long as he managed to awaken his skills and continued to collect higher-leveled skill rings, he would eventually be able to come up with something. He just had to keep believing. It's good to aim high, gives me a goal to work towards. On that note, let's see just what options I have that can help me with that. He thought as he slipped his hand into his pocket, gently touching the miniature job crystal he'd made and feeling the options appear to him. Available JOBS. Trap User. Tree Tamer. Craftsman Alchemy Path. Craftsman artistic path. Craftsman blacksmith path. Craftsman cooking path. Craftsman stonecrafts path. Craftsman sewing path. Heretic. Holy craftsman. Ken. Tank. Mathematician. Fractured mind user. Adventurer. Cursed item maker. High craftsman. High enchanter. Of all the options, 4 were new, with one being wholly unexpected. I get adventurer and high enchanter since I met the qualifications, and it looks like the job book I flipped through was right about being able to fill the requirements for unlocking high craftsman with my last 2 jobs. But do you know anything about cursed item maker? Myriad let out a long sigh. Okay, cool. I'm pretty sure I know what I'll be aiming for with my next 2 jobs anyway, but maybe I'll consider it after that. For the time being, though, I'll be taking high enchanter. Okay, not that I'm complaining. The fact I just got enchanting knowledge with the job is fantastic, but why was it at the 3rd level already? It was an incredible boon to him to receive with the job. When almost all of his goals depended on improving his enchanting, a knowledge skill related to it would do nothing but help. He just couldn't understand getting it at anything other than level 0. At the very least, he'd never heard of such a thing. Luckily for him, his god was still around to shed some light on things. Wait, then don't I have the complete opposite issue now? I have enchanting at the 7th level. Why would my knowledge only be at level 3? He didn't have any illusions that he didn't still have plenty to learn, but only being level 3 felt low considering all he made and knew how to make, with his god seeming to agree. With his job change done, he looked down at the container in his hand. He'd done all he could hope to for the time being. It was time to go home. Are you sure you don't want to ride with us, Uncle? She asked as they prepared to part ways at the gate. I originally only came back to tell you all that I'd be delayed by a month. The client had more work for me than expected, so the sooner I go deal with it, the sooner I get home. Just be safe driving that thing, would you? Don't worry, it's actually super easy, she told him enthusiastically, the smile on her face hidden by her cloak now that they had to leave. Aside from training with her father, she'd taken to practicing moving the carriage with her mana as well, and was finding it far more enjoyable than she'd expected. It left her feeling a level of freedom that she usually only enjoyed while she was hunting, but it felt like the world had opened up to her now that she had this. He didn't look convinced, but wished them well after extracting a promise from him that he'd make her be careful, and with that they were on their way. Jesus Christ, Thera, slow down. Ben yelled as she drove the carriage down the empty dirt road between the gate and Stonewall. As soon as she'd gotten out of the city and didn't have to worry about any other carriages blocking her way, she decided to see just how fast she could go, and she couldn't help but be thrilled with the results despite his complaints. Don't worry so much. I'm just getting us back a little faster than expected. I think we can cut the time down to a single day if I keep up the pace. I didn't put SCATBLTS on this thing. If you need to come to a sudden stop, we're both flying off and dying, please lower the speed. Fine, no need to be such a baby about it, she said as she did what he asked. At the very least, she'd made plenty of distance before giving in. They could still probably manage it in one trip so long as they drove through the night. If my intense desire to live makes me a baby, then so be it. We don't all have a vitality over 1,000, you know. At least let me get a couple more levels of defense enhancement before you do that again. Come on, relax. Aren't you looking forward to getting back too? Yes, ideally with all of my limbs attached. Again, you're being a baby. I already slowed down and everything. Just want to remind you that I already went through dying once is all. Even if it happened while I was asleep, I don't want any repeats. I'm only going twice as fast as anyone else now, it's fine. She thought she heard him muttering something about speed limits and other things she wasn't too sure of when her eyes caught something a bit farther ahead, and without warming sped up. Thera, I think someone ahead is being attacked, just hold on. There was a carriage in the distance at a standstill with something surrounding it, and as she drew closer she was able to make out the forms a bit easier, leaving her to groan. Oh man, don't tell me those are what I think they are, Ben asked. If you think they're more time ferrets, then I have bad news for you. Great. In that case, what do you want to do? There looked to be 10 of them surrounding the carriage, keeping it at a standstill as they repeatedly threw themselves at it head first, as well as trying to dig through the doors with their claws. They had their time magic to slow them down while speeding up their own movements, but she was pretty sure she had an idea to at least deal with a few of them. You might want to hang on to something, she warned before bringing her speed up and slamming into the 5 on her side, feeling their bodies break as the metal carriage slammed into them as Ben swore up a storm. Oh, I did not like that. Just 5 more, she said as she jumped out of the carriage, trying to get the rest before they could react. They were on the other side of the carriage, but she moved to get them in her sights, finding them frozen from the development, an opportunity she didn't let herself miss on. Using her earth magic, she raised a cloud of dirt into the air, letting go of the smaller dust to focus on the pebbles and stones, before bringing it together as if she were trying to make an earth bullet out of it. but with a level of power and speed that could only be done through a tremendous expenditure of mana as each tiny stone tore through the bodies of the beasts, leaving them dead on the ground and riddled with holes. The carnage of the attack couldn't help fill her with joy. Despite its violence, it was more evidence of her growing control to match her power, with the notification going off in her head being the icing on the cake. As disappointing as it was that she hadn't gained a level of earth magic during the job, it wasn't like the bonuses went anywhere, and after checking the occupants of the carriage to offer her healing magic if they needed it, she went to Ben to use his job crystal, admiring the options before her. Available jobs. Queen of Mana. Musician. Professional dancer. Bard. Darkness Mage Charm Specialized. Life Mage. Healer. Telekinetic Mage. Dark Mage. Spirit Mage. Adventurer. As exciting as it was to see the adventurer job available for becoming rank 4, she was well aware it was an option she'd probably never take unless desperate. While it was disappointing that there weren't any new options besides that, it did leave her to think on what exactly to take. My only real options are Life Mage, Healer, Telekinetic Mage, or Spirit Mage, but which to go with? Healer and Life Mage are both basically the same anyway, and I really would like to get a bit better with my life magic. On the other hand, I could do more with my earth magic if I took Telekinetic Mage too. Obviously, it's one of those two that are the correct choice. I'm looking to improve my earth magic and my life magic. I should clearly pick one of them. She thought as she tried to convince herself, before heaving a sigh and giving in to her curiosity, taking Spirit Mage. Well, that's a lot to take in. Considering it was the first time any of her jobs had ever provided either levels or skills, to say that what just happened was big was an understatement. Almost a quarter of her skills had just improved all at once, and the change was enough to leave her feeling dizzy. She didn't even have it in her to feel too bad about her charm going up as well, though something must have shown to that effect as Ben took her hand. "Everything okay?" he asked, eyes filled with concern. "Well, my charm went up, but I don't think I can let it bother me too much when every single affinity magic skill I have did as well. Looks like I'm pretty compatible with the Spirit Mage job. I even got a new skill on top of it." Wow, he was as stunned as she was. Even if he'd gotten a couple levels and skills by that point, what she'd received was massive. That wasn't even considering what she hadn't mentioned, that the bonuses to those skills were described as major, a good indicator that things would be going very well for her so long as she carried it through to the end. In that case, what's the new skill? Spirit Empowering. I'm not positive, but it feels like it costs mana to use. All she had to go off of was what little instinctual knowledge came with the skill, as well as the fact it was an active skill, but that still left plenty of possibilities that needed to be explored if she was going to figure it out. Not that it was a priority. It seemed like she'd be able to level the job just fine as she used her magic like she normally did. Worst to worst, it could be ignored. From the name, maybe it's a buff skill then. Ben asked, significantly more curious since he'd be making a copy of it for his enchanting. From how it sounds, I'd think maybe one that could exclusively be used on spirits, but then what would it buff? Maybe it would make their magic more powerful since they aren't able to level it. Not sure, but I can work on figuring it out later if I see any stray spirits. For the time being, let's focus on getting the rest of the way home. At Ben's insistence, they stopped for the night to rest before getting back to town by the afternoon the following day. While she would have been happy to test the maximum speed they could go, it seemed to put him on edge, so she gave in. Once they got to town, they parked their new carriage around the back of her uncle's shop before walking home from there. Since they didn't have anywhere else to store it, that was the only real choice. But given its sheer weight from being made of solid metal as well as the lack of places to get an animal to pull from, theft wasn't a major concern. They let themselves enjoy the walk back the best they could, though Ben's spirits were still low from the dour ending of their trip. "Want to stop for a snack?" she suggested, trying to appeal to his stomach. "It's been a while since we've been back. I wouldn't mind a taste of home." "Maybe tomorrow. I don't know why, but the atmosphere feels kind of bad. Why does everyone around look so worried?" During the last few weeks he'd been cooped away, doing his best to save Anux, meaning he wasn't super aware of what was going on. She should have realized, but that meant the awkward responsibility of explaining things was falling to her. In a couple weeks we'll be seeing if the prophet gods were right with their earliest prediction for the invasion. It's not just here, the entire world is a little on edge. Still, I wouldn't worry about it too much. With a 2-decade window, what's the point of being bothered by it for the time being? "Wait, what?" he asked, confused. "Shouldn't there be something like another year before we need to worry about that?" "Yeah, but for whatever reason, the invaders announced their arrival a year in advance. We'll be seeing it in a couple weeks if they'll be here in a year. So that means it's already been 2 years, huh?" he said quietly as his expression took on a darker tone before he tried to force it back. "Well, no point in worrying about it when nothing's happened yet. Let's just relax for the day. I could use a break." Despite the assertion that he wanted to relax, both she and her aunt could tell that something was wrong as the night went on. He lacked the spirit he usually had and snuck off to bed early while they were in the middle of a game of low mage. "So what happened with Ben?" Sonia asked when they were alone. "It seems like something's on his mind. I don't know." He was sad about what happened with the Talos that came for his help, but then we got to talking about why everyone in town seemed worried, and his mood dropped even more from there. Maybe he's worried about the invasion. She wished she was as good at reading him as he was for her, or better yet, to have a skill with mind-reading aspects to it like he did, but no such luck. All she could do was try to pull together the best guess she could, something her aunt had far more experience with as she tapped her cheek, her eyes lighting up in understanding. "Right, I suppose if it's close to the invasion prophecy then we're also close to that. What? The anniversary of the various summoned arriving in the world, including Ben." She wanted to hit herself. Of course that would be the issue. How could she not have been able to see that herself? Not only was she well aware that he still struggled with the fact that his home was lost to him, it was the anniversary of his death. How could this be anything but a stressful time for him? She stared down at the brace on her arm, something he kept working hard on improving for her. He'd done so much to try and help her since they'd met, and it felt like she'd done so little to thank him in comparison. If he was going to be in a bad place emotionally because of it, then she wanted to help. The only question was